Chapter 1, Fallen Forest. 129,590 Year of Star Calendar, the Fallen Forest. The Fallen Forest, which stretches over tens of thousands of miles, has a unique position on the star continent. It occupies an extremely large area. The dense jungle of tens of thousands of miles and the unique climate have nurtured many evil beasts. High-level monsters that are rare in the outside world can be seen everywhere in the Fallen Forest, and even in the core area of the Fallen Forest, there are terrible Tier 10 sanctuary monsters, whose fierce reputation is enough to make countless people afraid. But as the so-called wealth are in danger, the Fallen Forest is extremely dangerous, but it also has many resources and countless treasures. Among other things, the magic core of countless high-level monsters is an unimaginable wealth, so many magicians and warriors on the mainland are also very keen to explore here. After all, wealth is moving. Moreover, the Fallen Forest is not dangerous everywhere. The marginal zone and the outer zone are not too dangerous. Only the inner zone and the core zone are the most dangerous places. And just in front of a waterfall in the Fallen Forest outland, a young man was sitting on a rock beside him, not knowing what he was thinking. The young man looked only 14 or 5 years old, with a thin body, beautiful brows and a trace of dazedness in his clear eyes, as if he was a little at a loss. The young man stayed for a long time, raised his head, looked at the 3 suns hanging high in the sky at the same time, couldn't help but smiled bitterly. Did he really crossed it? The boy is actually called Feng Zikan. He was originally an ordinary high school student in China on the earth. He lives a 3.1 line life from home to school every day, no different from hundreds of thousands of high school students on the land of China. On weekdays, I don't have any hobbies. I just like to watch some hot-blooded cartoons and novels. From time to time, I like to write a few paragraphs by myself for comfort. It can be said that this is an ordinary boy. His life can be foreseen like most people, study hard at the university in the past, and enter the society after 4 years of study. After a few years of fighting, I saved a little savings and found an equally ordinary girlfriend to marry and have children. The two struggled together to feed the family. After that, they were mediocre for decades, watching their sons grow up, marry wives and have children, full of children and grandchildren. And finally live a plain life until the old age. Life is calm like a pool of stagnant water, without any waves. This was Feng Zikan's original life path, but not long ago, his life was completely changed. Crossing, such a magical and mysterious thing actually happened to him, which really made Feng Zikan quite at a loss. Panic? Anyone who suddenly comes to a completely strange world will be afraid from the heart. Excited? There is a little bit, but more still at a loss. I don't know how I should go on in the future. Another world, judging from the descriptions in the novels that Feng Zikan saw on the earth in his previous life, it is certain that the strong are like clouds. Everyone follows the cruel law of the jungle. The weak eats the strong, and without strength, there is no right to survive. Can a mortal like himself survive? Feng Zikan did not dare to expect that he would have any protagonist aura. When the tiger's body was shaken, the world's #1 master would come to worship the land. Since then, no one dares to commit crimes in other worlds, and he will spend his life happily. That is a novel, not reality, and Feng Zikan is in this cruel reality now. Sighed, Feng Zikan said dissatisfiedly, I am also a generation of travelers anyway. Why don't I have any gold fingers for me? Is the novel really a lie? Was talking, Feng Zikan suddenly felt a sharp pain in his mind, as if something was raging in his mind. Feng Zikan, who was so painful that he hadn't prepared anything, screamed and fell to the ground. Shaking all over, the pain is really terrifying. But the pain came and went quickly, and it gradually subsided after a few seconds. Feng Zikan, who had a pale face, hadn't slowed down yet. A series of mysterious reminders suddenly sounded in his mind. Successfully traversed to another world star continent, the system is restarting. The system restart is complete, matching the host Feng Zikan, the system is being bound. The system is successfully bound. Start to load the Naruto world data. Load is complete. Start the system initialization. Initialization is complete, and the Hokage exchange system officially starts to operate. Diddy, the system runs for the first time, and a gift package for beginners is issued. It has been automatically put into the backpack. Please collect it as soon as possible. A series of tones made the Fengziken, who had just been relieved, stunned. What did I hear? System? Spree? Could this be the exclusive golden finger of the Traverser finally awakened? Strongly resisting the excitement in his heart, Fengziken closed his eyes tremblingly, and kept meditating on the Naruto exchange system as described in the novel. I can see the system as long as I meditate in my heart. Under his extremely anticipation, the mysterious golden finger, the Naruto exchange system, really appeared. Looking at the virtual light curtain that suddenly appeared in front of his eyes, Fengziken burst into tears. God won't abandon me. Well, every traverser in the novel has golden fingers, or systems, or adventures. No matter how bad it is, there is an old grandfather hiding in something on his body. If there is no reason, he would not have it. Looking at the 6 bronzing characters of the Hokage exchange system on the light curtain, Fengziken looked forward to it very much. He knew that this was what he depended on to survive in this powerful alien world. I wonder how powerful it would be? Look at the name of this system, it should be related to Naruto, the manga on Earth. Fuziken is no stranger to Naruto, and it can even be said to be very familiar. After all, for a senior otaku, passionate daily life is an indispensable course of study. Among them, Naruto is one of the most representative works. I think Fuziken was crazy about Naruto. The gorgeous ninjutsu, powerful physical skills, and mysterious illusion skills all made him feel fascinated. And the various blood inheritance boundaries made him coveted. Too powerful, is there anything? Wait. Fengziken suddenly thought that this system is called the Naruto exchange system. Could it be that I can redeem the abilities in the Naruto world? Ninjutsu? Or is it the limit of blood? Thinking of this, Fengziken couldn't help getting excited. Looking at the light curtain in front of him, excitedly asked, "That system is it? I want to know what functions does this Naruto exchange system have? It can be exchanged in Naruto world. Ninjutsu? Or something else? What should I do?" Because of being so excited, Fengziken asked several questions at once, but fortunately the system still answered patiently. The main function of this system is exchange. Exchange everything in Naruto world except for the characters, including ninjutsu, illusion, physique, various ninjutsu, magic weapon, blood inheritance limit, psychic beast, and so on. As long as there are enough redemption points, they can be redeemed. The operation is even simpler. The host can operate it intentionally or manually. It also supports voice operations, and everything is up to the host to choose. Surprise, absolute surprise. Fengziken originally thought that this Naruto exchange system could only be exchanged for ninjutsu or blood succession limits. He didn't expect the system to be really powerful, and it could exchange all the power items in the world of Naruto. Now Fengziken is relieved, even if no matter how many powerhouses in this world, they have some confidence in this system. After all, the strength of the Naruto world is not low. Looking at all the two-dimensional planes, it can also be in the forefront. Like the 6 spots in Daetong Muhui that reached their peak strength in the later stage, which one cannot destroy the world. With such a heaven-defying system, are you afraid you can't survive in this alien world? Then he can go and kill himself as a traverser. Fengziken, who had gained confidence, tried to tap the light curtain suspended in front of him. After a wave of fluctuations, the light curtain was divided into 7 different areas, namely ninjutsu area, illusion area, physical exercise area, and ninjutsu area. Blood succession zone, psychic zone, and miscellaneous zone. It's really meticulous. Fengziken's excitement calmed a bit, Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com exclaimed. Then he clicked on the ninjutsu area again, and the light curtain flashed a dense number of ninjutsu, and the number of them made him stun his tongue. Clone, D-level ninjutsu, redemption point, 50, avatar, D-level ninjutsu, redemption point, 50, fire escape, small fireball, D-level ninjutsu, redemption point, 100. Fire done, the art of fireball, C-level ninjutsu, exchange point, 500, wind done, beast wave palm, C-level ninjutsu, exchange point, 600, lay done, earth walk, C-level ninjutsu, exchange point, 800, wind done, big breakthrough, C-rank ninjutsu, exchange point, 1000. Earth done, earth dragon spear art, B-level ninjutsu, exchange point, 5000, shadow clone art, B-level ninjutsu, exchange point, 8000, water done, water wall art, B-level ninjutsu, exchange point, 10,000. There are countless kinds of ninjutsu, which blinded Feng Zikan. Looking at these familiar ninjutsu in his own memory, Feng Zikan wanted to learn all of them, but looked at the redemption points marked on each ninjutsu post on the light curtain, and then looked at the eye-catching 0 with redemption points displayed above. I can't help but feel like I'm so poor. Ninjutsu is good, but it is too expensive. The stronger one requires tens of thousands of exchange points, like Naruto's signature ninjutsu Helix Wand, the protagonist in Naruto, even requires 100,000 exchange points. Not to mention those stronger S-level and Super S-level bands, the exchange points required are simply astronomical. Feng Zikan's excitement suddenly calmed down. Yes, there is no free lunch in this world. If you want to get more, you have to pay more. Even with the system, if you don't work hard, you might be ruined in this perilous alien world and capsized in the gutter. Chapter 2, Novice Spree. Fallen Forest, a waterfall outside. Feng Zikan looked at the countless ninjutsu on the light curtain in front of him, and the extremely cheating price, and couldn't help but close his eyes in a bit of pain. A golden mountain was placed in front of him, but it was locked with a big lock. Is it too tempting? System, how to obtain this exchange point? I seem to want these ninjutsu. Fu Zikan asked pitifully. Ding, this system can convert all energy into corresponding exchange points. As long as the host turns in all items with energy, the system will convert them into exchange points. The more energy and the better the quality, the more exchange points will be converted. This is the main source for the host to obtain redemption points. In addition, the system will randomly release some tasks from time to time, and there will also be a large number of redemption point rewards. The system answered meticulously. Energy. Feng Zikan whispered, for this thing, under the influence of many novels in the previous life, Feng Zikan is no stranger. The cultivation of martial arts magicians in other worlds relies on a variety of energy. Since you are in another world now, it is not difficult to get energy, but he still wants to ask more clearly. Can you explain it? Is there any energy that is easily available in this alien world? For example, what energy can be exchanged around here? The system was silent for a while before he said, after scanning by the system, this continent is called the Star Continent. The energy between the heavens and the earth is very strong, and countless powerful men have been born. Among them, the cultivation system of magic and fighting energy has been multiplied for millions of years. The peak and the energy system between heaven and earth on the continent cannot be directly converted into exchange points, so the host needs to obtain the crystals of energy between heaven and earth before they can be converted into exchange points. There are still a lot of energy blocks on this continent. The host does not have to worry about not having energy exchange. Fuji-Chen nodded frequently when he heard it, so that's it, magic and grudge? This way, there is no need to worry about the exchange point. However, if the host wants to obtain energy blocks quickly, they need to have enough strength. For example, this fallen forest is a good place to obtain energy blocks. There are countless monsters living here, and the magic cores in these monsters are extremely pure. Energy block: the more powerful the magic core in the monster body, the more energy it contains, and the more exchange points that can be transformed, but the higher the host's strength requirements are also higher. Facing Feng Zichen secretly happy, the system is not. He poured cold water on him mercilessly. Feng Zichen's face is bitter. Strength? How can I have any strength? In this foreign world star continent where everyone has cultivated since childhood, my own combat power is probably not as good as an average 6-year-old child. It seems that Feng Zichen's troubles have been detected, and the system has finally been humanized. Ding friendly reminder, there is a novice gift bag in the host's backpack, which contains the things you need most. It is recommended that the host collect it as soon as possible. This sentence is like a dawn in the dark, which instantly illuminates the haze in Feng Zichen's heart. Yes, generally speaking, the system has benefits for the first time. I hope there are some good things. Feng Zichen hurriedly shouted, "System, I want to open the novice gift package." The system responded in its usual tone, "Ding successfully received a novice gift package, officially opening. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting the Chakra A refining manual, a ninja kit, a basic 3 Shenzhen technique, plus 100 exchange points given by the system." Just something like this? Feng Zichen was a little disappointed. Originally he wanted to be able to have reincarnation eyes and right round eyes or something. It would be great. Then I really don't have to worry about survival. You have to know that it is the most coveted pupil technique in the Naruto world. But now, don't talk about blood succession limit, there is not even a decent ninjutsu, chakra extraction manual. This is very useful, the basic 3-body technique? Please, that is the most common ninjutsu in Naruto, a ninja pack? The few kunao darts inside are also a bit useful, and what makes Feng Zichen speechless is the 100 exchange points given by the system. What is the use of only 100 exchange points? Any sea level in the ninjutsu zone there are hundreds of exchange points for ninjutsu, which is only enough for 1 D-level ninjutsu. What can D-level ninjutsu be used for? Little fireball? Do you make a fire? Hey, the system, is there no more advanced gift pack? Or just give me dozens of millions of exchange points? Feng Zichen thought weakly. The cold voice of the system broke the last illusion in Feng Zichen's heart, and brought him a bad news: there is only one gift package for the novice, and cannot be given repeatedly. As for the exchange point, don't even think about it. Think, only 100 points. In addition, kindly remind the host that you are currently in the famous and fierce land on the star continent Fallen Forest. Although it is the edge of the outer domain, there are no high-level monsters, but low-level social monsters do. Quite a few. With the host's current strength, there is only a dead end. Remind the host that it's best to extract chakras before the protection barrier that the system has opened disappears to increase the strength. Feng Zichen's complaining face suddenly froze, turned his head to look around, and his eyes were full of tall trees, dense jungles, and the roar of various beasts from time to time in the distance, which made people horrified. Feng Zichen was not calm, and asked calmly, "That system, how long does it take for this protection barrier to dissipate? Also, how long does it take to practice the chakra extraction manual to extract the chakra cum?" The system replied, "The protection enchantment will dissipate into nothing after 24 hours. As for how long it takes to practice to extract chakra, it depends on the host's own talent. If the talent is good, it may be extracted in a few hours. Chakra, it's not impossible to spend a few days with a bad talent." The simple sentence of the system makes Feng Zichen a drum in his heart. What is his talent? Can you quickly extract the chakra? You won't be unlucky, like Lee Rock in the Naruto world, a person without ninjutsu skills. I thought a lot about the gains and losses, and finally Feng Zichen gritted his teeth and didn't want to, so he should hurry up and practice. It's a matter of life or death. Feng Zichen, who has made up his mind, raised his head and said, "System, please give me the chakra refining manual. Put the other things in the backpack first and talk about it later." The light curtain in the sky disappeared in a flash, but a booklet magically fell from the void. Feng Zichen stretched out his hand to catch it, and took a closer look, and found that the booklet had a small number of pages, but a lot of content, densely filled with words and patterns. When Feng Zichen didn't know where to look, the system appeared in time. "Ding, do you want to learn chakra refinery quickly?" Feng Zichen was startled. You read www.yuyuganshu.com and nodded subconsciously. The pamphlet in his hand turned into white light and merged into his brain. Feng Zichen only felt a burst of information rushing into his brain. "It is deeply imprinted in my mind and consciousness, as if I will never forget it in my life. It is the chakra extraction technique." Feeling the chakra refining technique in his mind, Feng Zichen was stunned. "Is this okay? You know how to practice as soon as you think about it." Feng Zichen was overjoyed immediately. "Can you learn ninjutsu in this way? It is difficult to learn some difficult ninjutsu. If you don't have enough talent for ninjutsu, you can't even learn it at all. If you can learn all ninjutsu like this, then you really don't have to worry about it." In the face of Feng Zichen's ardent expectations, the system continues to work hard. Yes, all ninjutsu, illusion, or physique can be learned quickly, but proficiency and some small skills need to be considered by the host. "Really, that's awesome." Feng Zichen was overjoyed. "This Naruto exchange system is really against the sky, it's too powerful." In a good mood, Feng Zichen also confidently started his first practice in another world according to the cultivation method in the chakra refining technique in his mind. This will determine the path of his life, and Feng Zichen's chakra talent will be known soon. However, this result was a surprise to him, seeing that Feng Zichen closed his eyes for less than half an hour and opened his eyes strangely. This is how the same thing. P.S. This chapter is a little bit less, because I made a mistake in the plot. I will make up for the next chapter. New book, please take care of me. I will try my best to keep a watch every day. If you can't wait, you can also collect it and kill it after getting fat. The student party can't afford it. Chapter 3, The Strongest Talent on Earth. In front of the waterfall, Feng Zichen, who was closing his eyes and practicing chakra refining technique, opened his eyes in less than half an hour, with a strange expression. What's going on?" Originally, Feng Zichen was still worried that his talent was not good and that he would not be able to extract chakras, but the fact is that after only 10 minutes, he has extracted the first chakras in his body. The speed makes him a little bit too fast. "I don't believe it, it went so well." Feng Zichen felt the extremely subtle power in his body in surprise, and kept walking through the meridians in his body, bringing warmth to himself. "That's right, this is the characteristic of chakra, but how could it be refined so quickly?" The puzzling Feng Zichen had to ask the omnipotent system again. "System, what is going on with me? It will go so smoothly." The system faintly said, "This is not surprising. This system will only choose a person with the strongest chakra talent in the world. Since the Naruto exchange system has chosen you as the host, you are naturally a chakra on the earth. The talent is the strongest. Smooth cultivation is also normal. Is this so? Are you the most talented chakra on earth?" Feng Zichen was greatly surprised. In his previous life, he was an ordinary high school student, and there was no place to shine. Now that he knows that he is unmatched in chakra talent, Feng Zichen does not know how he feels inside. Shook his head, throwing away the inexplicable melancholy in his mind, Feng Zichen closed his eyes and continued to refine chakra. After all, even if he was extremely talented, he would not be able to achieve the climate without corresponding efforts. A little bit of time passed, and Feng Zichen gradually became addicted to the world of cultivation. Unknowingly, he actually entered the ideal state on the road of cultivation, the state of selflessness. Chakra's refining speed has been greatly increased, and the extremely fast refining speed suddenly became terrifying. The chakra in the body grows at a rapid rate, from the initial traces to strands, and it quickly turns into a warm current the size of a soybean, which slowly shuttles through the meridians in Feng Ziken's body, and circulates back and forth. This kind of feeling of seeing his strength becoming stronger a little bit is really good. Feng Ziken is almost intoxicated in it, and can't help himself. I don't know how long it has been, the chakra refined in Feng Ziken's body has the thickness of fingers, and gradually there is a feeling of fullness. Feng Ziken immediately broke away from the state of selflessness. After a touch, he was overjoyed. He had reached the threshold of Xiaren unknowingly. As long as he kept accumulating chakras, he opened up a chakra cyclone in the Ki cave in his body. You can officially become a ninja. This makes Feng Ziken have to sigh that the advantage of a good talent is great. It takes 2 or 3 years for the ninjas in the Naruto world to reach the chakra amount of ninja, except for those with extraordinary natural physique that have a large amount of chakra. Seeing this situation, it will take less than 2 or 3 days to have the chakra volume of Shinin. I really don't know what to say. Is this the feeling of a peerless genius? It's really different, so cool. Feng Ziken recalled his previous life in high school. He was always the most inconspicuous, ordinary, if he was studying in the previous life. If you have this talent. Haha, what's the use of thinking about it now? Now that you have come to another world and have started a new life, let it go with everything in your previous life. Once you have regained your life, you should go forward. Feng Ziken Qingchun, the confusion in his eyes was gone, and there was just a firm conviction to move forward. Okay. Now that you have decided on this path to the strong, you have to stick to it. The first step is to cultivate to the lower 9th level. Let's start. Feng Ziken announced with a resolute expression, and then a series of weird noises came from his stomach, making Feng Ziken's energetic face suddenly froze. I'm so hungry, I'm so hungry. The sudden hunger made Feng Ziken's ambitions disappear. He was holding his stomach in a little pain. How could he be so hungry? I've never been so hungry. By the way, it's chakra. Feng Ziken thought afterwards that chakra is a mixture of human mental strength and physical strength. I have refined too many chakras just now. How can my bones withstand so much physical strength at once? Feng Ziken forcibly endured the hunger in his body like a tidal wave, and stood up and looked around. I saw that the sky, which was originally clear and clear, was gradually darkening. It seemed that this practice took more time than I thought. Long time. No, you have to find something to eat, otherwise, let alone the strong one, you will have to starve to death first, Feng Ziken secretly said in his heart. But even though he was starving to death, Feng Ziken still did not forget what the system said. He is in the extremely dangerous fallen forest. If he acts rashly, he is not looking for food, but to send food to the monsters. Although the protection barrier has not failed, the system has also said that this barrier can only guarantee that the warcraft will not actively attack itself. It is useless if you provoke them yourself, so you have to make some preparations. First, there was a ninja bag presented by the system, and Feng Ziken took it out. Unsurprisingly, there was a kunao, 2 ninja darts, 3 detonating charms, and 4 medical bandages inside, and that was it. Feng Ziken picked up the dark kunao, weighed the weight, and subconsciously stabbed with all his strength, and the sound of breaking the wind rang out, which surprised him. Own power, Feng Ziken clenched his fists, chakra gathered on his fists, and slammed a punch on the big rock beside him. There was a muffled sound, and a fist mark about half an inch deep appeared on the big rock, and small cracks extended from Feng Ziken's fist like a spider web. The power of a punch knocked out countless cracks in this hard boulder. Even the instigator Feng Ziken was taken aback. Unexpectedly, chakra, who hadn't reached the lower 9th level, had such power, which made him more confident about his first hunting trip. Tie the ninja bag on the thigh like a ninja in Naruto world, and Fu Ziken took out the basic 3 Shen technique given by the system and learned it directly like the chakra refining manual. Feeling the 3 body technique in his mind, Feng Ziken smiled, and he really learned it directly. 3 Shenjutsu actually refers to the 3 basic ninjutsus that ninjas must learn in Naruto, which are clone, transformation, and avatar. Although it is said to be the least difficult and weakest ninjutsu, it is also authentic ninjutsu. After learning the ninjutsu he dreamed of in his previous life, Feng Ziken couldn't wait to start experimenting. Clone technique. With a low drink, Feng Ziken made a mark in his hand, and saw a bang, the smoke cleared, and 2 Feng Ziken appeared in front of the waterfall. One was smiling and his eyes were radiant, the other was also full of smiles, but his eyes were a little hollow and there was no emotional fluctuation. It was a clone of Feng Ziken. However, this clone seems to be exactly the same as the deity, but in fact it has many drawbacks. First of all, this is just a clone, without the ability to attack, it will only move with the caster. Secondly, this is only a clone after all, not the deity, you can still find flaws if you look closely, and finally, it is its biggest drawback, the clone does not have a trace of defense. Which means that as long as it receives the slightest attack, it will dissipate immediately. These shortcomings make the clone technique can only become one of the lowest level ninjutsu recognized in the Naruto world. Followed by the transformation technique, Feng Ziken's hands were sealed, the eyes flashed, and the smoke disappeared with a bang, and he became the famous Uranus superstar Andy Lau. Walking to the riverside, looking at the face of the idol from the past life reflected in the water, Feng Ziken couldn't help but smile. It looks like a real person, not bad. Changed back to the deity again with a bang, and Feng Ziken began to release the substitute technique again. Under the same seal, Feng Ziken disappeared in place with a bang, leaving only a piece of wood falling on the ground. Under the big tree 20 meters away, Feng Ziken walked out of the smoke, looked at the wood not far away, and nodded. This surrogate technique is quite useful. It quickly casts a spell to replace oneself with items within a certain distance, avoiding a fatal injury. Chakra consumes very little, casts spells quickly, and only needs 1 seal. This makes the level of substitution technique higher than clone technique and transformation technique, even the powerful ninja level will often use it, which is considered as the basic 3 the most practical one in the operation. Ahem, return to the topic. After successfully using the 3-body technique, and for the first time in 2 lifetimes to truly use ninjutsu, he really has the power of fantasy. All this made Feng Ziken's mood very excited. If it weren't for the increasingly intense hunger in his stomach, I am afraid he would be excited for a long time. The powerful Feng Ziken gained confidence, holding the dark kunao in his hand, cautiously stepped into the primitive jungle, and began to find food for his stomach that was constantly protesting. According to the system, this place is in the outer region of the fallen forest. There are no high-level monsters, but a large number of 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th level monsters live. But even so, it is equivalent to the strength of the lower and middle level. I am far from an opponent, not to mention that those low-level monsters basically live in groups of dozens or hundreds. Feng Ziken is like a very hungry lone wolf, chakra pouring into his legs, quickly and carefully shuttled through the jungle. The sharp eyes swept around vigilantly, searching for suitable prey. After searching for a long time, Feng Ziken did not find a suitable target to start. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com encountered either too strong or too many numbers to start. The stomach is getting hungry, and Feng Ziken is a little anxious. He feels ruthless and makes up his mind. If he can't find a suitable beast, he can only move towards those difficult goals. Fortunately, Feng Ziken's luck was not particularly bad. When he almost couldn't stand it, he finally found a single-horned monster, the one-horned fire pig. Tier 4 monster, one-horned fire pig, low attack power, high defense, single attack mode, and talented magic fire bomb. It is the ideal target of many lower strength magicians or warriors. Of course, Feng Ziken doesn't know this. The reason why he chose the one-horned fire pig is purely for its several hundred catties of fat pork. Looking at the tall fire pig arching the tree leisurely, Feng Ziken moved his throat, his eyes radiating a terrifying desire. After touching it carefully, Feng Zichen felt a little nervous. After all, it was the first time he had a face-to-face confrontation with such a beast. His stomach kept screaming. Feng Zichen was worried that he would be noticed by the animal if he got closer, so he stopped more than 50 meters away from the one-horned fire pig, hiding behind the big tree, and gasping silently. Very nervous. Calm down. Calm. Feng Zichen continued to cheer himself up, while trying to run chakra inside his body. The feeling full of strength gradually made him lose his tension and regain confidence. Shaking hands tightly in the center of the sharp Kyu, Feng Zichen stared at the one-horned fire pig, his legs bent slightly, ready to go. Abruptly, the one-horned fire pig turned slightly, facing Feng Zichen with his back. Chance! Feng Zichen's eyes flashed brightly, and chakra exploded when he moved his legs, and rushed to the one-horned fire pig like lightning. The dark blade in his hand was flashing with a cold light, like a death sickle waving and roaring. Chapter 4, First Battle. There was a sound of a sharp blade entering the meat, but no blood was spilled. Feng Zichen's face changed slightly. I saw Kyu scratching the relatively soft side of the one-horned fire pig, pulling out a long white mark, but it was slightly bloody, and it did not break the defense. The defensive power of this one-horned fire pig was obviously a bit beyond Feng Zichen's expectation, and it also made his heart sink. The one-horned flaming pig that was suddenly attacked was obviously not a good stubble. He roared, and with full horsepower, he rushed towards Feng Zichen. The sharp one-horned gleamed coldly in the afterglow of the setting Sunday. Feng Zichen has no combat experience at all, and is a bit at a loss when encountering this situation. In the panic, he instinctively leaped back with all his strength, and jumped 7 or 8 meters high and jumped directly onto the thick branches of the big tree. Suddenly lost the target of attack, the one-horned flamingo obviously couldn't react, and ran into the thick tree trunk. The sharp one-horn was deeply embedded in it under the powerful sprint, and it could not be pulled out. Feng Zichen was still amazed by his own jumping ability, but when he saw such a dramatic scene of this one-horned fire pig, he also understood that this was a godsend opportunity while being funny. Immediately, the chakra attached to the kunao suddenly jumped from the tree, struggling to stab the one-horned fire pig's neck. This blow finally had an effect. Under the blessing of chakra, the sharper kunao pierced the neck of the one-horned fire pig. After breaking through the tough pig's skin, it was pierced into the flesh and blood. Splash! The one-horned fire pig was hit hard and screamed sorrowfully. His round eyes suddenly turned blood red, and a faint red light filled the tall body. Not good. Although he didn't know what happened, Feng Zichen instinctively realized that it was not good, and tried to pull out the kunabashi and jumped onto the tree again. The one-horned flaming pig was obviously violent. The magical elements rushed from the surrounding area with red light, gathered on the one horn, and suddenly released the talented magic flame bomb. Boom! There was a loud noise, and the big tree with a thickness of 2 meters was blown out of a big hole the size of 1 meter square. This power made Feng Zichen feel jealous for a while. Darling, this power is enough to be comparable to C-rank ninjutsu, the art of fireball, right? Was blasted a big hole by the one-horned fire pig at the bottom. The tens of meters high tree couldn't support it, and it fell diagonally to the ground. Feng Zichen also had to fall on the ground, watching the one-horned fire pig, who had successfully escaped from the trap and had an explosive anger, but also had a little confidence while having a headache. Under the blessing of chakra, his physical fitness has been significantly improved. The strength, speed, and response are much stronger than ordinary people. Facing this Tier 4 monster, Feng Zichen is not afraid of it. It is its perverted defensive power. He has a headache. The wound on the neck of the one-horned flaming pig was really hurtful, and blood kept flowing out. The pain irritated the one-horned fire pig more and more furious. The red light on the one horn rose again, and with a shake of his head, a head-sized flame bomb was thrown towards Feng Zichen. Feng Zichen was shocked. He had seen the power of the flame bomb just now. If he was hit by this blow, he would either die or be disabled. Didn't dare to neglect, Feng Ziken leaned over and rolled, dodged the flame bomb dangerously. He suddenly raised his head, but saw that his eyes were enveloped by a shadow. The one-horned fire pig had already rushed in angrily, and a pair of front hooves slammed down forcefully. There was a loud bang, and a powerful and crazy trampling bombarded the ground, as if it shook the whole land. The gravel was flying on the ground, and several cracks stretched out like spider webs. If such a power were directly hit, even Zhongren would be overwhelmed. The one-horned fire pig was obviously confident of his own attack, and a trace of triumph flashed through his blood-red pupils. The dust mist gradually dispersed, revealing everything that was covered. It was not Feng Ziken, but a piece of wood under the iron hoof of the one-horned fire pig. The one-horned fire pig opened his round eyes, seeming to be a little confused about why a living person turned into a piece of wood, and was quite anxiously spinning around in a circle. Behind the big tree more than 10 meters away, Feng Ziken panted and leaned on the trunk, looking at the anxious one-horned fire pig not far away. His heart was dangerous. At that moment of crisis, Feng Ziken took the initiative immediately. The substitute technique changed positions with a piece of wood in the distance and escaped. The belly is still protesting, and the increasingly hungry Feng Ziken sighs in his heart. Originally, he wanted to compete with this beast again. After all, he has too little combat experience. Such an opponent with a single and legitimate attack is not easy to find. For the sake of my stomach, I can only use some cheating methods. Feng Ziken whispered. The right hand touched the thigh, and took out a ninja dart and a detonation talisman from the ninja bag. Detonation talisman, a bomb-like ninja in the Naruto world, powerful and easy to use. Even a strong ninja or even a high-level ninja will be killed if they are blown upright. Although the defensive power of this one-horned fire pig is quite strong. If it fully bears the power of this detonation talisman, then it has to be finished. Feng Ziken took the detonating talisman and carefully tied it to the dart, and checked the distance. Feng Ziken, who didn't believe in his accuracy, gritted his teeth and walked out from behind the tree. The one-horned fire pig immediately found this hateful human being, and it became angry again with its simple mind. It was a dash to Feng Ziken, and savagely rushed over. Feng Ziken felt a little flustered, but immediately pressed it down again. Holding the dart detonator tightly, looking at the one-horned fire pig that rushed quickly, Feng Ziken calculated the distance. 20 meters, 15 meters, 10 meters, the one-horned fire pig was close at hand, and Feng Ziken's eyes flashed brightly. He leaped lightly, and jumped onto the branches of the big tree. The one-horned fire pig was only a Tier 4 monster, with a simple mind, and once again tragically hit the thick trunk and got stuck in it. But this time it didn't have time to release magic to get out of trouble, and Feng Ziken was overjoyed when he saw that it was exactly what he had expected. The dart with the detonating talisman in his hand was thrown vigorously, and the target was pointed at the neck of the one-horned fire pig that had been hit hard. At the same time, Feng Ziken hurriedly leaped to another tree not far away, and ran away, because when he threw the dart, Feng Ziken detonated the detonating talisman. The dart centered on the neck of the one-horned flaming pig, and the detonator attached to the dart exploded. Only heard a loud sound of boom. The powerful power directly blasted the hundreds of caddies of the one-horned fire pig 4 or 5 meters away, and the 1 or 2 meters thick tree was blown off by the detonation talisman. A half-meter deep hole appeared on the ground. Feng Ziken rushed over from a distance and saw this destructive scene. He couldn't help but snorted. This detonation talisman is really powerful. It seems that it is not unreasonable that one in the system costs 100 exchange points. The one-horned fire pig is called a miserable one. There is no good place all over the body. And a big hole was blasted open in the neck, and blood gurgled out. That's... Feng Ziken pointed his eyes and saw something shiny in the head of the one-horned flaming pig. He stepped forward and picked it out with kunao. It was a fiery red spar. Physician muttered, "Is this the so-called magic core? It looks a bit like, system, is this the magic core of another world?" systematically said, "Yes, this is a Tier 4 fire magic core, which can be converted into 600 exchange points. Is it converted? Transform it." It is indeed a magic core. Feng Ziken is overjoyed. The 4th order magic core can be converted into 600 exchange points, so why not transform? AC level ninjutsu is here. If it is a 5th order magic core, a 6th order magic core, or even a higher level magic core, I am afraid it can be converted into more exchange points. However, Feng Ziken also understood in his heart that higher level magic cores were not so easy to obtain. Like this Tier 4 monster, it was dangerous for several times, and only with the help of the detonation talisman could it be quickly taken down. If it is a higher level monster, I am afraid that it will not be so easy to use. The stronger the strength, the more difficult it is for the natural detonation talisman to take effect. Everything can only rely on their true strength. But that's all for the future. Feng Ziken looked at the hundreds of caddies of pork and swallowed. Going forward, pulling up the front hoof of the one-horned fire pig, and tried to drag it. Fortunately, it is still possible to drag it to the waterfall with the strength of the chakra. Just do it, and Feng Ziken grabbed 2 hooves and pulled it to the waterfall step by step without his strength. It didn't take long before Feng Ziken dropped the one-horned fire pig and sat in front of the waterfall and gasped for breath. It was really hard. Rested for a while, Feng Ziken excitedly started cooking the hundreds of caddies of pork. Too hungry and nothing to pay attention to, Feng Ziken directly started the fire. He cut several hundred caddies of meat into several pieces with kunao, and grilled them on the fire. After roasting for more than an hour, the fragrant roasted pork leg is ready. Feng Ziken swears that this is definitely the hardest hour he has waited for, and once he is baked, he will gnaw like a starving ghost reborn. It's so fragrant, it's worthy of being a monster meat from another world, it tastes fragrant. Feng Ziken's eyes lit up, and he immediately ate faster. He ate a few fat legs in twos. It should have been eaten normally, but now his stomach is only 50% full. Feng Ziken roasted a few more pieces of pork, and he almost ate the whole fire pig clean. Only then did he feel better. Finally full, Feng Ziken collapsed on the ground with no demeanor, with a satisfied smile on his face. This monster is a monster, even if it is also pork. It is very different from the previous pork on earth. The meat is delicious and absolutely natural without any additives and preservatives. Eat and eat well. Feng Ziken did not forget his previous ambitions, cleaned up and sat down cross-legged. Reading www.yuyuganshu.com began to practice chakra refining technique again. After the battle just now, I truly realized the power of chakra, and Feng Ziken became more motivated to practice. The feeling of possessing power made him very excited. Since God gave him the opportunity to break away from ordinary people and become a strong one, then he would be sorry for his identity as a traverser if he didn't redouble his efforts. Feng Ziken has already decided, and now I don't know the specific strength of the Master of the Star Continent, and what kind of strength he needs to go out so that he will not be afraid of being bullied. It is not a good way to rush into human society without strength. In this case, let's practice in this fallen forest for a few years. There are sparsely populated and countless monsters. You can also save some exchange points while improving your strength. After all, I don't know if it is inconvenient to get energy blocks when I get to the outside world, so let's save some in this fallen forest. And there are countless free sparring exercises here. You can exercise your fighting awareness and enhance your fighting experience. After all, he was also an otaku in his previous life, and he hasn't fought a few times. How can there be any experience? With all these benefits, why doesn't Feng Ziken stay here? Right now he decided happily that he would never leave the fallen forest without reaching a certain level of strength. When Feng Ziken steps out of the fallen forest, he must make this alien star continent tremble for himself. An unprecedented light bloomed in Feng Ziken's eyes, and that firm belief was almost condensed into substance, ready to burst out. Star Continent, wait for me. P.S. from the next chapter, the timeline will be pushed to a few years later. At that time, Feng Zikan's combat effectiveness will be strong enough and powerful enough, the plot will be even cooler, the powerful ninjutsu will have drops, and the blood will continue to be limited. There will be drops, everything will have drops. Besides, thanks to the 6 recommended tickets, who knows, let me know at least someone is watching _ update notification. From today, the normal update time of this book is set to 9 o'clock every evening, and the guarantee is 1 update. I hereby inform you, and I wish you all a happy new year _ Chapter 5, 3 years. The year 129,593 of the star calendar. Time flies, the years are like a shuttle, 3 years have passed in a blink of an eye. 3 years may be a long time for a single person, but for the star continent, which has been calm for hundreds of thousands of years, it is extremely inconspicuous. The entire continent is under the rule of the 3 empires: Felice Empire, Star Moon Empire, and Magic Feather Empire, as always and peacefully, at least on the surface. Fallen Forest, the famous monster nest on this continent, has always had no shortage of adventurers. Every day, countless magicians or warriors on the continent come here to hunt and kill monsters, some for treasures, some for money, and some for training and tempering themselves. There are various purposes, but no matter what the purpose is to come to the Fallen Forest, it has led to the super popularity of the Fallen Forest on the Star Continent. But one thing is that everyone who comes to the Fallen Forest obeys the unspoken rule of, that is, never try to break into the core area of the Fallen Forest. That is the forbidden area of the Fallen Forest, where there are a lot of Tier 10 sanctuary beasts. There are even rumors that in the deepest place in the core area, there is a legendary God's Domain beast living here, but there are not many God's Domain powerhouses in the entire Star Continent. Once you provoke this peerless beast, you can basically say that there is no way to survive. Therefore, even some long-established sanctuary powerhouses on the mainland will never break into the core of the Fallen Forest unless necessary. After all, the gap between the gods and the sanctuary is like the separation between heaven and earth, even if it is not necessarily that 10 or 20 sanctuary powers can beat the gods' territory powerhouses. This shows the deterrent power of the gods' territory powerhouses on the mainland. Therefore, there are more adventurers outside the Fallen Forest, and there are very few inner areas. After all, most of the beasts in the inner realm are gregarious beasts of rank 7 and 8, and there are also many rank 9 beasts. They are equivalent to the powerhouses of the mages and martial masters among the human beings. How can the general adventurer team dare to enter the inner realm? To die? However, the Tyre team is not an ordinary adventurer team. It is an experienced and powerful veteran adventure team. The captain is called Tyre, a middle-aged man in his 40s, who has cultivated fighting spirit and reached the peak of Wuzun. The whole team has Wuzun. Aside from Captain Thiel, there is one person, but only in the early stage of Wuzong. The 9 members of Wuzong, mostly in the late or peak period of Wuzong, only one is Wuzong who just broke through a few days ago, 2 magicians, both are great magician. After all, on the Star Continent, the status of the magician is higher than that of the warrior. In some large-scale wars, the magician can release some forbidden spells with a large attack range, and its power is huge. Often able to influence a battle, the empire is naturally more biased towards magicians. In general, the overall strength of the Tyre team is still very strong, and it can survive in the perilous Fallen Forest. Therefore, the Tyre team will come to the inner domain from time to time to hunt high-level monsters. After all, the higher-level monsters are more valuable. A magic core of the 9th tier monster can sell for hundreds of thousands of gold coins. It doesn't need to be a huge sum of money, 2 or 3 times a month is enough to make the Tyre team a comfortable year. This time the Tyre team came to the Fallen Forest again, carefully searching for suitable prey. Captain Thiel watched the surroundings vigilantly, while imparting experience to the less experienced people in the team. Although I know that I have said it countless times, I still have to nag this time when I enter the inner realm. We are already a bit close to the inner realm. Please don't provoke the overlord of the inner realm, Three Eyes King Kong. Ape. That's not something we can handle. One person in the team smiled and said, I know, that animal has a trace of the blood of the primordial demon ape. He has cultivated for nearly 1,000 years and has already reached the 9th level peak. The strength is straight up to the power of the sanctuary. It's hardly able to survive 3 tricks when we get on it. How can we have the courage to provoke it? It's good to know, the three-eyed beast is not easy to provoke, let alone us. Even if 10 or 20 magisters come together, I'm afraid it's not easy to do it. You must know that the three-eyed ape is similar to a magician. Forbidden curse-like assassin, with this move, it has been unmatched in the inner realm for hundreds of years. I am afraid that it will be possible to take it if the sanctuary powerhouse comes. Thiel nodded and sighed. Another person said, but as long as you are careful not to break into its territory, you should not provoke it. No one will provoke this inner overlord specially. The other team members also nodded their heads in agreement, obviously not thinking that anyone would blatantly pull the tiger's beard. But as soon as they finished speaking, there was a sudden roar in the distance, resembling apes and apes. The high-pitched roar was full of anger and killing intent. This sound passed through thousands of miles of jungle to the ears of Tyra's team and directly frightened them. God, is this the roar of the three-eyed King Kong ape? Someone really provokes that brute? It's too bold. The man who just spoke whispered dazedly, his tone full incredible. Tyre was also suppressed, and murmured, no, is it a strong sanctuary? How dare to provoke the three-eyed King Kong ape, not good. Tyre suddenly recovered, busy greeting his teammates. Go. This inner domain will soon become chaotic, and it will be too late if you don't leave. Tyre said nervously. The other team members also woke up like a dream, and hurriedly followed the captain to Outland. In the depths of the fallen forest, in a deep valley, a huge ape with a height of 10 feet is looking up to the sky and roaring. The hideous face is full of murderous intent, the fiery red ape hair, the third on the forehead. He could not open his eyes tightly, all of which showed the identity of this ape, and it was indeed the absolute overlord of this inner domain for hundreds of years, the three-eyed King Kong ape. The three-eyed King Kong ape, who is almost rampant in the fallen forest, is very upset today. And the source of the upset is a human being confronting it not far away. This human seems to be only 17 or 18 years old. It is just an underage child in humans who dares to openly challenge himself to his own territory. No one has dared to challenge himself for hundreds of years. This makes the three-eyed King Kong ape felt his authority had been provoked, and couldn't help burning with anger. Is it because I have been too low-key for hundreds of years, so that a human child dare to provoke me? Thinking of this, the three-eyed King Kong ape became more furious, and suddenly spoke, but his voice was very calm, but anyone could hear the hidden chill and murderous intent. Humans, challenging me is the biggest mistake of your life, but you also there is no chance of regret, because... When said this, the voice of the three-eyed King Kong ape suddenly changed, the beast's eyes shone fiercely, and the palm of a giant ape suddenly slapped the human teenager. You have no future. The powerful palm slapped the young man, and the terrifying force compressed the air into an air cannon, which quickly bombed the past. The human teenager has not spoken, and Zheng Ziu's face has always been smiling. Seeing the three-eyed diamond ape palm hit, the teenager's hands quickly stamped several marks on his chest, and he disappeared instantly. Boom! With a loud noise, the three-eyed King Kong ape blasted the earth out of a large crater tens of meters with a random palm, and the dense cracks spread out like spider webs. Three-eyed King Kong ape's ferocious eyes flashed a hint of surprise. At his level, the demon spirit and wisdom of his level were no longer inferior to humans, otherwise he would not be able to speak human language. Judging from its nearly 1,000 years of combat experience, this human teenager is really weird. He clearly does not have magic or vindictive fluctuations in his body, but he can achieve such a fast speed. The speed at which he burst out at the moment he evades his palm is already it makes it all look at it. But if he thinks that he can escape my anger in this way, that would be too naive. Three-eyed King Kong ape flashed a fierce light in his eyes, and instantly jumped to the top of the cliff behind. The speed was extremely disproportionate to its huge size, and it was not inferior to the speed at which the human youth broke out before. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. On the other side, at the top of the cliff, as soon as the human figure appeared, he found that his head was covered by a shadow, and it was a three-eyed King Kong ape. Die! There was a frightening shout from his mouth, and the three-eyed King Kong ape opened his mouth and spit out a crimson pillar of fire, violently shooting at the boy. The hot temperature hasn't even gotten closer to the boy, and he can already feel the horror in it, but the boy is not panicked. A pair of clear eyes flashes a trace of ice cold. This guy did not put me in his eyes at all. The young man sneered and stretched out his hand to block the pillar of fire, and yelled softly, "Bing done," reflection of the ice mirror. An ice mirror the size of a ruler, which was completely condensed from cold ice, suddenly appeared above the boy. The fiery pillar of fire crashed down and hit the ice mirror. What shocked the three-eyed King Kong ape's heart was that the pillar of fire hit the ice mirror, leaving no traces strangely, but was reflected more quickly. The pillar of fire was even stronger than before, but this time it was blasted to its original owner, the three-eyed King Kong ape. Three-eyed King Kong ape's eyes were astonished, but his hand movements were not slow, and he stood up as a knife and slashed directly at the pillar of fire. I have to say that this inner domain overlord is indeed amazing in strength, which is enough to severely injure ordinary magisters and even Wuzun. The fiery pillar of fire was split apart by its palm. Split the pillar of fire, the raging anger in the heart of the three-eyed King Kong ape was slightly calmed down, and there was a slight dignity in the eyes of the young man. "Human kid, what is your name?" After a long silence, the three-eyed King Kong ape asked. From the domineering arrogance at the beginning to the calm questioning now, the three-eyed King Kong ape obviously recognized the strength of the human teenager. The human teenager showed a smile. "Finally, don't ignore me anymore? In Xia Feng Zikan, I have seen the uncrowned king of the fallen forest." Chapter 6, Degenerate into a Dragon. Under Feng Zikan, I have seen the uncrowned king of the fallen forest. The young man smiled and said, the indifferent voice spread all over the valley for a long time. "That's right, this human teenager is Feng Zikan who came across from the earth. 3 years later, his temperament, who was still green, has changed drastically. When he just crossed 3 years ago, Feng Zikan was just a 14-year-old ordinary high school student, and there was always a trace of sadness between his brows. Now 3 years later, he no longer has the panic he had before. Even when facing the fallen forest, the overlord of the domain has always been smiling. His temperament is calm, and he has a look of the world in his gestures, which is amazing. The only thing that can make Feng Zikan make such a change in just 3 years is the leap in strength. Since Feng Zikan set his ambition 3 years ago, he immediately paid for the action and devoted himself to the practice of chakra. And with his super talent, the speed at which he can cultivate is naturally extremely terrifying. He broke through the lower 9th level in 3 days, entered the middle 9th level in March, and had the upper 9th level chakra in 10 months. The beasts who had entered the shadow rank and were not satisfied with the outer realm began to enter the fiercely dangerous inner realm of the fallen forest, and half a year ago, Feng Zikan had successfully advanced to the shadow rank and his strength had been greatly enhanced. Moreover, Feng Zikan is not only a mediocre person who knows how to practice chakra. He did not forget the importance of actual combat while cultivating chakra. After all, cultivation base is not equivalent to combat power. Cultivation base only requires continuous cultivation, but war strength is determined by many factors. Feng Zikan will go to Warcraft from time to time to exercise his combat skills, improve his combat experience, and at the same time earn some exchange points, which will kill 2 birds with 1 stone. In this way, in the next 3 years, Feng Zikan was truly reborn. He trained himself through the battle with Warcraft so that his strength could be fully utilized, and the exchange points collected also made de Fengziken exchange a lot of forbearance. The technique is even the blood succession boundary, like the instantaneous technique used when facing the three-eyed King Kong ape and the ice escape blood succession boundary, which are the tip of the iceberg. In short, the current Fengziken is not the same as the previous Fengziken, who had to resort to the detonation talisman to kill a tier 4 monster single-horned fire pig. In the past 3 years, he has been fighting with Warcraft continuously, and while his strength has improved, he has also been looking for a Warcraft sparring partner. Since Fengziken broke through to the shadow level half a year ago and his strength has been greatly enhanced again, he has focused his training object on the body of the 9th Order monster. The 9th Order beasts in the Fallen Forest where the beasts are everywhere are also absolute high order beasts. They are all powerful and possess a variety of talents and magic. Generally speaking, the 9th Order monsters are at the same level as the magisters, martial arts, and phantoms of human beings, but in reality, the 9th tier monsters are slightly better than others, which shows that the 9th Order monsters are powerful. However, Fengziken is confident in his own strength. He has mastered dozens of B-level ninjutsu and dozens of A-level ninjutsu. After half a year, Fengziken's strength has grown stronger, and the battle with Tier 9 monsters has changed from a slight disadvantage to an even balance, and even gained the upper hand later, without a single defeat. And the energy contained in the magic core of the 9th Order monster is extremely rich, and it can be converted into an exchange point of at least 100,000 points. The 200,000 and 300,000 exchange points for a longer practice is not a strange thing. The rich redemption points are used to exchange stronger ninjutsu and blood succession limits, and then challenge the stronger monsters after the strength is further improved, so as to achieve a virtuous circle, which makes Fengziken's strength improve extremely fast. And not long ago, Fengziken just defeated the team of 5-headed 9th Order monsters, but he felt a little unhappy, and finally realized that his strength had reached the level of invincible in the Fallen Forest. Fengziken finally had confidence in his current strength. He knew that the time to leave the Fallen Forest and return to human society was about to come. After all, he is still a human being, he is only 17 or 18 years old, and he is in the most exciting stage of his life. It is not a problem to stay in this inaccessible Warcraft forest, and his strength has entered a bottleneck period, if there is no mass. It's already difficult to improve the exchange point or an epiphany, and it's time to leave. But before leaving the Fallen Forest, Fengziken still wants to do one thing, and that is to challenge the uncrowned king of the inner world, the three-eyed King Kong ape. So he came, found the three-eyed Vajra ape who was sleeping, and woke it up directly even though the method was not very friendly. Fengziken, did I remember, finally, I want to ask you, Fengziken, are you sure you are here to challenge me? Three-eyed King Kong ape roared, the loud voice was like tiger and leopard thunder, deafening. Yes, I have been practicing in this Fallen Forest in the past few years, and I have made a small achievement. Since then, I would like to ask Your Excellency to help me test the results of my cultivation, and Fengziken said politely. Then, he paused for the last sentence, and said a little arrogantly, I am also very interested in the magic core of a 9th Order beast that has been cultivating for thousands of years. I don't know what the energy contained is like that of a general 9th Order beast different. The three-eyed King Kong ape was startled, and then furious. It is not a good temperament, and it is cruel in its bones. Before, I only thought that Fengziken's exposed hands had a little strength. Then I would like to ask more. Would say such arrogant words. Interested in my magic core? What is the difference between telling a human that I want to kill you, please wash your neck and wait? How could this make the already brutal and domineering three-eyed King Kong ape tolerate? Angrily beat his sturdy chest, the three-eyed King Kong ape was really furious, and a pair of fiery red eyes flashed with fierce flames. Damn human beings, you are looking for death. With a thunderous roar from the mouth, the three-eyed King Kong ape leaped up and hit Fengziken with a fist, full of terrifying power and oppression, and the previous fist, but it was completely different. Obviously, the three-eyed King Kong ape had done his best. Fujishin's smile remained undiminished, but there was a hint of caution in his eyes, as he moved his body and used the instantaneous technique to escape from the scene. Boom! Heavy fists hit the cliff like a cannonball, and the powerful force directly shattered the cliff. The three-eyed King Kong ape swept his eyes, and instantly knew that Feng Ziken was hiding in that strange posture again. A trace of contempt flashed in the eyes. "Do you want to fool my eyes?" Without hesitation, the three-eyed Vajra ape turned around and flicked his long tail, whizzing toward the top of a big tree behind. Almost at the same time, Feng Ziken's figure appeared on the top of the tree, as if he had deliberately greeted him. "Good fellow," Feng Ziken was shocked, but his hands were not slow. Quickly Jian released an ice escape secret technique, Ice Shield. In front of Feng Ziken, a strong shield of ice appeared abruptly, building a defensive wall for him. The long tail like an iron rod swept over the ice shield, and the powerful force blasted it tens of meters away. Feng Ziken resisted the impact force, and quickly jumped to another big tree, and at the same time, his hands quickly formed a seal. Puffed up his mouth and released ninjutsu towards the three-eyed King Kong ape. Fire Escape, the art of fireball. A huge dark red fireball spit out from Feng Ziken's mouth. It rose up against the wind and turned into a fireball with a size of 10 feet and blasted towards the three-eyed King Kong ape. Three-eyed King Kong ape sneered and stretched out his hand to smash the huge fireball. The relaxed look really brightened Feng Ziken's eyes. "No, even though my ninjutsu is only a C-level ninjutsu, the amount of chakras I input is a lot. In terms of power, it has the level of B-level ninjutsu. Even if it is not injured, it will not be so easy." It broke. Three-eyed King Kong ape seemed to see the puzzlement in Feng Ziken's heart, and laughed. "So you are a fire magister, don't you know that I am a monster of fire? My talent is to be immune to most fires. Attribute attack. All of your magic can't hurt me a bit. Now, let's see what you can do." Level 8 Magic, Fiery Fist. A fire fist containing the terrifying power of the three-eyed King Kong ape burst out, blasting towards Feng Ziken. "Is that so? Immune to fire attribute attacks? It seems that you can't use fire ninjutsu," Fu Ziken suddenly realized, but also secretly laughed. This guy thought he could only use fire ninjutsu? It seems necessary to teach it a lesson. Seeing the flame fists shoot like an arrow, Feng Ziken's hands are sealed again. Shui dun, burst water and rush. Bang! A water column is like a high-pressure water gun, violently shot out of Feng Ziken's mouth, rushing straight to the hot fist. The two attacks collided fiercely in the air, and disappeared into nothingness one after another. The three-eyed King Kong ape was dumbfounded, watching Feng Ziken suddenly resort to water magic, and he couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable. Is this guy actually a water and fire magician? It's misguided. How does it know that Feng Ziken is more than a dual element of water and fire? He is a peerless genius who can skillfully use the 5 elements of water, fire, wind, thunder, and soil. Now he is surprised. It's too early. Used a B-level ninjutsu to counteract the fiery fist of the three-eyed King Kong ape. How could Feng Ziken be the kind of person who can only hide and not fight back? Immediately flipped his hands quickly, and instantly formed more than 40 seals. After a sudden stop, he took a big breath and exhaled a huge amount of water waves. Water escape, the technique of the big waterfall. The surging water waves are like falling from the 9-day galaxy, slamming against the three-eyed ape. The three-eyed King Kong ape was shocked, jumped up and grabbed the thick branches, and swung away quickly like a swing. The water waves were unexpectedly huge, and soon the entire valley was completely submerged. Feng Ziken looked at the water, and a huge lake with a radius of 1 kilometer took shape. Obediently chakra consumed nearly 90%. Feng Ziken himself was amazed by the vastness of the waters. It is indeed the magic of the big waterfall that he made with all his strength. As for the consumed chakra, Feng Ziken said he was not worried at all. I saw that he took out a dark pill from the ninja bag and swallowed it leisurely. Chakra instantly replied with a terrifying speed, and returned to 30% of the peak state in a few seconds. Look like this, it takes less than a minute to get a full reply. This Junliang pill is worthy of a systemic medicinal pill. It is dedicated to replying to chakras, and the effect is still so amazing. Feng Zikan thought with satisfaction, it's too expensive, one cost 10,000 exchange points, equivalent to one A-level ninjutsu. But it's worth the money to receive a Tier 9 peak magic core. Feng Zikan looked at the three-eyed King Kong ape with a look of uncertainty on his face in the distance, and smiled. Chapter 7, Destroy the Light. In the depths of the fallen forest, the valley that was originally the lair of the three-eyed diamond ape of the inner territory has now become a huge lake, and the instigator is Feng Zikan standing on the water. The three-eyed King Kong ape was holding the top of a tall tree trunk out of the water with one hand, and looking at such a huge area of water, he couldn't help being a little shocked. Such a terrifying area of magic is almost comparable to the Forbidden Curse, but it is slightly less powerful. What is this human being? How could he have such a powerful magic talent at a young age? Before the three-eyed King Kong ape came up with a conclusion, Feng Zikan had already launched an attack. The technique of shadow clone. Bang bang bang, the three shadow clones came out and stood beside Feng Zikan. Fuji Chen showed a smile. Is it a monster of fire? Then I will use water escape to deal with you. Above the waters that I have created deliberately, my water escape will be able to increase its power. Feng Zikan on the left made a quick seal with both hands, and slammed the surface of the water. Shui Dun, Water Dragon Whip. A water whip as thick as a water dragon tossed up from the water, and it hit the three-eyed King Kong ape like a gust of thunder. Another Feng Zikan had no expression on his face, his handprints were like flying away, and he whispered, Water escape, water cut. A large and small water blade pierced the water surface and slashed towards the three-eyed King Kong ape. Feng Zikan on the right of also finished the cumbersome seal at the same time. He slapped the surface of the water with his hands. Shui Dun, the technique of water shark bombs. A strange animal resembling a snake and a dragon surged on the water, roaring at the three-eyed King Kong ape. For a time, the three powerful ninjutsu, Water Whip, Water Blade, and Water Beast, almost blasted the three-eyed Vajra ape at the same time, and there was a storm on the water. Three-eyed King Kong ape had a headache. He was a monster of fire attribute. Although he wouldn't be stunned by water magic, he didn't like water by nature. However, the pride of being the overlord of the fallen forest for hundreds of years has prevented the three-eyed King Kong ape from shrinking. There was a dazzling red light all over the body, and the three-eyed King Kong ape's palm slammed in front of his chest, and a flame barrier flew out of its hands, swelled against the wind, and turned into a huge flame wall. The Water Whip, Water Blade, and Water Beasts roared, bombarding the wall of flame. The seemingly thin barrier was unexpectedly strong, and the three powerful ninjutsus just blasted it out a circle of ripples. Gone away. A fierce light flashed in the three-eyed King Kong ape's eyes, pressing his hands on the flame barrier, and shouted, 9-level magic, fireball. The dense magical fire element converged from the air, and the light on the wall of flames shone out, and a dark red fireball the size of several meters was suddenly ejected and hit Feng Zikan. When Feng Zikan saw that his series of attacks had no effect, he couldn't help but was amazed. The strength of the three-eyed King Kong ape is really not overshadowed. The attack on which Tier 9 beast is on his body will also lose half his life, and it was so lightly resolved. Seeing this fireball that was several times larger than his previous horrific fireball technique blasted towards him, Feng Zikan's face was solemn, his hands imprinted like flying, and he shouted in a low voice, Water escape, the technique of the water wall. A huge wall of water rises from the surface of the water and blocks it in front of Feng Zikan. Originally, the technique of the water wall is only B-level ninjutsu, but it is equivalent to the 7th and 8th levels of magic in the Star Continent. It must block the three-eyed King Kong. The 9-level magic released by the ape is really a bit difficult. However, Feng Ziken deliberately injected the amount of chakra equivalent to A-level ninjutsu, which could be resisted. The dark red fireball bombarded the water wall, and a violent shock wave erupted. The water wall was not broken. When Feng Ziken breathed a sigh of relief, the fireball suddenly spun and cracked into hundreds of small fireballs to bypass the water. The wall shoots towards Feng Ziken. There is this hand? Feng Ziken was shocked. He subconsciously made a mark and was drowned by hundreds of small fireballs. A flash of light flashed in the three-eyed King Kong ape's fierce pupil. Did it hit? Although this magic trick is not its own assassin, it is also one of the cards. It does not believe that such a weird attack can be resolved by this human teenager. Lei dun, Lei Che. A loud shout came from the right of the three-eyed King Kong ape, breaking its inner expectations. The three-eyed King Kong ape suddenly turned his head to look, and saw that the human teenager appeared to his right at some unknown time, clutching a group of extremely condensed thunder light and rushing towards him quickly. The sharp aura that rushed toward him, the three-eyed King Kong ape panicked in his heart, knowing that this blow was completely different from the previous magic. Fire armor. The three-eyed King Kong ape instantly mobilized his strongest defensive magic, and a layer of dark red flame armor spread quickly, covering it with a solid flame armor. Feng Ziken charged with a cold face. The extremely condensed Lei Che in his hand became more powerful under the action of high-speed movement, and Feng Ziken's eyes suddenly became blood red, with 3 lacquered gouaches inlaid in them, appearing mysterious and mysterious. Is writing round eyes one of the 3 major pupil arts in the Naruto world? It has cursed eyes and ominous eyes. In the Naruto world, Xuanyan can be said to be the best and unique. It is recognized that it is powerful and strange, and once it reaches the kaleidoscope level, it is even more terrifying. Various Xuanyan secret techniques are too strong. And there is a saying in the previous life on Earth, saying that the world of Naruto can be called the world of pupils, and the power of writing round eyes and reincarnation eyes almost runs through the entire Naruto story. This statement may be a bit exaggerated, but it also illustrates from the side that the pupil technique of Shaolunyan is so powerful. As a senior Naruto fan, how could Feng Ziken let go of this powerful blood inheritance limit? Naturally, it was exchanged early, and it also rose to the level of 3 Gojade step by step. Moreover, like the penetrating A-level ninjutsu, has to cooperate with the writing wheel eyes to exert stronger power, so Feng Ziken is no longer hiding. And after the defeat just now, Ziken was also a lot more cautious. He planned to directly defeat it with the strongest posture without delay. The powerful thunder light raged a long scratch on the surface of the water under Feng Ziken's ultra-high-speed movement, splashing water everywhere. Drink! Feng Ziken yelled, and instantly flashed to the side of the three-eyed King Kong ape, and thunder cut across the flame armor like lightning, making an ear-piercing collision. Lei Che was pierced on the flame armor like a drill, and the power of the powerful thunder light completely condensed was terrifying. In the unbelievable gaze of the three-eyed King Kong ape, Lei Che in Feng Ziken's right hand was like a sharp knife, sharp. It's hard to imagine that its extremely sturdy flame armor was shattered after a long time. The blade of thunder and lightning was still terrifying, and a blood hole was punched in the three-eyed ape's chest in an instant. Visible bone. The eyes of the three-eyed King Kong ape suddenly became blood red, and they were extremely angry. A long tail shot Feng Ziken out like a whip with lightning, and a crazy roar from his mouth. This really caused it to suffer serious injuries. Three-eyed King Kong ape waved his hand and released a huge range of fire and sea art. The overwhelming flame covered the entire lake, and the terrible temperature evaporated the water in the lake little by little. Feng Ziken also had to take out a paintbrush and drawing paper, and instantly drew an eagle, ninja, super beast pseudo painting. In the painting, the eagle suddenly spread its wings and flew out of the drawing paper, and Feng Ziken quickly jumped up. The eagle's back directs the eagle to fly high in the sky, away from the range of the sea of fire. The water level was gradually decreasing, and the flames were also decreasing. It didn't take long for the lake water and flames to disappear one after another. The three-eyed King Kong ape fell on the ground, and the blood hole in his chest was bleeding continuously, which made it even more crazy. Human, you really annoyed me. Next, prepare for death. Three-eyed King Kong ape issued a death declaration, but his eyes closed, and its third, which had been closed tightly, was silent. But his eyes trembled. Feng Zikan discovered its anomaly, and couldn't help being surprised. Could it be bad? Feng Zikan hurriedly ordered the eagle to descend to the ground, jumped off the eagle's back, and Feng Zikan went away to paint the eagle, his eyes full of dignity and fear. If Feng Zikan thinks right, what the three-eyed beast wants to use should be its forbidden technique in the fallen forest, destroy the divine light. In this case, it seems that I have to use the means of pressing the bottom of the box. Feng Zikan thought in his heart. Three-eyed King Kong ape's fierce face is full of killing intent. Reading www.yuyuganshu.com, and the third eye in the center of its forehead finally opened. What kind of eyes are that? Long and narrow eyes are a pair of golden pupils. When it looks at Feng Zikan, he even has a sense of vastness that travels through time and space. Those are a pair of indifferent eyes, but also a pair of eyes that kill countless people. Feng Zikan's heart is dead. Three-eyed King Kong ape's golden pupils radiated radiantly, and after a long period of brewing, it suddenly shot out a golden light, violently shooting towards Feng Zikan. Destroy the divine light. Feng Zikan's pores exploded, and an unprecedented sense of threat enveloped him. He knew that he had been locked. And the idea that he could not stop it with the instantaneous substitution technique was useless. It was only a hard connection. The seal that Feng Zikan had prepared for a long time was released immediately, and his hands joined together and shouted, "Psychicism, triple Rashomon!" Rumble. After a few loud noises, three eerie gates that were as dark as ink rose from the ground, like three big mountains standing in front of Feng Zikan. It is Feng Zikan's current strongest defensive ninjutsu, triple Rashomon. The triple Rashomon can withstand all attacks below S grade except illusion. It is a type of ninjutsu specially used for defense. It costs Feng Zikan 150,000 exchange points to exchange it, and its defense power also makes him very satisfaction. Before this, there has never been an attack that can break even a door, not to mention that it has a super defense composed of 3 doors. However, this time Feng Zikan was a little worried. The triple Rashomon's defense was strong, but the three-eyed King Kong ape's killer skill, destroying divine light, was also a fierce reputation. It killed many people or monsters who dared to challenge it. The prestige just forged. I don't know if the triple Rashomon can continue to work hard this time. Destroying God Light versus triple Rashomon, the strongest attack vs the strongest defense, what is the result? See you soon. Chapter 8, Kaleidoscope Riding Wheel Eye. Three-eyed King Kong ape was stimulated by the severe injury and directly ignored the physical damage and used the forbidden technique Destroy the Divine Light. For this three-eyed King Kong ape, it is extremely confident. Although it seems that the 3 gates released by Feng Zikan seem to be very strong, it still believes in the power of its forbidden technique because it relies on this three-eyed trick. The King Kong ape had once killed the 10th Order Sanctuary Beast. Yes, 10th Order Sanctuary Beast. Sanctuary powerhouses have a lofty status on the Star Continent. Even the royal families of the 3 major empires have a noble status. When you see a sanctuary powerhouse, you have to bow and salute to show respect. In the world of Warcraft, the hierarchy concept is more strict, and the gap between ranks is also huge, let alone between the 9th and 10th sacred realms. Even a badly wounded Tier 10 sanctuary monster cannot be killed by a Tier 9 monster, but the three-eyed King Kong ape killed a severely injured Tier 10 sanctuary monster with the help of the destroying light. The light is amazing. The brilliant golden light came through the void with Ling Ling's murderous hole, directly and powerfully bombarding the triple Rashomon. Feng Zikan only felt an extremely sharp turbulent sound coming from him. Looking very hard, he saw a scene that made his heart jump. Although the triple Rashomon can be defensive, the power of destroying the divine light is even better. I saw the golden light bombarding the first Rashomon, and the terrifying power directly tore a big hole, and then bombarded in the second. On the door, destroying the divine light seems to have endless power. The second door only blocked it and it was breached in an instant. The third door was stalemate with it for a long time, and it was finally penetrated after consuming most of the destroying divine light. The power of the destroying light is so terrifying. Fuzikin was also truly shocked for the first time. His defensive ninjutsu was broken? The power of this destructive divine light is really abnormal. However, although Feng Zikin's triple Rashomon didn't completely block the destructive light, it consumed more than 90% of its power. The golden light that had the thickness of thighs now only has the thickness of fingers. The ninjutsu that Feng Zikin had prepared a long time ago was released, Earth Done, the art of the earth array. There were several loud noises, and 5 earth walls suddenly rose above the earth to block Feng Zikin. Destroying Shen Guang, even though it only has the thickness of the fingers, it also has the majesty and spirit of the world. Boom 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 burst through 4 hard soil walls, and this weakly dissipated. Very risky, Feng Zikin shook his head in amazement. He originally wanted to release only a wall of earth to resist the aftermath, but now it seems to be a fluke. Feng Zikin was happy, but the three-eyed King Kong ape was stunned. His strongest ultimate move, destroying, was actually blocked by the human teenager. How is this possible? This is a terrifying forbidden technique that even the strong of the sanctuary can kill. Feng Zikin came to the three-eyed King Kong ape with a blinking technique, and found that it was already paralyzed to the ground. His expression wilted, his breath weakened, and his fighting power was almost gone. Feng Zikin knew in his heart, it seemed that such a terrifying forbidden technique really had a big drawback when it was used. The three-eyed King Kong ape looked weakly at the young man who had defeated him, with mixed feelings in his heart. For hundreds of years in the inner region of the fallen forest, and relying on the forbidden technique to destroy the divine light without fail, how powerful is that? Unfortunately, I finally met an opponent today. It doesn't matter, it's not wrong to die at the hands of such a Tianzong wizard, is Feng Zikin, so young with such strength. It seems that there will be another enchanting figure on the star continent. Thought so in his heart, but the three-eyed Vajra ape didn't say a word, and directly broke his heart vein. With its pride, he didn't bother to say anything. Feng Zikin saw the three-eyed King Kong ape so simply, he couldn't help but was taken aback, and then he seemed to understand something. After a while, the excitement that had originally risen in his heart faded. Throwing away the inexplicable melancholy in his heart, Feng Zikin took the magic core of the three-eyed diamond ape. It was a fiery red crystal. It was big, the size of a basketball, and it was bigger than a normal Tier 9 magic core. In a circle. System, how many exchange points can this magic core be converted into? Feng Zikin asked silently in his heart. Ding Tier 9 Peak Fire Element Demon Core, which contains extremely rich energy. It only takes one step to be promoted to Tier 10 Holy Core, which can convert 500,000 points of exchange. 500,000? Feng Zikin was astonished. It was not that he had never killed the 9th level peak beast before, and their magic cores were only 200,000 or 300,000 exchange points. The magic core of this three-eyed diamond ape was actually worth 500,000 exchange points. But if you think about it, Feng Zikin can also understand it. Although the three-eyed King Kong ape is also the 9th level peak demon, but the general 9th level peak beast can't go through 10 tricks in its hands. Its depth is imaginable. The magic core is the essence of the life of Warcraft, and it is normal to be worth so many exchange points. Is it 500,000 redemption points? I also saved 600,000 redeem points before, which adds up to 1.1 million. I don't know if I can redeem them this time. Feng Zikin thought in his heart, and called out of the Hokage exchange system. A virtual light curtain suddenly appeared in front of Feng Zikin. Now he is very proficient, and directly clicks on the blood relay area. The red bronze family devours chakras blood to the limit, normal level, 50,000 exchange points, steel escape blood to the limit, powerful level, 150,000 exchange points. White-eyed blood to the limit, top level, 500,000 exchange points. Kaleidoscope writing round eyes, top level, 1 million exchange points. Dust escapes blood following the elimination, heaven-defying level, 2 million exchange points. Samsara Eye, God level, 100 million exchange points. The price is halved under the premise that the host has the eternal kaleidoscope writing round eyes. Feng Zikan stared at the powerful blood succession boundaries on the light curtain with fiery eyes. 3 years ago, he could only look at drooling and couldn't exchange any of them. Now that he has more than 1 million exchange points, he is considered a millionaire, and has been able to exchange some of the blood inheritance limits that he has longed for a long time. Kaleidoscope writing round eyes. Feng Zikan skipped those blood succession boundaries, looked directly at the kaleidoscope writing round eyes in the middle, and the 1 million exchange point marked on the back, and couldn't help but smile. That's right, this time Feng Zikan wants to redeem the advanced version of Sangu Jade Shaling Lanyan Kaleidoscope Shaling Lanyan. As early as a year ago, when Feng Zikan exchanged a Guyu Jade to write a wheel, he aimed at the powerful kaleidoscope to write a wheel. Speaking of it, this series of kaleidoscopes is too bad. 1 Go Jade will cost 100,000 exchange points. After that, it will cost 200,000 exchange points to upgrade to Erguyu, and 300,000 exchange points for Sanguyu. It took Feng Zikan 600,000 exchange points, and he could barely exchange for a Super S-rank ninjutsu. And now it takes a full 1 million exchange points to rise to the kaleidoscope level. It really makes Feng Zikan very painful. But to say so, the power of the kaleidoscope to write round eyes is still very terrifying, because of its high price of millions. System, I want to exchange kaleidoscope for writing round eyes. Feng Zikan said. There are 6 pairs of kaleidoscope writing wheels in the Ding Naruto exchange system. They are Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Sasuke, Uchiha Dato, Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Senna, and Uchiha Madara. The kaleidoscope is also powerful. Not the same, which pair does the host want? The system asked meticulously. 6 pairs? Feng Zikan was taken aback, and immediately remembered that there seemed to be 6 pairs of kaleidoscopes appearing in Hokage, and the abilities of each pair were first-rate. The focus of the kaleidoscope pupil technique is also different, like Uchiha Shisui's kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes are biased towards the illusion eye, which has a great increase in the use of illusionism, and Uchiha Shisui's kaleidoscope pupil technique has only one type, that is, possession other gods known as the strongest illusion. And Sasuke Uchiha's kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes are ninjutsu eyes, with 2 pupils stored in his eyes. The left eye is the release of the indestructible flame Amaterasu, the right eye is the added earth life that can manipulate all flames. But all kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes have a common ultimate pupil technique Susanoo. That is the horror pupil technique that can only be used when the kaleidoscope is mastered to a certain level. The power is terrifying, the defense is against the sky, and it can be equipped with artifacts and possess various powers. However, Fu Zikan didn't want to exchange Uchiha Shisui's, nor Sasuke's. What he wanted to exchange was Sasuke's brother, Uchiha Itachi's kaleidoscope writing round eyes. Uchiha Itachi is a very charming character in Naruto world. His sacrifice and his righteousness have made him have a lot of fans, and his kaleidoscope writing round eyes are also extremely strong. The left eye is a super spiritual illusion monthly reading, and the right eye is an unsolvable physical attack Amaterasu. When the 2 eyes are closed, the ultimate pupil technique is Susanoo. This is Fu Zikan's favorite kaleidoscope ability, so he chose to exchange Uchiha Itachi's kaleidoscope without thinking about it. Uchiha Itachi's kaleidoscope writing round eyes. UU reading www.uuganshu.com requires 1 million exchange points, and currently has 1.1 million exchange points. Do you want to exchange it? Exchange. After Feng Zikan confirmed the exchange, the system immediately said, confirm the exchange for Uchiha Itachi's kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes. It has been detected that the host has the 3 Go Jade writing wheel eyes, and now the pupil power evolution begins. Feng Zikan only felt a refreshing breath walking in his eyes, moisturizing his eyes, and he could clearly sense the increasing pupil power of his writing wheel. After a while, Feng Zikan felt that the fresh air in his eyes gradually disappeared, and his pupil power in his eyes was obviously strengthened by a level, and the voice of the system came again, "The pupil power has been upgraded, congratulations to the host Shailin Yansheng to the kaleidoscope level." Okay? Feng Zikan opened his eyes happily, freely using Bing Dun's power to condense an ice mirror, and looked intently at it. A pair of blood-red eyes appeared in the mirror, and the blood-colored pupils were no longer 3 pitch-black go jade. Instead, 3 pitch-black go jade rotating and connected together formed a pattern similar to a shuriken, mysterious and mysterious. Sure enough, it is a kaleidoscope writing round eyes. Feng Zikan was pleasantly surprised to find that his pupil power is almost 10 times stronger than before. The 2 pupil techniques of Amaterasu and moon reading in his eyes can move as he wishes. Even the ultimate pupil technique Suzuonengu seems to be able to use it, but it will be more difficult. Is this also a benefit of the system? Feng Zikan is happy, which can save himself a lot of effort. Now Feng Zikan's strength has jumped again, facing the 3-eyed King Kong ape again, he even has the feeling that he can play it between his palms. Now I won't be so embarrassed in the face of the destruction of the divine light, Suzuonengu directly slammed it. Feng Zikan thought with joy. Chapter 9, Susana. In the core area of the fallen forest, a sudden roar came from a steep mountain. Damn, King Kong is dead? Who is it? Who dares to kill my people in my fallen forest? The terrifying sound waves echoed around the mountain peaks. I don't know how many big trees were blown down and how many beasts were taken away. Boom boom boom, the sound of huge footsteps came step by step, as if thunder in the sky was shaking. A huge figure walked out of the darkness, showing its face. It was a tall and mighty demon ape. The demon ape is covered with brilliant golden hair, and its powerful muscles that bulge like a small mountain bag show the horror of the demon ape's power. A pair of blood pupils are full of anger, and he looks straight to a certain direction in the east, is the valley where the 3-eyed King Kong ape lives in the inner realm. Inner domain, in the valley. The more Feng Zikan looks at the kaleidoscope in his eyes, the happier he is. He finally has a real killer. With the help of the kaleidoscope, he has a contest even against the sanctuary powerhouses on this continent. The ability. Although my strength was strong before, I had to go out of the fallen forest to face various powerhouses from the outside world, especially against the powerhouses in the sanctuary. I still felt a little unsure. After all, in the fallen forest for several years, I still understand the basic situation of the outside world. The strength of the sanctuary powerhouse is not something that he can handle. Although he has some whole cards, I don't know if it is useful to the sanctuary powerhouse. Now that he has a kaleidoscope of writing round eyes, Feng Zikan is confident that he can wrestle with the strongest and respected sanctuary on this continent. Okay, the 3-eyed King Kong ape is also dead, and the kaleidoscope writing wheel is in hand. It's time to go. Feng Zikan stood up and was about to go back to his inner camp, but the system's voice there was a sudden sound. Ding, post a random task, hold a stick of incense in the hands of the peak of the sanctuary that is chased by the heaven-tier demon ape and not die. Task background, the host killed the 3-eyed King Kong ape, the overlord of the inner domain, and angered one of the kings of the sanctuary in the core area of the fallen forest, the demon ape, and the demon ape is now chasing in anger. Task reward, 500,000 redemption points, an artifact, a grassy sword. Fujishin's originally excited face suddenly froze. Sanctuary Pinnacle World of Warcraft Sky Ripper? Are you kidding me? Although I have a little confidence in the battle against the sanctuary powerhouses, I am eager to fight against the sanctuary, but you don't need to find such a strong opponent for me all at once, right? The peak of the sanctuary and the new entry into the sanctuary are different by several levels. Although it will not form a spike situation, it is extremely difficult for the sanctuary to survive half the time in front of the sanctuary peak, and the system has to survive it by itself. A stick of incense? This is a bit more difficult. Just when Feng Ziken was considering whether to run away directly, a deafening roar made him change his face, turned around, looked at the fierce demon ape that fell from the sky, and smiled bitterly in his heart. It's a fight. The sky-tearing demon ape is quietly suspended in the air, his blood-red eyes are full of murderous intent, while looking at Feng Ziken, a terrifying pressure is pressing against the earth violently. Feng Ziken feels like there is a mountain cruelly smashed it down at myself, that deterrence is really powerful. Is this the reason why the sanctuary powerhouse swept the rest of the warriors? Unleashing the Saint Realm to oppress the opponent, and the strength of a body who has not yet played against the Saint Realm has been suppressed to only half of the strength, then it is strange that there is a chance of winning against the strong of the Saint Realm. However, although Feng Ziken felt the astonishing pressure, his strength did not drop much, and the systemic Feng Ziken could ignore all the majestic pressure. A hint of surprise flashed in the blood-red eyes of the devil's ape, and the boy who was only 17 or 18 years old in front of him did not change his face under the pressure of the sanctuary that he naturally radiated. There was no sign of strenuousness, and the strength and talent was really amazing. No wonder King Kong would fall into his hands. Thinking like this in his heart, the face of the Demon Ripper became more and more ferocious, and he spoke angrily. The huge voice seemed to be thunder in 9 days. Human kid, did you kill the King Kong? Feng Ziken took a deep breath and calmly said, if you are talking about the three-eyed Vajra ape, then it is me. With a loud bang, the Heaven Ripper ape heard an accurate answer. Without a pause, he slammed a punch directly and domineeringly. The terrifying force shook the space, and all the air in the surrounding 100 meters was compressed into a powerful pole. The air cannon smashed at Feng Ziken at an extremely fast speed. Feng Ziken suffocated his breath, and suddenly felt a breath of death rushing toward him. He couldn't help being shocked, this power was too terrifying. Spiritualism, triple Rashomon. Feng Ziken directly used his defensive ninjutsu at the bottom of the box, summoning 3 Rashomon to stand in front of him. The air cannon blasted down strongly, as if a powerful missile exploded. 3 Rashomons were breached in an instant, and the remaining power dissipated when the 3rd Rashomon was broken into pieces. The power of a punch, terrifying. Feng Ziken took a deep breath in his heart, as expected to be the sanctuary pinnacle monster. Smashing his defensive ninjutsu at the bottom of the box with a random punch, the power is really too strong. Is this the strength of sanctuary peak monster? It's really scary. In fact, Feng Ziken was still wrong. Since this heaven-tearing demon ape was named for the tearing of the sky, its power was naturally the strongest, at least no one in the sanctuary could beat it. But this does not mean that the other sanctuary peak beasts can also have such terrifying power, and although the Sky Ripper demon ape is stronger than power, it does not have any magical ability, so his strength is not as invincible as Feng Ziken thought. Of course, for today's Feng Ziken, the Sky Ripper is still extremely threatening, and if it is careless, it will be killed. After all, the strength gap between the two is too large. Not good. Seeing that the sky-tearing demon ape shook his right fist again, and at the same time a light appeared on the thick right arm, and the horrible power fluctuations spread out, obviously this fist used all the strength. Suzuo can be. Feng Ziken roared in his heart, the kaleidoscope in his eyes turned frantically, and the amazing pupil power was released. A blood-red skeleton appeared around Feng Ziken, which quickly extended up and down to form a skeleton warrior tens of meters high, is like a blood-red skeleton armor that has been magnified 10 times to envelop Feng Ziken, looking strange and terrifying. The Sky Ripper looked at this weird skeleton with a slight dignity, and there was a trace of doubt in his heart. Although this thing is very strong, it will have no problem with ordinary sanctuary beasts, but it will be more explosive for itself. After a few punches, why did he feel a sense of death-like crisis in his heart? Strange thing. It does not know that although the Suzuonangu in front of him cannot cause too much damage to its level of monsters, but it has the potential to rise to the full Suzunangu. The power-ups can completely sling it, and it is not surprising that the sky-tearing demon ape can feel the death crisis from this elementary Suzuo no Hu. Although had doubts in his mind, the pride of dominating the fallen forest for thousands of years gave it extreme self-confidence, and immediately punched it out. Shaking fist. This fist condensed the power of the sky-tearing demon ape's whole body, as if it really shook the surrounding space, and there were layers of ripples in the void, instantly bombarding the blood-red Suzuonangu above the external skeleton. Boom! The terrifying force directly shook Feng Ziken back several tens of meters, and a few aftermath shocks instantly shattered the surrounding mountains and rivers, destroying this area in a mess. Tear the Sky Demon Ape looked at the 10-meter-long scratch, and couldn't help narrowing his eyes. Judging from the feeling just now, the human kid should be alive. The smoke and dust gradually dissipated, revealing the Feng Ziken inside. I saw that the tall and terrifying Suzuonangu was still standing at this moment, tenacious, but the large frame of the chest was shattered to pieces, and the appearance was quite miserable, but he was in a beard. Feng Ziken, under the protection of Zonangu, did not have any injuries, but his expression was a little weak. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Hey! This punch is almost 10 times as powerful as the one just now. Fortunately, Suzuo can hold it with great strength, otherwise this time I will really plant it. Feng Ziken looked scared, and it was also for Suzuo. I am excited about the power of Nangu. This is only the more elementary Suzuno. The advanced Suzuno has a flesh and blood skin, and his defense is even higher. By then I am afraid I will be able to truly fear this. Let's tear the devil ape. Seeing Feng Ziken, who was almost unscathed, finally changed his color. He seemed to underestimate the weird trick. Fuji-chen stood up, and the skeleton of the broken skeleton in the movement of the kaleidoscope of eyes was gradually repaired with the supplement of pupil power. This Suseonangu really consumes pupil power. It has already consumed nearly half of the pupil power in just a few minutes, and it really can't be used for a long time. Seeing that Suzuonangu who had returned to his original state in an instant, he couldn't help but feel a headache. It seemed that it took a bit of effort. After knowing Suzuonangu's defense against the sky, Feng Ziken was a little excited. The first time he faced the peak power of the sanctuary, he was a little excited, and he calculated his remaining pupil power and the strength of the system. As Xiang counted down, he made a thrilling decision, playing his best. Although he knows the difference in strength between himself and the Sky Ripper, Feng Ziken, who has a kaleidoscope of writing round eyes and various trump cards, also has a little confidence in his life. It is not common to have the opportunity to fight against a strong man of the level of the Sky Ripper. Not to mention that he hasn't faced a Jedi fight for a long time. People are not madly in vain. Feng Ziken is only 17 years old. He is in a young and frivolous age. Faced with such a situation, he cannot help but arouse his inner desire to fight. Come and fight, leave the final battle of the fallen forest. Must have a good fight. Notice. There are a lot of things today, the update may be late. I'm sorry you. By the way, friends who read the book silently are invited to make a bubble in the book review area, and let me see your majestic post _. Chapter 10, Fight Hard. Fallen Forest, Inner Land. The blood-red skeleton of the skeleton re-shrouded Fu Ziken, and Fu Ziken could obviously feel the terrifying power of Suseonangu. I am afraid that his random punch can be comparable to the power of A-level ninjutsu. However, Feng Ziken shook his head secretly. If he wanted to deal with other sanctuary pinnacle monsters, Suzuonangu's power could give him a great effect. But his current opponent is the Demon Slayer, a peerless beast that reigns with power. I am afraid that this little strength of myself is not as good as its random palm, the gap is too big. If this is the case, then I have to try the unique pupil technique of kaleidoscope writing round eyes. Feng Ziken said in his heart. Thinking of this, Feng Ziken took a deep breath, and the kaleidoscope in his eyes turned frantically again, staring at the Demon Slayer. Amaterasu. The left eye kaleidoscope suddenly opened, and Feng Zichen shouted. Suddenly, the sky and the earth seemed to darken, and a jet-black flame appeared extremely abruptly on the body of the demon slayer, like a bone-attached maggot, burning everything contaminated by it. The heaven-tearing demon ape only felt a pain deep in his bone marrow, which almost made its strong will can't help but want to shout. Drink! The heaven-tearer devil's body shook suddenly, and a layer of blood spread out, covering the flames of the sky. But what surprised it was that his own destiny magic power could not extinguish this weird flame, and the pitch-black flame still burned his skin. How does it know that the flame of the sky is not an ordinary flame? It is the indestructible flame taken from the center of the sun in the legend. It burns whatever it touches, and it will never go out. It can even burn the water, and the natal magic power of the Sky Ripper is already very powerful without being ignited by the flames of Amaterasu. However, the heaven-splitting demon ape can claim the king in the core area of the fallen forest with countless beasts. Naturally, he also has real ability. Although it is respected by power and does not understand any magic, it possesses extremely abnormal magic immunity and physical defense. Although this Amaterasu caused great pain, it did not cause actual injuries. Feng Zichen also noticed this, and couldn't help crying out of pervert in his heart. This defensive power was almost comparable to that of Suzuo. Not daring to neglect, Feng Zichen gritted his teeth and dissipated the tall Suzuonangu. Before the sky-splitting demon ape hadn't slowed down, he directly stretched out his hand to condense a basketball-sized azure blue chakra ball, which is the spiral pill. Helix Maru is extremely eye-catching and powerful in the Naruto world. However, it was still a little too close to deal with the peak of the sanctuary, so Feng Zichen directly offered his assassin Feng Dun's spiral shuriken. The nature change of the wind injected into the spiral pill, the huge spiral pill suddenly made a very sharp whistling sound, and the shape gradually changed to the shape of a shuriken. Heaven-tier devil ape felt aggrieved in his heart. He was clearly capable of crushing this human kid, but he couldn't do it anyway. It really made him extremely angry. Now he finally ignored the burning of this weird flame, but saw again. The human kid used a wind-type magic that was suspected of forbidden curse, and the mighty power made the heaven-tearing demon ape a little jealous. Feng Dun's spiral shuriken. Feng Zichen gasped slightly, with a glimmer of light in his eyes, and suddenly threw the ninjutsu in his hand that exuded terrifying waves. Spiral shurikens rushed towards the demon ripper, and there was a very sharp wind-breaking sound along the way. The demon ripper calmed down, chose to believe in his magical immunity, and crossed his hands directly in front of his head, intending to resist. With a loud bang, the spiral shuriken hit the sky-tier ape, suddenly exploding all its power, and countless tiny needles formed by the chakra of the wind system crazily pierced the sky-tier ape's body. Such a terrifying storm of chakra needles is enough to completely blast the three-eyed King Kong ape into scum, and any Tier 9 peak beast will have to be killed. Even some of the beasts in the early and mid-term of the sanctuary will be seriously injured, and this sanctuary king will tear it. The heavenly demon ape really showed its power against the sky. The storm dissipated, and the heaven ripper ape lowered his hands, revealing his unharmed face. Feng Zichen's ace spiral shuriken just blasted off a lot of the golden hair on its body, even its skin was not cut. Break, such defense is really desperate. Feng Zichen was also cold in his heart, even this trick was useless. Then I only have. The sky-tearing demon ape showed a hideous face. Boy, what do you do now? Die to me. He said that he stepped towards Feng Zichen, and a strong blood light appeared in his hand again, extremely powerful. The wave of power radiated out, and a punch suddenly blasted towards Feng Zichen. Fu Zichen watched the countdown of only 1 minute left in the system, and he gritted his teeth and summoned Suzuo Nohu again. Apart from this move, he had no other way to block such a violent punch. The tall blood-red skeleton frame reappeared, enveloping Feng Zichen, and bombarded the blood-red skeleton with heavy punches like a cannonball, shattering the ground under his feet, but because Feng Zichen deliberately enlarged the Suzuno the output of pupil power, so this time it was not broken. The sky-tearer looked dissatisfiedly at the blood-red skeleton that was still intact. A bloodthirsty light flashed in his eyes. And he violently bombarded the bone frame, punch after punch, and the terrifying force shook away. The shock wave caused Feng Ziken's face to turn pale, and the kaleidoscope in his eyes turned to the limit, keeping Suzuonengu from being blasted. Feng Ziken endured the pain in his eyes and stared at the eyes of the Demon Ripper. This was the last trick. If this trick was still useless, then he would have to escape in embarrassment. Tear Heaven Demon Ape seemed to vent all his anger and suffocation, madly bombarding Susanoo, a pair of blood-red eyes staring at Feng Ziken, as if to eat him alive. Good chance. Feng Ziken suddenly opened the kaleidoscope, and the super illusion stored in his right eye eating was suddenly released, which immediately caused the Heaven Tearer Demon Ape to stop moving. His eyes were a little dull, he was obviously caught in the moon reading technique. Feng Ziken gasped, his eyes seemed to be unable to open, and the kaleidoscope of his right eye turned, forcibly pulling the spirit of the demon ape into the moon reading world. It was a blood-filled continent, with countless swords scattered on the ground in a mess. There was a round of scarlet blood moon hanging in the sky, and a murderous air echoed in the air. And in the middle of the continent, the Sky Ripper was tied to a huge cross and could not move. The sky-tearing demon ape looked at everything around him, as well as the body that was not under his control, and finally changed color. This is illusion? This kid is still an illusionist. In the Star Continent, there are illusionists. To a certain extent, illusionists are extensions of spiritual magicians. They have terrifying mental power, can perform all kinds of terrible illusions, and can take human lives without knowing it. Very uncomfortable. Magical monsters such as the Devil's Devil, who have extremely abnormal physical defenses, are afraid of powerful illusions, because illusions are different from magic, which directly attack the spirit and soul. It is useless to let your physical defenses be so powerful. Feng Ziken's last move that could not be helped was just to restrain the Sky Ripper ape. Seeing that the Sky Ripper ape could not move, Feng Ziken breathed a sigh of relief and finally found its weakness. Human kid, I didn't expect you to be an illusionist. It seems that I underestimated you. What kind of illusion is this? Can it restrain me? Sky Ripper said gloomily. Feng Ziken smiled, this is my unique illusion moon reading. In the moon reading world, everything, including time, space, and dimensions, is dominated by me alone. For example, in moon reading world past 3 days, the outside world may have passed for a moment. Tear the demon ape was shocked, this level of illusion has reached the level of forbidden curse. Feng Ziken really wanted to look up to the sky and laugh a few times. After being abused for so long, it was finally his turn to show off. But that's what I said, the pupil power consumed by a strong person who wants to restrain the sky-tearer ape is not a small amount. Feeling the violent consumption of the kaleidoscope pupil power in his eyes, Feng Ziken can only choose helplessly a quick solution. After brushing, countless sharp long swords appeared abruptly in the void. Feng Ziken picked up one of them and put the tip of the sword against the body of the sky-tearing demon, and said jokingly, "You guessed it, in this month. How many layers of your terrible defense are there in the world?" Tear the demon ape round eyes open in anger. Reading www.yuyugonshu.com desperately exploded its own magic power, trying to escape from the control of illusion, but unfortunately it had no effect except a little bit of Feng Ziken's pupil consumption. Feeling that the consumption of pupil power has intensified, Feng Ziken no longer hesitated, and the long sword pierced into the body of the Sky Ripper, giving it a long-lost pain. The Sky Ripper was panting heavily, his eyes flushed, and the magic in his body exploded more desperately. He could feel that the opponent's strength was insufficient, obviously it was too much. One after another, the sword pierced into the body of the heaven-splitting demon ape, making it almost crazy. Feng Ziken also felt his eyes hurt more and more, as if he was about to bleed. This was a sign that his pupils were about to be overdrawn. It seems that I can only get here. The mission time has come. If you continue to fight, you will be really in danger. You should just accept it when you see it. Feng Zichen endured the intense pain of the kaleidoscope and thought to himself. Tao. Suddenly stopped reading the moon. Feng Zichen, who returned to the real world, looked at the painful demon ape in front of him. He understood that time had only passed for a moment, and couldn't help but rejoice in his heart. The kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes were indeed powerful and deadly. The heaven-tearing demon ape suddenly escaped from the terrifying moon-reading world, but the palpitating pain accompanied it back to the real body, making it unable to move for a while. If you don't leave now, when will you stay? Feng Zichen dissipated from Suzuonengu, and concealed the excessively consumed kaleidoscope writing wheel. He quickly performed the art of super beast pseudo-painting, and drew an eagle, jumped on the eagle's back, and turned to look towards Sky Ripper Demon Ape, knowingly smiled and said, "Goodbye, Sky Ripper Demon Ape." After speaking, he went straight to the sky. The heaven-sharp demon ape, who was in mental pain, frantically bombarded the surrounding mountains and rivers, causing the earthquake to create numerous huge cracks. Asshole, asshole. Chapter 11, Starland. Red Maple Adventure Town. As the only place to enter the fallen forest, the flow of people has always been very large. Every day, a large number of adventurers enter the Red Maple Town to provide necessary supplies, and then break into the fallen forest without hesitation, wanting to have a rich future. On the contrary, there are also many adventurers who come out of the fallen forest. After healing and recuperation, they can relax and prepare for the next adventure. But today's Red Maple Town is full of people. I don't know how many adventurers escaped from the fallen forest. They are all covered in color. Many adventure teams have suffered heavy casualties. Grandma, why are these beasts so crazy today? They attacked us desperately. A sturdy man with a few blood holes on his body cursed carelessly. The adventurers next to were also puzzled. This fallen forest seems a bit wrong today. Those high-level monsters in the inner realm have walked out of the inner realm for the first time. It's abnormal. Besides, these high-level beasts are in hordes. They kill when they see humans, just like they are looking for someone in an organized way. What a evil! Is there someone who provokes the high-level monsters in the inner region and provokes the anger of the high-level monsters? In the restaurant, a group of adventurers who licked blood with their knife edges were afraid to talk about the monster riot in the fallen forest. On a table not far from them, sitting on a table with a handsome face, listening to the adventure, the complaints of the readers are a little weird. Obediently, this heaven-splitting demon ape is really brutal and bloodthirsty. It must be revenge. In order to find my revenge, he has summoned countless high-level beasts in the inner domain to carry out a sweeping raid and revenge all the humans in the fallen forest. I have to run fast. Otherwise it must be discovered. That's right, the young man is Feng Zichen, who has just escaped from the underlings of the Demon Slayer. After leaving the Heaven Ripper Ape, he decisively and quickly left the inner domain and flew towards the outer domain of the fallen forest. After flying for a long time, I finally flew out of the fallen forest and came to this small town of Red Maple next to the fallen forest. I was recuperating, and I saw countless adventurers escape from the fallen forest. Then I heard their conversation. There is no doubt that the only one who can mobilize so many high-level beasts is the sanctuary beasts in the core area of the fallen forest, and I just offended the sky-tearing demon ape. Don't even think about it and know that this must be its method. In other words, these adventurers are all affected by themselves. Thinking of this, Feng Zichen was a little embarrassed, coughed lightly, drank the fruit wine in his hand calmly, got up and left slowly. I am really embarrassed to stay here and listen to their scolding. After leaving the restaurant, Feng Zichen walked around the street for a while and then returned to the inn where he was staying. Lying on the bed, Feng Zichen sighed in comfort, and began to organize the collection in his mind. Information. This continent is called the Star Continent, and it has an extremely large area. Even if it is a sanctuary powerhouse flying in the air, it will take several years of effort to travel from the east coast of the East China Sea to the western mountain days on the west. You can imagine its size. Wide. The star continent also has a cultivation system, but it is not the chakra of the Naruto world, but magic and fighting spirit. Moreover, the history of the cultivation system of the star continent is much longer than that of the Naruto world, which is a full millions of years. Under the long years of multiplication, magic and fighting spirit can be said to be quite prosperous on the star continent, and it has also given birth to countless powerhouses in the star continent. Fanfiction is no stranger to magic and fighting spirit, and these two words are often mentioned in novels on the earth in previous lives. Fanfiction deliberately went to find out, and found that the magic and fighting spirit on the star continent were roughly similar to those in the novel. From low to high, magicians can be divided into apprentice magicians, low-level magicians, intermediate magicians, high-level magicians, great magicians, magicians, holy magicians, also known as sanctuary powerhouses, magic saints, the magister of the gods, also known as the powerhouse of the gods, the of law. Fighting cultivators are also known as warriors, and their cultivation level can be divided into 9 levels, from low to high. They are warrior, 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 great warrior, Wuzong, Wuzun, Wushan, and god of war. The 9 realms of the magician. But in addition to these two, there is a special system, that is the illusionist. The illusionist possesses extremely strong mental power, which should have belonged to the magician family, and belonged to the spiritual magician. However, in the remote ancient times, there were seniors who were able to study with great concentration, gather the best of hundreds of families, merge and converge, and developed a series of illusions, making the illusionist completely different from the magician and become a new training system. The strange ability of illusion is unpredictable, and it often attacks the enemy in a single thought. It is even more terrifying for some people with strong physical defenses and weaker mental willpower. Therefore, after tens of thousands of years, illusion the teacher was officially accepted by everyone, and it has a history of hundreds of thousands of years. And the illusionist also has 9 realms: apprentice illusionist, low-level illusionist, intermediate illusionist, high-level illusionist, great illusionist, 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 illusion god. Combining the two systems of magician and warrior, the order is clear. The background of the star continent is indeed stronger than that of the Naruto world. The amount of chakra now I am about is equivalent to the middle stage of the shadow stage. On this star continent, it is probably at the same level as the middle stage of the magister, and it is also comparable to the middle stage of the martial artist, and the magic the teacher's phantom is at the same level in the middle stage. Fanfiction thought in his heart. However, my own ninjutsu has wind escape and spiral shuriken, physical skills can open the first 5 of the 8-door dungeon, and illusion skills are extraordinary, not to mention mastering the 2 major bloods of ice descent and kaleidoscope writing round eyes. In terms of true combat power, it is absolutely invincible at the same level, and even the general sanctuary early and mid-term powerhouses are not weak at all, and they will not be underestimated wherever they go. Fanfiction showed a confident smile. According to his understanding, the sanctuary powerhouses are very high status, and they are generally 180-year-old elders. I am afraid that there are not many young people like him in the whole continent. Of course, he will not be proud of it. He has this strength thanks to the Hokage exchange system given to him by God, and Fanfiction understands that this world has the existence of the gods, and the strength of the gods lies in Fengzi. Chen seems to be inferior to the 6 immortals in the Hokage world, that is not much different, and who can guarantee that the star continent will multiply for millions of years without a strong person who surpasses the gods. So no matter what, you must always maintain a low-key and peaceful heart, and you must maintain due respect to the world, so that you can go further. The 3-year training of the Fallen Forest has washed away some of the young and frivolous temperament of Fanfiction. So that he has a mature heart not weaker than a real adult. I have to say that this is even more important than the strength he has achieved in the past 3 years. Okay, I don't want that anymore, I still think about where I should go next. Feng Zichen turned over and jumped out of bed with a carp, took out a map and spread it on the table. Feng Zichen looked at this map that he had bought at a high price, and couldn't help but slap his lips. Just such a map cost 1,000 gold coins. It's too dark. 1,000 gold coins are enough to make a family of 4 comfortable. It's been a year. Of course, this little money is really not worth mentioning for Feng Zichen, who has a large number of magic cores. Just selling a tier 5 or tier 6 magic core will cost thousands of gold coins, let alone a tier 7 and 8 high order magic core. Feng Zichen from the Fallen Forest has nothing else, that is, there are many magic cores, and there are no low-level ones, all of them are tier 6 to 7, tier 8 middle and high-level magic cores, which are very valuable. The mountains and rivers on the map are undulating, distinct, and faintly divided into 3 areas, which are clearly marked as the 3 empires, the Phalike Empire to the north, the Illusion Feather Empire to the southeast, and the Star Empire to the southwest. The Fallen Forest occupies an extremely wide area, almost across the southern border of the Xingyu Empire. Feng Zichen is now in the southern area of the Xingyu Empire. Feng Zichen moved his gaze to the southern part of the Xingyu Empire, and gradually pointed his finger on a heavy city, the City of Order. The City of Order. Feng Zichen muttered. This is one of the most important cities in the Xingyu Empire. Its economy and strength are hundreds of times greater than this Red Maple town. The population of the city is nearly 10 million. In any respect, it is the first-class city on the mainland. And in the City of Order, there is another place that makes Feng Zichen very interested: Tianxing Academy. Sky Star Academy is the highest institution on the Star Continent, and it is listed as the 3 major colleges in the mainland alongside the Falaise Magic Academy of the Falaise Empire and the Sky Fantasy Academy of the Magic Feather Empire. These 3 academies have strong teachers. The deans of the past generations of UU reading www.uuganshu.com are all terrifying gods, and there are many sacred powers among the instructors. The peak strength of an academy is not inferior to the superpowers on the mainland. And the Star Academy with such powerful teachers has cultivated many experts in the sanctuary over the years, and it is the holy place for cultivation in the eyes of countless people on the Star Continent. Feng Zichen had no specific goals in the first place. Seeing that the City of Order is so famous, Tianxing Academy is one of the 3 major colleges in the mainland, so naturally I wanted to see it, and now decided the next destination order. City. The next day, Feng Zichen got up and went to the City of Order. The City of Order was less than 100 miles away from the Fallen Forest, and only a few dozen miles away from the town of Hongfeng. It is said that the City of Order is still in charge. The important task of monitoring the core sanctuary beasts of the Fallen Forest, after all, the tide of beasts led by the sanctuary beasts is terrible. Less gossip. At such a distance, Feng Zichen was too lazy to call a carriage, and walked slowly towards the City of Order. In just 1 or 2 hours, Feng Zichen saw a magnificent city from afar. Even if it was far away, Feng Zichen could see how majestic the City of Order was. The huge city seems to be endless, and you can't see both sides at a glance. The large houses stretch for thousands of meters, which is just the tip of the iceberg in the City of Order. Before it was near, Feng Zichen had already felt a magnificent aura rushing toward his face. Like a prehistoric behemoth, the overwhelming terrifying coercion was invisibly pressed against him, shocking all the malicious people. What a City of Order! Feng Zichen looked at this magnificent city in shock, and sighed sincerely. At the same time, it also stimulated his inner desire. This is his first step towards the Star Continent, and it is also the starting point of his true fame in the world. Chapter 12, Lin Brothers and Sisters. As he approached the City of Order, Feng Zichen became more and more in awe. This city is too magnificent. The tall city walls are like steel pouring, shining silver-black light under the sunlight, standing alone on the city wall. It is as if the ants are looking up at the elephant. It is hard to imagine how this was built. Feng Zikan came to the gate of the city with the flow of people, and looked up at the magnificent city wall that was not at the top, and fell into a long shock. This level of heavy city, let alone the world of Naruto, even the Earth China country with more than 5,000 years of brilliant culture is not there. Was sighing, Feng Zikan suddenly felt that someone patted himself on the shoulder, and then a kind and gentle voice came, "Is this brother the first time to come to the City of Order? How does it feel?" Feng Zikan turned his head to look, only to see a teenager who looked about his size was looking at him with a smile, and put a hand on his shoulder, appearing very intimate. Fuji-chen smiled and said, "It is indeed the first time I have come to this City of Order. To be honest, it is shocking. It is hard to imagine how such a magnificent city was built." The boy showed an unexpected look. "In fact, everyone who comes to the City of Order will be shocked by your brother. This City of Order is the top 3 super heavy city in the Star Empire. It is said that there are tens of thousands of people. Years of history, the accumulation of years is naturally extraordinary. By the way, what is the name of this brother?" This young man is obviously a familiar one, and he naturally asked Feng Zikan's name in a few words. "Under Feng Zikan." Feng Zikan was also not disgusted with this boy, and wanted to know more about the world, so he said his name happily, and then looked at the boy. The boy was also a sensible person, and he said readily, "It turned out to be Brother Feng." In Xiaolin Zikan, Brother Feng also came to attend the annual enrollment ceremony of Star Academy. Enrollment ceremony? Tianxing Academy is enrolling students these few days. Feng Zikan was puzzled. He really didn't know when he first arrived. Brother Feng didn't know. Now, Lin Zikan was surprised. He was waiting for his sister. He happened to see Feng Zikan standing at the gate of the city with shocked face. Lin Zikan, who was born in a big family, could tell at a glance. It was the first time that Feng Zikan came to the City of Order, and he couldn't see his depth from the peak of his magician's cultivation. Knowing that this was a young genius who wanted to make friends, he went forward to talk, thinking Feng Zikan went to the Tianxing Academy to take the exam just like himself. "Brother Lin, can you tell me more about it?" Feng Zikan said. He was originally interested in the Tianxing Academy, one of the 3 major academies in mainland China, and naturally wanted to know more. Lin Zikan naturally did not disagree, but when he was about to speak, a pleasant voice suddenly came from behind, "Brother, who are you talking so vigorously with?" When Feng Zikan heard the sound, he turned his head and looked at it, and his eyes suddenly filled with a fascinating color. "I saw a beautiful girl standing beautifully not far away." The girl looked only 16 or 7 years old, and her face was as delicate as jade. The light in the eyes of the water double pupils is moving, and the long hair is like a waterfall, hanging straight to the girl's slender willow waist, bringing out a different kind of charm. Overwhelmingly beautiful, unparalleled appearance, nothing more than that. Feng Zikan couldn't help but float such a sentence in his heart. However, Feng Zikan was just subconsciously surprised for a moment, and then recovered his Qingming. Lin Zikan observed in secret, nodded in his heart, and his evaluation of Feng Zikan was much higher. "Brother Feng, this is the younger sister Lin Zixuan." Lin Zikan stood up and introduced them to them at the right time. "Sister, this is a young genius I just met, Feng Zikan, Brother Feng." Lin Zixuan's beautiful eyes flashed with surprise, but she quickly grabbed it, and nodded to Feng Zikan with restraint, "Brother Feng." Feng Zikan also hurriedly responded. Lin Zikan laughed and said, "Okay, my sister is here too, Brother Feng, this is not the place to talk, let's talk about the admissions of Star Academy in Advanced City." Feng Zikan nodded and agreed, and the 3 of them immediately followed the flow of people into the city and walked into the City of Order. Feng Zikan became more and more aware of how prosperous the city was. People come and go in the city, and the space is extremely wide. There are tall buildings and towers, and all kinds of large-scale shops along the streets have everything they have to do. Feng Zikan sighed in his heart. It really deserves to be the top 3 big cities in the Star Empire. It is really prosperous. After a while, Lin Zikan seemed to be very familiar with the city of order, and directly took Feng Zikan and Lin Zixuan into a very high-end restaurant. After sitting on the second floor, the waiter in the restaurant hurriedly greeted with sharp eyes, "How many guests would you like to order?" Lin Zikan was a frequent visitor at first sight, and said directly, "Come to a table of real dragon banquet, plus 2 bottles of your best Beiwa wine, so be it." True dragon banquet. Feng Zikan was taken aback. Wouldn't he? There are even such banquets? Lin Zixuan seemed to see the surprise in Feng Zikan's heart, and smiled, "Brother Feng, the so-called True Dragon Feast actually refers to the highest-ranking banquet in the Minjiu restaurant, followed by the Dragon Feast, the Golden Snake Feast, and the Red Carp Feast." What? Feng Zikan suddenly realized, it turned out to be based on a saying from a restaurant. "I thought this True Dragon banquet was a banquet made of a real dragon." Lin Zikan laughed and said, "How is it possible that the dragon race is the top race on the Star Continent? There are countless strong ones. The true dragon is the king of the dragon race. I am afraid that the strength has reached the legendary realm of gods. Is the real dragon a banquet? Brother Feng is too funny." Lin Zixuan also pursed her mouth and smiled, "That beauty is really moving and amazing." Feng Zikan also jumped in his heart. He hurriedly changed the subject and asked Lin Zikan, "Brother Lin, now I can talk about the enrollment of Tianxing Academy." Lin Zikan nodded. As one of the 3 major colleges, Tianxing Academy has always been a holy place for countless people in mainland China. The Tianxing Academy will also hold an admissions event every year to select talented students. So every year there are a large number of magicians. Or the warrior came to the city of order and tried to pass the test to enter the Star Academy to study, but very few students were successfully admitted. Today is the annual admissions exam for the Star Academy, and my little sister and I are here for the exam. Feng Zikan nodded. "So, do you want to go to the Star Academy to see it? I heard that there are over 10 instructors in the Sky Star Academy, and the dean is even a powerhouse at the God domain level. If I enter the Sky Star Academy, I should have gained something." Lin Zikan looked at the pondering Feng Zikan, and couldn't help but persuade, "Brother Feng, I think you are very strong and young, so why don't you go to the Star Academy with us?" Feng Zikan thought for a while, nodded and said, "All right, I'm fine anyway, just go and see." Lin Zikan was overjoyed and laughed, "That would be great. It seems that we will be accompanied in the Star Academy in the future, sister, isn't it?" Hearing his tone, it seemed that the 3 of them would definitely be able to. Entering the Star Academy, one of the 3 major academies on the mainland, Lin Zixuan nodded and smiled. At this time, the real dragon feast is also here. There are 36 dishes on the table. Each dish is exquisite, full of color, fragrance, and appetite. The 3 of them talked for a long time, and they were all very congenial, and they were very happy to enjoy the delicious real dragon feast. Feng Zikan picked up a piece of meat that didn't know what kind of monster it was and put it in his mouth. The ultimate delicacy made him applaud in his heart. During the 3 years in Fallen Forest, he felt like a savage. Fire-grilled meat of Warcraft, drinking mountain spring water, where have you tasted such a delicacy? Right now, he let go of the big lumps of fruit on his belly. Compared, Lin Zikan and Lin Zixuan's food appearance is obviously better, especially Lin Zixuan, which tastes very elegant, and Feng Zikan is a little embarrassed to see it. After eating, their relationship has obviously improved a lot. Because Lin Zikan is 1 year older than Feng Zikan simply called him Brother Linear. Lin Zikan also changed his name to Zikan, and Miss Lin Zixuan's family was still called Brother Feng, but his tone is obviously more familiar. The 3 of them walked out of Minjiu restaurant together, and instead of wandering around, they went directly to the Star Academy. Tianxing Academy is located in the central area of the City of Order. It occupies a very large area. There are thousands of teaching buildings, not to mention various training places. Feng Zichen and the others came to the main entrance of Tianxing Academy and looked at the test-taking candidates in the growth team. They couldn't help but look at each other. There are too many people. Facing this situation, Lin Zichen smiled mysteriously. Zichen, don't worry. We don't have to fight with them, let's go another way. Another way? Isn't the registration there? Is there any way? Feng Zichen was confused. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Lin Zixuan smiled lightly. Brother Feng, this registration point is just for the preparation of ordinary candidates. Even if you pass here, you will only become a junior student of Tianxing Academy. Our cultivation base will naturally go higher. Grade cultivator. Feng Zichen just wanted to talk. Lin Zichen seemed to know what he was going to say, and said, the students in the Tianxing Academy are also ranked. Generally, they only recruit great magicians under the age of 18, that is, great martial arts and great masters. Students of the illusionist level only enroll 100 a year, and they earn lower grade classes. As for the more talented students, those who reach the first level of the wizard at the age of 18 will be admitted to the senior class. In addition, there is a special class that only enrolls the 18-year-old wizard. It's rare, usually less than a few in a year. Feng Zichen is clear. Are students with different cultivation talents divided into different classes? It's also reasonable. Lin Zichen took Feng Zichen to the side entrance of the Tianxing Academy, and there was a registration point there, but there were obviously fewer people here, only a dozen. Feng Zichen looked around and found that there were no other mentors except for an old man with a long beard sitting in a chair with his eyes closed. The sign on the side read Formal Assessment at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The dozen or so people who came that morning were all waiting quietly, and Lin Zichen also took Feng Zichen and his sister to rest under the big tree. It seems that the assessment has not yet started, let's wait first. Lin Zichen shrugged and said. Feng Zichen naturally doesn't have any opinions. When I was bored, I saw the 4 characters Tianxing Academy engraved on the city wall. After watching it for a while, his face suddenly changed. Chapter 13, Tianxing Road. If the 4 characters of Sky Star Academy have spirituality, after reading it for a long time, Feng Zichen only felt a terrifying and fierce pressure smashed down like Mount Tai, and the original 4 characters of Star Academy seemed to disappear. In order to countless mouths of peerless divine front, the sword light shot at him violently. This is illusion? No, it is mental power. Such a powerful spiritual power. Feng Zichen was horrified in his heart, and quickly opened the writing wheel. No, this mental power is too strong. The kaleidoscope writes round eyes, open. Suddenly, the 3 lacquered gouaches in the blood-red pupils spun extremely quickly, interconnecting them into a shuriken shape, which is a kaleidoscope. Right round eyes. The kaleidoscope writing wheel eye is indeed Feng Zichen's strongest trump card. He feels a burst of clarity while the pupils are running, the monster blood-colored pupils turn and sweep away, and the countless sharp swords suddenly shattered like glass. For nothingness. Fujichen breathed a sigh of relief, and concealed the kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes, and couldn't help but fear, such a terrifying spiritual coercion. If there is no kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes, then I would be embarrassed. Lin Zixuan noticed a slight strangeness in Feng Zichen, and asked with concern, Brother Feng, are you okay? Lin Zichen also turned his head and watched Feng Zichen breathe a little bit quickly, and said hurriedly, I forgot to tell you just now. You can read the 4 characters of Tianxing Academy on the wall, but don't keep staring at it. Rumor has it that Master Dean personally engraved it, and it contains Master Dean's terrifying sword intent. If you keep staring at it, you will easily be obliterated by that terrifying sword intent. It is the most dangerous. Did the Dean personally engraved it? No wonder there will be such a strong mental power. Feng Zichen suddenly, the Dean is a powerhouse in the gods of the continent, and it is not surprising that he has this strength. Not far away, the bearded old man lying on the seat woke up at some point. At this moment, he was staring at Feng Zichen intently, his eyes full of surprise. This little baby can actually get rid of the Dean's sword-inspired coercion on its own, and can also fight back to break through the coercive coercion. Is it because of those weird eyes? The bearded old man concealed himself and saw the wind at a glance. Zichen's weird eyes are extremely powerful bloodlines. I'm afraid he can enter the ranks of holy grade bloodlines. Sure enough, the mainland is going to be chaotic, and enchanting will come out. In the past few years, there have been many geniuses on the mainland. Tianjiao, Hong Kong, there are 16-year-old people with the heart of martial arts, there are 5 magical talents, now another one the power of the bloodline of the pupil type holy grade that has never been seen before, and this child is only 18 years old, but even the old man feels a trace of danger, his strength is unfathomable. Is it really a troubled world? This little baby is extremely talented and has talents in God's domain. He must stay in my Star Academy. The other 2 academies have had enchanting wizards early. Although the 4 of my Star Academy are all talents, they still have to stay a little bit. There is not a slight difference, there is no enchanting wizard that can really compare with one. If this continues, my Star Academy will be the bottom of the 3 academies exchange competition in the near future. It is such a shame that I cannot bear it. Thinking of this, the bearded old man looked up at the sky, and suddenly stood up. As the only examiner of the Star Academy here, his every move was naturally noticed by everyone present, and immediately more than a dozen long-awaited students they all stood up. Lin Zichen also hurriedly pulled Feng Zichen. Zichen, it's about to begin. Feng Zichen nodded and looked at the bearded old man, only to find that the old man was also looking at him, and he was taken aback. However, the long-bearded old man quickly looked away, looked at everyone present, and said leisurely, "This time my Star Academy enrollment is divided into general enrollment and special enrollment. The general enrollment is at the main entrance and only those under the age of 18. The number of students at the first level of the Great Magician is limited, with only 100, and here is the location of special admissions. The admissions assessment here is different from ordinary admissions. It is not about testing talents and testing realm. The assessment of special admissions is only one, that's actual combat." At the end of the speech, the old bearded man's original inattentive tone suddenly became sharp. Feng Zichen was shocked. Regardless of talent, regardless of realm, he only focuses on actual combat? This rule is really unusual. Looking at the other people again, they all looked calm. Obviously they knew it a long time ago, and they had great confidence in themselves. The long-bearded old man continued, "This college only enrolls students under the age of 18. You should know that since you come here, but the old man still has to do the test before the assessment. Now I invite you to decide to conduct the assessment. 19 people line up one by one to test the bone age." Lin Zichen whispered, "This first level is to test the bone age. The experienced examiner touches the hand bone to determine whether it meets the age limit. The examiners are extremely powerful sanctuary experts who can accurately measure the age of the bones. The age is inferred from the bones. I heard that it can be accurate to the number of days. Even if it exceeds 1 day, it cannot participate in the assessment. It is very strict." Feng Zichen was a little surprised. The old man with long beard is a strong sanctuary. Lin Zixuan nodded and said, "He is a strong sanctuary, and not a general sanctuary strong. I am afraid it has reached the middle and late stages of the sanctuary. Will not be the sole examiner for special admissions." Feng Zichen's heart slapped his tongue. It seems that this famous Star Academy from the mainland is indeed rich in teachers, and any examiner is a strong sanctuary. 3 people including Feng Zichen and others lined up obediently to test the bone age. The elderly with long beards pressed their right palms one by one to measure the age of their bones. Without exception, they were 18 or 17 years old, all qualified. Soon it was Feng Zichen and the others. The first person to test the bone age was Lin Zichen. The long-bearded old man held Lin Zichen's outstretched right hand and said after a little inspection, the bone age is 18 years old, qualified, 1. Feng Zikan stepped forward and stretched out his right hand. I don't know if it was his illusion. He seemed to see the old man with long beard light up, and he held his hand tightly. After a long time, he smiled and said, well, 17 years old, not bad. Others can't help being surprised, not bad? This is the only compliment that the examiner has said so far. Is there anything different about this kid? Feng Zikan is also a bit inexplicable, not bad? Is it my age? But there were also several 17-year-old examinees in front of him who didn't see him smile, strange. The next test of Lin Zixuan made him even more puzzled, bone age, 16 years old, well, the bone age test is completed, and all meet the requirements. The old bearded man did not say a word, and ended the first level directly. Regarding age, Ziai Xian is younger than herself, but the examiner didn't smile at all, but facing me. Feng Zikan was strange in her heart, and the others were equally puzzled, but they didn't say anything, and waited for the formal examination. At first, I just remembered Feng Zikan in my heart. The old man with long beard began to speak of his name at this time. Everyone present is qualified to participate in the assessment. I am the only examiner for your assessment. My name is Gu Chen. You can call me Chen Lao. The 19 people respectfully saluted, and said, Old Chen. The sanctuary powerhouses are definitely worthy of the respect of their young geniuses. After all, although they are extremely talented, they can break through the sanctuary in the future. 2 or 3 are extremely difficult. Old Chen said with satisfaction, very good, this time the assessment is the same as before. It's a journey to the stars. Those who have passed the first 3 levels can enter the senior class of my Star Academy, those who have passed the 6th level can enter my Star Sacred class. Except for Feng Zikan, all examinees know this rule. Yu reading www.yuuganchu. Lin Zikan looked at Feng Zikan who was at a loss and hurriedly came out to literacy. The special assessment is to go to Tianxing Road. It has always been like this. Tianxing Road has many levels, one level is more difficult than one level, in the 3rd level, at least one must have the strength of the mages, and then you can enter the senior class, and the 6th level must have the strength of the mages to pass, and you can pass this before the age of 18. It means that you have the 1st level strength of the Magister, and it also means that you have the potential to become a sanctuary strong, so you can enter the extremely important sacred class of the Star Academy and be trained as a future sanctuary strong. That's kind of interesting. Feng Zikan knew it, and couldn't help expecting that he could pass a few levels. Looking at the calm people underneath, Chen Lao showed a playful smile, and said leisurely, at the same time, the quota for the Gods class is open for this assessment. As long as you are strong enough, you can enter my Tianxing class. Sky Star God class? The people who were originally peaceful underneath suddenly boiled over, and the Gods domain training camp that had always been approved by the dean recommended by the instructor was opened? Not to mention other people, even Lin Zikan and Lin Zixuan, who have always been calm, are excited. That is the Tianxing Shenbane known as the Gods Domain Training Camp. In history, more than 8 CDs that can enter the Gods Domain have become the legendary Gods Domain Strong. Even if it doesn't become a God's realm, it's an invincible terrifying powerhouse in the sanctuary. This time, the Star Academy has opened up the quota for the Gods. Zikan, you must fight hard later, entering the Gods is equivalent to getting them in advance. The pass to the top powerhouse on the mainland. You must not miss it. God's Domain Training Camp? Over 80% of the students have become powerhouses in God's Domain? It's crazy. Feng Zikan was also taken aback. This Tianxing Academy really deserves to be one of the highest universities in the mainland, it is unfathomable. Chapter 14, Backsword Boy. After knowing that they are strong enough to enter the legendary God's Realm training camp, the dozens of people preparing for the assessment are all gearing up, eager to try, and their eyes are full of excitement. Feng Zikan is also a little interested, not because he is very likely to become a strong in the realm of God in the future when he enters the training camp of the realm of God. He has the absolute confidence in becoming a strong in the realm of God, who has the Hokage exchange system and the outstanding talent of chakra. What's interesting is that the God's Domain training camp claims to be able to cultivate the power of God's Domain, so there must be some tricks. And the Star Academy, which has extremely large training resources, should also be able to find a large number of energy blocks, providing Feng Ziken with a large number of exchange points. For him, the exchange point is strength and everything. Successfully provoked the fighting spirit of everyone, Chen Lao was very satisfied. Yu Guang looked at Feng Ziken, and saw him also moved, and couldn't help but smile in his heart. Who did he say the quota for the God's Domain training camp is for? It's not for this little baby. What qualifications of the 19 people present, as the sanctuary powerhouse, can't tell? There are only 5 or 6 who can enter the sanctuary training camp, and the only qualified to enter the sanctuary training camp is Feng Ziken alone. Feng Ziken didn't know that this precious place in God's Domain training camp was specially prepared for him by old Chen. At this time, he was looking a little dignifiedly at a young man with a sword backed that just came not far away. This person is not simple. Sword-backed youth also seems to have come to participate in the special enrollment. He has a cold expression, and his temperament is cold like winter, which is daunting. Came to the door, the young man with the sword-backed sword directly raised his head and looked at the 4 characters Sky Star Academy engraved on the city wall, and a hint of eagerness appeared in his eyes. Old Chen also saw this young man. When he saw him, he stared at the sword characters engraved by the dean. He couldn't help but sighed. It was another stunned young man. Are the characters engraved by the dean himself so beautiful? Looking under the sanctuary for a long time will obliterate the will, and there is little possibility of progress. It seems that we are going to rescue him again. Not everyone can break free with their own strength. Before he finished speaking, Mr. Chen's eyes widened, and he couldn't help but explode. Damn, this kid unexpectedly, this face slapped is coming too soon. I saw that facing the pressure of the sword intent left by the dean, the sword-backed young man was not afraid, and a shocking sword intent burst out of his body, like a horned dragon rushing into the sky, and suddenly hit the sword left by the dean. Italian coercion. There seemed to be a muffled noise between the heavens and the earth. The sword-backed young man couldn't help backing up a few steps. His face changed slightly. Dean Tianxing is worthy of the long-known sword on the mainland, and the realm of Kendo is really unfathomable, just a leftover sword intent. Pressure can make me go all out. However, even though it was downwind, the sword-backed young man's eyebrows were filled with infinite fighting spirit. A golden sword light flashed in his eyes. He did not retreat but moved forward, stepping forward, and his whole body vigorously exploded, impressively dazzling. Golden Grudge. Sword God Bloodline, open! The sword-backed youth yelled softly in his heart, and his dark eyes gradually turned gold, and a stronger sword intent rushed into the sky, once again hitting the pressure of the sword intent. The result of this collision is quite different. After the strengthening of the sword god's bloodline, the sword intent of the sword-backed boy is obviously stronger by a notch, and the sharpness is unmatched. The sword is above the pressure of the sword intent to cut it into force. 2 halves, completely disintegrated. Feng Ziken narrowed his eyes as he watched this scene, and his strength is extraordinary. Are those golden pupils and brilliant gold fighting spirit the so-called power of blood on this continent? It's almost like the blood succession boundary in the Naruto world. Compared with Feng Ziken's little knowledge, Chen Lao is different. He was slightly impressed when he saw the brilliant golden fighting spirit. When the young man with the sword backed his eyes also turned golden, Chen Lao finally recognized the blood. The bottom of the force is thinner. Is it the power of the bloodline of the sacred pinnacle, the bloodline of the sword god? So this young man is a member of that clan. Old Chen was horrified, and even the clan that had been hidden for thousands of years appeared. Is this a sign? The young man with the sword back restrained his golden vindictiveness and concealed his golden pupils. After a short rest, he walked over the dust and said directly, "I want to enter the God's Realm training camp." Old Chen hasn't spoken yet, and there are people below who are dissatisfied. "What do you mean? We all have to start the assessment before you come here slowly, and you will enter the God's Domain training camp as soon as you speak? Too arrogant." "Hey, boy, stop being arrogant. Is the God's Realm training camp that you can enter if you want? We are all still here waiting for the assessment. You are the last one to come. Why are you?" Standing Fengzi, a blue-haired boy not far from Chen, yelled, obviously very dissatisfied with the tone of the sword-backed boy. The sword-backed boy turned around and coldly glanced at the blue-haired boy. His eyes flashed and the sword intent was released instantly, condensed into a bunch of blue-haired boy. The blue-haired boy was struck by lightning. He staggered and almost fell to the ground. He raised his eyes and looked at the sword-backed boy in horror. How strong is he at the same age? If you really want to do it yourself, a magician will not be killed by him. Thinking of this, the blue-haired boy didn't dare to say a word anymore, and bowed his head not to look at him. The young man with the back sword looked at Chen Lao again, and said again, but this time the meaning was quite different, "The assessment has not yet started, I want to join." Chen always touched his long beard and said, "Well, it hasn't started, you are just in time." Sword-backed boy nodded, did not say anything, stood aside and said nothing. Chen coughed and said, 20 of you who are going to participate in the Tianxing Road assessment, come with me." Then he turned and walked into the gate. The young man with the sword-backed sword followed closely, and Feng Zikan and others followed. Chen Lao led the way and walked left and right. After several laps before stopping, he looked at the door entirely made of bronze and said, "This is the entrance to Tianxing Road. You will enter from here later and start your assessment." After speaking, Chen Lao clapped his palms, and the heavy bronze door moved in response and opened slowly. It is worth mentioning that if you want to enter the God's Domain training camp, you must pass the 9th level at least, otherwise there is a little hope. Nothing. Of course, medicines and the like are not allowed during the assessment process. Everything can only rely on your own strength. There will be full monitoring on Star Road. The senior management of my Star Academy is watching you, so don't let yourself be wrong. Once you find out, then the Star Academy will never welcome you again." Old Chen added. Feng Zikan and others listened quietly to Mr. Chen talking about some rules of the assessment. After a while, Mr. Chen stopped, looked at the sky, and said, "The assessment begins, you can go in." The sword-backed young man was fearless, strode directly into the bronze gate and walked into Tianxing Road. Feng Zikan greeted Lin Zikan and Lin Zixuan to follow him. The rest of the people also rushed into Tianxing Road and began to break into the sky. Road journey. Old Chen looked at everyone who started the assessment and couldn't help but smile. The quality of the candidates this time is really high. From his perspective, everyone can pass the 3rd level and enter the senior class of the Star Academy, and enter. There are probably as many as 5 or 6 in the Sanctuary training camp. Of course, what excites him most is Feng Zikan and Sword-backed Boy, who are qualified to enter the God's Domain training camp. Inside the door is a deep passage made entirely of bronze, extending forward, without knowing where the end is. The sword-backed young man took the lead and walked in the forefront. Feng Zikan looked at the sword-backed young man who didn't say a word in front, and wanted to ask his name or something else, but he felt that this was not a place to talk, so he had to give it up. Soon, Feng Zikan and his team walked along the passage to the first pass on Tianxing Road. It was a huge ring, about 100 meters long and wide, and the opposite of the ring was a passage entrance, which should be the same as the second pass. After Feng Zikan and others came to the ring, a beam of light suddenly lit up on the ring, the light dissipated, and a light and shadow appeared on the ring. This is the magical clone of a sanctuary powerhouse, probably possessing the power of a great magician. You can only enter the 2nd level if you defeat it. The voice of old Chen came from some place above the ring, echoing in Feng Zikan. Wait for someone's ear. Magic clone? Is it similar to the technique of own shadow clone? Feng Zikan looked at the light and shadow on the ring with interest, and thought in his heart. The boy with back sword was the first to enter the ring, and Guangying murmured a word, suddenly summoning a huge rock to hit the boy with back sword. The young man with a sword on his back is not surprised. Yu reading www.yuuganshu.com. Backhand pulled out the divine sword behind, the sword light flashed it directly and cut it in half. The rest of the prestige was still terrifying, and the light and shadow were instantly cut into pieces, and the victory was easy. Everyone on the field looked at the sword-backed youth with a lot of pressure. This strength might have reached the realm of sword sovereign. Sword-backed youth, no matter what other people think, after defeating the light and shadow. He walked directly into the passage and walked towards the second level. He did not want to stay and see how the rest of the people fight. I am afraid that in his opinion, no one here is qualified to be his opponent. Feng Zikan thought in his heart, and at the same time, he was looking forward to his shocked expression after he waited to catch up with him. Lin Zikan smiled and said, "That kid is really unpleasant." He went straight away. It seems that we have to speed up. Otherwise, if his strength does not exceed us too much, it will be unsightly. Feng Zikan and Lin Zixuan nodded in agreement, and started their assessment. The light and shadow appeared again, and Feng Zikan came to the stage, facing the light and shadow with only the power of the great magician. He didn't bother to use ninjutsu, and went directly to Konoha. Defeat it. The same defeat made other examinees look at Feng Zikan's eyes differently. Although the strength of the great magician is stronger than that of everyone present, it is still a bit difficult to defeat by one move. A powerhouse like Lin Zikan, the peak of the wizard, also used 3 fire magic to defeat it, even more so for others, and it generally took a lot of time. And Lin Zixuan, a 16-year-old girl, actually has the cultivation of a magician, and her combat power is extremely good. She also passed the first test in a few strokes, and they were stunned. Feng Zikan, who passed the first level, went to the second level together. The sword-backed boy has been ahead of them for quite a while. I wonder if they have passed the second level. Chapter 15, Breakthrough. Passing through the deep passage made of bronze, Feng Zikan and others arrived at the second level, which was the same huge arena as the first level. Hey? The sword-backed boy is not here. It seems that this level has not brought him obstruction. Feng Zikan couldn't help but said when he saw that there was no one on the ring. Actually, he himself can get through the level faster, but he doesn't want to leave Lin Zikan and the others alone. Lin Zikan heard it, and couldn't help gritting his teeth. That guy is really capable, is he so fast? The other 16 people also came to the second stage one after another. At this time, a white light rose again on the ring, and a grudge clone appeared in front of them. Same as the first level, this is a vindictive clone of the sanctuary strong, but the strength is already at the peak of the great martial artist, and you can pass the second level to the third level. Chen Lao's voice sounded again. The great warrior peak? That is the strength equivalent to the peak of the great mage. It seems to be much stronger than the first level. Everyone is a little surprised, but the second level is already the peak strength of the great mage, then the third level will not be the strength of the wizard, right? What about the 6th level? Even the 9th level necessary to enter the God's Domain training camp? Now these genius teenagers can finally feel soberly how difficult it is to enter the God's Domain training camp. Feng Zikan looked at the grudge clone on the stage, then looked at Lin Zikan's unhappy eyes, and couldn't help but smile. Brother Lin, you can't catch up with the sword-backed young man, but you don't want to expose the true nature so early. The strength is nothing. Lin Zikan looked at Feng Zikan in amazement. Brother, you have seen it long ago. As the young master of the Lin family of the 3 super families in the Star Empire, Lin Zikan naturally has hidden strength, but he has never just used it, but I didn't expect this Feng brother who had just met for a long time to know it. Lin Zixuan, who has been quiet and silent all the time, couldn't help but look at Feng Zikan. The light in her beautiful eyes was like a dream. Feng Zikan smiled and nodded, "Be aware of it. Since Brother Lin wants to catch up with that person as soon as possible, let's go through the level as fast as possible. This can also save some time." "It seems that Big Brother Feng is also invisible," Lin Zixuan suddenly said, her beautiful eyes full of smiles. Feng Zikan smiled a little embarrassingly. Lin Zikan thought for a moment, and agreed with Feng Zikan's opinion. "Well, in that case, I won't hide my clumsiness anymore, let's clear the level as quickly as possible." Speaking of Lin Zikan, he was the first to enter the ring. His black hair instantly turned blue while walking, and his temperament had also changed significantly. Lin Zikan, who was originally a fire magician, gave people a fiery and warm feeling. But it was filled with a deep cold, but there was a faint trace of hot in the cold, which was extremely strange. The fighting spirit clone sensed that someone was coming up, and rushed directly to Lin Zikan quickly. A pair of fists surged with fighting spirit, and rushed towards Lin Zikan. Lin Zikan's face was calm, his right hand stroked the ring of his left hand, and a slender blue staff appeared out of thin air. Lin Zikan held the staff and knocked on the ground. A faint blue ring of fire violently spread around him, directly pushed back the grudge clone. And the faint blue flame was contaminated with the fighting spirit clone, and it froze instantly, freezing the fighting spirit clone on the ring. The temperature of this flame is surprisingly low, and it can freeze people. It seems to be a very special flame. Is this also a kind of bloodline power? Sure enough, it's powerful, so strange. Feng Zikan said silently in his heart. The vindictive clone was frozen. Lin Zikan directly condensed a faint blue flame sword, and shot away like lightning. The vindictive clone was unexpectedly pierced by a sword and dissipated on the spot. Lin Zikan put away the blue staff and walked off the ring. In less than 10 seconds, he killed the Duki clone with the peak power of the Great Mage. This strength also shocked the other teenagers present, making them feel a lot of pressure. When he came to Feng Zikan and Lin Zixuan, Lin Zikan smiled and said, "How about it, fast enough?" Feng Zikan gave a thumbs up. This strength definitely has the qualification to attack the sanctuary training camp. Next up was Lin Zixuan. After the quietly and well-behaved girl was fully deployed, her black hair turned into a dark purple, and the flame she controlled turned into a more advanced dark purple. The extremely hot temperature connected to the audience. Feng Zikan could clearly feel it. Also took out the staff from the space ring on the right hand. Lin Zixuan directly released a 7-level magic flame storm and burned the vindictive clone into nothingness, winning the battle. Everyone in the audience was shocked once again. This little beauty is only 16 years old, and she has such a powerful strength. How can we, who are 17 or 18 years old but also a magician, feel so embarrassed? The little beauty hurriedly walked off the ring, with a hint of joy on her beautiful little face, looking at Lin Zikan, and two of them seemed to say, "Look, I'm also very good." Lin Zikan and Feng Zikan are naturally not stingy with some compliments, and Lin Zixuan feels a little embarrassed when they say that they like it. Feng Zikan is the only one who has not passed. Lin Zikan looked at Feng Zikan with a smirk and said, "Zikan, if he comes back in more than 10 seconds, he will be punished." Fuji Chen smiled, 10 seconds? Shouldn't it take that long? Walking onto the ring, the grudge clone rushed over mechanically, and Feng Zikan had a few seals in his hands, Lei Dun Qiandiao sharp spear. Feng Zikan suddenly joined the of his right hand and turned into sword fingers, and a long lightning beam quickly extended out between the flashing lights, piercing into the chest of the Do Chi clone, and with a sudden shock, the Do Chi clone broke and turned into the fluorescent dots disappeared. Stepped off the ring and looked at Lin Zikan and Lin Zixuan, who were stunned. Feng Zikan couldn't help but smile, and touched Lin Zikan on his shoulder, and Neiyu said, "How about? Is there 10 seconds? Lin Zikan screamed in his heart, "There are no 10 seconds, this is not even 5 seconds, this girl is really unfathomable." Faced with these three abnormalities, it took less time than one, and the others were already numb. Both of them are 17 or 18 years old, the difference in strength is too big. Feng Ziken and the three of them laughed for a while and then walked towards the passage of the third pass together, leaving the 16 teenagers fighting hard to face the grudge clone. At the location of the third stage, on the same huge arena, the sword-backed young man faced a transparent light and shadow, closed his eyes to resist the attack of illusion, and burst out from the sky, and instantly wiped out the magical clone whose strength reached the realm of illusion. For the martial artist, the illusionist is really the most difficult to deal with. This is just a clone of the phantom sect in the early stage, which can stop me for a moment. It seems that the subsequent levels can't be careless. Walk through the 4 gates. However, just 1 second before the young man with back sword was about to step into the passage, a rush of footsteps sounded from the entrance of the second pass, making him a little surprised to stop. Someone was able to keep up with his steps. This strength is not bad, it seems that there are still some capable candidates in that batch of candidates. On the other side, in order to catch up with the sword-backed boy, the three of Feng Ziken could not help but ran quickly in the passage. The moment they rushed out of the passage, they saw a figure standing in front of the passage leading to the fourth pass on the other side. Sword-backed boy. Lin Ziken is overjoyed, but he has caught up, and it seems that he has no use of his blood in vain. The sword-backed boy paused for a while, then moved his feet again and entered the fourth pass. Came very fast, but you still pass the obstruction of the third level illusion clone. If you can really catch up with me in the fourth level, then it is really amazing. Go. Feng Ziken secretly said in his heart, it seems that this third level is still a bit difficult, and the sword-backed boy also stayed here for a while. Lin Ziken saw that the young man with the back sword just glanced at the three of them and entered the fourth level. He couldn't help but gritted his teeth. Come over this level as fast as possible, let that cold guy see our strength. Lin Zixuan nodded, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Feng Ziken was also aroused a little bit of comparison, and the aggressive temperament that was sleeping in his body awakened. He stood up and said, let me start this time. Lin Ziken knew that he was indeed stronger than himself, so he agreed. Okay, Ziken, you are the first one. You must rush over as fast as you can, and let that kid be surprised by the fourth level. Brother Feng, come on. Lin Zixuan encouraged, her big eyes full of expectation. Don't worry. Feng Ziken smiled and nodded, and quickly walked onto the ring. At the same time, a pair of dark eyes instantly turned blood red, and there were 3 dark black gojade in the blood-colored pupils, which were the eyes of the writing wheel. The fastest way to deal with the illusion avatar is naturally to open the writing wheel eye. As the best writing wheel eye in the Naruto world, it has strong illusion resistance by nature, and can even directly rebound some illusions that are not very strong. Go back. Illusory avatar started to work, and without any signs, an illusion fell on Feng Ziken, trying to pull him into the world of illusory. However, since the Xuanyan was opened, it showed that Feng Ziken really wanted to solve the battle quickly. The illusion attack was directly dismantled during the operation of the pupil of the Xuanyan, and at the same time, Feng Ziken disappeared in place with a blinking technique. When he reappeared, he was in front of the avatar. A round of azure chakra ball was condensed in his hand, and it was printed on the chest of the avatar. The powerful power directly blasted it into fragments, flying in all directions little by little. Third level, pass. The whole process was like going with the clouds and flowing water. In less than 10 seconds, a magical clone that had reached the early stage of the fantasy sect was strongly beheaded by Feng Ziken. The speed made the brothers and sisters Lin Ziken sluggish for a long time, too cruel. Chapter 16, Feng Ziken and Jian Wuji. Looking at Feng Ziken with a relaxed look on his face, Lin Ziken said silently, it seems that I still underestimated the strength of Brother Feng. This phantom power clone probably has the strength of the phantom sect. Your kid is still so strong. Good job. Fuji Chen pointed to his writing wheel, and smiled, in fact, it is still due to the power of my bloodline. Part of its ability is related to illusion, so it has some resistance to some not very strong illusion. Since there is a lot of bloodline power in this world, Feng Zikan also took the opportunity to call his own bloodline power. After all, bloodline power and bloodline power are actually very similar. In fact, Lin Zikan and Lin Zixuan also discovered the abnormal changes in Feng Zikan's eyes, and they also suspected that it was the power of blood. It's just that the power of a person's blood has always been taboo. They are not easy to ask, and now Feng Zikan has said them. There is no scruples. Lin Zixuan looked curiously at the blood-red pupils with a demon-like beauty, and couldn't help but say, "Brother Feng's pupil-like bloodline power is very rare, is it only you have it?" Feng Zikan was taken aback, and quickly replied, "I think it should not be. There are still many eyes like me in a very distant place, but few people know it." Lin Zixuan's beautiful eyes flashed a ray of contemplation, and he didn't ask anything. After all, the power of the bloodline is a person's greatest trump card. If you continue to ask, it will be a little unsure. Lin Zikan patted Feng Zikan on the shoulder, and said excitedly, "Brother, it's only half a minute, that arrogant guy must be in the 4th level, go, catch up with him, and surpass him." Feng Zikan hesitated, "Then you?" Lin Zixuan's smart voice sounded, "Big brother Feng, don't worry about us. Although my brother and I can't solve the battle as quickly as you, there is still no problem in dealing with a fantasy section." Lin Zikan also said with a smile, "After all, the goal of our siblings is the sanctuary training camp. This 3rd level can't stop us." Feng Zikan nodded, showing a confident smile, "Don't worry, I will surpass him to show you." After speaking, he quickly rushed into the passage. Lin Zikan and Lin Zixuan watched Feng Zikan's figure disappear in their eyes. They couldn't help but a wave of confidence in their hearts, confidence in Feng Zikan, but also confidence in themselves. In the passage, Feng Zikan released his speed and ran towards the 4th pass. With his shadow-level strength, the movement speed was naturally extremely fast, as if a gust of wind blew by. Feng Zikan suddenly found a sword mark in front of his eyes, which was conspicuously carved on the bronze wall. This sword mark was just imprinted. Is it left by the young man with the sword back? There are traces of his battle left here, that is to say. Feng Zikan's mind was swiftly running, and an answer emerged, from here, the passage is not safe anymore. Almost the moment he thought of this layer, 2 extremely sharp arrows popped up on the wall with a jam, and they shot at Feng Zikan. Feng Zikan was already running fast, and the 2 sharp arrows shot in front of him made him quite frantic, but fortunately, he had already prepared when he saw the sword marks left by the sword-backed young man before, so it was not too bad. What's wrong? In the critical moment, Feng Zikan showed his exquisite physical skills. The physical coordination he trained for 3 years was perfectly presented at this moment. He tilted his head slightly to avoid one arrow, and faced the other with great power. The arrow that shot towards his abdomen, Feng Zikan, slammed into his abdomen at the same time, and the arrow rubbed his abdominal muscles and passed through, tearing the clothes on his chest. Ding ding! With 2 crisp sounds, the arrows pierced the bronze wall without stopping, and the powerful force nailed it to the wall. Feng Zikan, who had survived a thrilling disaster, stopped and looked at the lacquered black arrows nailed to the bronze wall. He couldn't help but be afraid. This power is not something ordinary bows and crossbows can shoot, even if the Magister is not watching. Under the circumstances, it will be embarrassing. Feng Zikan stared at this long passage. There was a bright light in the distance, which should be the exit of the passage. However, this passage that usually can be passed through in less than a minute is now full of organs and dangerous in Feng Zikan's eyes. Everywhere. Feng Zikan remembered in his heart that he who promised Lin Zikan and Lin Zixuan would catch up with the sword-backed boy and surpass him, how could he stop here? Immediately his hands crossed his chest and began to seal, shadow clone technique. After a few muffled bangs, 10 more Feng Zikan appeared in the passage. Looking at this deep passage, they started charging one by one to sweep the human body. 10 shadow clones rushed towards the passage one after another and ran towards the exit, while the deity of Fengziken stayed in place, staring at every move of the passage. After rushing out 100 meters, the 10 shadow clones finally encountered the trap. Several organs were exposed on both sides of the wall, bursting out a large amount of hot flames, and the 2 shadow clones were accidentally burnt to smoke with a bang. Dissipated away, while the remaining 8 shadow clones quickly continued to walk, the ground suddenly collapsed, revealing the rows of iron spears underneath. Although the sharp spearheads were removed, the fall was equally tragic. 3 of the 8 shadow clones were killed again, and the remaining 5 shadow clones were only 300 meters away from the exit. Fengziken watched from a distance without moving, and once again commanded the 5 shadow clones to open the way forward. In the section less than 100 meters away from the exit, the shadow clone suffered the greatest loss. Seeing that it was about to reach the exit, an invisible wave passed by, and the 5 shadow clones suddenly changed their expressions and made 5 bangs. Turned into smoke, the whole army was wiped out. Fengziken closed his eyes and absorbed the information and feelings that came back after the shadow clone disappeared, and muttered, "The last thing that appeared is illusion." These 10 shadow clones were originally the cannon fodder he used to explore the way. There were not many chakras at all, so they would dissipate as soon as they encountered an attack, but their sacrifices also found a safe way for Fengziken. Fengziken suddenly opened his eyes and rushed to the exit of the passage. Because he had the experience of exploring the way with the shadow clone, he flashed past before the flame appeared, and the traps on the ground naturally became easier. Galloping all the way, bypassing many traps, Fengziken rushed to the last 100 meters, and the invisible illusion swept in. Fengziken ignored him, his strong mental power clung to his soul, and directly resisted the past. Stepped out of the tunnel, Fengziken breathed a sigh of relief. These traps were not a threat to him, but they were too annoying, they were everywhere. If it were Linziken and the 2 brothers and sisters might end up here with hatred. After all, there was no danger in the previous passages. Now there are so many traps suddenly, and they are magicians, weak in body, and I am afraid they will encounter unexpected events. It is too late to activate the magic, even with some defensive means, it will be very embarrassing. But I have left a mark just now, I must be careful, Lin Zixuan will find it. Fengziken muttered to herself. After regaining his senses, Fengziken hurriedly looked around, and he was relieved to see the sword-backed young man standing on the ring not far away. Fortunately, he had not passed the 4th level. On the ring, the sword-backed young man was confronting a man wearing black clothes and a copper mask. When he saw that he was about to fight, he saw Fengziken rushing out of the passage. The sword-backed youth finally changed his face, and he just got out of the perverted passage. In less than 2 minutes, this guy actually passed the 3rd level of the magical clone? It seems that I really underestimate the world. Thinking of this, the sword-backed youth looked at Fengziken with a dignified gaze. He no longer regarded him as a passerby, but a real opponent of comparable strength. Old Chen's voice sounded again, "Congratulations on coming to the 4th level. This level you have to deal with is not the clone, but the students cultivated by our Star Academy. The students who have reached the mid-level of the magician, defeat them. Or let them say that they admit defeat even if they pass, I hope you can go further. Isn't this a pure clone at the beginning? Changing to a student of the Star Academy means that the difficulty has increased again. After all, there are no ordinary students who can enter the Star Academy. They are all talented students. All kinds of magic are readily available, and the battle rhythm will be well grasped. No, as for the one who was beaten by them, he didn't know how to fight back. All in all, the difficulty coefficient has increased significantly from the 4th level. Fengziken watched the sword-backed youth on the ring against the black-clothed students and watched the show with great interest. The young man with the back sword seemed to know that Fengziken was watching him fight, and no longer hesitated, he drew his sword abruptly and slashed towards the black-clothed student. The golden grudge engulfed the sharp sword aura and slashed towards the black-clothed student. The black-clothed student could clearly feel that an astonishing sword intent had firmly locked himself in and prevented him from escaping. The black-clothed student was shocked and not surprised. With a sudden stop with the staff in his hand, he summoned 3 earth walls to block him in front of him. He is an earth magician. The sword energy slashed on the earth wall, and the powerful power dissipated after cutting through 2 earth walls. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Black-clothed students seized the opportunity, raised the staff, and released a 7th level magic ground thorn surgery. The earth trembled for a while, and a thorn suddenly rose from the feet of the young man with the back sword, and a sharp violent stabbing at the young man with the back sword. The young man with the sword back was not in a panic. The sword master's cultivation gave him extremely agile skills. One back jumped 5 or 6 meters, avoiding the thorn. The black-clothed student was obviously very accurate in grasping the timing of the battle. After the ground stab, a meteorite fell from the sky and hit the young man with the back sword. The sword-backed boy was obviously dissatisfied that he was crushed and lost the opportunity, especially in front of Feng Zikan, so he saw the huge meteorite hit and burst out a bright golden vindictiveness, a heart-palpitating sword. The mind spread, and the black-clothed student was breathless. Mysterious sword skills, cut the sky and the earth. A huge golden sword aura seemed to fall from the sky, slashing straight toward the meteorite. This time, the sword-backed youth obviously used an extremely powerful method. The golden sword aura broke through the meteorite stone with a force like a bamboo, and the power still slashed towards the black-clothed students. The death-like threat made the black-clothed students understand to overcome the huge gap between the two. He immediately shouted helplessly, "I admit defeat." At the moment he shouted the 3 characters of admit defeat, a vast force came from the sky, which directly obliterated the amazing golden sword aura, and at the same time Chen Lao's voice sounded, "Fourth pass, pass." The sword-backed boy looked up at the void, turned his head and walked down the ring. Feng Zikan looked at the sword-backed boy in awe, and said, "What a powerful sword aura, my name is Feng Zikan. I don't know if I know this brother's name." The sword-backed boy paused, looking at Feng Zikan, hesitating flashed in his eyes, but he still said, "My name, Jian Wuji." Chapter 17, Warrior Martial Arts. Jian Wuji. Feng Zikan smiled, being able to say his name. It seems that he has finally paid attention to himself. "If you don't mind, wait for me, let's break through together later. I believe you also want to challenge the 9th level." Feng Zikan invited. Jian Wuji looked at Feng Zikan, did not speak, but stopped when he wanted to move forward. Fuji Chen showed a slight smile, turned around and jumped onto the ring, leaving a sentence, "It won't be long." There was a student with the same black copper mask on the ring. He looked at Feng Zikan who came up, bowed slightly and took out his staff. Feng Zikan replied, and the smile on his face gradually disappeared. Since he wants to get Jian Wuji's approval, he must naturally show his absolute strength, otherwise no matter what you say, people will not believe you. The black-clothed student murmured a word, and with a violent wave of his staff, a huge flame snake violently rushed towards Feng Zikan. It was obvious that the black-clothed student was a fire magician. Feng Zikan's eyes were faint, and his hands quickly formed a seal, took a deep breath, and suddenly blew out, "Feng Dun Vacuum Jade." Several sharp wind-breaking sounds sounded, the invisible wind blade swept past like a tough silk thread, and instantly cut the flame giant into pieces. The powerful wind escape force was still terrifying, and quickly swept towards the black-clothed students. The black-clothed student obviously did not expect that the power of this magic would be so great, and in a rush, he only waved his staff and summoned a wall of fire to block him in front of him. The wind blade cuts across the space on the wall of fire. The students in black only felt a shocking force passing over. The wall of fire couldn't resist and broke apart, but the chakra of the wind blade was exhausted and turned into one. The breeze blew on the face of the black-clothed student, causing him to secretly say, "So dangerous." But before he recovered, Feng Zikan rushed over quickly, thunder raging on his right hand, as sharp as a sharp sword, and a unique jiji sound was made among countless electric lights, like 1,000 birds. Qi Ming, ear-piercing and eye-catching. Lei Dun Lei Che. The black-clothed student was taken aback. This trick came so quickly. He had no chance to react at all. He could only watch the terrifying magic stabbing him. Between the electric light and flint, a powerful force came from the void again, covering the black-clothed student. Feng Zikan had long known that old Chen would make a move, so after sensing this mighty force, he took advantage of the trend and stabbed the student in black. With a loud bang, Lei Che's powerful penetrating power threw a long shallow ditch on the ground, and that power surprised the few people present. Not to mention that the black-clothed student who had escaped a catastrophe called out abnormality in his heart, even the old Chen in the dark was also moved by it. This power definitely reached the peak level of the Magister. It seems that the first 8 levels of the Sky Star Road cannot constitute him. It's a threat, and only the 9th level. Well, there is that Jian Wuji, who is also extremely strong. It seems that this time the God's Domain training camp will add 2 places. Feng Zikan jumped off the ring and came to Jian Wuji. At this time, Feng Zikan did not ask him how he felt, whether he was qualified to form a team with him, because he saw a trace of Jian Wuji's always cold face. Shock. Jian Wuji was indeed shocked, even he felt threatened by the move just now, which is enough to show that Feng Zikan's strength is not weaker than himself, and it may even be stronger. Jian Wuji looked at Feng Zikan's gaze and couldn't help showing a trace of war intent. Although he understood that Feng Zikan was very strong, the innate war intent in his bones was still boiling, and a trace of sword intent rose up, as if it was going to skyrocket up. But he quickly suppressed the desire to fight again. Here is the extremely dangerous Star Road in the Star Academy. I don't know how many difficult opponents are waiting behind. How can I waste power here? Very good, pass the 4th level, Feng Zikan, Jian Wuji, I hope to see you in the 9th level. Chen Lao's slightly relieved voice came from the void, which lasted forever. Feng Zikan and Jian Wuji both bowed slightly towards the void, glanced at each other, and started to walk towards the bronze passage leading to the 5th level. Inside the passage, both of them knew that this passage would be more dangerous, so they were fully prepared. Jian Wuji was able to avoid attacks from the aisle by virtue of the sword sovereign level physical fitness and powerful strength. And Feng Zikan also displayed a physical fitness that is not weaker than Jian Wuji. Following Jian Wuji, and avoiding attacks from time to time, Jian Wuji's eyes twitched. For Feng Zikan, this is quite a bit of an advantage. The practice is really speechless, but nothing is said. Feng Zikan felt dark and refreshing. The various organs on the road that Jian Wuji had flashed broke out. Feng Zikan, who walked behind him, was much more comfortable, and he only needed to avoid those attacks, instead of trying them one by one. Up. With the preparation and strength of the 2 people, they arrived at the 5th level within a few minutes. The same huge ring, on which stood a student in white and silver mask, holding a long spear, and the sharp head of the gun was in the light. Under the shining Senran cold light. Sensing the undisguised strong fluctuations of vindictiveness in the body of the white-clothed and silver-masked students, he has reached the peak of Wuzong. Jian Wuji didn't say anything. He leaped into the ring with a vertical step, and his calm eyes didn't contain a wave of waves. In his eyes, as long as his strength did not reach the Holy Realm, it would not be a problem. Just use his divine sword to break all obstacles. That's the enemy. The white-clothed student slammed on the ground, and there was a loud bang. The figure flew towards Jian Wuji like an arrow. The spear in his hand was like a dragon, bursting with cold light and stabling towards him. The strength of the force made the air. There were several bursts of air. Feng Zikan nodded as he watched from the audience. This student of Tianxing Academy is really extraordinary. This student has been trained in spear skills, has good combat power, and is absolutely invincible at the same level, but it is a pity that he is facing it is not an opponent of the same level, and it is doomed to fail. Just as Feng Zikan thought, in the face of the powerful attack from the white-clothed student, Jian Wuji did not evade, pulled out the divine sword behind, the golden vindictive erupted, a sword stabbed out, accurately found the entity in the shadow of the gun, and directly the sword was blocked, the lower sword body was shocked, and the student in white involuntarily stepped back. Sword Wuji gains power and does not forgive, a bright golden sword aura cuts out, and the momentum is like a rainbow to the white-clothed students. The white-clothed student's eyes were piercing, and his vigorous anger suddenly erupted, and he poured all his spears into his hands, pierced one shot and pointed at the golden sword aura. Spirit-level pinnacle martial arts, spirit-shattering spear. The tip of the gun filled with white grudge rippled with powerful waves, and one shot was placed on the golden sword aura. The sword Wuji's unfavorable sword aura was directly broken by this move. Oh! Is this the unique martial skill of the warriors on this continent? Sure enough, I can't underestimate it. Feng Zikan watched with a little surprise as the white-clothed student shattered Jian Wuji's sword energy with a shot, and said inwardly. On the Star Continent, magicians can mobilize the ubiquitous magic elements between the heavens and the earth, and cast all kinds of terrifying magic. The magic power in their own bodies is actually very small, but the warriors are on the contrary, they can't use the energy of the heaven and the earth. Can only strengthen the vindictiveness in one's body through continuous cultivation, so as to gradually strengthen oneself. That's why the fighting spirit in the martial artist is much stronger than the magician in terms of quality and quantity. They can't use magic, but they can use the same powerful martial skills. That's what the predecessors have created for millions of years. Improved horror skills. It is these powerful martial skills that make the martial artist not lag behind the magician on the overall level, so that the warrior with a high level of cultivation can also make the noble magician be afraid of it. The martial arts are divided into ordinary, mysterious, spiritual, heaven, holy, and God. Each level has 4 small realms of primary, intermediate, and advanced peaks, and the order is clear. The white-clothed students use martial arts unique to the martial artist. Spirit-level martial arts are powerful martial arts that can only be performed when their cultivation level has reached the realm of a great martial artist. In the martial arts, the peak of the spirit stage requires the cultivation of the peak of Wuzong to be used. Very powerful. Jian Wuji was a little surprised when he saw it, but it was only a little surprised. After all, did he want any martial skills because of his origin? Not to mention the spirit-level martial arts, reading www.yuyu. He had mastered a lot of only heaven-rank martial arts, not to mention he had even more powerful bloodline secret skills. Slightly serious, Jian Wuji held the divine sword in both hands, with a solemn expression, and slashed it out very slowly and powerfully. At the same time, he moved his feet and displayed his martial arts inch step, instantly appearing in front of the white-clothed student, heavy a sword slashed down, and the pressure was like a mountain smashed down at him, which was extremely uncomfortable. Spirit-level sword skills, heaven collapsed. Sword skill Tian Beng is really like Tian Qi, a heavy pressure firmly locked the white-clothed student, forcing him to set up his spear and try to block the sword. But will Jian Wuji's intentional sword skills be blocked so easily? The answer is obvious. The sword fell lightly, and the face of the student in white changed wildly, and an unresistible force came from the spear in his hand, almost directly breaking it. The terrifying heavenly sword skill made the white-clothed student fell to the ground and gritted his teeth, and the ring under his feet was shaken open by cracks. A few seconds later, the white-clothed student was finally defeated, was directly bombed out, and vomited blood. Hit hard. Stood up hard, the student in white looked at Jian Wuji, with a trace of envy in his eyes, but he was 5 years older than him. Thank you. The student in white said. He knew very well that his opponent had kept his hand at the last moment, otherwise he would have died with the move just now. Jian Wuji nodded faintly, turned and walked down the ring. Feng Zikan gave him a thumbs up, winked his eyes, full of smiles. I did not expect that he has been so cold and almost merciless, that he has such a human side. Jian Wuji's face couldn't hold back, and he glared at him angrily, and found that this very thick-skinned man didn't care at all, so he had to give up and roll his head. Chapter 18, Artifact Grass Juvenile Sword. Teased the Xiaobing Shan man slightly, Feng Zikan was in a good mood, watching another student in white who appeared on the arena again. A flashing technique flashed onto the arena. This white-clothed student is the same as the one Jian Wuji defeated before. Wu Zong's peak-level cultivation base also makes a long spear, and the strength seems to be the same. It seems that Tianxing Academy also used some snacks in this aspect, Feng Zikan thought in his heart. Seeing that Feng Zikan was on stage, the white-clothed student gave a salute from afar, and the spear in his hand flicked, pulling out a few spears and pointing at Feng Zikan. The smile on Feng Zikan's face gradually dissipated, and his eyes suddenly became dignified. During the 3 years of training in the Fallen Forest, Feng Zikan never despised any opponent. Even if he didn't care about his face, he still beat his heart. It's a bit of spirit. Feng Zikan took a look on his face, as if thinking of something. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, almost forgot it. With a grip on the void, a long sword suddenly appeared in Feng Zikan's hand. The long sword was about 3 fingers wide and 3 feet and 9 minutes long. The sharp blade was glowing with a slight white light, and it was extremely extraordinary. It was the first Hokage to appear in everyone. In his eyes belonged to Lengjun Dashuan's grassy sword. This grassy sword is an artifact obtained after Feng Zikan completed a random task released by the system not long ago after holding up a stick of incense in the hands of the demon ape. Originally, Feng Zikan was still wondering. Although the grass sword used by the Ashimaru is a very good chakra weapon, how can it be worthy of the name of an artifact? In his memory, only those 6 magic weapons in the legend can be called divine weapons, right? Moreover, the grassy sword in the ninja area was priced at a high price of 200,000 exchange points, which was comparable to the price of ordinary S-rank ninjutsu, which made him even more incomprehensible. However, after seeing the special attributes of the grass sword displayed by the system, he changed his original view. Kozhijian, the weapon held by Lengjun Ashimaru, one of the 3 ninjas in the Naruto world, has excellent chakra containment and flexibility, and is extremely sharp. After the system is strengthened, it has 2 special attributes, and its power is greatly enhanced, and it can be ranked as an artifact. Special Attribute 1, Sharp, damage increased by 10%. Special Attribute 2, Breaking Strong, ignoring 50% defense. There are 2 special attributes, one is more perverted, needless to say, Fengrui. The damage is increased by 10%, that is to say, as long as you hold the grass sword, it is equivalent to raising your overall strength by 10%. This is for Feng Zichen said it was a great improvement. The second special attribute is even more perverted, ignoring 50% of the opponent's defense, weakening half of the opponent's defense in disguise, and increasing its own damage. This is undoubtedly a nightmare for the monsters who are very perverted in physical magic defense like the devil ape. Weakening half of the defense power almost cut his strength by 30%, and I am afraid that even some of the sanctuary mid and late stages the World of Warcraft dared to challenge him. After seeing these 2 special attributes, Feng Zikan had to admit that the pheasant sword after the system was strengthened was indeed worthy of the divine weapon. Looking at the faintly gleaming cold light on the slender blade of the Kozhijian, Feng Zikan looked forward to it. He eagerly looked at the student in white who was watching him warily not far away, quite eager to try. Jian Wuji looked at Feng Zikan from the stage and suddenly took out a long sword. He couldn't help being surprised. Isn't this guy a magician? Why did you take out the sword now? Could it be that he can still martial arts? Feng Zikan did not know the astonishment in Jian Wuji's heart under the stage. Holding the magical grass sword in his hand, his figure moved and quickly rushed towards the white-clothed students. After all, it is the physical quality of the shadow-level cultivation base. The fast speed makes the white-clothed students' hearts shocked, concentrating on alert. Before the person arrived, Feng Zikan first raised the grass-like sword in his hand and instilled the chakras. The special performance of the grass-like sword increased these chakras by 10%, and then turned into a blue sword energy, and cut to the white clothes. Trainees. The white-clothed student did not dare to neglect, the spear in his hand flicked, like a dragon, violently stabbed at the blue sword energy. Spirit-level martial arts, piercing dragon thorns. On a long spear, the fighting spirit was restrained and hidden deeply. It was not until the moment when it came into contact with the sword energy that it exploded with amazing power. The tip of the spear was pointed on the sword aura, and the strong penetrating power directly shattered the sword aura. The white-clothed student's spear kept running, and one stabbed at Feng Zikan, the spear pierced through the void, roaring like a cloud-breaking dragon. Feng Zikan didn't panic at all. The blue light of the grassy sword in his hand was released, and chakras poured in large quantities. After the grassy sword was increased, the power reached a terrifying point, and he pierced the tip of the gun directly. Ding! There was a crisp sound, the needle tip faced the wheat, and the sharp tip of the grassy sword pierced the spear tip, and an invisible shock wave erupted. The white-clothed student's complexion changed, and he only felt an extremely sharp power coming from the spear in his hand. This force even faintly rushed into his body along the spear, extremely dangerous. Feng Zikan was pleasantly surprised to feel that his chakras showed a lot more power after the CAO's Hejian increased, and every attack he took with the CAO's Hejian almost had the power of grade B ninjutsu, replaced by Xing Chen. The saying on the mainland is that every sword has the power of spirit-level martial arts, which is extremely terrifying. Is this the power of the artifact? Feng Zikan's heart was full of pride, and he didn't care about physical swordsmanship. He slashed it with one sword and one sword. This made the white-clothed student's heart miserable. Every time he resisted a sword, he would consume a lot of fighting energy and the strength of his body. The impact is getting bigger and bigger, and he can hardly bear it. I surrender. The student in white couldn't help it finally, desperately blocking a sword, and found that he could barely hold the spear, immediately jumped out and shouted. Feng Zikan stopped, breathing calmly, eyes full of joy. This grassy sword is really powerful. If the opponent is the kind of warrior with strong defense, it would be better to handle it. Go down and teach him to be a man. Fifth pass, pass. Old Chen's voice came from the void, seemingly surprised. Feng Zikan walked off the ring happily, came to Jian Wuji, and said, "How about my swordsmanship?" "Very good." Jian Wuji silently looked at Feng Zikan's expression, "Come and praise me," and spit out a few words, "Too bad." Fujishin's proud expression froze instantly, a bit like a holding his throat. Where it's rotten, don't blame me for turning your face if you don't give a decent reason." Feng Zikan looked at Jian Wuji indignantly. The more he looked at him, the more he owed it. Jian Wuji ignored his gloomy expression, and said to himself, "You can also be called swordsmanship? It's purely about holding a good sword and slashing around. Is there a bit of tricks? Are the moves consistent?" Feng Zikan was speechless. Indeed, he had never learned swordsmanship. It seemed that the swordsmanship was superb. The students who fought in white clothes had no strength to fight back. In fact, they rely solely on their own strength and the powerful power of the grassy sword. People can't see it, but when placed in front of Jian Wuji, a master of swordsmanship, he can see through it at a glance. Jian Wuji looked at the speechless Feng Zikan, and for the first time felt an exuberant feeling in his heart. "For a little bit, tigers don't make cats, you treat me as critically ill. Dare to show swordsmanship in front of me? You were still playing in the mud when I started learning swords." Seeing a trace of pride on Jian Wuji's unchanging face for thousands of years, Feng Zikan's teeth tickled, wishing to choke him to death. After fighting for a while, the two obviously got a better relationship. and immediately walked towards the sixth pass. The fourth stage of Tianxing Road. Looking at the empty arena, Lin Zikan and Lin Zixuan looked at each other speechlessly. The two of them went too fast. It only took a few minutes to disappear. Sure enough, the strength of Brother Feng is far more than that. I am afraid that he has reached the peak of the magician. Lin Zikan sighed. Lin Zixuan's beautiful eyes also showed a trace of admiration. Looking at the bronze passage behind him, she couldn't help but said with a little fear, if it weren't for the mark left by the windy brother, it would have been dangerous just now. Lin Zikan was also a little surprised. He shook his head and said, the traps set up by the Sky Star Academy are too insidious. The passages of the previous levels are not dangerous. So many traps are suddenly laid. Who can react? I don't know if Brother Feng has caught up with the young man with the sword back. Lin Zixuan muttered to herself as she looked at the passage leading to the fifth level. Okay? Lin Zikan looked at her a little strange sister and was startled. He couldn't help but said, little sister, you reading www.yuyuganshu.com, why are you so, care about Zikan? Lin Zixuan's beautiful little face suddenly showed a faint redness, and her beautiful eyes looked at Lin Zikan with an annoyed look. Hate, brother, what are you talking about? How can you arrange your own sister like this? Lin Zikan scratched his head and smiled. Actually, it doesn't matter. As long as you are satisfied with your sister, I will definitely support my brother. Haha. Brother, you still said. Haha, shy. No law. Compared with the Lin family brothers and sisters who still have leisurely jokes, the 16 teenagers who are still struggling in the third stage are uncomfortable. Facing the magical clones in the realm of fantasy sect, most of them are only in the early stage of the magician or in the realm of Wuzong. They really played very hard. Sorcerer is okay. As a magician, he needs a relatively strong mental power, and he has some confidence in resisting illusions. Those Wuzongs who are not strong can be in trouble. Warriors don't pay attention to mental power, and defense against illusions. It's not as good as the magician, so no one has passed the third level. In a secret room on Tianxing Road, Chen Lao sits leisurely on a chair. There are several magic screens in front of him. The 20 people who have broken through on Tianxing Road emerge from them. On the first screen, Chong in the front, the two of Feng Zikanjian and Wuji. On the second screen are the Lin family brothers and sisters. On the last screen there are more people, there are 16, and they are still suffering in the third stage. Those who are struggling. 3 grades, 3 results. It seems that only the pair of dolls can enter the sanctuary training camp. Old Chen watched silently. When the two of Feng Zikan were about to enter the 6th level, he stood up and smiled with satisfaction. Is the 6th level? It seems that it is time to call all those old guys over. Chapter 19, Star Presbyterian Church. In the Sky Star Academy, on a high tower, a cold middle-aged man wearing a magic robe of Xingyi was floating cross-legged in the air, closing his eyes to practice. Hey! The cold middle-aged man suddenly opened his eyes, a pair of dark eyes faintly roared with a hurricane tornado, fleeting. Why does old man Chen have leisure to send me a message? Isn't he busy with this year's enrollment? The cold-souled middle-aged man took out a luminous jade, a little surprised. At the same time, the blue light flashed coldly. Disappeared. In a training camp of the Star Academy, a burly man who was loudly reprimanding the senior class warriors gave a sharp stop, glanced at the gleaming communication jade around his waist, muttered a word in his mouth, and turned and disappeared from the students. In the eyes, only the students who had escaped were left with a sigh of relief. In the secret room deep on Tianxing Road, the empty stone table is already full of people at this moment. On the first stone table sits 2 young old people with cranes, and on the left is a kind, smiling old man. Grandpa, he is wearing a fiery red magic robe, and 4 golden flames are clearly printed on his chest. The other old man is an old woman who looks like she is 80 or 90 years old, but her eyes are still clear, like water rippling. The old woman is also wearing a water blue magic robe with a print on her left chest. 4 drops of golden water droplets and an indescribable majesty spread, making everyone present dare not be rude. On the right side of the stone table, there are 3 senior members of the Star Academy. One is Lang Chen, who manages the classes of the lower grades. He is wearing a light blue magic robe with 2 small golden dragon scrolls on his chest, showing him the cultivation of the sage in the middle stage. One is Zhang Tian, who is in charge of various classes in the upper grades. He is burly in shape and his face is full of heroic colors. His black martial arts suit is embroidered with gold threads, which looks gorgeous and majestic. The 3 golden swords on his chest show him the cultivation base late Wu Sheng. Finally, there is a glamorous woman with enchanting body and mature temperament. A fiery red dress tightly wraps her plump and mature body. Her beautiful and attractive face is full of smiles, and those ecstatic electric eyes seem to have there are endless temptations that make people feel reluctant to move away. She is the charm in charge of the sanctuary training camp, an illusionist, and her strength has reached the peak of the late stage of the illusion. On the other side of the stone table sat Chen Lao and an indifferent middle-aged man. The indifferent middle-aged man was extremely powerful and reached the peak of the late stage of martial saint. He is in charge of the law enforcement team in the Star Academy, with a high position. And sitting in the top position are the 2 deputy deans of the Star Academy, Yan Wen and Shui Yi. Both are strong in the peak of the sanctuary, and they are only 1 step away from the gods. Here, almost all the high-level combat power of the Star Academy has gathered, which can be called the presbytery of the Star Academy. In the secret room, Zhang Tian was the first to stand up, and said, "Old man Chen, what can't be said clearly in the Jade transmission? You should call all of us here? This situation can hold a meeting of elders. I'm busy cultivating. At a critical juncture, I just rushed to call me to come here. Don't blame me for giving you a dimensional blade without giving a reason." Lang Chenayuyu said with a dissatisfied expression. Chen Lao he smiled, looking at the impatient few people, with mysterious faces, just not talking, watching the hot-tempered Zhang Tian almost couldn't help but want to punch the old thing in the face. Everyone stay at ease, brother Chen, let's go, what do you want me to ask this old bone to come here? The vice president of Yanwen who has not spoken said with a smile. Originally, they wanted to be anxious. Their old Chen gave Zhang Tian a look that was good for you, and successfully provoked his anger. Then he said with satisfaction, "Everyone knows that this year is the old man and I am in charge of the admissions exam. Fortunately the thing is, I found a few very good seedlings, which are worthy of cultivation." Speaking of Mr. Chen, he tuned out the magic screens. When everyone looked at it, they saw that a large number of people appeared on the first magic screen. Facing the magical power of the realm of Phantom Sect, the avatars failed one after another. Shaking his head, these teenagers can barely be assigned to upper-class classes. It is fortunate that they can become magisters in the future. Where can they be trained? Looking at the second magic screen again, the senior officials of the Star Academy were surprised. "Did you pass the 4th level? And it doesn't seem to be too strenuous. It seems that there is hope to enter the sanctuary training camp, but 2 good seedlings. But just these 2 sacred realms have mobilized to call almost all the members of the Presbyterian Church, isn't it a little fuss?" Lang Chen and the others looked at the old man in doubt, but they saw this old guy with a smug smile, full of joy. "The 2 children." Deputy Dean Shui Yi spoke for the first time, with a slightly surprised voice. Lang Chen and the others looked at Vice President Shui Yi in doubt, but saw her staring straight at the 3rd magic screen. Her eyes flashed brightly with surprise on her face. Lang Chen and the others quickly looked at the 3rd magic screen. They saw that there were also 2 teenagers on the screen. They looked only 17 or 18 years old. They were walking through the tunnels everywhere with ease, and the strength of that mechanism turned out to be the passage to the 6th level. What? These 2 children are almost reaching the 6th level? That is the entrance level of the sanctuary training camp. Lang Chen said with some surprise. The beautiful and moving charm heart Huan Sheng spoke for the first time, and the clear and beautiful voice faintly carried a temptation sound, touching heartstrings. More than that, looking at their relaxed appearance, I am afraid they will not stop at the 6th level. Everyone was horrified, and the vice president of Yanwen smiled leisurely and said, "Hee, are you the talent of God's domain? Brother Chen gave us a surprise this time." Old Chen looked smug and laughed, "Yes, these two are the talents of the gods that I believe are not defeated by Lei Xian. Up to now I have not seen them use their full strength, I believe they can challenge. The 9th level, enter the God's Domain training camp." The atmosphere in the secret room suddenly became enthusiastic as Chen Lao's words fell. A pair of eager eyes looked at the two Fengzik and Jianwuji on the magic screen. After observing them left and right, they felt that it was impossible. Haha, this is really the Lord God blessing our Star Academy. I am worried that there are not enough ace students in the Star Academy in this 3 Academy exchange competition. This has brought us 2 talents from God's domain. Now we finally don't have to worry about it. Zhang Tian yelled excitedly, looking at Fengzik and Jianwuji on the magic screen with more and more satisfied eyes, and even the old man Qian Chen was pleasing to his eyes. Old Chen was rather humble at this moment. This is the 6th level? It depends on whether you can pass the 9th level. But the smile between his eyebrows shows that he is confident. Lang Chen and others also saw Chen Lao's insincere words and secretly slandered, but they didn't care about his sorrow in their hearts. After all, Chen Lao found 2 talents in God's domain for the Tianxing Academy and contributed a lot. These 2 children have reached the 6th level, let's take a look at their performance. Deputy Dean Yanwen said slowly, eyes full of expectation. Maizen Huansheng and the others nodded, and looked at the 2 people who had walked out of the magic screen. Tianxing Road, the 6th level, Feng Zikan and Jian Wuji walked out of the passage. Feng Zikan looked back at the seemingly harmless passage, and couldn't help but mutter, "How do I think this passage is more difficult than the level?" Jian Wuji nodded in agreement. The dangers that appeared in the passage just now were indeed difficult, and it was really difficult to pass. Feng Zikan looked at the huge arena of the 6th level as usual, and couldn't help being speechless. I can guarantee that the gatekeeper of this level must be an illusionist, maybe it is still in the realm of illusion. Feng Zikan, who has broken through 5 or 6 levels on Tianxing Road, has summed up experience. The magician is the first to go, then the warrior, and finally the illusionist is the end. The difference is only the strength of the strength. Jian Wuji did not speak, but looked at the triumphant Feng Zikan with a contemptuous look. Want you to say? Who knows? Feng Zikan took a deep breath, resisted the urge to give him a spiral pill, and looked at the other end of the ring. Sure enough, a woman in purple clothes with a graceful figure appeared, wearing a golden mask. www.readaloud.com. Lian, lifting slightly, stepped onto the ring. Feeling the mysterious power that pervades the purple-clothed woman, Feng Zikan laughed and said, "Sure enough, I am a illusionist, or a beauty Wuji, should I let you go on stage first?" Jian Wuji turned his head proudly and snorted, "No, you go, I am not interested in fighting women." Fuji Chen grabbed Jian Wuji's neck and said with a smile, "What, shy? Don't be afraid, I won't laugh at you." Jian Wuji became irritated, and the golden grudge shook. He threw away his hand and walked aside. Feng Zikan didn't care, and shouted from behind, "Hey, if you don't, I'm going to." Jian Wuji responded coldly, "Go on, where is so much nonsense?" Feng Zikan's intimate behavior of not treating himself as an outsider just now made Jian Wuji very uncomfortable, but he didn't know why. There was no rejection at all. But a little warmth came to his heart. This special feeling made Jian Wuji feel flustered, and his tone became cold subconsciously. Feng Zikan was taken aback, mumbling about what he was doing so fiercely. He turned and walked onto the ring. At the same time, his eyes slowly closed, and suddenly opened. a pair of dark eyes suddenly turned into blood-red writing wheels. The strange and powerful fluctuations greatly increased the vigilance of the purple-clothed woman's heart. Deep in the secret room on Tianxing Road, looking at Feng Zikan, whose eyes have changed significantly, Lang Chen said softly, "Is that the power of his blood? It looks very unusual." Mizan Huanshen's beautiful eyes are full of inquisitive meaning, and he whispers, "Is the power of the eye pupil's bloodline related to illusion?" Chen knew the power of Feng Zikan's bloodline a long time ago, and couldn't help but laughed. "Do you know if you just read it?" Chapter 20, Power of Blood. Feng Zikan's blood-red writing wheel eyes looked straight at the purple-clothed woman, and the three pitch-black gojade in the pupils slowly rotated, exuding a breathtaking wave. The purple-clothed woman looked at the strange writing wheel eyes, a trace of fear inexplicably surged in her heart, but she was suppressed in an instant. This girl is an elite student of the sanctuary training camp of the Star Academy, how can she be a new student? Scared? Thinking like this in her heart, the purple-clothed woman suddenly felt a boost, and the powerful illusion within her body surged rapidly. She raised her hands lightly, formed a strange seal, and launched an attack suddenly. Illusory skill fantasy. A mysterious magic power quietly burrowed towards Feng Zikan's brain, and at the same time a strong feeling of lethargy spread, making Feng Zikan almost want to sleep directly on this ring. But there was a sudden coolness in his eyes, which made Feng Zikan suddenly aroused, secretly surprised. Is this the illusion that has been passed down on the star continent for nearly 1,000,000 years? Sure enough, it is extremely delicate. If it hadn't been for the writing round, this trick alone would be enough to make him feel better. The vigilant Feng Zikan in his heart jumped forward and quickly rushed to the purple-clothed woman. The illusionist was not very physical. Once he was close, his advantage would be greatly increased. But the woman in purple also knows her own weaknesses, so how can she not pay attention to it? Seeing Feng Zikan rushing over at an extremely fast speed, she didn't panic, her eyes faintly dazzled, and she stared at Feng Zikan suddenly. Boom! Feng Zikan only felt a powerful mental force impact in his mind, as if a sledgehammer hit his head fiercely, making him unable to help his body. Is this the mental shock that illusionists often use to deal with martial artists? It's really powerful. Feng Zikan was surprised. I heard that illusionists not only use illusion skills, but also are good at various mental attacks. False, just. Feng Zikan's eyes were bright, and the powerful mental power quickly eased the pain caused by the mental shock. Feng Zikan rushed towards the purple-clothed woman at a faster speed. It was the mental shock of this intensity. But it can't stop me. Feng Zikan is not one of those warriors on the mainland. He does not cultivate mental power, only the body. He is the only ninja on the star continent. He is proficient in ninjutsu, physique and illusion. Putting here is an unprecedented magic fighting spirit and illusion. The peerless genius of fellow practitioners has absolutely no bad spiritual attainments. How could he be brought down by this level of mental attack? The purple-clothed woman was obviously also a bit surprised, but soon she didn't care, because with such a little time to prepare, her best illusion technique was already done. At the moment the purple-clothed woman's handprint changed, and she whispered, "Illusion chaos." Illusory magic Ranshan is a real 9-level illusion, and it can't be compared with the previous fascinated gods. The 9th level illusion can even be tricky for the average Wuzun peak powerhouse. It can be said that it is a big trump card for women in purple clothes. The powerful 9th level illusion eroded towards Feng Zikan, and Feng Zikan suddenly raised his head, and a pair of monsters staring at the purple-clothed woman, with a smile on the corner of his mouth, finally waited. Illusory rebound. The powerful pupil power of the writing wheel's eyes revolved extremely fast, and when it sensed the illusion attack, it suddenly exploded and directly bounced it back. The illusion and chaos that bounced back enveloped its original owner, the woman in purple, making her stiff, and she suddenly felt mentally disordered, and her brain was out of her control. This is my illusion, chaos? This guy easily bounced back my best illusion intact? How could it? The purple-clothed woman was shocked. She was level 9 illusion. How strong is this young man? Feng Zikan gasped slightly, and disappeared. It was really difficult to rebound such a powerful illusion. I had to exchange it for the kaleidoscope to right the wheel, and the pupil power was greatly enhanced. Otherwise, it would be a little questionable whether it could bounce back successfully. Walked to the purple-clothed woman and looked at her horrified eyes. Feng Zikan's hands flashed with thunder, a finger was pointed in front of her throat, and she smiled and said, "Give up." The purple-clothed woman just released the illusion and chaos. She was locked in the throat by Feng Zikan with a finger, and she was silent for a while before she gave up. The ethereal voice was like a clear bamboo, and it was impressive to hear it. Feng Zikan put down his hand and nodded with a smile on his face and said, "I have accepted." The purple-clothed woman took a deep look at Feng Zikan, did not speak, turned, and left the stage. Jian Wuji watched Feng Zikan step down, and the eyes that had changed back to the dark pupils, gritted his teeth. This guy really has hidden strength. Those eyes just gave him a very dangerous feeling. He knew that it was a powerful bloodline, not even worse than the bloodline of the sword god passed down by his family. In the depths of the Tianxing Road, the elders Wu, several senior officials of the Tianxing Academy looked at Feng Zikan's eyes more intensely. The power of the bloodline of the sacred product can easily rebound the 9th level illusion. This is probably the power of the bloodline of the sacred product. On the Star Continent, a large amount of bloodline power has been passed down since the ancient barbaric era. After hundreds of thousands of years of evolution, there are also levels. The power of low grade, medium grade, high grade, heaven grade, sacred grade, and the most powerful and terrifying god grade bloodline has 6 levels in order. The power of low grade middle grade bloodline is very ordinary, while the power of high grade bloodline is more powerful and relatively rare. And the power of the celestial bloodline is very precious. A celestial bloodline is enough for a magician or a martial illusionist to raise their strength by a level. The bloodlines of the saints are extremely rare and powerful in the entire continent, and most of them are passed down from generation to generation in the family model. Their abilities are strange, but they are all extremely powerful, like the bloodline of the sword owned by the Jian Wuji family, which is one kind of extremely powerful blood of the saint. The true cultivation base of Jian Wuji theory has only reached the early stage of the sword sovereign. Perhaps relying on the various powerful martial arts possessed by the family can possess the mid-stage or even the late stage of the sword sovereign's combat power, but once he opens the sword god bloodline, then his strength is there will be a qualitative leap, and the peak power of ordinary Wuzun will not necessarily be his opponent. This shows that the power of the blood of the saint is terrible. As for the most powerful bloodline of the gods, that is the power that only exists in the legend. It is said that the blood of the gods is powerful enough to make a sanctuary strong to defeat the strong gods standing at the top of the pyramid of the continent. It shows how powerful it is. The deputy dean of Yanwen smiled happily, and his eyes full of approval when he looked at Mr. Chen. "Brother Chen, this time you really found a wicked wizard for me at the Star Academy. If the dean knew about it, I will be very happy." Chen Lao smiled happily. "Why does the dean care about this little thing? I also happen to be catching up." The other elders looked at old Chen with envy. Why didn't they have a talent in God's domain when they presided over the admissions? "Oh! Look, the other kid with a sword is also starting the assessment." Vice President Shui Yi pointed to the magic screen and laughed. The elders quickly looked at the magic screen, only to see that the sword-backed young man stepped onto the stage with a cold face, and was confronting another young man in purple. "Hey! This kid seems to be quite complicated. His temperament and his sword give me a very familiar feeling to the old man." The vice president of Yanwen looked at it, and said leisurely. On the magic screen, Jian Wuji drew out the sword behind him as soon as he came on stage, and cut it off with a single sword without stopping. The golden sword aura whistled away, and the sharp sword aura seemed to evoke the hidden pole in the heart of the vice president of Yanwen. Deep memory. Chen Lao didn't sell it this time, and said softly, he is called Jianwuji. Sword? Is it, from that clan? The Vice President Yan Wen suddenly flashed in his cloudy eyes and asked slowly. Old Chen nodded, and said in a deep voice, it should be right. The Vice President of Yan Wen sighed and said nothing. A few other elders who are slightly younger are all confused. Sword? Which family? What does it mean? But they didn't ask much wittily, obviously this is a long old secret. Yu reading www.yuucananshu.com. Seeing Jianwuji, who was frowning on the magic screen to resist the powerful illusion of the purple-clothed man, approaching step by step, the Vice President of Yanwen recovered his calm face and said with a smile, it seems that they have passed the 6th level. What arrangements do you have for the 7 passes? Because few people on Tianxing Road can pass the 6th pass, there is no fixed assessment for the next 3 passes, and several elders have to arrange an assessment on site. Chen always thought for a while, his eyes lit up, and he said, Warcraft, it's better to use the Tier 9 monsters captured by the Academy as the assessment content in the 7th level. Tier 9 monsters. The elders were surprised, would this assessment be too difficult? We must know that the combat power of Warcraft is inherently stronger than that of humans. If experienced veterans are good, these 2 dolls, only 17 or 18 years old, are extremely powerful, but in the eyes of the elders, there is nothing real. The experience of fighting with Warcraft, this is easy to go wrong. The Vice President of Yanwen deliberated carefully and did not speak. Old Chen knew their concerns, and said immediately, since you want to know their true strength, you have to administer some ruthless medicine. As for the safety issue, this old man personally go sit in town and protect their safety secretly. Vice President Yanwen nodded, and finally agreed to the suggestion, then use Tier 9 monsters, Brother Chen, the safety of these 2 gods' domain talents is in your hands. Old Chen stood up and said solemnly, don't worry, I won't let them happen. Tianxing Road, Level 6. With the sword of Jianwuji resting on the neck of the man in purple, this assessment is finally over. Feng Zikan and Jianwuji did not wait much, and ran directly to the location of the 7th pass, and Old Chen had already arranged the 7th pass, hiding in the dark waiting for the arrival of the 2. Chapter 21, Tier 9 Warcraft. Hey, guess what opponent will appear in this level? In the passage of Tianxing Road, looking at the upcoming 7th level, Feng Zikan suddenly turned to look at Jianwuji, and asked with an inexplicable smile. Jianwuji's indifferent face flashed with helplessness, and he said casually, it should be a magician. If you look at the patterns of the previous levels. Hearing Jianwuji's answer, Feng Zikan showed a meaningful smile, that's not necessarily. Just now, when approaching the 7th pass, the almost intuitive vigilance that the Fallen Forest has exercised over the past 3 years made Feng Zikan feel a trace of dangerous fluctuations. This dangerous fluctuation feels very familiar, except for 3 years. Feng Zikan couldn't think of anything other than the demon that had been dealing with. It seems that some interesting levels have finally arrived. A hint of excitement appeared in Feng Zikan's eyes, and his temperament became cold and solemn. Jianwuji keenly felt the change in Feng Zikan's temperament, as if a sharp sword was not covering his own sharpness, and he wanted to break the sky. Can not help secretly surprised. After a while, the 2 broke through many obstacles and arrived at the 7th pass. Hey! Jianwuji raised his eyebrows, and the venue was different. It seems that this level will change a bit. I saw that the 7th level did not have the previous huge arena, and it became an open square. This square was much larger than the previous levels, and it was nearly 1,000 meters long. Welcome to the 7th pass of Tianxing Road, Feng Zikan, Jianwuji. An old and misty voice came from the void. What is the assessment content of the 7th pass? The 2 looked up. Feng Zikan didn't say anything, but Jianwuji asked indifferently. Hehe, the opponents in the 7th level are not the students in the academy, but, they. Roar! A beast roar suddenly came from the other side of the square, and two huge and fierce figures jumped out in one step, rushing to the two of Fengzichen Jianwuji. The beast pupils were full of fierce colors. "This is a ninth-order beast." Jianwuji's pupils shrank slightly, and his tone was a little surprised. He didn't expect the Sky Star Academy to be so atmospheric that he would directly use two ninth-order beasts as test objects. One of the two monsters that came out was a tiger, tens of meters high, covered in blue and silver fur. The well-proportioned tiger body was full of power. The most strange thing was that there was a pair of wings on the back, which is quite rare among the monsters. The winged tiger family. The other is a lion-type monster. The golden hair on the tall and mighty body is upside down, and the ferocious eyes on the hideous face are full of warfare. The astonishing momentum spreads, and one has to wonder whether this is a ninth-order monster or 10th-order saint beast. This is the Golden War Lion clan that respects the world of Warcraft with its combat power. The Winged Tiger and the Golden War Lion are among the strongest races in the world of Warcraft. They are born with extraordinary talents and superior combat power. Even the 7th-order Winged Tiger and the Golden War Lion can fight against the general 8th-order beasts. The brave, let alone the Winged Tiger and the Golden War Lion that have reached the 9th rank. Feng Zichen looked at the two tall monsters with a little surprise. Although he knew that the 7th stage would be against the monsters, he didn't expect them to be the two. The 9th-order beast is stronger than the average Magister or Wuzun Huazhun, and the Winged Tiger and the Golden War Lion are stronger than the average 9th-order beast. In this way, without the strength of the peak of the Magister, it can't win at all. The Winged Tiger and Golden War Lion are all beasts in the early stage of Tier 9, but when it comes to real combat power, most of the humans in the middle or even later stages of the Magister will not be their opponents. Your assessment content is to defeat these two 9th-order beasts. Chen Lao's voice came from the void, with a hint of expectation. Jianwuji showed a hint of excitement on his face, and the divine sword behind him was shaking faintly. Has an interesting opponent finally arrived? Jianwuji just wanted to step forward, but was stopped by a hand. He turned his head and saw that it was Feng Zichen. It's just that Feng Zichen looks a bit different now. I saw Feng Zichen pursing his mouth tightly, and a pair of calm eyes revealed an astonishing edge. There was no trace of emotion in the eyes of the two 9th-order beasts, as if they were looking at a dead person. This level, let me come. The faint voice spit out from Feng Zichen's mouth, but it gave Jianwuji a great shock. Don't you want to fight their two Tier 9 beasts alone? Jianwuji asked in surprise. These are two Tier 9 monsters, and they are not ordinary Tier 9 monsters. In the Battle of Warcraft, I am afraid that even the strong in the peak realm of the Magister will be very embarrassed, right? Even if you activate the power of the bloodline of the sacred product, the bloodline of the Sword God, with full combat power, you can only say that you can draw a tie with these two 9th-order beasts. That is still when you have used a forbidden bloodline secret skill. Next, is it necessary to work so hard for an assessment? Fuji Chen smiled faintly, patted Jianwuji on the shoulder, and walked over. Don't worry, I won't try my best, I just feel a little excited seeing these two monsters. Yes, it was a little excited. In the 3 years of the Fallen Forest, Feng Zichen had to be careful about the attacks of the monsters almost every day. When he was weak, it was even more difficult. It can be said that he had suffered enough from the monsters. Although Feng Zichen's strength rose step by step later, he was no longer afraid of Warcraft, but it is undeniable that fighting with Warcraft during the 3 years of Falling Forest made him a little bit excited when meeting Warcraft, like now. When he came to the square, Feng Zichen looked at these two tall monsters, a flash of warfare flashed in his eyes, and they met again. Although he had only left the Fallen Forest for 3 or 4 days, he was entangled with the monsters for 3 years. Chen said it was not a short period of time. The Winged Tiger and the Golden War Lion looked at the human in front of them, and the disdainful gaze in his eyes, could not help but roared, "Damn, human beings, so, dare to, look down on, the noble. The Golden War Lion clan. In World of Warcraft, it has reached the level of 9th order, and it has no weaker than human wisdom, but it is just that it cannot accurately speak human language. After reaching the realm of the 10th order sanctuary beasts, they can speak like normal humans, and the general 9th order beasts cannot speak human language. However, there are no absolutes. There are also some naturally intelligent and noble top-tier monsters, who can speak human language when they are in a 9th tier monster. For example, the three-eyed King Kong ape, the inner overlord in the Fallen Forest, is a special case. However, although the winged tiger and the golden war lion are noble, they are still a bit inferior to the three-eyed diamond ape, so the 9th order winged tiger and the golden war lion can only say the general meaning with difficulty. However, Feng Ziken still understands it. He smiled coldly at the moment and said disdainfully, "I was able to pick 5 1 month ago, let alone now." The winged tiger and the golden war lion, who are not weaker than humans, naturally understood the disdain in Feng Ziken's tone. The two beasts who were not good-tempered immediately rushed out, one left and the other rushed over. If thunder! Feng Ziken quickly formed seals on both hands, and the divine light in his eyes flickered, and he slammed the ground. Earth escaped the art of Earth Dragon Bullet. There was a rumbling sound, and 2 huge Earth Dragons suddenly churned up on the earth, rushing fiercely towards the winged tiger and the golden war lion. The winged tiger was startled, and suddenly opened its mouth and spouted a blue and silver thunder and lightning, blasting towards the Earth Dragon. The golden war lion's eyes flashed brightly, and it roared hard, and the powerful sound waves were like missiles, condensed into a beam to the earth. Long! There were 2 loud bangs, and the Earth Dragon collided with 2 powerful attacks, bursting out a powerful shock wave, and disappearing. Feng Ziken's expression remained unchanged. An instantaneous technique flashed in front of the winged tiger, a round of blue chakra ball in his hand instantly condensed, and it slammed into the head of the winged tiger. Danger! The winged tiger didn't look back, and fell directly on the ground. It dodged this trick dangerously. At the same time, the golden war lion on the other side also launched an attack, with sharp claws like a sword, violently to Feng Ziken. A long sword appeared out of thin air in Feng Ziken's hand, which quickly blocked the crazy claws of the golden war lion. www.readaloud.com. It was a grassy sword. Fire escape howl of fireball. Before he could let go, Feng Ziken made a seal with one hand with his left hand, and spit out a huge dark red fireball, quickly rushing to the golden war lion. At the same time, his right hand slashed forward. The winged tiger, the azure blue sword air burst out. And the target pointed directly at the relatively fragile side of the winged tiger. The winged tiger and the golden war lion in this series of attacks were miserable and messy. However, they are also tier 9 monsters that have been cultivating for nearly 100 years. Their strength is extraordinary. At the moment, the winged tiger shook its wings and quickly flew high. Although the golden war lion can't fly, its natural combat power is amazing. Open, the sharp front claws are like a sword, smashing the huge fireball. Feng Ziken's face did not change. He fell on the ground and slid for a certain distance and then suddenly turned around. His eyes suddenly turned into blood-red writing wheels. Illusory art Naruto seeing art. As if the 3 jet-black washes in the blood-stained eye pupils turned frantically, the golden war lion looked up and saw those eyes, and suddenly froze. In its eyes, Feng Ziken suddenly became a tier 10 sanctuary demon, exuding a terrifying majesty in every move. The level of suppression in this demon made the golden war lion dare not make any changes at all. This is exactly the effect of Naruto's art. It can reflect the most feared and feared reality in people's hearts and magnify it 10 times 100 times. Succeeded. Feng Ziken's eyes lit up, and he glanced at the winged tiger who flew in anxiously in the air. A strange smile was raised at the corner of his mouth, and his body rushed towards the immovable golden war lion. Roar! The winged tiger is anxious, and its wisdom is not lower than that of humans. It clearly knows that it can't beat the human in front of it by itself. Seeing that the golden war lion doesn't know what tricks the human is in, it can't move. There was a shock, and he dived towards Feng Ziken. Chapter 22, Direct Recruitment. It's still a beast after all. Although he has human intelligence, he doesn't understand a little tactics. Feng Ziken, who was rushing towards the Golden War Lion, said in his heart. At the same time, his figure suddenly stopped. He did not advance and retreated. He jumped high. The azure blue chakra light on the grass sword in his hand was shining, and he quickly pierced it. The head of the winged tiger. The sudden sword made the tiger stunned. He tried his best to instigate the thunder wings and twist his body, trying to avoid this sword, but this is a sword that Feng Ziken carefully calculated. It is not that simple. Dodging. I saw a sharp grass-like sword across the head of the winged tiger, cutting open a huge blood hole. Blood splattered. The winged tiger felt the death crisis that passed by itself, and couldn't help being shocked. If it hadn't been for trying to avoid the vitals of the head, I am afraid that he would have been in a different place at this time. Even so, it was severely injured, and it uttered a mournful roar, and it flew high in the sky and dared not come down. Feng Ziken secretly said that it is a pity, turned his head to look at the Golden War Lion, but saw that it finally got rid of the influence of illusion, and became angry. A lion roar violently roared at Feng Ziken. Feng Ziken raised his hand indifferently, and the chakra slashed with his sword, and the blue sword energy flashed across, directly splitting the Golden War Lion's ultimate move lion roar in half, and disappeared with the wind. The Golden War Lion was terrified, but thought that the old man had told them to finish the game with all his strength, and he would let them go free no matter if he won or lost. He could not help but gritted his teeth, and his whole body suddenly burst into golden light, brilliantly glowing. Secret skills, War Lion Tearing Claws. The extremely sharp claws were like a blade, slashing towards Feng Ziken like a storm. That fierce offensive was more than before, obviously it was a desperate trick. Feng Ziken's face finally became dignified, and the power of this trick could faintly threaten him. It seems that the name of the Golden War Lion clan of superior combat power is not blown out. Not daring to neglect, Feng Ziken took his naive sword with his heart, and quickly formed 5 seals on his hands. Thunder raged on his right hand, and countless electric currents collided fiercely and made a shrill jijijiji sound, like 1,000 birds. Naruto. Lei Dun Lei Che. Feng Ziken yelled in his heart, his scarlet riding wheel eyes fixed on the Golden War Lion, and his feet exploded at an extremely terrifying speed, like a violent thunder light sprinting towards the Golden War Lion. Go, Lei Che, who was like a sharp sword on his right hand, wiped a long shallow ditch on the ground. The sky full of claw shadows, with incomparable sharpness, slashed to Feng Ziken frantically. Feng Ziken suddenly raised his head, and Lei Che stabbed his hand and pointed directly at the Golden War Lion. Like thunder, Lei Che and the lion's claws collided with a fierce sound. The Golden War Lion's claws were so powerful that they were able to resist the thunder slicing, one of Feng Ziken's unique tricks. Feng Ziken secretly praised in his heart, but an astonishing battle intent burst out in his eyes. Lei Che's hands burst into thunder, and his power was extremely condensed, suddenly smashing the Golden War Lion's tearing claws. Like in its incredible eyes, a flash of lightning pierced its head instantly, killing it on the spot. Jianwuji's eyelids twitched as he watched from the stage, and he felt more and more that Feng Ziken's strength was superb. He defeated the 2 9th-tier monsters with 1 enemy and 2, and he was unharmed. This record shocked the young man with extraordinary background. Hidden in the dark, Chen Lao, who originally planned to save Feng Ziken at a critical moment, was also embarrassed. It also saved a wool, and the battle was over in less than 10 minutes. This kid is not the 2 9th ranks. Once the monster was killed and wounded seriously, the strength of this kid was really extraordinary. He hadn't even seen the other form of pupil bloodline power he had seen before. The elders in the Star Secret Chamber also looked surprised. Unexpectedly, this young man was not only superb, but also had such rich combat experience. In my opinion, there is no need to continue to the next 8th level and 9th level. This kid can be recruited directly into the God's Domain training camp. Zhang Tian's eyes were filled with satisfaction, and the next time he shot the table, he said loudly. Tianxing Road was originally designed to test the overall quality of the students and see if they have the qualifications to make the academy vigorously train. Now Feng Zikan has shown extraordinary strength, rich combat experience, and various qualities are the best choices, so Tian's seemingly unreasonable proposal caused the eyelids of the elders to tremble and moved. Deputy Dean Yanwen pondered for a while, looked up at the energetic Feng Zikan on the magic screen, and slowly nodded, although it's a bit unruly, but this doll is really worth doing this, just recruit him to the God's Domain training camp. The Deputy Dean of Yanwen gave the final word, and the elders naturally obeyed, but Fashion Leng Chen hesitated and said, "Then, what about Jian Wuji? Let him continue alone." As soon as these words came out, the audience was quiet. Zhang Tian and Mei Xian looked at Vice President Yanwen and Shui Yi, and did not speak. Everyone could see that Jian Wuji obviously had an extraordinary background, after all. The blood of the Saint Li has always been in the hands of some superpowers and families. In terms of Vice President Wen must know his origins. The Vice President of Yanwen listened, was silent for a moment, and said, "It's not good to let him go in alone, but directly recruit Zikan to enter the training camp of God's Domain. Let's arrange a Warcraft battle for him, if he also defeated 2 Tier 9 monsters, so he will be recruited into the God Realm training camp together." It seems that the Vice President is very confident in Jian Wuji's strength, and I don't know what his background is. The elders thought silently. Of course, the Vice President of Yanwen has confidence in Jian Wuji's strength. You must know that the power of the bloodline of that clan has always been famous for its combat power, and all kinds of bloodline secret skills are so terrifying. If you want to use Jian Wuji's full strength to deal with the 2 Tier 9 beasts, or yes. At the 7th level of Tianxing Road, the old Chen who was hiding in the dark also received a message from the Presbyterian Church and couldn't help but nod his head. This strength really didn't require extra testing. Feng Zikan passed the 7th pass, and because of Feng Zikan's extraordinary strength, my Tianxing Academy decided to directly enroll in the God's Domain training camp. Congratulations! Chen Lao's misty voice came, making Feng Zikan and Jian Wuji both startled. Feng Zikan brows and directly recruits? It seems that his strength has been recognized by the Sky Star Academy. At the same time, Jian Wuji, according to the decision of the elders of my Star Academy, as long as you also defeat the 2 9th tier monsters, you can also directly enter the God's Domain training camp without continuing to break through the barriers. Chen Lao continued. At the other end of the passage, 2 violent roars rang, and 2 tall black shadows slowly walked over. What followed was an extremely heavy sense of oppression, and 2 9th order beasts. The one on the left is a tall and mighty earth bear, while the one on the right is a sturdy swift-winged wolf, 2 Tier 9 monsters, one powerful and the other agile, although the bloodline level is lower than the wings. The tiger and the golden war lion, but the combined combat power is not bad at all. Jian Wuji looked at these 2 Tier 9 monsters with fierce eyes, and narrowed his eyes. It seemed that the time had come for his first full shot since he came out of the mountain. Feng Zikan glanced at the 2 hideous-faced 9th order beasts, and, with the intent to fight in his heart, turned his head and smiled at Jian Wuji. "Finally, I want to see you with all your strength. I'm afraid the ability doesn't stop there, right?" Jian Wuji had no expression on his face, glanced at Feng Zikan, and said indifferently, "Mutual each other, I'm afraid you haven't used all the power of your pupil bloodline, right?" Gently turned against the generals, causing Feng Zikan to smile awkwardly, and didn't say anything. After all, kaleidoscope writing round eyes is his strongest trump card, how can he easily use it? Moreover, the kaleidoscope's ability to write round eyes is too strong, and it is too bullying to use in this assessment, and it is not challenging. Without further ado, Jian Wuji Lengmei stepped forward, reached behind with his right hand, and gently drew out the divine sword. With the sword in his hand, Jian Wuji suddenly burst into a fierce sword intent from his body, and golden grudge followed. The surging turned into a golden arrogance, soaring into the sky, like a rainbow. There is nothing to say, the two fierce Tier 9 monsters are naturally guaranteed by the Academy. If they fight this one with all their strength, they will be free. They immediately roared and dashed towards Jianwuji. Hai Fengsuan Wolf is worthy of being a Tier 9 beast known for its speed. It is more than a lot faster than the bear of the earth. It is like a gust of wind passing by, and rushed to Jianwuji in the blink of an eye. The green wolf's eyes are full of brutal, sharp claws like a knife. Quietly rode towards Jianwuji's neck. Jianwuji only felt an afterimage flashing in front of him, and he was shocked, so fast. However, Jianwuji, who is also experienced in combat, feels extremely keen. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com took a small step back without hesitation, and at the same time the divine sword in his hand rose like lightning, blocking the insidious claw among the lightning and flint. Hurrying Windwolf has some talents as an assassin. It missed a hit and flees for thousands of miles. Seeing that his unexpected claw was blocked by this human, he didn't hesitate, and the wind under his feet jumped out swiftly, and he was already far away in half a breath. Jianwuji, spinning around him, waiting for an opportunity. The bear of the earth was only late for Shan Shan, and ran to Jianwuji. The generous bear's paw was pressed down hard, and only slapped Xiang Jianwuji. The violent power made Jianwuji not dare to fight hard. Moving under her feet, she felt like a piece of catkins flew away lightly. Shenfu martial arts, Figzu. The sword Wuji, who used his posture and martial skills to avoid the fierce palm of the earth bear, flashed in his eyes, and the divine sword suddenly split out, and a brilliant golden sword energy flew out, slashing straight to the relatively soft belly of the earth bear. With Jianwuji's fighting spirit cultivation base and the might of the divine sword, even the sword aura emitted in a hurry is enough to kill an ordinary Tier 8 monster. But the bear of the earth is still a Tier 9 high-level monster, and its strength is extraordinary. An earthy yellow light flashed in the circle's eyes, and the magic power in his body was running extremely fast, and a layer of earthy yellow armor was covered on the body, which abruptly blocked the sword energy. Earth-type monster? This defensive power is really amazing. Jianwuji's eyes shrank. Although his sword aura was released in a hurry, his power is not weak enough to compare to a general spirit-level martial arts. Still blocked by it unharmed, it seems that it is a bit difficult to solve it quickly. If this is the case, let's fight with all one's strength. Jianwuji's eyes were full of war intent, the sword bloodline suddenly opened, the golden vindictiveness burst out, a pair of dark eyes turned into brilliant gold, and the fierce sword intent rose again, as if get rid of the horned dragon and go straight for 9 days. Chapter 23, Blood Secret Skill. Tianxing Road, facing the two 9th Order beasts, Jianwuji was also fighting intent to sky, directly opened the sword bloodline, the combat power was fully utilized, and the fierce sword intent made the two 9th Order beasts secretly vigilant and shocked. As soon as the sword bloodline opened, Jianwuji suddenly surged with infinite courage, as if there were two more 9th Order beasts. A faint golden light appeared on the divine sword in his hand, and the sword Wuji shot across the sky and took the bear of the earth. The sharp sword intent caused Earth Bear's eyelids to jump, and he quickly released his best defensive magic, the armor of the earth. A layer of earth yellow armor covers the Earth Bear, blocking all attacks for it. With the defense of the earth armor, the Earth Bear finally has confidence, and the gaze that looks at Jianwuji is also a cruel and tyrannical one. Color. There was a ding sound, and the divine sword stabbed on the armor of the earth, making the sound of gold and stone collision. A hint of surprise appeared in Jianwuji's eyes. The defensive power of this Earth Bear is really not overshadowed. Feng Zikan under the stage looked at it and smiled in his heart. If he changed himself to play, this Earth Bear would feel better. The second special attribute, Breaking Hard, ignoring 50% defense abnormal ability, is its nemesis of such a beast. Jianwuji had no results with a single sword, and he immediately changed his mind. The Jianzun level physical quality gave him extremely high physical coordination and flexibility. Sword Wuji kicked the bear on the earth, and kicked it back a few steps during the infusion of vindictive energy, but he took advantage of a leap from the back to kill the fast-winded wolf who was waiting for an opportunity to move aside. Heaven rank martial arts, kill with 10,000 swords. Jian Wuji's eyes were indifferent, but the divine sword in his hand burst out with an astonishing light. A slight movement turned into a sky full of sword shadows and rushed towards the fast wind and swift wolf. At first glance, it seemed as if thousands of sword auras were coming. Appalling! Hai Feng Xuanlang was shocked. When he wanted to take advantage of his speed and escape, he saw the overwhelming sword aura coming extremely fast. He almost arrived in front of him in a blink of an eye, and Hai Feng Xuan Wolf roared, and his whole body appeared. The strong cyan light was about to release his talent magic. 9 levels of magic, Storm Tornado. Hai Feng Xuan Wolf is also worthy of a 9th order beast, and in a short while, a huge sky-receiving tornado was released, and countless small wind blades were included in it, glowing with stunning blue light. The overwhelming sword aura blasted on the storm tornado with a fierce murderous aura, and a terrifying loud noise erupted. Storm tornado has a very strong tearing power, and the countless wind blades contained in it are full of lethality. It is an extremely powerful trick in the 9-level wind magic, and it is also the most powerful magic that the swift wind wolf has mastered. But even so, when facing Jian Wuji's unparalleled sword aura, Hai Feng Xuan Wolf dare not look down on it, because it feels a little bit of danger from this trick. Jian Wuji looked at the storm tornado that blocked his trick with a little surprise. It seems that it is not easy to solve it easily. But since Jian Wuji has decided to fight with all his strength, how could it end there? I saw the golden pupil divine light faint in his eyes, the sword in his hand suddenly changed, and he said coldly, 10,000 swords, come together. The sky full of sword energy entangled with the storm tornado seemed to have heard the call, quickly gathered and merged, and soon turned into a huge golden divine sword in the horrified eyes of the fast wind and fast wolf, and suddenly cut down with the majestic power. Domineering unmatched power directly split the storm tornado into 2 halves, scattered as the wind. How could it be? Hai Feng Xuan Wolf was extremely horrified, but after the golden sword split the storm tornado, he didn't stop there, and instead slashed towards the storm with a sweeping force. Hurrying wind wolf's green eyes flashed with panic, and the magic in his body gushed out desperately, releasing dozens of wind shields in an attempt to escape the catastrophe. Dozens of wind shields did indeed play a protective role. After the huge divine sword smashed the wind shield, most of the little power was consumed. When it came to the eyes of the fast wind fast wolf, it was no longer afraid, and opened its mouth. The huge wind blade slammed into the golden divine sword, and both shattered away. At this time, Jian Wuji leaped to the front of Hai Feng Sunlan as if a gust of wind, and his sword stabs all parts of its body frantically. The attack was so fierce that Hai Feng Sunlan was overwhelmed, and he fought back and forth in embarrassment. An angry flame ignited in the eyes of the bear of the earth. This human being has ignored himself from the very beginning. It is really hateful. Earth stab. The earth bear stomped his feet suddenly, and suddenly dozens of small and sharp soil thorns erupted under Jian Wuji's feet while the earth attribute magic power surged, stabling straight towards Jian Wuji. Sword Wuji moved at will, thrillingly jumped up after a burst of stance and martial arts at the moment before the soil thorns protruded from the ground, and escaped the blow. Seeing the right time, the sly gust of wind quickly spit out Dao wind blade, and quickly cut to Sword Wuji. Sword Wuji was caught off guard by a wind blade and hit his left arm. The sharp wind blade opened a hole. This is the first time Jian Wuji has been injured since he broke into the sky and stars. Fujishin's gaze in the audience gradually became more serious. At this point, you should also use your real hole cards, right? Just as Feng Zikan thought, Jian Wuji rolled his eyes at the blood hole on his left arm. Although it was not big, the trace of blood made Jian Wuji a frown in his heart. Feng Zichen was unscathed in dealing with the 2 Tier 9 monsters. But he was stunned. It seems that the strength of this person is really unfathomable. No, the cooperation between the Swift Wind Wolf and the Earth Bear is gradually being played out. It will only be more disadvantageous for me if I drag it down. It seems that I can't use the Bloodline secret technique if I don't want to use it. Sword God Bloodline is the power of the peak bloodline of the sacred products of the mainland's top level, and naturally it will not only have this power. Amplifying sword intent and strengthening sword tactics are just part of its power. It is its terrifying bloodline secret skills that really make the sword bloodline surpass many bloodlines. Bloodline secret skills, similar to martial arts and magic skills like martial arts and magicians, have always been known for their powerful horror, and are the most powerful power of the bloodline owner. However, the general bloodline power does not have bloodline secret skills. Only the bloodline power above the heavenly rank can have its own bloodline secret skills. Therefore, the power of the upper and lower grades of the mainland is not surprising, and people are not surprised, but the power of the heavenly blood is rare, and the power of the sacred blood is even rarer. As for the blood of the gods, that only exists in the legend. The natural cause of this phenomenon is the bloodline secret technique. The heavenly rank bloodline secret technique is powerful enough to make a Wuzong realm master invincible at the same level. The holy rank bloodline secret technique is even more terrifying, and its power is comparable to the forbidden curse. Although Jian Wuji is only 17 years old, his bloodline power is extremely pure. He is a rare peerless genius in his clan. He has mastered various bloodline secret skills early, and his combat power has been recognized by the elders of the clan. Only then can I be born and practice. With a light breath, the golden light in Jian Wuji's pupils became more radiant, and dozens of golden lights faintly lit up in the body, connected into a sword shape from top to bottom, which looked mysterious and extraordinary. This is the power of the bloodline that has reached its limit. The vision that emerged. Jian Wuji's pair of golden eyes looked at the two monsters, the divine sword was raised, and the endless golden sword light burst out, with unparalleled sharpness, shooting away all over the world. Mysterious sword skills, sword storm. The blade storm seems to be endless, crazy, and terrifying, violently shooting the bear and the swift wolf of the earth. The air is full of murderous aura, magnificent. Feng Zichen's eyes flickered, full of admiration. This guy really has a great trump card. The power of this move has reached the threshold of the sanctuary, and there are probably few magisters in the realm of Wuzun who can follow, even if he has to do his best. Got it. Not to mention the surprise of the old Chen and the elders in the dark. Just looking at the frontal move, the fast wind fast wolf is terrified. This move is much stronger than the previous martial skills of the previous day, whether it is speed or that rushing. Its aggressive murderous aura makes it desperate. It is not good at defense. I am afraid that there will be no scum left behind such terrible tricks. The sly swift wolf jumped behind the huge body of the earth bear almost without even thinking about it. The earth bear was also terrified. With a low growl, the armor of the earth urged it to the extreme. And the khaki armor immediately turned black. Cover it all over its body. The blade storm flooded 2 Tier 9 monsters almost instantly, and the dense golden sword light hit the bears of the earth every second, even with the armor of the earth. The earth bear was also bombarded in pain. Ka! After 3 seconds of frantic shooting, the earth bear heard an overwhelming sound from the solid armor on his body, and a crack quietly formed and then expanded. Jian Wuji's figure trembled slightly, and after hearing the sound of shattering armor, he gritted his teeth and increased the slash of the sword storm. Ding ding ding! Numerous golden sword lights continued to slash on the earth bear armor. The powerful and endless blade storm finally made the earth bear unable to hold it. The cracks became more and more, and finally it was like pushing the dominoes were generally broken. An unobstructed blade storm swept across the 2 Tier 9 beasts in an instant. Although the sharp sword light was weakened, it was not something that flesh and blood could resist. The 2 Tier 9 beasts were cut into pieces after struggling for a moment. Completely killed. Deep in Tianxing Road, secret room, the elders stared blankly at the ninth order monster that was cut into pieces on the magic screen, and they were speechless. It's no wonder that Vice President Yan Wen is so confident. This kid's bloodline secret skills are so strong that this is already the power of the sacred peak bloodline. The blood of the ordinary sacred product does not have such power. Maizen Huanchen's beautiful eyes are full of admiration. It seems that our Star Academy is really going to be proud of this year's 3 Academy Exchange competition. Although they are strong, there are only 3 people in Ruobing. I'm afraid there are 4 or 5 people from other academies. With Feng Zikan and Jian Wuji around, at least the number of people will not fall into the wind. The other elders also nodded and laughed, and they looked at the 2 teenagers on the magic screen with joy. They came to in time. Chapter 24, End. On the road to the stars, Jian Wuji directly and powerfully killed 2 Tier 9 monsters with a gorgeous and terrifying blade storm, winning the assessment. But he also used his full strength, especially the last sword storm. The power is so terrifying and it is naturally not ordinary that it almost emptied his physical strength. Suffocating the feeling of being relieved, Jian Wuji walked off the field with no expression. As always, the iceberg face was raised proudly, as if nothing had happened, but his slightly trembling body and pale face exposed his weakness. Feng Zikan naturally saw Jian Wuji's state at this time and didn't break it. He went straight to him and gave him a light hammer with a smile. I won so soon. When will we compete? The weak Jian Wuji was hammered and staggered, and he slapped Feng Zikan's hand in annoyance, and said angrily, I dare not compare with you, until now you have not used all your strength. Feng Zikan put away his laughing expression, and said playfully, it's not that I don't want to make a full shot, but I haven't met a worthy opponent, but... Speaking of this, Feng Zikan glanced at Jian Wuji and said with a serious face, if your cultivation base breaks through the peak of Sword Sovereign, you are indeed a strong opponent, and I will do my best by then. Jian Wuji is the Sword Sovereign's early cultivation base at this time, but his combat power is not lost to the Sword Sovereign peak powerhouse. If he reaches the Sword Sovereign peak level, his strength will definitely be greatly improved. By then, he will rely on the sacred peak. The power of the bloodline is probably enough to fight against the strong of the sanctuary, and it is indeed possible to fight Feng Zikan. Jian Wuji's eyes flashed a ray of light, watching Feng Zikan slowly said, are you so sure that I will not be your opponent now? Fuji Chen said calmly, with your current strength, it's really hard for you to beat me. Jian Wuji looked at Feng Zikan's calm eyes, was silent for a moment, nodded and said, I see. Although a little unwilling, Jian Wuji also knew in his heart that his current strength is indeed not as good as Feng Zikan. Throughout the whole process of breaking into the sky, he seemed to be very relaxed, even in the last 2 9th ranks. Wow just spent a little more time, it didn't appear to be struggling at all. I encountered such a demon-level figure just after entering the world. It seems that the elders of the clan said not to underestimate the people of the world. It is true, but I don't know that there will be those heavenly wizards in the famous Tianxing Divine Domain training camp on this continent. Jian Wuji thought so in his heart. He couldn't help raising his vigilance, and at the same time he was eager to try. Hee. I really didn't expect that there will be 2 talents from God's domain in this enrollment assessment. It is really the blessing of my heavenly stars. Feng Zikan and Jian Wuji heard the sound and saw Chen Lao walking out of the darkness, stroking his long beard, and his expression of joy. Jian Wuji still looks cold, but Feng Zikan smiled and greeted Chen Lao, so that we can both enter that God's domain training camp. Mr. Chen laughed and said, I have said before, as long as you pass the final assessment, you can enter the God's domain training camp. Naturally you will not break your promise. Having said this, old Chen reduced his smile with a solemn expression on his face, and solemnly asked the 2 of them, Feng Zikan and Jian Wuji, my Star Academy has officially decided to admit you to the God's domain training camp and become the the 4th and 5th talents in God's domain. I wonder if you 2 are willing. Fuji Chen and Jian Wuji looked at each other, and at the same time they said, "I am willing." A smile reappeared on Chen Chen's old face, and he finally recruited these two God's Realm talents into the academy. "I was always a little worried before I agreed, and now I can finally put my heart back in my stomach." The fourth and fifth place? It seems that there were originally 3 talents in the God's Realm training camp in the Tianxing Academy, and their background is good. Feng Zikan said in his heart, he knew that the talent to be able to enter the God's Realm training camp would never be weak. Yu Jianwuji, maybe even stronger. After receiving affirmative answers from Feng Zikan and Jianwuji, Chen Lao took the two through the passage and came to a secret room deep in Tianxing Road, where the high-level meetings of the Tianxing Academy were located. As soon as he entered the door, Feng Zikan's eyebrows jumped and he was a little surprised when he saw the senior staff of the Tianxing Academy sitting at a table. A strong wind system in the middle of the sanctuary, a strong man in the late martial arts, and a beauty who turned out to be the peak of the late magical saint? Good guy, and 2 old monsters in the peak of the sanctuary. The strength of the Star Academy, it's really strong. On the Star Continent, magicians usually have their own magic robes. The colors and patterns symbolize the strength and status of a magician. Wind magicians are Tsingyi magic robe, fire magicians are red, water magicians are blue, thunder magicians are silver-white, earth magicians are yellow, light magicians are white, and dark magicians are white. Black. With distinct layers. And the pattern embroidered on the magic robe represents the strength of the magician. Like Lang Chen, wearing a Tsingyi magic robe, 2 golden tornadoes are embroidered on his left chest. The gold color represents the cultivation of the sanctuary, and the 2 tornadoes are the midterm state of the sanctuary. Is like the vice president of words, he is a strong man in the peak realm of the fire system magic sage, so he wears a fiery red magic robe with 4 golden flames embroidered on his left chest. These are the most basic common sense on the Star Continent. Feng Zikan had already learned about it when he was in Hongfeng town, so seeing the clothes of the people present can clearly understand their realm. But even so, he wouldn't have any sense of fear. How could Feng Zikan, who had long aimed at God's domain or even a stronger realm, be afraid of this? Jianwuji also has an indifferent expression. Any elder in his clan is also a strong sanctuary, and he won't be surprised if he is used to seeing him since he was a child. Lang Chen saw the arrival of Feng Zikan and Jianwuji, and saw that they and the others did not change their faces. They looked complacent and nodded secretly. They are indeed extraordinary talents in the continent of God. Hehe, these are all senior members of my Star Academy, and the first ones are Vice President Yan and Vice President Shui. Old Chen led the 2 to introduce them one by one. It turned out to be 2 deputy deans. No wonder that the cultivation base is so high, Feng Zikan secretly said in his heart, and at the same time, on the surface, he slightly bowed with Jianwuji to show respect. Deputy Director Yan Wen and Deputy Director Shui Yi both smiled and nodded, with smiles in their eyes. Old Chen looked at the Zhangtian trio on the side, curled his lips, and said, "These trio are the people in charge of the lower and upper grades of the Tianxing Academy and the Sanctuary Training Camp. They are Lang Chen, Zhangtian, Meizhen." After a pause, Chen Lao glanced at Feng Zikan and Jianwuji, and showed a smile. At the same time, they will also be your future mentors. Tutor? Feng Zikan and Jianwuji were a little surprised. Are these absolute seniors of the Star Academy, the Sanctuary Powerhouse, the instructors who teach in the God's Domain training camp? The Deputy Dean of Yanwen seemed to see the surprise in the hearts of the 2 of them, and said with a smile, "Don't be surprised, the God's Domain training camp is the most important core of my Star Academy. Your 5 God's Domain talents are the most precious of our Star Academy. Wealth, all the resources of the Tianxing Academy will be open to you, let alone the instructor of the sanctuary. Even the dean will teach lessons from time to time and teach the ways of the sanctuary." Mr. Dean? Feng Zikan's eyes burst out with a fascinating light. The peerless powerhouse at the pinnacle of the continent, a generation of sword gods, had already fought the world with a sword as early as 100 years ago. There are rare opponents, and he is the real powerhouse on the Star Continent. No wonder God's Domain Training Camp has such a prestige on the mainland, attracting countless geniuses to vote. It turns out that there is this reason. Feng Zikan had a clear understanding in his heart. The dedication and cultivation of the Tianxing Academy, one of the 3 major academies in the mainland, is certainly an important reason, but the preaching of the strong in the gods can attract more students. After all, the realm of God's domain is the goal pursued by countless people on the continent. Even some top forces on the continent may not necessarily have the existence of God's domain powers, and the guidance of God's domain powers with God's domain powers can obviously greatly increase the chance of entering the God's domain. It is an irresistible temptation for any cultivator. Jian Wuji was also shocked when he heard the words of Vice President Yan Wen, and his eyes showed a hint of joy. If he were other experts in the gods, he would not be too surprised. After all, Jian Wuji's background is also extremely mysterious and powerful. But that was the Dean of the Star Academy, the top sword in the mainland, and his swordsmanship is unfathomable. Even his grandfathers in the clan have a high evaluation of the Dean of the Star. This is also the Jian Wuji birth experience meeting the main reason for coming to Star Academy instead of the other 2 colleges. After Feng Zikan and Jian Wuji paid a salute to the senior officials of the Star Academy, the Deputy Dean of Yanwen smiled and said, "According to the usual practice, I recruited 2 talents from the gods. I am the Deputy Hospital of the Star Academy. There should be a lot of celebrations, thank you, and so on." Speaking of this, the Vice President of Yanwen glanced at Jian Wuji's pale face and continued gently, "But I think you are a little tired after a series of battles, and need time to recuperate. Having said that, let Brother Chen take you to your residence to rest first, and you can talk to him if you have any requirements." The other elders also nodded, seeing Jian Wuji's weak face, and hurriedly urged Mr. Chen to take them down to rest. "These 2 are my darlings from the Star Academy. How can I be exhausted?" Feng Zikan didn't have any opinion, and after another salute with Jian Wuji, he followed Chen Lao out www.readaloud.com in the secret room. Watching Feng Zikan and the 2 go away from the back, the Vice President of Yanwen looking at several sanctuary teachers with great interest, he said, "Everyone, after observing so close for so long, have you ever seen anything?" Lang Chen frowned slightly, and said slowly, "Sword Wuji is nothing. Sword Sovereign's early fighting chi cultivation base, coupled with the powerful sacred pinnacle bloodline, possessing Sword Sovereign's peak strength is somewhat amazing, but understandable, but..." Maizen Huansheng took the conversation, and uttered a fascinating voice, with a trace of doubt. "However, Feng Zikan can't see through, and his cultivation is vague, like a magister and Wuzun. It's hard to tell." Zhang Tian also nodded, and muttered, "That kid is indeed very mysterious, and his strength is strong enough. Until now we don't know where his true strength has reached." The Deputy Dean of Yanwen listened to the words of several sanctuary instructors, and laughed without saying a word. Associate Dean Shui Yi said leisurely, "Anyway, Feng Zikan is already a member of the Shenta training camp of my Tianxing Academy, and the child doesn't look like that kind of villain, so don't worry too much. As for his true strength..." Deputy Dean Shui Yi had a smile in his eyes. "I won't be able to detect it when I take them to the God's Domain training camp tomorrow? Those 3 little monsters are not comparable to opponents on the Sky Star Road." The elders suddenly felt relieved when they thought of the abnormal strength of the 3 God's Domain talents. The Deputy Dean of Yanwen looked around and saw that no one had any objections. He solemnly said, "Well then, there are 2 new talents from God's Domain in the Academy. These are the blessings of my Tianxing Academy, but if the teaching is not good enough they have squandered that peerless talent, that is our incompetence. So, everyone, cheer up." The elders heard the words in awe, and stood up and replied in unison, "Yes." Chapter 25, Training Tower. Tianxing College, as one of the 3 major colleges on the mainland, naturally has a huge teaching area. The low-grade area and the high-grade area. The Sanctuary Training Camp divides the Star Academy into 3 major areas. Each area covers a very wide area, with various tall buildings and spires towering, giving people a majestic feeling. And in the depths of the Star Academy, there is an area that is similar to the Forbidden Area. Ordinary students or even instructors can't take a step. That is the prestigious God's Domain Training Camp on the mainland. Chen Lao took Feng Zikan and Jian Wuji to leave Tianxing Road, and went straight to the place where the God's Domain Training Camp was. Feng Zikan looked at a large area of majestic spires in front of him, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Is this the God's Domain Training Camp? It's unexpectedly big. Old Chen said with a smile, as the most important base of my Star Academy, the God's Realm Training Camp is naturally not bad, and here are not only your 5 God's Realm talents, but also the sanctuary mentors of my Star Academy. As well as the logistics staff, there are everything in training grounds, so naturally it is a little more atmospheric. After speaking, Chen Lao has brought Feng Zikan and Jian Wuji to a high tower building. Looking at the dozens of quaint and elegant towers in front of him, Chen Lao said, "This is your residence, everyone here. The towers are specially prepared for you talents of the God's Domain." After the God's Domain Training Camp was opened by the Star Academy, every enchanting wizard who enters the God's Domain Training Camp has such a tower as his domain in the Star Academy. There is no tower owner. With permission, even the dean cannot enter casually. Feng Zikan was surprised, looking at the talon towering in front of him, keenly discovered different places among the dozens of high towers. 3 towers looked different. A high tower glowed with a faint silver light, faintly rumbling with the sound of thunder. A violent and unparalleled aura of destruction permeated, with an inexplicable majesty. Another high tower is blooming with blue and white light, and when you feel it, you will find a terrifying chill permeated, as if it fell into the ice of 10,000 feet, and it was frozen to the heart. There is also a tower, soaring into the clouds, as if a sharp sword rushing into the sky. A faint sword-inspired coercion permeated, revealing an extreme sharpness, breathtaking. Feng Zikan thought a little bit, and then he knew the reason. Before, Elder Chen and the other elders had inadvertently mentioned that in addition to the 2 of them, there were 3 talents in the God's Realm Training Camp, and they entered God's Realm Training a year earlier than the 2 of them Ying. It seems that these 3 spiritual towers belong to them. This breath is quite strong. It seems that the other 3 gods are indeed extremely terrifying. Feng Zikan thought silently in his heart, quite excited, and at the same time foreseeing his next days. I'm afraid it won't be boring. Jian Wuji also saw the 3 distinctive towers, sensing the faint aura of the towers, especially the sharp sword intent emanating from the sword tower. Jian Wuji's eyes burst into light. The divine sword trembles faintly behind it, as if it is going to rise to the sky, fighting with it. Old Chen looked at the strange expressions of Feng Zikan and the 2, knowing that they had seen it, and smiled. You are right, that is, the 3 trainees of the God's Domain Training Camp are now living in the tower. It's just that they have picked up now. The experience mission is out. I am afraid it will take a few days to come back. You 2 can choose one of these high towers as your territory, and you can move in after acknowledging the master with the selected high tower beads. Then, even the dean will not rush into the tower. The tower is up to you. Absolutely control. Chen Lao explained to Feng Zikan that Feng Zikan understood what absolute control means. These high towers are not ordinary towers. They are the towers of cultivation that the Tianxing Academy has spent countless efforts to build. There are a lot of things that are conducive to the cultivation of the tower masters. Magic array and protective magic array. As long as the tower beads are refined, they can control these magic arrays and block all uninvited guests. That is to say, can we choose any refinement from these unowned towers and become our own residence? Feng Zikan asked. Old Chen nodded, pointed to the dozens of tall towers a little further back, and said, "Did you see it? Except for the 26 tall towers at the back, you can choose everything else." Feng Zichen was a little puzzled. He looked at the 26 high towers, but saw that those high towers were shrouded in light of various colors, and the brilliance was extremely conspicuous. Jian Wuji said, I wanted to ask since just now, what's the matter with the 26 tall towers behind? Old Chen smiled and looked at the 26 high towers, his eyes lighted up, seemingly excited and proud, and slowly said, those are the training towers where the students of the previous training camps of gods live. After graduating, I left the Tianxing Academy and went to the mainland to pursue my own path to God's domain. And they all eventually became powerhouses in God's domain, Megatron continent. They are all strong in God's domain. Jian Wuji's pupils shrank and he lost his voice. Obviously these words gave him a great shock. Feng Zichen was also shocked. You must know that although the Tianxing Academy has been established for thousands of years, the God's Domain training camp was initially established 1,000 years ago, and don't look at this year's 5 talents of God's Domain. In fact, in previous years, there is usually no one in God's Domain for several years. This is why it is so pleasant to recruit 2 God's Domain elders at once, it is too rare. At the age of 18, the vast majority of people on the mainland have only reached high-level magicians, and very few have reached the level of great magicians. Generally, at the age of 18, they are already the top peerless genius if they can break through the realm of magicians, on the upper level, break through the realm of magister or wuzun. That is harder. And only by breaking through common sense and reaching a realm that ordinary people can't reach, can it be possible to step into the legendary realm of God. Therefore, only those who can reach the realm of the Magister and even half of the sanctuary power at the age of 18 can be called the talent of the gods. This Tianxing Academy actually cultivated 26 God's Domain powerhouses in 1,000 years, which is really terrifying. Old Chen was quite proud, took a look at Feng Zichen, and said, Windy boy, now you know what the concept of God's Domain training camp is? As long as you don't give up yourself, then there is a more than 80% chance of being able to step into the God's Domain. This is not a blow, these towers are proof. Looking at Mr. Chen's proud expression, Feng Zichen was not angry, because this data really shocked him. Think about how many demigod ninjas were born in Naruto in the millennium years? 2 slaps can be counted, and this is not as good as half the amount cultivated by an academy on the Star Continent. Jian Wuji did not speak either. Their clan was indeed extremely mysterious and powerful, but it was also extremely rare for the God's Domain powerhouse standing at the top of the mainland powerhouse pyramid. The old Chen who successfully shook the 2 gods in the realm smiled with satisfaction. He knew that no matter which one of the Tianzong wizards was arrogant in his bones, it would be a little troublesome to teach him later. Then old Chen took Feng Zichen to choose the Cultivation Tower. Jian Wuji naturally chose the one closest to the Sword Tower. Feng Zichen looked around and chose the opposite side of the Ice Tower. A high tower will serve as your own later training tower. When he walked into his Cultivation Tower curiously, Feng Zichen was a little surprised. The small Cultivation Tower on the outside has a cave. The space inside is not small at all. There are a lot of daily necessities, and the bright magic crystal lights are shining. The warm light makes everything around him look extraordinary. Feng Zichen looked at the decorations on the first floor of the training tower with a look of wonder in his eyes, and then took the magic elevator to the second floor. According to Mr. Chen, each training tower has 3 floors, the upper, middle and lower floors. The first floor is for rest and life, the second floor is a training ground, which can be used to experiment and develop magical martial arts, the third floor is for cultivation, because the core of the entire training tower, the tower bead, is arranged in the 3 floors. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com can control all the magic circles by controlling the tower bead. Upon the second floor, Feng Zichen saw a vast training field, surrounded by some training aids, with a complete range, most of which he didn't know. Did not stay, Feng Zichen went directly to the 3rd floor, where the core tower of the training tower was located. The 3rd floor is obviously much smaller, about 1/3 the size of the second floor. In the center is a printing pad with a crystal ball on it, which is exactly the tower bead. According to the old Chen, Feng Ziken's right hand wind attribute chakra surging, condensed into a small wind blade, lightly stroked the left hand finger, blood gushing out, dripping on the crystal ball, while ice escapes blood following the activation of the bounding ability. The wound was frozen. The blood dripped on the crystal ball and blended into it quietly. At the same time, the crystal ball shone brightly, and several energy threads quickly extended to communicate with the magic circle in the tower. The temperament of the whole training tower changed suddenly. Haren rushed straight into the sky. Cultivation Tower, success in recognizing the master. Feng Ziken felt the Cultivation Tower closely related to him. And a hint of admiration appeared on his face. This star continent is indeed a powerful world that has multiplied for millions of years. All kinds of magic methods are exquisite, at least this level. The magic circle is not found in Naruto world. After refining the tower beads, Feng Ziken can already control all the magic circles in the Cultivation Tower. Sitting on a black futon in front of the printing table, Feng Ziken suddenly felt a refreshing breath rushing into his heart. He is clear-headed and his thoughts are obviously faster. Is this futon also a treasure of cultivation? Feng Ziken had to admit that Tianxing Academy really spent a lot of energy on the training camp of God's domain, and this cultivation tower alone was an invaluable treasure. Chapter 26, Space Ring. Tianxing Academy, God's Domain Training Camp. After experiencing the usefulness of the various magic arrays of the Cultivation Tower, Feng Ziken is both surprised and regretful. What is amazed is that the magic array on this continent is indeed unpredictable, not only the spirit-gathering magic array to assist cultivation, but also all kinds of attacks and defense magic arrays. The entire Cultivation Tower is like a fortress, full of various magic arrays. Unfortunately, the spirit-gathering magic array in the training tower can make the heaven and earth energy in the Cultivation Tower more than 10 times stronger than the outer world. After the spirit-gathering magic array is turned on, practicing inside is almost equivalent to opening up. In general, the speed of cultivation has doubled, and one day of cultivation in the tower may be able to reach the outside world for 10 days. It is reasonable to say that the Cultivation Tower has such a terrifying function. Feng Ziken should be happy, but it is not. You must know that what Feng Ziken cultivates is the unique power in the world of Naruto Chakra. It's not the magic and grudge spreading on this continent. The so-called chakra is actually the powerful force produced by the special fusion of the physical energy extracted from the 13 billion trillion cells in the human body and the spiritual energy contained in the human brain. Unlike the magic and fighting spirit on the star continent, chakra is completely dependent on the power extracted by the human body itself, has nothing to do with all external energy. Therefore, practicing chakra does not need to use special methods to absorb the energy between heaven and earth like magic and fighting energy. Instead, it constantly taps the human body's own potential and gains power from one's own body. Then the problem is, what is the use of Feng Ziken, who does not need to absorb external energy at all, even if the spirit-gathering magic circle is turned on to make the concentration of magic elements in the Cultivation Tower 10 times the outside world? Even 20 times and 50 times is no good, it is not necessary at all. I felt a little regretful in my heart, but it was only for a moment. After all, Feng Ziken possesses the strongest chakra talent in the world. Even without the assistance of foreign objects like the magic circle, his cultivation speed is 1,000 miles, so there is no need to worry about his cultivation problem. As soon as he walked out of the Cultivation Tower, Feng Ziken saw that Jianwuji had also walked out of another cultivation tower not far away, and because his cultivation tower had recognized its master at this time, it also burst out a fierce sword. Intent, sharp, went straight for 9 days. Feng Ziken originally wanted to go to Chen Lao to ask if Lin Ziken and Lin Zixuan's 2 brothers and sisters passed the examination, and then go to meet with them. After all, they were the first friends he met on the star continent. Just saw Jianwuji coming out at this time, and his eyes lit up immediately. It seems that the Lin family brothers and sisters are also very curious to him. Why don't you go with this iceberg man? Just do as he thinks of it, and Feng Zikan smiled and invited Jian Wuji to go out with him. For some reason, seeing Feng Zikan's smile, Jian Wuji felt a chill in his back. Quietly stepped back, Jian Wuji said vigilantly, "You are so enthusiastic to pull me out, what is your idea?" Feng Zikan's smile stiffened, and he was immediately unhappy, and shouted, "Hey, what do you mean by the iceberg man? I kindly asked you to go out to play, if you don't go, it's too much to doubt me, it's too much." Sword Wuji was unmoved, looked at Feng Zikan who was unsatisfied, and said leisurely, "Is there really no other thoughts?" Feng Zikan yelled with a guilty conscience, "Of course not." He quietly wiped off his sweat, and wanted to take Jian Wuji out to satisfy the curiosity of the beautiful girl. "Of course I can't say anything." Finally, Feng Zikan left alone. No matter what Feng Zikan said, Jian Wuji looked at him with a skeptical eye, and then walked away quickly with a very cool head shaking. The next sentence, "I believe you have ghosts, hey." Feng Zikan, who drew in the hot water, didn't bother, he still hummed and ran to find Chen Lao. It is worth mentioning that Chen Lao gave them a golden color after they taught them how to refine the tower beads. On the back is the emblem of Tianxing Academy, thousands of stars, on the front is the word God. According to what he said, this golden token is an exclusive token for the students of the God's Domain training camp, representing their identity as the talents of the God's Domain. As long as they hold this token, they can basically go in and out of the Star Academy anywhere, unimpeded. According to the address left by Chen Lao, Feng Zikan, a mild road blindness, finally did not get lost, and he successfully found the residence of Chen Lao and the sanctuary instructors. Looking at this building that was not inferior to the training tower of the God's Domain training camp, Feng Zikan breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that his previous life's road blindness would suddenly explode and take him to an unknown place. Fortunately, there is no way such a tragedy happened. "Oh? Feng Ziazi, have you taken control of the cultivation tower so soon? I thought you would practice in it for a few days before coming to me." Old Chen just happened to walk out and saw Feng Zikan. He was a little surprised. It stands to reason that after seeing the power of the pagoda gathering magic array, geniuses should all meditate directly with ecstasy. After all, the cultivation speed in the cultivation tower 10 times that of the outside world is not a joke. Facing Chen Lao's doubts, Feng Zikan naturally had no choice but to he, "For people in this world of you are naturally dreaming of, but my cultivation power is completely different from yours." "Ah, what? The cultivation tower is really amazing, but I haven't been to a big city for a long time, so I came out first if I wanted to see the city of order." Feng Zikan said, "Haha, in my heart. I can't tell you that this sun came from the earth, your spirit-gathering magic array is completely useless to me." In order to avoid Old Chen from asking further, Feng Zikan hurriedly asked, "Old Chen, I came to ask how the siblings who participated in the assessment with me are now? Should they pass the assessment?" Old Chen didn't mean to delve into it. He heard Feng Zikan's question, he smiled and said, "Are you talking about the 2 little guys from the Lin family? They are also rare geniuses. They just passed the 6th pass of Tianxing Road. Successfully entered the sanctuary training camp. I am afraid that Mizan girl is taking it to familiarize himself with the environment." Sanctuary training camp? Lin Zikan and Lin Zixuan really have hidden strengths, otherwise it would be difficult for them to pass with the strength of the 6th gatekeeper. Feng Zikan asked about the location of the sanctuary training camp again, and Mr. Chen also saw that he wanted to find the Lin family brothers and sisters, and immediately pointed out the direction for him. Feng Zikan was a little helpless to memorize the path Chen Lao said. Although not very complicated, it was a big challenge for Feng Zikan, who has the attribute of road blindness. Feng Zikan, who was hesitating in his heart, just wanted to thank Chen Lao for leaving, and glanced at the crystal ring on Chen Lao's thumb. He couldn't help but moved in his heart and asked, "Chen Lao, you have the legendary space ring in your hand." Chen looked at the ring on his right hand in a puzzled way, and said strangely, "I have a space ring on my hand, yes, but although the space ring is a bit expensive, it is not a legendary thing, right?" Feng Zikan almost drew himself an ear scraper, and he was still on the earth. "This is another world, and it is normal to have a ring." Feng Zikan quickly adjusted his expression, coughed lightly, and casually asked about the details of the space ring. Old Chen looked at Feng Zikan weirdly. It was strange that he didn't even know the space ring for such a talent in God's domain, but old Chen didn't think much about it, so he started popularizing science directly. The space ring is an extremely precious storage device handed down from the ancient times in our star continent. It was made by a space magician who is extremely rare among magicians. The deeper you understand the laws of space, the more you can make it. The more space inside the ring is. Space rings can be large or small. According to the size of their internal space, there were detailed grade divisions in ancient times. Those with a space of 1 square meter are low grade, those with a space of 1 to 10 square meters are medium grade, and those with a space of 10 to 50 square meters. The space is top grade. The space of 50 to 100 square meters is the heaven product, the space of 100 to 1000 square meters is the sacred product, and the space over 1000 square meters is the divine product. However, space system magicians are extremely rare, that is, many space system magicians existed in the ancient times when magic multiplied to the peak. Now, space system magicians are almost rare in existence. It is rare to see in a century. Most of the space rings are handed down from ancient times and are extremely rare. Even so, some major forces on the mainland still have a small amount of space ring storage. Therefore, space rings are a kind of space ring that is almost in the bottom society. I can't see it, but it's just a precious thing in the eyes of top forces. After talking for a long time, old Chen slowed down, and saw Feng Zikan's look thoughtful, and said again, "But that is to say, there are not many spatial rings on the mainland now, and most of them are in low grade. High-grade celestial grade space rings are extremely rare, and saint-grade space rings are even more rare. I'm afraid they might be owned by those who are strong in the realm of gods." Divine grade? Haha, no one has ever heard of such a space ring on the mainland. What? Finally, Chen Lao seemed to think that Feng Zikan did not have a space ring, and wanted to get one. He pondered for a while and said, "But if you want a space ring, Feng Ziazi is naturally not a problem. My Tianxing Academy is also very powerful, and there are some space rings. Inventory, as a student of your God's Domain training camp, you are naturally eligible to get." Feng Zikan knew that Chen was always misunderstood when he heard it. She shook his head and interrupted Chen Lao, No, Chen Lao misunderstood. "I'm just a little curious about the space ring. Actually, I already have storage devices." "Just kidding, I am a person who has an overwhelming Naruto exchange system. How come I don't have storage devices such as space rings?" Since the beginning of Feng Zikan's journey through the system, there has been a storage space dedicated to the host to place items. Otherwise, how would Feng Zikan's grassy swords and magic cores bring out the fallen forest? Moreover, the storage space is scary, far more than 1000 cubic meters. There was no comparison before. Feng Zikan knew that this size was exaggerated, but it was not accurate. Now he knows the size of the space ring on the star continent. Zikan wanted to look up to the sky and laugh. How about the holy product space ring? What about the magic space ring? Even half of my storage space can't compare. Chapter 27, Sanctuary Training Camp. From Mr. Chen, I got the division of the Continental Space Ring. Knowing how defying his system backpack is, Feng Zichen proudly bid farewell to Mr. Chen, and walked slowly towards the Sanctuary Training Camp. His leisurely appearance made old Deshan is a big head. Is there any student who will be so casual after first entering the God's Domain training camp? It seems that this kid is not easy to teach. Feng Zikan didn't know that on the first day, he left a bad impression in old Chen's heart, but even if he knew it, nothing would change. After all, in Feng Zikan's opinion, cultivation is the same thing. It's enough to set aside some time for cultivation every day, there is no need to practice all the time, then what is the meaning of this life? This young master didn't come to suffer when he traveled to another world. Feng Zikan, who was thinking so much in his heart, became more relaxed, humming a song and left. In the sanctuary training camp, on the square, all the talents of the sanctuary of the Star Academy are gathered here at this moment. Counting down, there are 40 people, which means that there are 40 sanctuary talents of the Star Academy this year. There are quite a lot of them in the history of the Star Academy. And standing at the forefront are the enchanting magic saint and the two brothers and sisters Lin Zikan and Lin Zixuan, who have just passed the 6th pass of Tianxing Road and entered the sanctuary training camp. From today we have 2 more classmates in our sanctuary training camp, these 2 handsome men and beauties next to me. Come, introduce yourself. Maizen Huansheng showed an amazing smile at the corner of his mouth, turned his head and looked at Lin Zikan and said. After all, Lin Zikan is from a family, and his temperament is good. He stood up calmly and said with a smile, Hello everyone, I am Lin Zikan, 18 years old this year, a fire magician, I hope you will take care of it in the future. Lin Zixuan also followed closely, and the ethereal voice immediately attracted the attention of many students. Lin Zixuan, 16 years old this year, fire magician. Her introduction was relatively cold, but Lin Zixuan's beautiful face and fresh and refined temperament did not raise any disgust, but attracted more students' attention. Sure enough, beautiful women are privileged everywhere, even in other worlds. Seeing that Lin Zikan had finished speaking, the magical sage turned to look at the 40 talents of the sanctuary on the square again. The soft voice came out, as if there was magic power, and the body trembled, and the bones were all crisp. Well, according to the old rules, Lin Zikan and 2 of them just came to our sanctuary training camp, and their ranking in the camp is tentatively set as the 20th and 21st. The specific ranking will be determined by the assessment at the end of the next month. Don't you all have any comments? After all, the sanctuary training camp is an extremely important class in the Star Academy. The students who can enter the sanctuary training camp are basically the top geniuses on the mainland. The chance of becoming a sanctuary powerhouse in the future is very high, and the Star Academy is also down. With great effort to teach, there are all kinds of resources and teaching, although it is not as good as the God's Domain training camp, but it is enough to make countless people envy. And so many resources, can anyone enjoy it? Obviously not. The competition within the sanctuary training camp is very fierce. The academy also deliberately cultivates the students' good competitive spirit. The distribution of training resources is strictly based on the students' strength. Those with high strength and great potential can naturally have more resource tilt, and vice versa. Therefore, there is a monthly assessment system for the sanctuary training camp. At the end of each month, the sanctuary training camp will hold an assessment to determine the specific rankings of the 40 trainees in the sanctuary training camp based on the actual battle mode. Resources. And the Star Academy also has strict requirements for the students of the sanctuary training camp. The students who ranked the last 3 in the assessment at the end of the 3 consecutive months will be dismissed from the sanctuary training camp and no longer be hired. Of course, the top 3 students who have been assessed at the end of the month for 3 consecutive times will naturally also have special rewards. They can enter the God's Domain training camp for 1 week. God's Domain training camp is a sacred place for cultivation that everyone on the continent dreams of. Being able to enter the God's Domain training camp and experience the cultivation methods of the talents of the God's Domain is a rare opportunity for these geniuses of the sanctuary training camp. And the Star Academy also has regulations. As long as they can be ranked first in the assessment at the end of the month for 3 consecutive times, they are eligible to challenge the students in the God's Domain training camp. After the victory of the challenge, it can even replace the trainees of the God's Domain training camp and enter the God's Domain training camp to practice. This makes the sanctuary geniuses crazy. After all, the sanctuary training camp is more than better than the sanctuary training camp. Therefore, various reasons have led to the importance of rankings in the sanctuary training camp. The initial ranking of new students in the training camp is set as the middle number among all sanctuary students. It is also for the sake of fairness. After all, they have just entered the sanctuary training camp. The strength of the cultivating students is naturally inferior to the old students who have practiced in the sanctuary training camp for more than 1 year. Ahem, return to the topic, the old students have no opinion. Linziken and the two have introduced some regulations of the sanctuary training camp long before the charm of the magic saint took them to the sanctuary training camp. Naturally there will be no objections. Seeing that everyone had no objection, Maizen Huansheng smiled with satisfaction. Just about to continue speaking, after a glimpse, I saw a figure slowly walking not far away. I couldn't help being surprised. All the students in this sanctuary training camp are already here, why is there another student dangling here? The puzzled Maizen Huansheng turned his head and looked around, and then it suddenly became clear that it was this little guy. No wonder he could enter and leave the sanctuary training camp at will. Maizen Huansheng stood at the forefront of everyone, and her every move was naturally seen by the person below number 40. Seeing her beautiful tutor and class teacher looked elsewhere with strange expressions, all the students also followed suit. He shifted his gaze, but saw a young man who looked only 17 or 18 years old, looking at everything in the sanctuary training camp with ease, and he couldn't help but feel dissatisfied. Where did the soil buns come from? Walking around in our sanctuary training camp like this? Linziken and Linziken naturally also saw the boy. Lin Zixuan couldn't help but be surprised. Ah, that's Big Brother Feng. The person here is naturally Feng Ziken, but he said that after leaving Chen Lao, Feng Ziken began to look for the sanctuary training camp. Taking advantage of the roadmap dictated by Chen Lao, I still remembered clearly, Feng Ziken followed the map to find it. Finally, without losing sight, he successfully found the location of the sanctuary training camp. After showing the token of the trainees of the God's Domain training camp to severely suppress the guard who was going to stop him, Feng Ziken successfully stepped into the sanctuary training camp and came to the square. Oh, Ziai Xian, so you are here. Feng Ziken saw a large group of people in front, and naturally saw the two brothers and sisters standing in front of Lin Ziken. He couldn't help but smiled and greeted him with strides. Maizen Huanshen Mei's eyes flowed, and he giggled, Brother Feng, why is there only Sister Zixuan in his eyes, but can't see the concubine? Is it so unattractive? Vice Chuchu's pitiful appearance is really charming and touching. When did the 40 sanctuary training camp students on the square have seen their enchanting head teacher show such a moving appearance? Now everyone will look at Feng Ziken with murderous eyes. What is this kid doing, and seduce our beautiful class teacher when he comes? Concubine body? Hearing the charming voice and the ambiguous self-proclaiming of Maizen Huansheng, Feng Ziken almost fell to the ground in a mess. Is this woman too good at relationship? Seeing the gritted teeth of dozens of people behind them, Feng Ziken has a headache even more, and he waved his hand quickly, Elder, don't be kidding, the kid can't afford it. Maizen Huansheng continued to giggle, her mature and flexible body trembled. Charming Tian Cheng. Brother Feng, you are the talent of God's domain that our Star Academy focuses on training. Too modest but not good. The talent of God's domain. The students of the sanctuary training camp suddenly changed their color when they heard this sentence, and once again looked at Feng Ziken, their eyes full of shock. Mei Xin Huansheng Yu Guang caught a glimpse of the changes in the expressions of the students in the sanctuary training camp, and the corners of his mouth raised a smile. Feng Ziken is not a fool. Seeing this, I naturally know Maizen Huanshen's plan. I want to use myself to frighten this group of talented people in the sanctuary. I understand that Feng Ziken is depressed. I just came to find someone for a while. How can I have time to wrestle with you? At the moment, I was trying to fool around, but my eyes were winking at Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan. Lin Zixuan understood, and took her brother Lin Zikan to go with Feng Zikan. www.readaloud.com. Mizan Huansheng turned around and left. Feng Zikan gritted his teeth angrily, but he really stopped him when something was wrong. After all, Feng Zikan is the treasure of their entire Tianxing Academy. But her refusal to stop doesn't mean that no one will stand up. Just when Feng Zikan was about to walk away, a cold drink came and stopped Feng Zikan from moving forward. Hold on. Feng Zikan turned his head helplessly, looked at the student who leaped forward, and said with a headache, "Is there anything wrong with this student?" What stood out was a young man about 20 years old with handsome appearance and extraordinary temperament. His eyes were full of fighting spirit. It was Si Kanjiu, the #1 genius in the sanctuary training camp. Si Kanjiu was pretentious. He was already the cultivation base of the Magister's pinnacle at a young age, and he was also one of the top 10 families of the Xingyu Empire. He was born with a golden key since he was a child and has never experienced failure. It also led to his arrogant character. After growing up, Si Kanjiu, who had been a genius since he was a child, chose Star Academy without hesitation. He was even more proud that only God's Domain training camp was his goal. He thought that as long as he was willing, God's Domain training camp could not be easily captured. Who knows that reality gave him a slap in the face. In the Tianxing Road assessment, he tried his best to only pass the 6th pass, which was 1,000 miles away from the 9th pass of the God's Domain training camp. After all, not everyone can be admitted to the God's Realm training camp by the senior officials of the Tianxing Academy as having the talents of God's Realm. Even Fengzi Chenjianwuji and the others, because their 7th level is close to the 1st level under the harmony of Chen Lao. The 9 levels are difficult, and Feng Zikan's skillfulness and Jianwuji's special background allowed them to make an exceptional admission. For others, they still have to pass the 9 levels honestly to enter the God's Domain training camp. Chapter 28, Feng Zikan vs Si Kanjiu. Si Kanjiu, who was unwilling to enter the sanctuary training camp, was naturally outraged and worked hard to cultivate, and it was more than this that stimulated him the most. After entering the sanctuary training camp, he was not the strongest, which made him grow up. How can the pretentious Si Kanjiu accept it? It was also after many blows that Si Kanjiu realized that this world is very big, and he is far from strong enough, and he is definitely not the only genius. After recognizing the reality, Si Kanjiu calmed down, began to reflect on himself, and practiced hard, and finally broke through the peak of the Magister not long ago, successfully defeated all the students of the sanctuary training camp, and became the #1 existence. Became the first genius again, Si Kanjiu finally walked out of the shadow of failure, and re-established his ambitions. His eyes were directed at the God's Domain training camp. At this moment, Feng Zikan came. This new talent of God's Domain who joined the God's Domain training camp immediately made Si Kanjiu find a challenge. As long as I defeat him, I can prove my strength to the academy and be able to enter God's Domain training camp. Thinking of this, seeing that Feng Zikan was about to leave, Si Kanjiu finally couldn't help standing up, his eyes blazing, full of fighting spirit. Si Kanjiu, the sanctuary training camp ranks first, challenge you. Feng Zikan is really a headache when he hears this sentence. Is there really a student who challenges himself? Are you kidding me? How can I accept the challenge? So Feng Zikan refused without even thinking about it. I'm sorry, I don't accept your challenge. With this effort, it is better to communicate with Zai Xian's sister. Si Kanjiu obviously didn't expect that Feng Zikan, from the realm, would refuse so simply. He couldn't help but froze for a while, but he wanted to leave as soon as he finished speaking. He was anxious, and the light blue magic appeared on his body, fiercely. The ground leaped forward to Feng Zikan, blocking his path forward. Wait a minute. Feng Ziken's eyes were cold, looking at Si Kongjia who was stopping him. His tone suddenly sank. Why, do you want to stop me by force? Si Kongjia only felt that an astonishing sense of oppression suddenly came, and he felt a little bit out of breath, and he couldn't help being overjoyed. This person really has amazing strength. Are you a student of God's Domain Training Camp? If that's the case, why don't you accept my challenge? I can feel that you have a very strong ability. Could it be that you dare not compare with me? Si Kongjia was unusually excited. Get up. In order for Jai Feng Ziken to accept his challenge, he deliberately provocatively said. The students around were watching this scene, and couldn't help being angry at Feng Ziken's coward. Don't even dare to take up the challenge, this is also a student of the God's Domain Training Camp. That is, I am afraid he knows that he is not as powerful as Big Brother Saigong, so he dare not pick it up. After all, Big Brother Saigong is the strongest in our sanctuary training camp. He even defeated the college's special tutor a few days ago. Useless guy. A whisper came from the students of the sanctuary training camp, they are not good to each other. Lin Zixuan's pretty eyebrows frowned, and she looked at Feng Ziken with a little worry. His brother Lin Ziken didn't have any worried expressions, but watched all this interestingly. He had a hunch, and he would have a good show later. Up! The Maizen Huansheng stood there for a while, without saying a word. A smile flashed in her beautiful eyes. She was very happy to see someone challenging Feng Ziken. Feng Ziken looked at Si Kongjai's provocative eyes and listened to the taunting whispers around him, and suddenly smiled. Although I know you are stimulating me, but I am still very upset. Si Kongjai's eyes lit up. So, did you accept it? Feng Ziken didn't speak, and cast a deep glance at Maizen Huansheng, only to see her looking at herself with a pitiful look. She couldn't help but snorted coldly and wanted to use me as a sharpening stone to go to Si Kongjai's arrogance. I'm afraid that his knife is not tough enough, and it will be directly worn out by me. Feng Ziken did not answer, but in Si Kongjai's opinion, he acquiesced, and he couldn't help being overjoyed. Okay. The martial arts field is over there, let's go. Feng Ziken shook his head and said calmly, don't be so troublesome, the battle will be over soon, just stay here. The students of the sanctuary training camp were in an uproar when they heard what Feng Ziken said. It will end soon? This guy is too arrogant. Does he think that Big Brother Sikong's strength is comparable to those of the opponents on the Sky Star Road? Really arrogant. Si Kongjia was also annoyed when he heard it, and it ended soon? Does he think he is a strong sanctuary? Even if it is a strong sanctuary, ordinary people can't easily defeat themselves. This guy is more arrogant than me. No matter what they think in their hearts, Feng Ziken, anyway, he has been a little angry by Si Kongjai's behavior. He will use his own trick to put an end to this farce in an instant, and let Maizen Huansheng take a look at himself. What will it be like to be a whetstone? Coming to the center of the square, Feng Ziken and Si Kongjia stood opposite each other. Maizen Huansheng and the 40 sanctuary training camp students stood and watched the duel from a distance. They look excited. Who can win the first rank Saigong Yu of the sanctuary training camp and the new talents of the sanctuary training camp? They also want to know. Si Kongjia has piercing eyes and awe-inspiring fighting spirit. Facing Feng Ziken, a talent in the divine realm, he has no fear, because he is extremely confident in his own strength. The cultivation base of the Magister's pinnacle realm, mastering all kinds of advanced magic, and possessing the power of the pinnacle of heavenly rank, all these have created Si Kongjai's powerful strength. He is confident that no one in the sanctuary can defeat him, and not long ago he challenged a special mentor of the academy, and finally defeated it successfully, which strengthened his belief and is invincible at the same level. You must know that the special mentors of the Star Academy are not mediocre. The special mentors are all masters of the Magister's pinnacle level. They are also experienced in combat and have satisfactory strength. The General Magister's peak masters are the special mentors of the Star Academy. It's just a few minutes in front of you, absolutely powerful. However, Si Konjio was able to defeat a super instructor, which shows how strong his strength is, and this is also the source of Si Konjio's strong confidence. But Feng Zikan, no matter how much confidence Si Konjio has, in his eyes, even the sanctuary powerhouse? If you anger him, you have to pay. As Si Konjio took out his precious hurricane staff, the atmosphere in the square suddenly became serious. Except for Feng Zikan and the Lin family brothers and sisters, they all knew the power of the hurricane staff. It seems that Si Konjio was also affected by Feng Zikan. The arrogant tone is angry. Stand. Feng Zikan glanced at the cyan staff in Si Konjio's hand. He now knows that it is an auxiliary magical artifact that can greatly enhance magical power and reduce the loss of magical power. But it works for yourself? Fu Zikan said impatiently, I don't have time to play with you here, one move will determine the outcome. Regardless of Si Konjio's angry eyes, Feng Zikan looked at him, and slowly raised his right hand. Chakra gathered together, and instantly condensed into a round of azure blue chakra light ball, dazzling. Originally, Si Konjio's eyes were full of anger when he heard Feng Zikan's words to determine the outcome of the move. Does this guy look down on me too much? But seeing Feng Zikan making a weird ball of light between his backhands, Si Konjio shut his mouth. From this ball of light, he already felt a little tricky, and it seemed that this move was quite powerful. Thinking of this in his heart, Si Konjio's expression also became solemn, and the hurricane staff in his hand flashed with a blue light, communicating the wind magic elements between the heavens and the earth, and he was muttering words, as if he was preparing a powerful magic. Feng Zikan didn't even look at Si Konjio. The spiral pill in his hand was spinning extremely fast, and a strong wave came out. Feng Zikan's heart moved, and he began to change the nature of the wind attributes. The azure blue spiral pill has undergone a drastic change after adding the property change of the wind attribute. The spiral pill, which originally looked like a full moon, gradually turned into a shuriken with 4 spikes, with a hint of sharp buzzing. The sound suddenly sounded, then became louder and louder, and then resounded through the sky. Wind escape spiral shuriken. Maizen Huansheng originally watched the confrontation between the two in a leisurely time. Seeing the weird magic in Feng Zikan's hand, the whole person suddenly became ill. This magic, this kind of horrible energy fluctuation, you can't go wrong, it's definitely a forbidden spell. Maizen Huansheng turned up a huge wave in his heart, and looked at Feng Zikan in horror. This guy, actually mastered a curse? Forbidden curse is synonymous with horror and intrepidity on the Star Continent. The reason why the sanctuary powerhouse can surpass the Magister Wuzun is the forbidden curse. Every forbidden curse is extremely terrifying, and generally only the strong in the sanctuary can use it freely. Those who can use the forbidden curse under the sanctuary are peerless wizards, which is extremely difficult. After the horror, the enchanted illusory saint calmed down and looked at Feng Zikan with a strange color. He had guessed that this kid had hidden power, but he didn't expect it to be a curse. It seems that Ruobing and the 3 of them will be in a couple of days. He didn't know who won or lost. Not to mention the shock in the heart of Charm Heart Fantasy Saint, Si Konjio, who really faced Feng Zikan's move, was extremely solemn at this time, feeling the terrifying aura of the wind-type magic, who was also a wind-type magician. He also thought of forbidden curse, and the corners of his mouth twitched, and he suddenly felt bad. Forbidden spell? I want to see if your forbidden spell is powerful, or my fusion magic is powerful. Si Konjio is also worthy of being the #1 genius in the sanctuary training camp. After a brief shock, an astonishing will burst out in his eyes. With a wave of the hurricane staff, he released a powerful 9th-level magic storm tornado. Storm tornadoes continue to spread from the sky, and the terrifying suction power permeates, and its scale and power are more than that of the 9th-order beast, the rapid wind and the wolf. Normally, this storm tornado was enough for him to block his opponent, but at this time it was Feng Zikan's forbidden curse. Kanjiu had no bottom in his heart, and immediately gritted his teeth and chanted the curse in his mouth. The wind magic elements between the heavens and the earth gathered together, and they condensed into a half-moon-shaped wind blade the size of hundreds of meters, which was integrated into the storm tornado as soon as it took shape. 9 levels of magic, the dance of the gale blade. Fusion magic, wind blade tornado. Chapter 29, Violet Chamber of Commerce. Fusion magic wind blade tornado is Kanjiu's most powerful trump card, and also his most proud trick. Storm tornado, 9th level magic, gale blade dance, also a 9th level magic. A single release is a very powerful magic, ordinary magisters are unable to resist, but Kanjiu can actually dance gale blade being integrated into the storm tornado, so that it does not produce rejection, and can even complement each other, and its power is even higher. I have to say that this Kanjiu is still very talented. The power of the wind blade tornado formed after the fusion of the two 9th level magics has somewhat exceeded the limit of the 9th level magic, and there is a hint of forbidden magical horror and destruction. Feeling the terrifying breath of the wind blade tornado, Kanjiu gradually got rid of the fear of forbidden curse, and the confident look seemed to return to him. What about forbidden curse? I don't believe that this guy who is younger than himself can really use a terrifying forbidden curse, probably just an incomplete forbidden curse. In that case, my wind blade tornado might not necessarily lose. Kanjiu, who had figured this out, rose sharply, and looked a little eager to try. With a violent wave of the hurricane staff, the violent wind blade tornado suddenly whizzed towards Fanfiction, that power, the peak of the general magister. The realm of the strong might be defeated instantly if 2 or 3 come. Fanfiction showed a hint of surprise in his eyes. He is indeed the number 1 genius in the sanctuary training camp. This move is really powerful, and it feels a bit stronger than the blood secret technique used by Sword Wuji on the Star Road. However, seeing this mighty wind blade tornado rolling towards him, a trace of domineering flashed in Fanfiction's eyes, and the spiral shuriken in his hand suddenly grew a little bit bigger, a stronger destructive aura. It diffused out, Fanfiction threw it out abruptly, and violently shot at the wind blade tornado that hit. Wind escape spiral shuriken. The spiral shuriken flew towards the wind blade tornado, and the destructive aura contained in it finally exploded unabashedly, and only a length-sized spiral shuriken slammed into the wind blade tornado one after another. It looked like a mayfly shaking a tree. But what was surprising was that the tiny spiral shuriken emitted a terrifying and devastating aura that filled the entire sky, and its mighty power actually overwhelmed the wind blade tornado. With a loud boom, the spiral shuriken slammed into the wind blade tornado, and a terrifying chakra storm erupted suddenly, and countless tiny chakra needles bombarded the huge above the wind blade tornado. This mighty wind blade tornado was completely penetrated and then annihilated. Kanjiu's 9th level fusion magic, his strongest trump card, is so vulnerable to the terrifying forbidden curse of Fanfiction, it will be collapsed when touched. This cruel fact seems to have given Kanjiu a head and knocked him dizzy. How could this be? His own triumphant trick, the fusion magic that scorned the entire sanctuary training camp, was so completely defeated. After the spiral shuriken extinguished the wind blade tornado, although it was a great drop in power, there was still a little aftermath that rushed towards Kanjiu. Although it was aftermath, the power was not to be booed, and Kanjiu did not dodge under the loss of consciousness. A beautiful shadow floats at the critical moment, and with a light wave of the sleeve, the powerful magic rushes to disperse it, dissipating into nothingness. It is the charm of the illusion. Kanjiu was awakened suddenly, in a cold sweat. After thanking Maizen Huansheng, he turned his head and looked at the calm face of Fanfiction. His eyes were full of complex colors. Is this the talent of God's domain? When he was only 17 years old, he was already able to perform forbidden curse magic. What kind of genius was he compared to him? Various thoughts flashed in his heart. Kanjiu was not a person who could not afford to lose. After a long silence, he said bitterly, I lost. As Si Konjiu opened his mouth to admit defeat, the other students on the square woke up like a dream, and they all looked at the breezy Feng Zichen not far away in horror. The horrible and devastating aura exuding from Feng Zichen's spiral shuriken just now really shocked this group of geniuses. They also saw that this move absolutely reached the level of forbidden curse, looking towards Feng Ziyi. Chen's eyes finally disappeared, instead they were full of admiration. You deserve to be a trainee of the God's Realm training camp. They can cast a terrible forbidden curse at only 17 or 18 years old. What makes them feel so embarrassed when they are already in their 20s? Feng Zichen looked at Si Konjiu, who was a little disheartened, and couldn't help but shook his head, secretly asking whether he had played a little bit too much. Although he planned to teach him a lesson, it would be hard to explain if he was beaten to waste. But then I think that Si Konjiu is still the #1 genius in the sanctuary training camp after all, and it should not be that easy to collapse. Not to mention the whispers in Feng Zichen's heart, Mizan Huanchen's face changed slightly after the aftermath of the spiral shuriken was blown away. Although this force is small, its nature is extremely strange, and it has a strong sharp aura. The general forbidden curse does not have such a terrifying power. This power is almost close to the void-breaking level forbidden curse. Mizan Huansheng thought in amazement. The forbidden curse is also divided into levels. There are 4 levels of forbidden curses on the star continent, which are normal level and broken. The forbidden curse of the imaginary level, the star meteor level and the extinction level. The sanctuary powerhouse can only use the ordinary level and imaginary breaking level forbidden curses, while the star meteor level forbidden curses and the world destroying level forbidden curses belong to the domain of the gods. The strength of this kid is not as simple as it seemed before. The corner of Mizan Huanchen's mouth showed a slight smile, and I don't know who Lei Xian is better than him. After defeating Si Konjiu, who was ranked #1 in the sanctuary training camp, naturally there was no one to stop Feng Zichen. He also took Lin Zichen and Lin Zixuan to leave the sanctuary training as he wished. Originally, Feng Zichen thought it was fascinating. The sacred society was not happy, who wanted to say nothing from the seductive woman from beginning to end, but looked at herself with an unidentified smile, which made Feng Zichen mutter, "This woman is really strange." The City of Order, as one of the top 3 super cities in the Star Empire, is unimaginably prosperous, with 5 or 6 meters wide streets extending in all directions, with countless various businesses and shops on both sides, people coming and going, extremely heyday. Feng Zichen strolled along the streets of the City of Order, feeling the prosperous scene of this city, and couldn't help feeling extremely shocked. It is indeed the City of Order. Not only is the city extremely large, but it is also popular and prosperous. It is many times stronger than some of the top metropolises on the earth in the previous life, and walking along this way is really blinding him. On both sides of Feng Zichen are 2 brothers and sisters, Lin Zichen and Lin Zixuan. Seeing Feng Zichen's amazing looks, Lin Zixuan covered her mouth and smiled. He didn't expect that big brother Feng would have such a side, and he used to beat the enemy in the square. The domineering look is more than a little worse. But this kind of brother Feng seems to be more cute. Thinking of this, a trace of blush quietly climbed onto Lin Zixuan's beautiful little face. Lin Zixuan, who was as beautiful as a fairy, was even more beautiful at this time. By the way, brother Lin, is there such a place to buy magic cores in this City of Order? Feng Zichen didn't see Lin Zixuan's heart-shattering little woman. Looking at the prosperous City of Order, he suddenly thought of something serious. He didn't seem to have a single gold coin. This is more embarrassing. How can anyone bring a girl to go shopping without money? Do you want the girl to pay by herself? Not decisive. Fortunately, he didn't have nothing. During the 3 years in the Fallen Forest, nothing else. The magic core has been harvested. Some high-level magic cores have been converted into exchange points by Feng Zichen, but some are low. However, there are still a lot of magic cores left behind, which can be sold for some gold coins. Lin Zichen smiled and said, This city of order is the top 10 city in the entire continent. How can there be no Chamber of Commerce? Look, just ahead, the Violet Chamber of Commerce can. Oh? Feng Zikan looked in the direction that Lin Zikan pointed, and was shocked again. I saw a magnificent palace-style building not far away, the whole body shining golden yellow, as if the whole building was made of gold. The palace-like overall design, coupled with the whole body of gold, undoubtedly gives people a majestic feeling, and the noble violet trademark is even more mysterious, which is unclear. What a Violet Chamber of Commerce! This is definitely the most imposing shop I have ever seen. No, this can't be called a shop anymore, this is simply a shopping mall. Feng Zikan said with emotion. Lin Zixuan smiled and said, this Violet Chamber of Commerce is one of the 3 major chambers of commerce on the Star Continent. Almost every city on the mainland has its branch, and the power spreads across the 3 empires, making it richer than the enemy country, and the City of Order is also a well-known major city on the mainland, so the Violet Chamber of Commerce branch in the City of Order is a special branch, second only to the headquarters, and naturally extraordinary. Lin Zikan took Feng Zikan and walked towards the Violet Chamber of Commerce. Go, it is best to find the Violet Chamber of Commerce when it comes to purchasing magic cores. I will definitely give you a fair price. Approaching the Violet Chamber of Commerce, Feng Zikan became more and more amazed. Not to mention the magnificent design. The 8 guards who were in charge of guarding were the masters of Wuzong's pinnacle level. I couldn't imagine how strong this Chamber of Commerce was. Entering the Violet Chamber of Commerce, Feng Zikan seems to have entered another world. At first glance, there are all kinds of goods. There are various styles of foreign clothing, strange magic supplies, and attractive foreign food. Feng Zikan looked dazzled, and didn't know where to put his eyes. Lin Zikan was not lost, and took Feng Zikan to the 2nd floor of the Chamber of Commerce. Lin Zixuan explained in a timely manner, the 1st floor of the Violet Chamber of Commerce is a trading area with a variety of commodities, the 2nd floor is a trading area, it is specially used to trade various treasures, and the acquisition of magic core is also on the 2nd floor. What about the 3rd floor? I seem to see the Violet Chamber of Commerce on the 3rd floor. Feng Zikan asked in confusion. The 3rd floor is the place where the Violet Chamber of Commerce holds auctions, and it is usually not open to the public. Lin Zixuan explained. At auctions, Feng Zikan said that he understands in seconds. Although he hadn't seen auctions in his previous life on Earth, an ordinary high school student has never seen auctions. However, there are often in novels. Generally, real good things will be auctioned at auctions instead of marking the price clearly. This can be regarded as a marketing tool for businesses. Chapter 30, Purple Gold VIP Card. When he came to the 2nd floor of the Violet Chamber of Commerce, Feng Zikan suddenly felt his eyes bright. The decoration on the 2nd floor was obviously much more elegant and chic than the 1st floor. All the decorative items, including the commercial cabinets and isolation shelves, were made by the most precious spirits on the mainland. Made of wood, it gives a fresh and elegant feeling. The number of people on the 2nd floor is much less than that on the 1st floor. It seems that the 2nd floor of the Violet Chamber of Commerce is not accessible to anyone. Feng Zikan thought in his heart. There were 2 warriors sitting at the intersection on the 2nd floor just now. In order to reach the realm of Wuzun, if it hadn't been for Lin Zikan to show a purple card, I would not have come up. It seems that Lin Zikan and Lin Zixuan's backgrounds are not small. Feng Zikan thought of this afterwards, but after another thought, no matter what background he has, as long as they have absolute strength, even the number 1 power in the mainland dare not look down upon themselves. After all, this star continent is dominated by strength. On the 2nd floor, Lin Zikan seemed to be familiar with the trading area on the 2nd floor of the Violet Chamber of Commerce. After a short pause, he brought Feng Zikan to a trading hall and smiled at an old man in charge of this trading hall. He opened his mouth and said, "Old Mo, I have business for you again." The old man who was called Mo Lao by Lin Zikin was dressed in gorgeous violet costumes, with a vigorous look, and a hint of majesty that had been in a high position for a long time. Seeing Lin Zikin and several people, he couldn't help but smile. Zikin and Lin girl are here. Lin Zixuan also showed a slight smile, and said hello, old Mo. Feng Zikin raised his eyebrows. It turned out to be someone he knew. No wonder Brother Lin would say that the price is absolutely fair. Lin Zikin explained to Feng Zikin, Lao Mo and my grandfather have been old friends for decades. They are also the elders who watched us grow up. Don't look at his old man like this. He is the highest person in charge here, this Violet Chamber of Commerce. Division head of the branch. The head of the Violet Chamber of Commerce? Feng Zikin was shocked. How could the sub-director of the dignified Violet Chamber of Commerce sit in this ordinary trading hall? He thought that Mr. Mo was just an ordinary employee who managed this trading room. He, is the young man thinking why my dignified branch minister is sitting here? Mo Lao looked at the surprised Feng Zikin and asked with a smile. Feng Zikin didn't bother, and generously admitted, Hello Mo, I do have this question. Old Mo smiled and said, in fact, there is no special reason, just a little hobby of the old man. Alas, after all, I am old, and it will inevitably be a little bit to stay at the desk all day long to deal with various affairs. Depressed, so I will come here to sit for a few days every month, which can be regarded as revisiting the experience of the year. That's the case, maybe I want to get back a little bit of the feeling when I was young. Feng Zikin nodded silently. Haha, let's not talk about me. Ziai Chen said that he wants to introduce me to business. It should be you, the young man. Old Mo laughed and changed the subject. Feng Zikin nodded slightly, and said, the junior has a batch of magic cores in his hand and wants to shoot. Just talked to Brother Lin, and Brother Lin brought me here. Oh? Magic core? Old Mo seemed to be a little interested. What order of magic core? How many? Feng Zikin pondered for a while, and said, they are all tier 4 and tier 5 magic cores, and there are also some tier 6 ones. As for the number, is only 4th and 5th order? Mo Lao was slightly disappointed. The value of the middle-level magic core was only a few thousand gold coins. Even if Feng Zikin had dozens of them, it was only 2 or 3 million gold coins, which was not a big deal. There are probably thousands of them. Feng Zikin said with some uncertainty. What? Thousands of them? Not only was Elder Mo shocked, even Lin Zikin and Lin Zixuan both looked surprised. Even if the value of tier 4 and 5 magic cores is not high, once the number reaches thousands, it is a large amount. Up. The regained Elder Mo laughed and said, haha, there are thousands of intermediate magic cores, that's really big business. Walk around, let's go into the trading room to discuss. Speaking of Mr. Mo, he brought Feng Zikin and others into the trading room. This trading room was set up to keep the customers secret. Generally, the trading area on the second floor is for some valuable treasures, which is easy to be coveted. For the safety of customers, the Violet Chamber of Commerce has specially created these trading rooms that can isolate the breath and mental power to facilitate transactions. The interior decoration of the transaction is the same as that of the second floor, mainly elegant. After Feng Zikin came in, Mr. Mo took out a magical instrument that was a bit like a weighing counter, and couldn't wait to call Feng Zikin the magic core. Pour into the container. Fuji Chen was also very straightforward, and with a wave of his hand, he poured the 4th order magic core out of the system backpack. A large number of colorful magic cores were poured into the magic container, directly filling the one-person high magic container completely. These are half of tier 4 magic cores in my hand. Feng Zikin said. So much as half? Lin Zikin and Lin Zixuan looked at each other, wondering why Zikin had so many magic cores. Mo Lao's eyes were gleaming, and after operating on that strange magic device for a while, Feng Zikin keenly felt the strong mental power fluctuations. After a burst of colorful rays of light on the magic instrument, Elder Mo exhaled, stood up, and said to Feng Zikan, "There are 498 Tier 4 magic cores here. If you add the other half of your hand, it is indeed there are about 1,000 Tier 4 magic cores." Feng Zikan smiled, "Of course I will not deceive Mr. Mo. I don't know how many gold coins are worth my 1,000 Tier 4 magic cores." Mo Lao smiled and said, "A Tier 4 magic core is worth 1,000 gold coins in our Violet Chamber of Commerce. Your 1,000 Tier 4 magic cores are naturally 1 million gold coins. How, is this price still satisfactory? 1 million gold coins." Feng Zikan didn't expect that the Tier 4 he had collected over the past few years could be so valuable. Hearing Mo Lao's question, Feng Zikan hurriedly said, "Of course I am satisfied, just at this price." As he said, he waved his hand again, and fell the other half of the Tier 4 magic core to the ground. "This is the other half, and Mr. Mo also counts." Mo Lao put away 2 piles of magic cores with the space ring on his right hand, haha smiled and said, "No need to count, I believe Xiao Feng said that Mr. Mo was going to get the gold coins." Feng Zikan quickly stopped him, and said, "Don't worry, Mr. Mo, I still have a magic core to trade." "And also?" Old Mo turned his head in surprise, and saw Feng Zikan waved his right hand, crashing another pile of magic cores poured into the magic container, filling it up again. "This is the 5th order magic core." Old Mo was surprised. This time even he was curious about how Feng Zikan had so many magic cores. After taking another measurement, Mr. Mo nodded and said, "It's a Tier 5 magic core. There are 400 cores in total. The price of our Violet Chamber of Commerce Tier 5 core is 5,000 gold coins. You have 400 Tier 5 cores here. 2 million gold coins. Another 2 million gold coins are in hand." Feng Zikan sighs. "It is really good to make money if you have strength. These 3 million gold coins on the earth may be hundreds of millions of RMB. If you were exhausted for decades before, it may not be possible to earn, but it is a matter of minutes in another world." Mo Lao put away the 400 5th order magic cores, and handed them to Feng Zikan a crystal clear ring. "This is a low-grade space ring. It has a space of 5 cubic meters. Your 3 million gold coins are in it. Count it." Old Mo smiled. Feng Zikan took the space ring with some curiosity, and hesitated for a moment. "It doesn't need to be counted. I believe Mr. Mo, but this space ring is also worth more than 100,000 gold coins. How am I embarrassed to accept it?" Mo Lao laughed. "Since Xiao Feng has said so, do I still care about such a ring, old man? Besides, you are still friends of Zikan and Lin Yatu, accept it." Lin Zixuan also said to the side, "Brother Feng, just accept it, Mr. Mo is a high-level member of the Violet Chamber of Commerce. Such a spatial ring of more than 100,000 gold coins will not be seen in the eyes." Hearing these words, Mr. Mo gave a wry smile. "Lin girl, there is something in the words, no matter, the old man and I are also very fond of Xiao Feng, this VIP card from the Violet Chamber of Commerce, Xiao Feng, please accept it." Mo Lao took out a purple card and handed it to Feng Zikan. Feng Zikan's eyes were sharp, and he could tell at a glance that it was the kind of card Lin Zikan took him to the 2nd floor. "This is?" Feng Zikan asked in confusion. Lin Zixuan gently stabbed Feng Zikan, indicating that he would take it soon. Although Feng Zikan didn't know what the card was for, she knew it was a good thing, so she quickly took it. "Thank you, Mo is old." Mr. Mo looked at Lin Zixuan's little actions with deep meaning. www.readaloud.com waved his hand and smiled, "You're welcome. This Zijin VIP card is a kind issued by our Violet Chamber of Commerce to customers who have reached a certain amount of transactions in our Chamber of Commerce. Preferential measures: holding the Zijin VIP card in our Violet Chamber of Commerce purchases all 30% off, in addition to other uses, you will know later." Feng Zikan is clear, isn't this just the membership card from the previous life on Earth? It seems that Alien and Earth have not changed much in the business model. What he didn't know was that the VIP cards of the Violet Chamber of Commerce were also hierarchical. Customers who had a transaction amount of 100,000 gold coins could get a gold VIP card, those who had a transaction amount of 1 million gold coins were a red gold VIP card, and those whose transaction amount reached 10 million gold coins. Only customers can get the Zijin VIP card. It is said that there is a mysterious gold VIP card on top of the Zijin VIP card. It is the top VIP card that the real big customers of the Violet Chamber of Commerce have the opportunity to get. There are countless gold, pure and purple VIP cards issued by Violet over the past few hundred years. But the Suanjin VIP card is one of the few. Basically, the highest level most people can get is the Zijin VIP card. It stands to reason that Feng Zikan traded 3 million gold coins and could only get the Chaijin VIP card, but Mo Lao is a senior member of the Violet Chamber of Commerce for many years. He has been in contact with various characters all the year round, and his eyesight is absolutely vicious. After careful and secret observation, Elder Mo concluded that this young man must be extraordinary, plus the relationship between Lin Zikan and Lin Zixuan, he decisively gave Feng Zikan the VIP card. Maybe even Elder Mo doesn't know how much his move will bring them to the Violet Chamber of Commerce. In the near future, the Violet Chamber of Commerce is facing a crisis, and Elder Mo will be very grateful for his wise move. A small act of kindness can save the entire Violet Chamber of Commerce. Of course, this is all for later. Chapter 31, The Alien Dude is Here. Sold all the Tier 4 and Tier 5 magic cores in the backpack, got 3 million gold coins, and also got the precious purple gold VIP card. Feng Zikan was still very satisfied with this. After bidding farewell to Mr. Mo, the wealthy Feng Zikan in his pocket finally had the opportunity to take a good look at this prosperous city of order, which ranks among the top in the entire continent. At the moment, Feng Zikan took Lin Zikan and Lin Zixuan to the Violet Chamber of Commerce too. Building, don't rush out, take a look at the trading area on the first floor. The shopping area on the first floor of the Violet Chamber of Commerce is very large, and you can barely see the side when you look up. Feng Zikan is like a country boy who has never seen the world. Look here and there, all kinds of goods in other worlds surprised him. Wow, look at this lamp, the light it emits is so beautiful. Feng Zikan yelled in surprise, pointing to the colorful palace lanterns in a lighting store. Lin Zikan twitched the corners of his mouth and sighed, that's just the most common magic crystal lamp on the mainland. Hey, how can this sword shine? In a blink of an eye, Feng Zikan saw a weapon shop, looked at the big sword hanging in the shop, and cried out in surprise. Lin Zikan patted his forehead and groaned weakly, that is the most commonly used demon nuclear weapon by warriors on the mainland. Brother, which deep mountain and old forest did you run out of? Why do you know all these things that people on the mainland know? I do not know. Feng Zikan was speechless, with a sneer on his face, I can't tell you that I am a soil bun from another world. Lin Zixuan snickered at the side, her beautiful eyes looking towards Feng Zikan, full of strange colors. What kind of person is this big brother Feng? At first seeing him only felt very mysterious. Who would have thought that Big Brother Feng could pass the Tianxing Road test and enter the legendary God's Domain training camp, and he was so domineering and cold when he defeated the first day of the Holy Land with his previous move, and now, showing such a cute side again, Lin Zixuan was really curious about Feng Zikan. But, Big Brother Feng doesn't seem to hate him. Lin Zixuan thought in her heart, and there was a blush on her beautiful little face. I am afraid that no one can be immune to that thrilling beauty. But Feng Zikan, who was in embarrassment, still did not see this amazing scene. On the contrary, in the corner of the Violet Chamber of Commerce, there was another person who saw Lin Zixuan's beautiful face that emerged at this moment. Zhou Yang is a famous young master in the City of Order. He is 25 years old this year. He has a good talent and his cultivation level can reach the realm of a wizard. He is also considered a master in the entire city of Order. Moreover, Zhou Yang was born in the Zhou family, one of the 3 major families in the city of Order. The contemporary patriarch Zhou Tianming is his father. Although Zhou Yang, spoiled from childhood, has good talents, he does not like to practice seriously. Suffering from arrogance and luxury, I took a few guards all day long to swagger around in the city of Order, bullying the vendors today, and molesting the beauties tomorrow. The small life is a fun life, and the residents in the city of Order have a headache about this. However, because the city of Order is a heavy city in the name of order after all, the public security management in the city is much stricter than that of ordinary cities. Every day there are powerful law enforcement teams patrolling the market, so Zhou Yang did not dare to do it. It's too much. Something like killing people and robbing people's girls is not done. Today Zhou Yang took a few powerful guards out to hang out as usual. As the most prosperous place in the city of Order, the Violet Chamber of Commerce, how can he be unfamiliar with this young master? Naturally it is where he often comes. Stepping into the Violet Chamber of Commerce, Zhou Yang habitually scanned around. He had never thought of anything that would attract him, but unexpectedly saw an amazing scene. Not far away stood a dreamlike girl, dressed in a light blue dress with brilliance, lightly enveloping her exquisite and concave figure. The skirt was covered with a silver gauze that was almost transparent, like smoke. It surrounds the girl like that, and sets off the beautiful beauty of the girl even more dusty, beautiful, and unparalleled. And the girl's delicate and flawless jade face quietly climbed up with a trace of blush, and it exuded a suffocating beauty, all over the country, nothing more. Zhou Yang's face flushed, his eyes fiercely staring at the goddess like jade, as if there are countless ants crawling in his heart. Such a beautiful goddess, he must get it. The goddess was naturally Lin Zixuan. She hadn't noticed Zhou Yang's existence at this time, but even if she did, she wouldn't have any fear. Lin Zixuan looked at Feng Zikan with a drooping face and embarrassed face, her heart softened, and she couldn't help but refute her elder brother. No. I think the attitude of big brother Feng looks even more lovely. Brother, you are too exaggerated. It's... Feng Zikan straightened her waist as if she had received approval, and looked at Lin Zikan and said frankly, I am a true temperament, okay? I haven't seen it before, but I have not seen it before. Good looking means good looking. Pretend to understand. After finishing speaking, she blinked at Lin Zixuan, sighing in her heart, she deserves to be the girl she likes, this assist is okay. Lin Zikan silently looked at the 2 people who were obviously venting from one nostril, especially Lin Zixuan, shouting in his heart, is this still his gentle and lovely sister? On this day, I turned my elbow outward. Thinking of this, Lin Zikan stared at Feng Zikan a little angrily, and wanted to shout, monster, return my cute sister who is gentle and loving to my brother. After a fight, the relationship between the 3 has improved. Although they have only known each other for a day or 2, young people can be as good as their brothers as long as they have the right temperament. Ahem, this beautiful lady, I wonder if I have the honor to invite you to dinner together. Just when the 3 of Feng Zikan were in high spirits, an untimely strike-up came in, causing the 3 of them to frown. When Feng Zikan heard about his prestige, he saw a well-dressed young man standing in front of them like a gentleman, bowing slightly to make an invitation, appearing very polite. However, at a glance, Feng Zikan could see that the kid's eyes had never left Lin Zixuan, which made Feng Zikan very dissatisfied. Yay, in front of me, the girl I saw, this is idle, your own life is too long. Lin Zixuan's originally smiling jade face instantly fell cold, and she glanced at Zhou Yang lightly, and refused flatly, sorry, I'm not interested. Seeing Lin Zixuan's proficiency in refusal, Feng Zikan understood that this was not the first time that this happened, and after thinking about it again, how could a beautiful girl of Lin Zixuan's level lack suitors? Lin Zikan is not surprised. He puts his arms around his chest and scans Zhou Yang like a scrutiny. A qualified elder brother must strictly check for his younger sister and be alert to those with bad intentions. Years of experience immediately gave it. Answer. The dress is gorgeous, with a little background, the cultivation level is not high, lazy, and not motivated, the manner is decent but the eyes are frivolous, the appearance is inconsistent, coupled with this hastily chatting, there is no eye power, comprehensive evaluation, only a playboy, no threat. Lin Zikin, who got the result, immediately lost interest in him and looked away. Zhou Yang, who was completely denied by Lin Zikin, still did not give up. Instead, he felt good about himself. He said, "Miss, don't refuse so fast. I forgot to introduce myself. Next Zhou Yang will be the city of Order 3. The young master of the Zhou family, one of the big families." After speaking, Zhou Yang looked stunned. He never felt that moving out of his own name would hurt his face. On the contrary, Zhou Yang was very proud of his own name. In this city of order, the Zhou family is powerful and is a veritable local snake. Except for the Star Academy, which is the pinnacle force on the mainland, the Zhou family will not be afraid. The past experience has also proved this point. As long as he reports the Zhou family name, who can't give him face? So he firmly believes that Lin Zixuan, the beauty of the goddess series, will do the same. But this time he miscalculated. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. How can Lin Zixuan be the kind of superficial girl? What's more, it's a mere Zhou family. For Lin Zixuan, one of the 6 super families in the mainland, Lin Zixuan is really no different from ordinary families. So Lin Zixuan simply refused again. "I'm really not interested, please don't disturb us." Zhou Yang obviously did not expect that someone could not care that the Zhou family rejected him twice, and felt a little bit ashamed to become angry, but Lin Zixuan is really beautiful, he decided to work hard. "Miss, I am really sincere. Feng Zikan can't stand it anymore, shame on you, right? It's not over yet?" Standing in front of Lin Zixuan right now, blocking Zhou Yang's sight, "Hey, didn't you hear that Zixuan said that he didn't want to go? Are you still entangled here, do you have any eyesight?" Lin Zixuan hid behind Feng Zikan in a timely manner, watching big brother Feng stand up for herself. She suddenly felt that his back was so reliable, and Lin Zixuan blushed again when she thought about it. Zhou Yang's eyes were sharp and he saw the goddess in his mind looking at the shy boy in front of him. He couldn't help but feel jealous. His eyes towards Feng Zikan were full of unkindness, and he roared angrily, "Where did you come from? This young master is talking to this beautiful woman, so I don't have time to talk to you, get out of here." When he said that, he stretched out his hand to push Feng Zikan away. Feng Zikan's expression became cold, and he suddenly reached out and accurately grasped Zhou Yang's hand. Wei Yi tried hard and suddenly hurt him, yelling, "You untouchable dare to beat me, I am the young master of the Zhou family." The several guards that Zhou Yang brought with him were not weak in cultivation. Seeing this, they couldn't help being furious and shouted in unison, "Boy, let go of the young master." Feng Zikan and the others were already in the center of the trading area on the first floor of the Violet Chamber of Commerce. People came and went. At this time, a dispute suddenly attracted a lot of people to watch. Chapter 32, Martial Arts Field. Isn't this the famous young master Zhou Yang in the City of Order? Why? He was beaten. Hey, good fight, this guy is very bullish in the City of Order, taking advantage of the Zhou family. I just blocked his way 2 days ago and I was slapped by him. It still hurts. That's right. This young master always harms our shops and disrupts our business. He is very arrogant. Isn't he finally retribution? Most of the onlookers knew Zhou Yang, a young master, and they couldn't help but greet him in a low voice when they saw him at a loss. Feng Zikan's ears moved slightly, and when he heard the words of the people around, he couldn't help but secretly said, "It seems that this kid is not a good stubborn." Throwing away Zhou Yang's hand casually, Feng Zikan said coldly, "I don't want to cause trouble, Just get out of here. Zhou Yang's life has been smooth and smooth, how can you feel this kind of anger? What's more, I was still in front of my favorite goddess. Now he flushed and stared at Feng Zichen resentfully, yelling, You untouchable, don't you want to live? How dare you and Ben Master write? Feng Zichen's eyes suddenly showed a hint of chill, and he really showed murderous intent to this young master who talks about untouchables. His mouth is too cheap. Zhou Yang didn't notice Feng Zichen's sudden cold expression, but that doesn't mean that his guard didn't notice. Zhou Qing is the strongest of the guards who came out with Zhou Yang. On the bright side, there is only the vindictive cultivation base of the great martial master's pinnacle realm. In fact, he is an illusionist who has reached the realm of illusion venerable. That's it. The powerful Zhou Qing keenly perceives Feng Zichen's hidden killing intent, and can't help but numb his scalp. Young Master Zhou Yang can't see that the kid's cultivation level is justified, but he can't even see it. It's very abnormal if you get out. Thinking that the other party might be a genius stronger than himself, watching the young master still provoking Feng Zichen recklessly, Zhou Qing was sweating coldly, and quickly grabbed Zhou Yang, who was about to go crazy, and quietly said a few words in his ear. Words. Zhou Yang, who was about to continue clamoring, looked stiff. How could it be possible? Was this not amazing-looking bun in front of him actually even stronger than Zhou Qing? He is a bun who doesn't even know what a demon nuclear weapon is. Seeing Zhou Yang suddenly stopped yelling, Feng Zichen sneered, Keep on screaming, why did you stop? Aren't you very proud? While mocking Zhou Yang, a ray of thunder flashed through Feng Zichen's slightly hanging right hand. He swore that if this guy dared to scold him again, he would definitely kill him. Zhou Yang seemed to feel a chill too, and he couldn't help but tremble, and wisely didn't say any more. Just looking at Lin Zixuan's beautiful face, he was naturally unwilling to give up like this. After turning his mind, Zhou Yang thought of an idea. Zhou Yang looked at Feng Zichen and yelled, Boy, don't think I will be afraid of you. Do you dare to compete with me in the battlefield? Those who win can compete with this. A beautiful lady had dinner, and if she lost, she would disappear from her. How about? Dare. Fierce battles are not allowed in the City of Order, otherwise the law enforcement team that maintains discipline in the City of Order will be dispatched and captured. But where there are people, there are bound to be fights. In order to solve the problems that must be solved by force, the City of Order has specially set up a battlefield as a place to resolve disputes. On the battlefield, life and death are destined, wealth lies in the sky, and no one can interfere. The two parties with conflicts can decide the victory or defeat here. Seeing blood is inevitable. No one can even kill people. Accusation is an ideal place for the strong to resolve disputes. Fighting arena? A trace of doubt flashed in Feng Zichen's eyes, and Lin Zichen, who had been listening to the show for a long time, approached Feng Zichen and explained to him what a martial arts arena is. It was only then that Feng Zichen was surprised, but looked at the young master Zhou Yang. Feng Zichen was puzzled. How do you think of this guy is only the cultivation level of the realm of wizards, where is his confidence and dare to enter the martial arts battlefield with himself? Lin Zixuan knew what Zhou Yang was thinking about, and said softly to Feng Zichen, Big brother Feng, with Zhou Yang's strength, he probably won't play in person. It is estimated that he will find a powerful master to play for him. Fuji Chen was surprised, it can still be like this? Isn't it the only way to play against both sides? Isn't it cheating to find someone to fight for yourself? Lin Zixuan patiently taught Feng Zichen some of the rules of the City of Order martial arts arena. It's not like this. The martial arts arena stipulates that both parties in the contest can choose to play in person or send a master each. Go on the field to fight, and a decisive victory. Now that Zhou Yang chose to send a master to the field, you can do it, brother Feng. Feng Zichen understood a little bit, but this guy didn't dare to go, so he found a master. Not to mention that Feng Zichen was secretly taunting Zhou Yang. When Zhou Yang saw that Feng Zichen was so close to the goddess in his heart, he couldn't help but feel angry and gritted his teeth secretly. Soil buns, and you will feel better later. Why, don't you dare! Where did your arrogance just now go? Zhou Yang saw Feng Zikan not answering for a long time, and he was anxious, and sneered. Fuji Chen just wanted to speak, and there was an abrupt sound in his mind. Ding. Random mission, challenge. Mission background: the host was harassed and provoked by Zhou Yang, a young master from another world, while shopping with beautiful women. As an unparalleled traveler in the world, how could the host not teach him a profound lesson? Let's fight the boy. Task reward, 100,000 redemption points. Feng Zikan was stunned, but he didn't expect that the system would send out a random mission at this time. Is it 100,000 exchange points? Not bad. Joke, how could I be afraid of you? Just now I was just thinking about what I should have with Zixian for dinner. Feng Zikan's words are sharp, as if he is sure to win no matter who Zhou Yang calls on the court. Zhou Yang gave Feng Zikan a fierce look, then turned and walked towards the fighting arena. Hold on. When Zhou Yang turned around and wanted to leave, Feng Zikan suddenly said in a cold tone. Zhou Yang turned around impatiently. What's wrong? This kid has a lot of farts. How can that beauty named Zixian look at him? It's rare for Feng Zikan to stare at Zhou Yang seriously, and he said word by word, I went to the martial arts arena with you, just to see you not pleasing to the eye, not because you said that the winner can go with Zixian. Dinner, Zixian is a person, not an object, she has her own thoughts, not a toy that you can take away if you win. Please let me hear clearly about this. Feng Zikan has been very upset since just now. This young master is too self-righteous. What does he think Zixian is? Why can the person who wins have dinner with her? Have you ever asked Zixian's idea? Such people should be smoked. Not to mention that Zhou Yang was suppressed by Feng Zikan's serious words. Even Lin Zikan looked at his new friend with admiration after hearing it, and he didn't see the wrong person. And Lin Zixian was even more impressed when she heard it. Only she knew how strong the ray of anger that suddenly appeared in her heart when Zhou Yang said those words without even looking at her just now. The behavior of women as objects undoubtedly made Lin Zixian really angry. While angry, she was also worried about Feng Zikan's reaction. If Feng Zikan agreed to him in this way regardless of his own feelings, then the impression of this big brother Feng in her heart would plummet. Zixian is a person, not an object, she has her own ideas. Not a toy you can take away if you win. You can listen to me clearly. Listening to these words of righteousness, Lin Zixian looked at Feng Zikan, her beautiful eyes filled with brilliance, and for the first time the figure of this boy was truly branded in her heart. The battlefield is located at the core of the central area of the City of Order, not far from the Violet Chamber of Commerce. Feng Zikan and Zhou Yang left the Violet Chamber of Commerce in less than half a time. In addition to them, there were hundreds of people who heard the truth and rushed to see the lively melon-eating crowd. Martial Arts Arena is actually a wide martial arts arena, where the two sides of the contest will go to the arena to determine the outcome and resolve disputes. Feng Zikan looked at this arena and knew how to do it. After Lin Zixian secretly asked to be careful, he flashed onto the arena with a leap, energetic, and laughed loudly. The martial arts arena is here. Zhou Yang, the person you invited, isn't it? You dude young master will be on the court in person, right? Then I take advantage of it, but it's a bit big. Zhou Yang's face was gloomy. Reading www.yunsha.com is a bit far from the image of the polite youth before. He raised his chin slightly, and a guard behind him suddenly stepped on the ground, and violently shot towards the ring. It was Zhou Qing. Zhou Qing is the strongest guard sent by his father to Zhou Yang. On the face of it, he is only a warrior in the pinnacle of the great martial master, but in fact, his strongest is the illusionist who has reached the realm of illusion venerable. Zhou Qing's illusionist is extremely powerful. The average magister would not be his opponent, and Zhou Qing also mastered a very famous illusion trick. With this illusion, he once attacked and killed the peak of the magister. The strong in the realm, the strength is extremely strong. That's why Zhou Yang sent Zhou Qing to the battle. He was very confident in Zhou Qing's strength. He didn't believe that Feng Zikan, a native Bun, would have strength beyond Zhou Qing. Feng Zikan and Zhou Qinjiao are facing each other far away, each of them looks at each other with glamour. Zhou Qing's eyes are full of vigilance. At such a close distance, he still can't sense the depth of Feng Zikan, which makes him feel a while uneasy, but Zhou Qing is still very confident in his own strength. After all, even the strong man who has touched the sanctuary will suffer. Martial arts battlefield was originally in the center of the City of Order, and it was the focus of attention of countless residents. At this moment, there seemed to be people fighting, and countless residents suddenly rushed to watch. There is another good show to watch, onlookers watching. Isn't this the young master Zhou Yang? Who is he fighting with? It must be this young master who is bullying again. Oh, no one cares about him. The crowd's onlookers whispered underneath, looking at Zhou Yang with contemptuous eyes, naturally sympathizing with Feng Zikan, but is it because Feng Zikan will suffer a big loss, or Zhou Yang face sweeping? Let us wait and see. Chapter 33, Sun Luo Hell. On the martial arts arena, Feng Zikan and Zhou Qinjiao face each other far away, and the voices of the audience can no longer affect them. Feng Zikan just stood there, but there was an invisible pressure slowly pressing on Zhou Qing. Zhou Qing was a little panicked about not being able to see Feng Zikan's strength, and now he was even more disturbed. But Zhou Qing is not ashamed of being the strongest guard sent by Zhou Tianming to his son, and he calmed down in just a moment. There was a surge of fighting energy on Zhou Qing, a violent blast of fighting spirits, and a violent shot at Feng Zikan. The intention was to test Feng Zikan's strength, and his attack also officially opened the battle. Prelude. Facing this vindictive attack of only the peak level of the great martial artist, Feng Zikan didn't bother to hide, and grasped the void in his right hand. The grass sword appeared in his hand, and with a light wave, a blue chakra sword chi broke through the air. After going, he split the fighting spirits strongly, and slashed towards Zhou Qing undiminished. His own attack was broken, but Zhou Qing was not surprised and rejoiced. Is it a warrior? Looking at the figure of Feng Zikan holding a sword, Zhou Qing naturally thinks that he is a warrior. At the moment, he is happy that the illusionist is least afraid of the warrior. Compared to the spiritually powerful magician, the warrior is undoubtedly much easier to deal with. Zhou Qing, whose confidence has increased greatly, finally let go of his hands and feet, ready to make a full shot. Lightly avoided this powerful sword slash, a white light flashed in Zhou Qing's eyes, and the huge magic power in his mind was mobilized accordingly. Zhou Qing is another violent quarrel and shoots at Feng Zikan. It looks no different from before, but in fact it is added with his prepared illusion. Feng Zikan didn't see the difference between this blow and the previous one. The corners of his mouth curled up, which was quite boring, and he smashed it again with a sword. Feng Zikan just wanted to make a mockery, but suddenly his body stiffened, and his eyes suddenly stood out. There have been countless beauties with enchanting figures and different temperaments. Each of them has a superb appearance, a devilish figure, a fat, thin body. Countless beauties grabbed Feng Zikan's arm with a smile. Her eyes are like silk, the sound of breathe makes the blood spurt, almost indulging. A trace of dazedness flashed across Feng Zikan's face, his eyes blurred, and he seemed to have been addicted to the illusion. Zhou Qing looked happy, and it was really effective. It was easy to deal with martial artists, and he was instantly recruited. Unlike those magicians, all of them have strong mental power and strong illusion immunity. There was a fierce light in Zhou Qing's eyes. When would you wait for such a great opportunity? The fighting energy turned into a huge sword energy to cut towards Feng Zikan. Although this martial skill is only capable of reaching the spiritual level, it may not be of much use to Feng Zikan at ordinary times, but Feng Zikan is in the illusion at this time, and there is no response. Struck by the sword gas, Lin Zixuan exclaimed as she watched. She could hardly help rushing up when she moved, and at the same time she blamed herself. If it weren't for her own brother, Feng would not compete with others, he would not encounter such a crisis. Sister, calm down, you can't interfere with the martial arts battlefield at the beginning, and you have to believe in Zikan. Lin Zikan also had a solemn expression, but he still held Lin Zixuan in time. I didn't expect that the ugly guard was still a powerful illusionist. It's a miscalculation, but if it's you, it should be fine. Zhou Yang saw Lin Zixuan's radical reaction on the side, and he couldn't help but burned with jealousy. There was also a hint of joy in his eyes towards Feng Zikan. He thought, how powerful you are, this time, it depends on how arrogant you are. On the martial arts battlefield, it was said that it was too late, and that time, the huge sword aura was already close to Feng Zikan, and he was about to be cut in half. Feng Zikan seemed to move abruptly and disappeared suddenly, and the sword aura was next to him. He slashed over, but slashed in the empty space, and there was a loud noise. Zhou Qing was originally full of confidence, but was shocked to see Feng Zikan was gone. She felt a numb scalp and looked around with a little nervousness. Can this guy break free? Are you looking for me? A low voice came from behind Zhou Qing, making him stiff. It was Feng Zikan. Feng Zikan is really mixed at this moment. I didn't expect that he would capsize in the gutter. It's ironic. Unexpectedly, you are still an illusionist, it seems I am really careless. The magic power of that trick just now is very powerful, I am afraid it is not worse than the illusion of the purple-clothed woman he encountered on the Star Road. However, he had prepared early on the way to the stars, so he could bounce back seemingly easily. He was not prepared at all just now, and Zhou Qing has a very high control over the timing of the illusion, which happened to be in Feng Zikan. At the moment when the spirit of fighting started and the mind was relaxed, it suddenly started, and Feng Zikan was caught off guard. Fortunately, at the last critical moment, there was a refreshing breath flowing in Feng Zikan's eyes, which instantly brought him out of the illusion, and saw that the attacking sword Qi Feng Zikan had an extremely skillful one-handed instantaneous seal. Dodged. Sure enough. It is a wise choice to exchange for Shailunyan. These eyes have saved me many times. Feng Zikan stroked his right eye, sighing in his heart. Lin Zixuan under the stage breathed a sigh of relief, looking at Brother Feng's mysterious blood-colored three-hooked jade eye pupils. She had forgotten that Brother Feng still has such a power of the bloodline of the illusion system. Is this the so-called care and chaos? Lin Zixuan blushed again. Compared to Lin Zixuan's relief, Zhou Yang is upset. Why is this kid still jumping on it? Zhou Qing, what are you doing? Why don't you kill that kid? What about your ban? Use it! Zhou Yang roared. The appearance of the pig teammate made Feng Zikan raise his eyebrows. Oh? You still have forbidden spells? Okay, if you have any tricks, let's use them first, and let you know what the real magic spells are. Zhou Qing's face was also pale and blue, and she was also 10,000 dissatisfied with her young master. I will naturally use the forbidden technique, but don't tell me. Slandered in his heart, Zhou Qing looked at Xiang Feng Zikan's eyes with dignity, and at the same time a trace of disdain appeared in his heart. The real illusion? Or wait for you to try my forbidden technique before you talk about it. Zhou Qing's face was solemn, and the magic power in his mind was mobilized to the limit, and the illusion that was diffused was looming, making the crowd in the audience a fascinating. Forbidden technique, Sun Luo Hell. Zhou Qing slapped his hands, the light in his pupils was shining, and a powerful illusion fell on Feng Zikan's body, and Feng Zikan suddenly felt red before his eyes and fell into the magma. In the flames, fiery flames burned Feng Zikan mercilessly, as if to refine him. Even if I knew in my heart that this was just an illusion, but the unusually real burning sensation caused Feng Zikan's face to change slightly. This illusion is really weird, as if it blinded his senses. Lin Zixuan and the others who were watching the battle saw Feng Zikan stiff, and his whole body was as red as fire. When they heard Zhou Qing's phantom art name, their expressions changed wildly. No, it turned out to be Sun Luo Hell. Sun Luo Hell, a famous forbidden illusion on the mainland. It is said that this illusion is the highest masterpiece developed by a ghost in ancient times. It has 18 turns, corresponding to the legendary 18 hells of the underworld. The third turn can be comparable to Forbidden Curse. This technique has been handed down since ancient times, and many families on the mainland today have recorded this technique, but the power of Sun Luo Hell is against the sky, and the difficulty of cultivation is notoriously difficult. The first turn of flame is not difficult, but the further you go, the harder it is to practice. There are only a handful of people who can reach the third round, let alone the 15th round later. This Zhou Qing is obviously quite talented in illusion arts, and he was successfully trained to become the first round of Sun Luo Hell. Although this is only the first round of the whole set of forbidden arts, its power is not comparable to that of ordinary 9th level illusion arts, but he does not know Brother Feng. Can the power of her bloodline be able to resist? Lin Zixuan couldn't help but began to worry. Feng Zikan is now in the first flame of the illusion of Sun Luo Hell, looking up a sea of fire. Endless flames are always burning Feng Zikan. It feels like a flame burning. www.readaloud.com. Feng Zikan knows that illusion is a combination of illusion and reality. If you think that all of this is just illusion, not real, and ignore it, then you are finished. When you in the illusion are burned to death by flames, then in reality, you will also die tortured to death by the spirit. This is the horror of illusion. The only way is to break the illusion as soon as possible. Under Feng Zikan's writing, he did not find any flaws in the illusion. And he was surprised. It seems that this illusion is indeed unusual. However, wanting to kill me by illusion is still wishful thinking. Feng Zikan sneered suddenly. If he only had Shulanyan, it would be really dangerous, but the problem is that Feng Zikan's Shulanyan is more than that. Power. Kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes, open. Feng Zikan snorted softly, his blood-red writing wheel eyes suddenly glowed, and the 3 pitch-black gojade evenly distributed in his pupils quickly rotated, linking them into a shuriken shape. The fascinating figure is exactly the kaleidoscope writing round eyes. After opening the kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes, Feng Zikan only felt that the whole world was different. This illusion that had no flaws in front of ordinary writing wheel eyes Sun Luo Hell finally had a trace. I see clearly. Feng Zikan opened a kaleidoscope to write the wheel, slowly scanning the entire flame hell, for a long time, leisurely speaking. Boom! As Feng Zikan's words fell, the incomparable flame suddenly shattered like glass. In front of the kaleidoscope writing wheel, this is only the first round of Sun Luo Hell and obviously not enough. The illusion was broken, and Feng Zikan's consciousness finally returned to reality. The sober Feng Zikan scanned the audience, and finally fixed on Zhou Qing not far away. His blood-red eyes were so strange that Zhou Qing was so strange. Horrified, as if seeing a demon. Who are you, on earth? Chapter 34, Illusion Monthly Reading. On the battlefield, Feng Zikan, who was trapped in the illusion of Sun Luo Hell, opened a pair of blood-colored eyes, and the mysterious kaleidoscope pattern was clearly visible, reflecting Feng Zikan's cold expression, which looked strange and strange. Mysterious. Obviously that powerful forbidden technique Sun Luo Hell has been cracked. Lin Zixuan's small mouth is slightly opened, her beautiful eyes are full of surprises, the power of the blood of Brother Feng, so strong. Lin Zikan also admired, this blood-colored eye pupil actually has a stronger second form, which seems to be a terrifying power of the blood of the sacred product. Lin Zikan is very aware of the power of the saint rank bloodline, because he and Lin Zixuan also have the power of the saint rank bloodline, which is the treasure of the Town family passed down from generation to generation by the Lin family. The Lin family can stand out from many families and become one of the 6 super families in the mainland. Inheriting the power of sacred bloodlines is the most important reason. At this time, seeing Feng Zikan's eye pupils change, Lin Zikan naturally quickly thought of the blood of the saint grade, and felt more and more unfathomable about Feng Zikan's strength. Before defeating the first genius of the sanctuary, Sikong Yu Shifengzichen obviously didn't use the power of the Saint Pin's bloodline. Even so, he was still a very powerful move to defeat the enemy. If Feng Zikan used the power of the bloodline to shoot with all his strength, it would be terrible to think about it. Zhou Qing looked at the strange blood-red pupils in Feng Zikan's eyes, and was extremely shocked. Just now, when Feng Zikan broke his forbidden technique, he also suffered a strong backlash. At that moment, he seemed to look when countless scarlet demons flew up from behind Feng Zikan, hideous and terrifying. Feng Zikan looked at Zhou Qing coldly, the kaleidoscope riding wheel eyes gleaming with a strange light. You just attacked me for so long, now it's my turn. Zhou Qing seems to have not recovered from the backlash, his eyes are a little loose, but when he hears Feng Zikan's words, he instinctively feels heart palpitations and can't help but step back a few steps. You. Feng Zikan chuckled, you seem to be very comfortable with illusion, then I will let you experience the real illusion. Speaking of this, the smile on Feng Zikan's face is getting richer, but the kaleidoscope in his eyes spins steadily, staring at Zhou Qing like a devil. Illusory Magic Monthly Reading. Feng Zikan gave a soft drink in his heart, and the super illusion moon reading stored in the left eye of the kaleidoscope riding wheel was released immediately, and the terrifying pupil power instantly pulled Zhou Qing's consciousness into the moon reading world. It was a blood-shrouded world. The barren land was covered with relics of war, and countless swords were scattered in disorder. Above the sky was a scarlet blood moon, with a faint blood sprinkling, reflecting the entire world. It was all blood red, and the killing air ran across the sky. This is the world of moon reading. Zhou Qing only felt in a trance before him, that he suddenly came to such a place full of weirdness. When he moved, he found that he had been tied to a huge cross and could not move at all. This is an illusion, how can it be so strong? Zhou Qing, who had recovered a bit of energy, immediately realized that it was an illusion, but after he tried to mobilize the illusion in his mind to break through the shackles, he couldn't help but be shocked. This illusion, the intensity of is too terrifying, I can't shake even a single bit under my full strength. A group of black crows flew up suddenly in the sky, hovering in the sky and wailing, and then suddenly fell, forming a figure. It is Feng Zikan. Welcome to the world of moon reading. Here, space, time, quality, everything is dominated by me. Feng Zikan said with open arms in a playful manner. Zhou Qing's face was blue and white, and he knew that Feng Zikan hadn't lied to him, who was also quite accomplished in illusion arts, and this illusion that couldn't shake a trace of his strength would definitely have this strength. It's no wonder that my forbidden spells can't help you. It turns out that you still have such illusion skills. This is already a forbidden spell level illusion, right? Zhou Qing said hoarsely, with a low tone. Feng Zikan came in front of Zhou Qing and was non-committal about Zhou Qing's words. A sharp iron sword appeared in his hand abruptly, and the tip of the sword flashed cold light against his chest. Is it a forbidden curse level illusion? It's up to your body to feel it. With a sound, Feng Zikan pierced Zhou Qing with the iron sword in his hand, stabbing him to the heart. Ah! There was intense pain, and it was no different from being stabbed in reality. Zhou Qing couldn't help but yell. Feng Zikan said with interest, how do you feel? Don't worry, it only takes a second. Then you have to spend 3 days in my monthly reading world, but in reality it's just a moment. Zhou Qing trembled, and there was a trace of despair in his eyes. Such an illusion is absolutely forbidden curse level. What kind of monster has the young master provoked? He has mastered such a forbidden curse when he was less than 20 years old. When Feng Zikan's thoughts moved, countless crosses appeared in Uedo world, with the Zhou Qing tied to them, followed by countless Feng Zikan appeared, holding a sharp sword in his hand, and piercing Zhou Qing one by one. In vivo. The unspeakable pain struck like a tide. Zhou Qing screamed again and again. Although this attack is only an illusion, but the moon reading is so abnormal. This pain will be conveyed to the real body in a spiritual form. Give people a devastating mental blow. This is the super illusion of kaleidoscope riding round eyes monthly reading. In reality, on the battlefield, Zhou Qing's eyes suddenly stiffened, and his whole body trembled violently, followed by a tilted body, and fell to the ground, losing consciousness. Everyone in the audience is watching it inexplicably. What's the matter? They only saw that Feng Zikan had just finished saying that he wanted Zhou Qing to see what the real illusion was, and then Zhou Qing fell to the ground inexplicably. As everyone knows, Zhou Qing has long been hit by the moon reading illusion, and has been tortured for 3 days in the moon reading world. Only then has a nervous breakdown and lost consciousness, but only a moment has passed in reality. Lin Zikan and Lin Zixuan looked at each other and saw a clue. Have they been illusioned? Brother Feng's illusion technique is so strong. Zhou Qing has the realm of illusion, and was defeated by illusion in an instant. Zhou Yang was stupid, but Zhou Qing was defeated? How can it be? Zhou Qing, who used the forbidden technique, defeated a strong man in the peak realm of the Magister, this soil bun. And just as Zhou Yang watched Feng Zikan gritted his teeth on the stage with a gloomy expression, Feng Zikan turned around and looked at him as if feeling sullen. Zhou Yang's heart was numb as he watched with blood-red eyes, and he hurriedly moved away. I lost my gaze, never dared to stay here anymore, turned around and left, quite a bit of a lost dog. Feng Zikan secretly said in his heart that you run fast, otherwise I won't read it for you for a month, and put away the kaleidoscope to write the wheel eyes. Feng Zikan felt a dull pain in his eyes, and couldn't help shaking his head. This kaleidoscope writing wheel eye pupil technique is strong, but the damage to the eyes is also great. If you can use it in the future, use it as little as possible. Stepped off the martial arts arena and came to Lin Zixuan's side. Feng Zikan smiled and said, "Hey, I've been waiting for a long time. I didn't expect Zhou Yang to have such a powerful guard. It took a while." Lin Zikan looked at Feng Zikan speechlessly. That is the person who has practiced the forbidden technique. Hell, you have defeated him so quickly, it is already amazing. What is it that you are still dissatisfied? Lin Zixuan did not demolish Feng Zikan's station, and smiled gently as always. Why, Brother Feng is very powerful. Feng Zikan laughed a few times, looked at the sky, and said, "It's been a long time since I've been out, and it's time to eat. Let's have a meal before returning to the college." Lin Zikan and Lin Zixuan naturally had no opinion. The 3 of them left the fighting arena and went to eat. And in a loft not far from the fighting arena, a person silently saw the fight from the beginning, and watched the eyes of Feng Zikan who had left the fighting arena to eat. I didn't expect Xiao Feng to have such a strength. It seems that my Zijin VIP card was not given to the wrong person. This person is the old Mo. Feng Zikan and Zhou Yang had a dispute in the Violet Chamber of Commerce. How could Mr. Mo, as the head of the Violet Chamber of Commerce, know? Seeing that Feng Zikan had agreed to Zhou Yang's request for a fight, Mo Lao, who had originally wanted to play Zhou Yang's repulsion, stopped, and wanted to see how Feng Zikan would respond, so he came to Wu in the battlefield, but did not expect to see a wonderful illusion showdown. Sin Luo Hell, this week, as a large family that has been entrenched in order for thousands of years, it is not surprising that someone who has practiced the first turn. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com is just that this little friend of the wind can actually break through the young age. This trick. Old Mo touched his beard, his eyes full of wiseness. The blood-red eyes must be a kind of blood power related to illusion. It can break through the of Sun Luo, plus the power of bringing down the guard at the last moment. Illusion. Is it the power of the blood of the sacred product? At such an age, coupled with the power of the mysterious pupil-type blood, Xiao Feng has unlimited potential. I found the treasure this time. With this friendship, I will be able to talk in the future. Tisk tisk, I really admire my own vision. At the end of the talk, old Mo was a bit complacent. With a smile on his face, he shook his head and left. Night, Tianxing Academy God Domain Training Camp. Feng Zikan returned to his own training tower. After dinner with Lin Zikan and Lin Zixuan, the 3 of them returned to the college. Lin Zikan and Tu are students of the sanctuary training camp, so naturally they are going to return to their sanctuary training camp. Moreover, as new trainees of the sanctuary training camp, they will also have to practice hard in the future and strive to improve their rankings. I am afraid they will not have many opportunities to come out and play in the future. Feels a little regret about Feng Zikan, but understands that not everyone has a Hokage exchange system like themselves. The way forward is already there, and they are still looking for their own way to the domain of God. Feng Zikan, who returned to the training tower, withdrew his relaxed look, went directly to the training room on the 3rd floor, sat on the training futon and closed his eyes to practice chakra. Even if he has the strongest talent for chakra cultivation, Feng Zikan dare not really relax and go back to play. When it is time to practice, he still has to practice, otherwise he will really be blind to his unique talent. Chapter 35, Ice, Sword, Thunder. Tianxing Academy, God's Domain Training Camp. After practicing all night, Feng Zikan stretched his waist, stood up, and felt the chakra in his body had improved a little again. Feng Zikan smiled. The feeling of genius is so good. The amount of chakra in the body is already close to the late stage of the shadow level, plus the various ninjutsu mastered. Even if you don't need to write the Wheel Eye Sanctuary, there should be no opponents. Feng Zikan felt the powerful chakra in his body, and his heart was full of confidence. I don't know how powerful the other 3 gods in the Tianxing Academy God Realm Training Camp can be. Walked to the window, Feng Zikan opened the window, looked at the golden sunlight projected from the sky, and took a breath. It's another new day. He walked out of the training tower with ease. Feng Zikan is now not as hesitated as he had just crossed over 3 years ago. With strength, he has confidence, and Feng Zikan also has his own initial goal to be truly strong on the star continent. The top of the world. As the saying goes, if a person does not have his own beliefs and pursuits, what is the difference from the walking dead? Has set his own goal to move forward, Feng Zikan now only feels that his whole body is full of motivation, and he is no longer confused. Hey? You! As soon as he raised his head, Feng Zikan looked at the old Chen and Jianwuji standing under the tower in amazement, scratching his head and wondering, waiting for me. Jianwuji is still in that cold look. Old Chen smiled and said, I wanted to call you, but I didn't expect you to come out by yourself. Is there anything wrong with coming to me so early? Feng Zikan asked. I remember that Chen Lao said yesterday that these days are our free time. I haven't had enough. Old Chen nodded and said, the 3 students who were supposed to be back a few days ago came back early last night. Today I will take you to get to know them. By the way, I will tell you about the future teaching mode. I think you want to do it as soon as possible. Start studying at the God's Domain Training Camp instead of wasting time here. Feng Zikan showed a hee-hee expression. Who wants to start learning earlier? I just came here to play for a day, but he is really curious about the other 3 God's Domain Training Camp students. Holding this curious, Feng Zikan did not refute Chen Lao's words, and followed Chen Lao Jianwuji with interest to the central square in the God's Domain Training Camp. The central square is located in the very center of the God's Domain Training Camp. Passing through many teaching buildings, it didn't take long for Feng Zikan and others to approach the central square. The sharp-eyed Feng Zikan had already seen several figures standing on the square, and saw that the 2 deputy deans of the Tianxing Academy had come here at this moment. The lower-level director Lang Chen Fashion and the upper-level director Zhang Tian did not agree. Difference. Other than that, there are the 3 talents of God's domain standing proudly on the square, and Feng Zikan, who had long been curious about them, looked at them for the first time. On the left is a young man who does not seem to be the size of 20. The young man is tall and straight, not surprising. From the looks of it, he is just an ordinary person, but his eyes are extremely bright, ray of thunder. Faintly flashing, awe-inspiring. The second one was a smiling young man. He looked only 18 or 9 years old, with sword eyebrows and star eyes, handsome and extraordinary, with a mouth of peerless treasure behind his back, and his fierce sword intent spread out, which made him a genius of swordsmanship. The fighting spirit in the eyes of Jianwuji soared to the sky. Looking at the third talent in the realm of God, Feng Zikan was stunned, with a fascinating look in his eyes, and he secretly praised, "What an iceberg beauty! I saw a beautiful girl of 18 or 9 years old in the middle of the three. She was tall, and her perfect body was wrapped in a white skirt. The white veil seemed dim in front of her snowy skin. The girl raised her head slightly, her jade-like face seemed to glow with a fascinating halo, which made people indulge in it. It's just that the beautiful girl's exquisite jade face is as if covered with a layer of frost, without a trace of smile. She is like a fairy falling from the earth, and like an iceberg snow lotus open on the Tian Shan mountains, outstandingly isolated. The temperament is refined, just standing there is like an iceberg, filled with cold air that no one should enter. Tisk tusk, she is another top beautiful girl, not worse than Zixuan girl. The level of the beauty of this alien world is very high." Feng Zikan's eyes showed a trace of admiration. "It seems that after the God's Domain training camp my days will not be too boring." Seeing Mr. Chen led Feng Zikan and Jianwuji to come, the vice president of Yanwen laughed and greeted them to come to him. 2. How does it feel to come to our God's Domain training camp? Is there anything you are not used to? Jianwuji had a pair of eyes staring at the sword-backed young man. At this moment, he heard the question from the vice president of Yanwen before he looked away, and said faintly, "It's okay." There was no more. The vice president of Yanwen knew his temper and didn't care about it. He turned his head to look at Feng Zikan. Feng Zikan was smiling, but what he said was the same and speechless. "It's okay, only but I wasn't in the academy very much yesterday, but this city of order is indeed very good. It is much larger than the city I lived in before, and there are many interesting places. I wanted to go shopping today." Everyone was stunned, and then there was a black line on their faces. Our God's Domain training camp at the Star Academy is a sacred place for cultivation that countless geniuses on the mainland dream of. It has a variety of cultivation magic circles and resources. You thought about it the first day you came here. Didn't he get acquainted with, control, and practice quickly, and went to the city of order to wander around? How can you make those geniuses who can't get in without squeezing their heads intolerable? Not only the elders were speechless, but the three extraordinary gods on the square raised their eyebrows when they heard Feng Zikan's words. A hint of surprise appeared in the eyes of this newly promoted God's Domain. It seems that he is also a very interesting person. Ahem. Deputy Dean Yanwen let out a soft cough and changed the subject. "Well, you still have a chance in the future. Okay, do you see these three? I think you know, they are. This year's God's Domain training camp is the three major talents of God's Domain besides you." Yanwen pointed to the sword-backed young man who had been smiling and said with a smile, "This is Ling Jian, 19 years old this year, and he has reached the level of a half-step swordsman in his cultivation, plus he has strong offensive power. The power of the bloodline of the sacred product, the sword bloodline, the combat power is comparable to the power of the sanctuary." A hint of surprise flashed in Feng Zikan's eyes. Is his combat power comparable to that of sanctuary? This is not just a matter of just talking about it, and it has to be proved by more than one battle. As far as Vice President Wen can say this sentence so confidently, it seems to be recognized. You deserve to be a trainee of the God's Realm training camp. I can compare to the power of the Holy Realm at the age of 19. Is this the top genius in the entire continent? Feng Zikan asked inwardly. Don't look at Feng Zikan, who can defeat the average sanctuary powerhouse at the age of only 17, and think that the sanctuary strongman is very easy to deal with, but it is not. Who is Feng Zikan? There is no one in the world who travels through, and possesses a world-defying Naruto exchange system, which is equivalent to that. The resources of the entire Naruto world are leaning towards him. Coupled with the strongest chakra cultivation talent on the earth, various reasons have created such a monster. Grade wizards, it's really rare. On the star continent, Xiang Lingjian's genius, who can be comparable to the average sanctuary powerhouse at the age of 19, is indeed rare. Return to the topic. After listening to the introduction of the vice president of Yanwen, Jian Wuji's gaze at Lingjian is even more gleaming. Is Zhejian bloodline? Some secret histories in the family seem to be recorded. It is a powerful bloodline power that is not lost to the bloodline of the sword god. Lingjian's face was always full of smiles, and after the deputy dean of Yanwen introduced himself, he proactively greeted Feng Zikan and Feng Zikan, "How are you?" Jian Wuji glanced at Lingjian indifferently, just nodded, but didn't speak. The cold look made Lingjian touch his nose in embarrassment, and muttered, "It's over, it's another iceberg. How do you live like this?" As soon as he finished speaking, Lingjian suddenly noticed that a cold gaze swept over. The chill made his back cool. He turned his head stiffly. Unsurprisingly, it was the cold beautiful girl who caught his eye. Cold eyes www.readaloud.com. He coughed twice and stopped talking. Feng Zikan looked at the beautiful girl weirdly, and then at Jian Wuji. As expected, this cold temperament, Tusk, some will suffer in the future. The vice president of Yanwen coughed slightly, and continued to introduce them. This little girl is named Lang Ruobing, a half-step sanctuary ice magician. And she also has the power of the saint rank bloodline, the ice god bloodline. His combat power has also reached the sanctuary level. Cold? Feng Zikan was speechless. He looked at and heard the introduction of the beautiful girl who is still a high cold goddess fan by the vice president of Yanwen. He complained in his heart. It was clear that her personality was already so cold. Why is there such a name, cold on cold? The vice president of Yanwen looked at the ordinary-looking young man with a smile. This is Lei Xian, who is 20 years old this year, and he is also a half-step sanctuary mage. He has the power of the sanctuary bloodline, Lei, the blood of the emperor. The combat power is amazing, once defeated a real sanctuary powerhouse. He is the strongest student in our sanctuary training camp. What? Feng Zikan and Jian Wuji were shocked and defeated a true sanctuary powerhouse? It's important to know that being comparable to the sanctuary powerhouse and defeating the sanctuary powerhouse are two completely different concepts. It is extremely difficult to compete with the sanctuary powerhouse if you can't cultivate, but compared to defeating the sanctuary powerhouse, much easier. In the same half-step sanctuary realm, Lingjian and Lang Ruobing are only able to match the sanctuary powerhouse, and this not surprisingly looking Lei Xian can defeat the sanctuary powerhouse. This talent is so real, really human, isn't it good to look? Feng Zikan sighed in his heart, and at the same time, he gradually developed a sense of warfare. Being able to defeat the real sanctuary powerhouse, this strength is no less than that of himself who has opened a kaleidoscope. Even if Feng Zikan wants to defeat this Lei Xian, it may not be easy. Chapter 36, Sword Intent Competition. God's Domain Training Camp, the Central Square. The Vice President of Yanwen is introducing the 3 talents of the gods to Feng Zikan and Jian Wuji. Those who are only 19 or 20 years old are already the real sanctuary combat power, and the strongest among them, Lei Xian, even possessed a terrifying record of defeating the strong in the sanctuary. Such talents surprised Feng Zikan secretly. After hearing the deputy Dean Yanwen introduced himself, Lei Xian and the others reacted differently. Lei Xian was calm and unsmiling, but he showed a friendly smile when the deputy Dean Yanwen introduced himself. Lingjian seemed to be a familiar character, with a smile on his face, and when he introduced himself, he greeted Feng Ziai, Chen Jian and Wuji. Only the beautiful girl is cold and cold. She just raised her beautiful eyes and looked at the two of Feng Zikan, and nodded insignificantly even if she had said hello. Such a cold attitude is in line with her coldness. Temperament. After introducing the 3 talents of God's domain to Feng Zikan, the vice president of Yanwen turned to Lei Xian and said with a smile, "I don't need to say that you know these two. They just passed the assessment and entered our God's domain yesterday. The 2 geniuses of the training camp, Feng Zikan and Jian Wuji." Jian Wuji is 17 years old this year, the cultivation base of the Sword Sovereign Realm. He has the power of the sacred pinnacle bloodline, the bloodline of the Sword God, has good combat power, has a half-step sanctuary strength, and has great potential. The words of the vice president of Yanwen fell. Lei Xian and Lang Ruobing had no reaction. Ling Jian, who had been smiling all the time, raised his eyebrows, and a strange color flashed in his eyes. Sword God, blood? It's interesting. After talking about Jian Wuji, it was naturally Feng Zikan's turn. The vice president of Yanwen hesitated for a moment, and a narrow light flashed in his eyes. He smiled and introduced, as for Feng Zikan. Honestly, I don't know which level his cultivation level has reached, or whether this kid majors in magic or fighting spirit. The old man only knows that his strength is extremely strong, and ordinary magisters at the pinnacle level cannot last long in front of him. He is only 17 years old, and his talent is extraordinary. It's more than enough to enter our God's Domain training camp. The words of the deputy dean of Yanwen immediately made the atmosphere of the presence condensed, and Feng Zikan watched with a stunned expression as the deputy dean of Yanwen said these words with a narrow expression, and suddenly felt like 10,000 heads galloping. Over. Nima, the vice president, you said that absolutely on purpose, right? To hold me so high in front of the children of Tianjiao, it is clear that I will be hated. After speaking, the vice president of Yanwen didn't even look at Feng Zikan's condemning gaze. The old stepped back on the ground, quietly waiting for the next thing to happen. The elders were slightly shocked, but in a blink of an eye they thought of the purpose of the vice president Yanwen's words, and suddenly showed a trace of interest and put on an expression of watching a play. The atmosphere on the scene suddenly changed a bit, and the three Lei Xian's gazes towards Feng Zikan also became solemn. This person is absolutely extraordinary for being able to get such a high evaluation from the deputy dean of language. Oh, since you two don't speak, let me come first. After a long silence, Ling Jian among the three suddenly laughed, tilted his head and looked at Lei Xian and who did not move. Lang Ruobing walked out with a little helplessness. Lei Xian and Lang Ruobing had no objections either, and they obviously agreed that Ling Jian would play the first battle. Feng Zikan and Jian Wuji have a trace of doubt in their eyes. Are there any hidden rules for this new camp? Ling Jian looked at the doubts that appeared on their faces and explained with a smile, the newcomer, who has passed the Tianxing Road assessment, is certainly eligible to enter our God's Domain training camp, but there is still a hidden thing after entering the God's Domain training camp. Those who are assessed, only after passing this hidden assessment can they truly become a member of our God's Domain training camp. Feng Zikan thoughtfully looked at the vice president of Yanwen, and then at the smiling Ling Jian. His eyes flashed a little bit suddenly. Hidden assessment. Jian Wuji's indifferent face was silent, and it seemed that nothing could move him, but the sword intent gradually filled his body, full of fierceness. Ling Jian spread his hands, with a helpless expression. Presumably you also know, the so-called hidden assessment is to get the approval of the three of us. Sure enough. Feng Zikan sighed and looked at the vice president of Yanwen with helpless eyes. It's no wonder that this old guy was going to show me a while ago. As Vice Dean Wen praised me so high, one can imagine how excited they will be in the next hidden assessment. Jian Wuji quietly listened to Ling Jian's words, the sword intent on his body became more fierce, and he said lightly, that is to say, is there another fight? Ling Jian looked at Jian Wuji, full of fighting spirit, and inexplicably replied, ah, maybe he is, but you don't need it, because I am your opponent. Feng Zikan is a little puzzled, what means I have to fight a game? He does not have to fight if you are his opponent? What is the logic? Sword Wuji understands it, behind the divine sword is trembling, a huge sword intent seems to be soaring into the sky. A trace of appreciation appeared on Ling Jian's face, and his heart was slightly excited. He said softly, then, let's start. As soon as the voice fell, the sword light flashed in Ling Jian's eyes, and a huge sword intent that was earth-shaking suddenly burst out, sweeping through the world with a thunderous sound. This sword intent was full of brilliant power, like a storm of sword intent, tearing the world apart, extremely terrible. Feng Zikan was shocked. Looking at Ling Jian with such an astonishing sword intent at this moment, he couldn't believe that this would be Ling Jian, who had just smiled and seemed to have no momentum. This sword intent brought him. The oppression was actually stronger than Jian Wuji's feeling on the Sky Star Road. If Jian Wuji had to be another year or a half before he could be his opponent, then the Ling Jian in front of him could now threaten him. Jian Wuji felt this amazing sword intent, and the frenzy in his eyes became more and more obvious. The fierce sword intent that was suppressed on his body was no longer concealed, and suddenly burst out. It is an equally extraordinary huge sword intent, like a horned dragon that has escaped trouble, revealing his peerless edge. On the square, two horrible sword intents rose to the sky, but the invisible sword intent seemed to have consciousness at this moment, staring at each other and roaring. The corner of Ling Jian's mouth moved, and the terrifying sword intent pressed towards Jian Wuji. The astonishing momentum made Feng Zikan on the side feel a trace of oppression. The sword intent was suppressed, like a landslide. Jian Wuji snorted, took a step back, and was surprised secretly in his heart. What a powerful sword intent! If you don't really touch, you won't know how strong this sword intent is. You really deserve to be a trainee of God's domain training camp. If I really do battle, I'm afraid I'll have less than 10% hope of winning, but I won't lose in the competition with Jian Wuji. Jian Wuji's heart was full of pride, and the golden light in his eyes instantly opened the sword bloodline. The already powerful and unmatched sword intent suddenly rose like a divine help, once again skyrocketing. The extremely sharp aura filled the scene, making the presence present. The people of S were all surprised. This sword intent was no worse than Ling Jian's. Ling Jian's eyes were colorful, and the eyes that looked at Jian Wuji were full of brilliance, and the feeling of sympathy with each other spontaneously emerged. No one knows better than him what kind of realm the sword intent can be compared to one's own shoulder, which shows that Jian Wuji, a teenager who is 2 years younger than him, has reached an extremely high level of kendo comprehension. Sword intent, in essence, is actually a kind of momentum formed by kendo martial artists' comprehension of the laws of kendo plus unwavering firm belief. The deeper the understanding of kendo, the firmer the belief in kendo, and the condensed sword intent will be the stronger it is. It can even become substantive at a high level, killing people invisibly. Of course, such a realm is still too far away from the current Ling Jian and Jian Wuji, and there are probably not as many as 2 hands that can achieve the essence of sword intent on the entire continent. Back to the topic. After Jian Wuji opened the sword bloodline, the sword intent was fierce and strong, and instantly resisted Ling Jian's horrible sword intent that was constantly depressing. Jian Wuji breathed a sigh of relief. Ling Jian's sword intent just now, when his intention was suppressed, he seemed to be suppressed by a mountain, extremely uncomfortable. Now that the bloodline of the sword is opened, he finally has the power to resist. However, just when Jian Wuji was preparing to do his best to fight Ling Jian's sword intent, Ling Jian's expression moved, and all his sword intent was instantly recovered. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com almost confiscated Jian Wuji when he put it away. Jian Yi staggered and then stabilized, looking at Ling Jian suspiciously. The initial smile appeared on Ling Jian's face again, and he lazily said, "It's all right. This level of sword intent is not as good as I was 2 years ago. No matter what he is doing, I agree anyway." "Is you?" Jian Wuji had no expression on his face, he just looked at Lei Xian and Lang Ruobing. A smile appeared on Lei Xian's calm face, and he said, "Since Ling Jian has been tested, his words naturally represent our meaning. Jian Wuji, welcome to the God's Domain training camp." Lang Ruobing did not speak as before, her beautiful eyes swept towards Jian Wuji, and she nodded faintly even if she had admitted his joining. The Gaolang goddess Fan Ling was secretly amazed by Feng Zikan. A beauty is a beauty, even if there is nothing doing, standing there is a landscape, picturesque. Lei Xian did not retreat after speaking to Jian Wuji. Instead, he looked at Feng Zikan interestingly, with a look of inquiry in his eyes. The deputy dean of Yanwen and the others also looked at Feng Zikan, and smiled at each other, finally waiting for this scene. As the person involved, Feng Zikan reacted consciously. After Jian Wuji had finished his assessment, it was his turn. Scratching his head, Feng Zikan looked at Lei Xian and the others, and said a little bit uncomfortably, "So, who will do my assessment? It's best to be this beautiful girl with cold temperament to be my opponent. After all, beautiful women are always more pleasing than a man with an uncle's face all day long. However, the reality is always unsatisfactory." I saw Lei Xian stepping out, and a smile appeared on his calm face. "Your assessment, naturally, I came personally." Chapter 37, Zhan Lixuan. Your opponent is naturally me. Listening to Lei Xian's faint words, Feng Zikan's face suddenly collapsed, and he knew that Feng Zikan glanced at the vice president of Yanwen with an incomparable bitterness. If it weren't for this guy to hold him so high, maybe you can save some effort yourself. The vice president of Yanwen smiled at Feng Zikan with a bitter melon look, and said with a smile, "Feng Zizi, Lei Xian is no ordinary opponent. If you still deal with the kind of careless attitude on Tianxing Road, you will suffer a lot." Feng Zikan curled his lips slightly, and looked at the vice president of Yanwen with contempt. If you didn't hold me so high before, would he be so serious now? Aftermath. But that being said, Feng Zikan is still quite excited. Since he got the kaleidoscope to write round eyes, he has not encountered a true evenly matched opponent. After all, the Sky Ripper of the Fallen Forest is the king of the peak of the sanctuary. The gap is too big to be counted. The first person in the God's Domain training class of the Tianxing Academy, Feng Zikan can feel the faint sense of threat he brings to him, and his strength is absolutely strong. Feng Zikan let out a sigh of relief, walked slowly onto the square, looked at Lei Xian's calm face, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, then, "Come on." The eyes of many elders under the square were shining, watching the confrontation on the stage with interest. They are looking forward to how much surprise this matchup will bring to them. Ling Jian and Lang Ruobing also came to the stage, standing behind them, the vice president of Yanwen, and looking up at Feng Zikan. The young man who was about to fight with their captain Lei Xian couldn't help but feel surprised. See the elders. What does it mean to think that this young man is as strong as Lei Xian? As a super genius student of the God's Domain training camp, Ling Jian knows the strength of his captain best, and he is not worse than the real sanctuary powerhouse. Geniuses like them are also convinced by him, and have to admit that Lei Xian is training in God's Domain. The leadership of the camp, and the young man who had just joined the God's Domain training camp was considered by the elders to be comparable. Forcefully suppressed the surprise in his heart, Ling Jian looked at the two facing each other on stage with interest and muttered to himself, "This is interesting." On the arena, Feng Zikan and Lei Xian looked at each other calmly, with a hint of war intent in their eyes. Lei Xian took the lead and raised his hand to condense his magic power, throwing out a huge thunder light with the thickness of his head, violently shooting at Feng Zikan. 7th level magic, Thunder Beam. Good fellow, he was able to instantly cast 7th level magic. Feng Zikan secretly praised it. It takes a long time for the great mage to release the 7th level magic, but Lei Xian can release it instantly. He is indeed the first person in the God's Domain training camp. The thoughts in his heart flashed by, but Feng Zikan's movements were not slow. The seal was instantly formed in his hand, and the instantaneous technique was activated to escape the thunder light. At the same time, he appeared on the side of Lei Xian, the seal changed again, and his mouth spit out. Huge dark red fireball, fire escape. How to fireball? A fireball the size of a meter smashed towards Lei Xian. The heat wave made Lei Xian's face solemn. The ring in the space in his right hand flashed with brilliance, and a silver-white staff appeared in his hand. With the staff in his hand, Lei Xian swiped abruptly, and a circle of thunder shields appeared, protecting him. House fireball hit the mine cover, and a powerful shock wave erupted. The mine cover was bombarded to shake out layers of ripples, but its strength was also extremely high, and it was actually withstood. Under the stage, the elders nodded and said, after offering the Thunder Emperor's staff, Lei Xian's strength has increased by at least 50%, and even the 8th level magic thunder cover can be activated instantly. Lei's staff is a close-fitting staff used by Lei Xian to defeat the sanctuary powerhouses. It is silvery white, slender, and strong. At the head of the staff is a dragon head with a high head and howling, which is extremely domineering. In the Star Continent, each magician has his own special wand. The wand is an indispensable and important item for the magician. It can not only help the magician condense magic elements more quickly, but also a good quality wand. It can also increase the power of magic, and even greatly reduce the consumption of magic power for magicians to release magic, which is extremely important. And this Lei distaff is even more unusual. Its material is the extremely rare 9-layer lightning strike wood on the mainland, and the top of the rod is also inlaid with a top-level thunder gem thunderstone, which doubles its effectiveness. Magic power increased by 40%, magic power consumption reduced by 50%, this is the powerful ability of Lei's staff. Lei Xian just relied on the powerful increase in magic of the Lei's staff and some methods, defeating a true sanctuary powerhouse, and rising to fame and glory in the Star Continent. At the beginning of the battle, Lei Xian offered his Lei distaff, which shows that he attaches great importance to Feng Zikan. Feng Zikan's face was also solemn. He keenly sensed that Lei Xian had brought him a faint sense of threat. He immediately took a deep breath, and the knots in his hands fluttered, his eyes sharp, Huo Dun Ha Long Huzi surgery. A fierce fire dragon rushed out of Feng Zikan's mouth, swelled against the wind, and soon turned into a huge fire dragon and rushed towards Lei Xian. The art of the dragon fire is different from the art of the fireball. It is a genuine A-level ninjutsu, equivalent to the 9-level magic on the Star Continent. Lei Xian naturally also saw the power of this technique. With a lift of the Thunder Emperor's staff in his hand, his slightly condensed magic power also released a dragon the size of a long, but it was a thunder dragon condensed entirely by thunder. 9-level magic Wrath of Thunder Dragon. Thunder Dragon's Wrath, a 9th-level lightning magic, is equally powerful. It is also extremely difficult for ordinary mages to release, but for Thunder Xian holding a top-level staff, it is a matter of breathing. The Scorching Fire Dragon and the Roaring Thunder Dragon were rippling with powerful energy fluctuations, and they collided like a pinpoint against the wheat, bursting out a turbulent shock wave, sweeping in all directions. The faces of the people watching the battle were amazed, feeling this strong collision, and they were increasingly looking forward to this battle. The Fire Dragon and the Thunder Dragon are annihilated together, disappearing into nothing. Lei Xian's face was calm, as if he had expected this result long ago. Lei's staff gave a heavy meal, and the long-prepared magic was suddenly released. Fusion, Infinite Thunder Hell. Suddenly, countless thick silver-white thunders descended, covering the entire square like a net of heaven and earth, thunder snakes dancing wildly, lightning and thunder, like a prison composed of thunder, brilliant and indescribable. Appeared, Lei Xian's signature fusion magic, Infinite Thunder Hell. Ling Jian frowned and said in a deep voice. Infinite Thunder Prison, 9th level fusion magic. Once released, it is like a thunder domain. Every thunder in the thunder prison has the power of 8th level magic. The power of countless thunder convergence is close to the forbidden curse. It is extremely terrible and once became a thunder. Xian's killer. The beautiful eyes of Lang Ruobing, who was watching quietly, trembled, and apparently suffered a lot from the Infinite Thunder Prison. Hehe, Infinite Thunder Prison, Lei Xian has also come up with real means. The vice president of Yanwen stroked his beard and smiled, I just don't know how Feng Ziazi will deal with it. This trick is not easy to pick up. The elders also knew the overbearing aspect of Lei Xian's move, and their eyes on the field were full of expectation. Behind Sword Wuji, the divine sword faintly trembled, and the sword intent came out, and his eyes were full of excitement. What a powerful move! It can control the already violent thunder magic to this point. You really deserve to be a student of the God's Domain training camp. I don't know if Feng Zikan can beat him. Above the square, Feng Zikan felt a dangerous aura faintly coming from Lei Xian at the moment when the fire dragon and the thunder dragon collided, and he was prepared in his heart, so he saw the vast infinite thunder enveloped. Although she was not panicked, the knots in his hands fluttered and he slapped the earth. Tudadun Turiha wall. Rumbling, 4 huge earth walls rise from below the earth, forming a square shape to firmly surround Feng Zikan, like a fortress guarding an indestructible. Lei Xian raised Lady's staff high and looked at the earth defensive magic released by Feng Zikan. He couldn't help but smiled. Do you think your 9-level defensive magic can block my infinite thunder hell? His face turned straight. Lei Xian chanted magic spells again, pointed at the place where Feng Zikan was, and shouted, "Infinite Thunder Prison, Wanlei Gathering." The staff clicked, and the countless thunderbolts in the Thunder Prison immediately drew down, and they bombarded Feng Zikan together, and the violent aura suddenly increased several times. Boom boom boom, thick thunder bombardment on the wall of the earth flow, bursts of fluctuations broke out, the thick mountain wall of the earth flow was also shaken, and a lot of dust fell during the shaking. Can you actually support a round of the thunder gathering? Lei Xian raised his eyebrows when he saw this, and he secretly praised, and then smiled, but I don't know if you can block another round of the thunder gathering. As soon as the voice fell, Lei Xian's staff was a little bit, and 10,000 thunderbolts gathered again, and they all bombarded the Tuliu city wall. This time, the impenetrable Tuliu city wall couldn't be held. Under the thunder bombardment, the cracks stretched like spider webs, faintly moaning unsustainable. Under the stage, the vice president of Yanwen and others watched this scene, and they also sighed secretly. Although Feng Zikan's defensive magic is also very strong, it cannot stop Lei Xian's infinite thunder prison. Sure enough, after all the thunder bombardments of this round were difficult to withstand, the tall earthly city wall was also overwhelmed and shattered. A figure quickly flew out from the dusty dust, and appeared in front of everyone. It was Feng Zikan. As soon as Feng Zikan appeared, he raised his hand and threw out a cold light, but it was a kunao, the art of shuriken shadow clone. Kunmu is transformed into 10 into 100 in the air, instantly turning into hundreds of cold light storms and shooting towards Lei Xian. Lei Xian looked at this strange martial arts, but he didn't panic, thinking that several thunders fell in the sky, knocking down these kung fu in the side. It's useless, in this infinite thunder prison, Wandao thunder is my best guard, and Lei Xian said, with a smile on his mouth, you can still pick me up without defensive magic. Is the last round of Wanlei Gathering. Chapter 38, Lei de Bloodline, Open. If you don't have defensive magic, can you still pick up my last round of 10,000 thunder gatherings? Lei Xian smiled faintly, and the staff in his hand suddenly slammed, and again the thunder in the air rang, and 10,000 thunders condensed, rushing towards him. Feng Zikan. Infinite Thunder Prison can once become Lei Xian's killer feature is naturally not that simple. In the Thunder Prison, Lei Xian can manipulate the 10,000 Dao Thunder, cast 10,000 thunders, with great power, and can be cast 3 times in a row. Even a half-step sanctuary level powerhouse can't hold it. In the last round, Wanlei Gathering and the power of Wan Jun suddenly blasted down, and that power was even stronger than the previous 2 rounds. Facing this extremely fast killer move, Feng Zikan seemed to have no time to react, so he stood upright there and endured this round of Wanlei Gathering. What? Lei Xian didn't expect Feng Zikan to be motionless, and he could only watch Wanlei Ju directly bombard Feng Zikan before he changed his tricks. The elders who watched the battle were also taken aback. Lei Xian's Wanlei Gathering might be so powerful that even a half-step sanctuary powerhouse would be seriously injured or even perished without defense. Feng Zikan dared to be so big? In the nervous and worried eyes of everyone, I saw Feng Ziken on the stage bang into a puff of white smoke at the moment the thunder bombarded him, and disappeared, actually a shadow clone. And at the same moment, there were dozens of Qiuzhong scattered on the ground next to Lei Xian, and a seemingly ordinary Qiuvu suddenly changed back to its original appearance with a thud, and it was the deity Feng Ziken. Feng Ziken's eyes were calm, and he stepped forward violently, rushing to the Lei Xian who hadn't recovered from a distance not far away, and a bright blue chakra ball in his hand was dazzling and blasted towards Lei Xian. Spiral pill. The whole process was completed almost in an instant. Lei Xian was still horrified that Feng Ziken dared to bear his thunderous gathering in his body. Before he recovered, he was approached by a spiral pill by Feng Ziken. He had only time to instinct. When he moved Lady's staff, he was knocked out by the powerful spiral pill, and fell to the other side of the ring in embarrassment. The elders, Lang Ruobing and others in the audience were stunned when faced with the almost instantaneous reversal of the plot. What is going on? It's obviously that Feng Ziken is facing desperate situation. Why suddenly Lei Xian was beaten out? Feng Ziken let out a sigh of relief, showing a slight smile, apparently extremely satisfied with the set of combos he had just made. As early as the moment when his own earth flow wall was blasted through, Feng Ziken separated a shadow clone to take his place under the cover of the rising dust, and the deity was transformed into one kunao was placed on her body, and when the dust dissipated, dozens of kunao were mixed with them and threw them to Lei Xian. Lei Xian casually knocked them aside, but did not expect that Feng Ziken's deity would also be hidden there. In nothing, the powerful Lei Xian also suffered a big loss under a perfect tactical attack. Haha, more than 700 episodes of Hokage in this young master's previous life are not for nothing. Even Naruto frequently uses tactics in battles. There are many examples of weak victory over strong ones. My 3 years in Fallen Forest are more than just cultivation. There are various tactics that I haven't fallen behind. Feng Ziken thought a little proudly. Ninja fighting in Naruto is very particular about strategy, and various assassination tactics emerge endlessly. After all, ninja is still more suitable for secret operations and is the most secret assassin. Although the plot setting of Naruto was a bit collapsed in the late stage, and various map guns were dropped everywhere, making the tactics between ninjas somewhat ridiculous and useless, but these tactics are still very useful in the early weak hours, and the audience also loves to watch them. The more classic is the Vol. Fu Ziken observed Naruto in his previous life. Now that he has traveled to another continent and possessed the power of a ninja, he naturally began to learn ninja tactics. This combination of shadow clone and transformation is one of the results. Now it seems that the effect is pretty good. It turns out that at the moment when the defensive magic was broken, the mirror magic was used under the cover of dust to replace the deity, and he turned into that kind of strange weapon by transforming magic, and approached Lei Xian, taking advantage of it. Has it attacked? Feng Ziazi's mind is unexpectedly good. The vice president of the audience watching the battle is a veteran sanctuary peak powerhouse. After a little thought, he understood Feng Ziken's tactics, and he immediately sighed with a smile in his eyes. The other elders suddenly realized that it was such a tactic. Mirror magic is only one-level magic, which belongs to entry-level magic, although transformation magic is slightly more difficult, it is only 7-level magic. These two kinds of magic are relatively unpopular magic, but I did not expect to be able to use it in Feng Ziken's hands. It's so ingenious, it's really breathtaking. Lang Chen Fashion exclaimed in surprise. In the Star Continent. After all, magic has been born for millions of years, and it has already multiplied to its peak. There are all kinds of strange magic, such as the magic similar to the avatar and transformation in Naruto, but it is just more popular. Therefore, the vice president of Yanwen naturally regards the clone spell released by Feng Ziken as mirror magic, and the transformation spell as transformation magic, because their manifestations are the same. The elders are even like this, let alone students such as Ling Jian and Lang Ruobing. They only understood Feng Ziken's tactics under the explanation of the deputy dean of Yanwen. They couldn't help but be surprised and looked towards the wind. Zikan's eyes are even more brilliant. Feng Zikan, you are really strong, however, our captain can't be defeated so easily. Ling Jian said silently in his heart. On the stage, Feng Zikan looked at the direction Lei Xian was flying out of, shook his hands, and said in his heart, this kind of shock, not quite right. Just when Feng Zikan was secretly wondering in his heart, the sudden change, a powerful magic wave suddenly broke out, like an awakening and evolving thunder, exuding endless brilliance. Da. A sound of footsteps sounded, and the powerful and violent magical breath of thunder swept around, blowing away the mist, revealing the true face of power. It is Lei Xian. However, the appearance of Lei Xian at this time is very different from before. I saw that the black hair on Lei Xian's head turned into a deep purple, surrounded by purple thunder and lightning, and there was a mysterious line between his eyebrows. The Thunder Rune faintly exudes a powerful wave of magical power. Thunder Emperor Bloodline, open. Hey! Lady's Bloodline! Feng Zikan exclaimed in his heart. It is worthy of the power of the Saint Rank Peak Bloodline. This breath is much stronger than before. Lei Xian's complexion was calm, his purple-black eyes looked at Feng Zikan, and said, yes, this is the power of my bloodline, the bloodline of Lei Di, the highest grade of the holy level, in the bloodline sacred list of the entire star continent ranked 7th. This is also my strongest trump card, Feng Zikan, you are indeed very strong, it is worth my blood. I have to say that the Lei Xian power that opened the Lei Di bloodline is really a bit horrible. Countless tiny purple thunder and lightning surround him, and the overwhelming coercion makes Feng Zikan's skin a little tingling. Feng Zikan took a deep breath, looking at Lei Xian like this, he understood that this time he really had to use his full strength. Feng Zikan dropped his hand, his eyes closed slightly, and then suddenly opened, a pair of blood-red eyes appeared, and the three pitch-black Go Jade slowly rotated, exuding a mysterious aura. Demonic and mysterious, it is Sang Guyu writing round eyes. So, is this the power of your bloodline? It seems that you didn't use all your strength in the previous battle. Lei Xian couldn't help but said, looking at those evil eyes. Feng Zikan opened his blood-red eyes, looked at Lei Xian, and whispered, that's right, it seems that this battle is only about to begin now. That's right, for Feng Zikan and Lei Xian, the previous battle was just a warm-up. At this time, they really took out their whole cards. I have to say that compared to other peers, the two of them it's too much to exceed, even if it is a talented person like Ling Jian and Lang Ruobing, there is a big gap. Below the stage, the vice president of Yanwen stopped stroking his beards, staring at the stage intently, as did the elders. Ling Jian with a different color on his face, whispered softly, finally, I want to see the full strength of the captain again. I remember the last time he defeated me in a training match and waited for the two to join forces. Lang Ruobing is also complicated in his heart. www.readaloud.com. I didn't expect Feng Zikan to actually force Lei Xian to use all his strength, and his demeanor is still easy to do. You must know that the two of them are only barely and fully working together. Lei Xian made a tie. I heard from the elders that he is only 17 years old, the same age as me. Lang Ruobing thought in his heart, took a deep look at Feng Zikan, I am afraid that at this time, Feng Zikan is truly right. She remembered it in her heart. Feng Zikan on the stage didn't know the thoughts of the people in the audience. He only felt passionate now, and the tyrannical thunderous breath on his face made his whole body seem to be cheering. He knew that Lei Xian in this state was what he expected. Long-time opponent. In fact, Lei Xian felt the same way. There were very few peers who could make him use all his strength. At this time, facing Feng Zikan who was in full swing, he felt a pressure after a long absence. The sanctuary powerhouse he had faced before was exactly the same, and he had no chance of winning in his heart. That's it. Lei Xian said silently in his heart. In fact, he had already reached the Dzogchen level of the Magister realm. Now there is only one difficulty in front of him, breaking through the sanctuary. And how is the realm of sanctuaries so easy to break through? The sanctuary powerhouse is already considered the top combat power on the star continent. Even a genius like Thunder Profound cannot break through in a short period of time. Now he is lacking real pressure to appear. It happens that Feng Ziken is here, and he has shown no less than how can his own strength not surprise him? A ray of purple and black lightning flashed in Lei Xian's eyes, and the corners of his mouth raised, running the power of the Thunder Emperor's bloodline, and immediately a large amount of lightning wrapped him, like wearing a thunder armor, majestic and majestic. Come on, the real showdown begins. Chapter 39, Fierce Collision. Lei Xian's purple and black eyes are full of fiery heat, and the purple thunder and lightning that surrounds his body is like a thunder armor, and it rushes toward Feng Ziken in such a fast speed. Feng Ziken's blood-red eyes were full of surprise. Even if this speed is not as good as Wu Zun, it is not far behind. You must know that Lei Xian is a magician. It turns out that the Thunder Emperor's bloodline not only strengthened his magic, but also strengthened his physical fitness. Is it really powerful? Feng Ziken flashed this thought in his heart, and at the same time his body reacted quickly. A handful of kunao appeared in his hand and rushed forward. Ding! There was a crisp sound, and the pitch-black kunao collided with the silver-white lady's staff, sparking sparks. Looking at each other, Feng Ziken and Lei Xian involuntarily used force at the same time and separated fiercely. Lei Xian is still a magician in the final analysis, even with the increase of lady's bloodline, he has a physical fitness that is close to Wu Zun, but they fight in close combat. It's not his strong point either, he naturally won't be strong with short blows. Purple Thunder Heaven. As soon as Lei Suanxi separated, he released a powerful 9th-level magic, and a thick purple thunder fell from the sky, slashing towards Feng Ziken. Feng Ziken had a calm gaze. He evacuated the thunder after an instant, and at the same time the seals in his hands flew, and a thunder light shot out from his hand, like a sharp sword, violently stabbing Lei Xian. Lei Dun Chidori Sharp Spear. Among the various types of ninjutsu derived from Chidoryu, Chidori Rifle is considered the fastest, and it is also very powerful. It is the ninjutsu that Fu Ziken likes to use, but this time, he miscalculated. Seeing this thunder light pierced at him like a sharp arrow, Lei Xian's face showed a smile. Use the lightning magic in front of my thunder master, you are really a bit cute. With that said, Lei Xian's Lei Emperor's staff lightly raised, and the Qiandiao sharp spear was pulled as if it was being hauled, and immediately lost its power. It turned into an ordinary thunder and surrounded Lei Xian, as if he had rebelled. Feng Ziken's face suddenly turned dark. What the is this? In the audience, the vice president of Yanwen looked at Feng Ziken with a bewildered look, and smiled. After Lei Xian has opened up the bloodline of Lei Di, he can truly control Wan Lei and become a veritable master of thunder. The lightning magic does not work in front of him at all, but will be manipulated by him, even if it is a forbidden curse level super magic, as long as it is of the lightning system. Even if Lei Xian cannot fully control it, it can weaken half of its power. I want to use thunder magic to deal with Lei Xian, I'm afraid I chose the wrong way. Feng Ziken watched his Chidori sharp gun become someone else's good baby, speechless for a while. So, is this the so-called Lord of Thunder? This is too foul. If other lightning magicians face Lei Xian, wouldn't they be unable to cast their magic? Fortunately, I am different from them. In this case, it seems that my Richi can't be used anymore. Feng Ziken murmured in his heart. Although Likey is also S-level ninjutsu, its power is comparable to ordinary forbidden curses. But in the face of this Thunder Lord, I don't know if it will work. Well, to be on the safe side, let's attack with Feng Dun. Feng Ziken judged. In Hokage, Feng Dun will restrain the thunder. Although it is in the Star Continent now, Feng Ziken feels that this rule will probably remain unchanged. Feng Dun Gale Beast Wave Palm. Feng Ziken made up his mind, and immediately Jian released this B-level ninjutsu. Suddenly, dozens of huge wind blades quickly slashed towards Lei Xian, fierce. At the same time, Feng Zikan moved his feet and rushed towards Lei Xian. Qiwu had long since disappeared from his hand. Instead, he was replaced by a Sanyan long sword, which is a divine weapon Kozai sword. Lei Xian secretly heard a good sound, and the Thunder Emperor's staff suddenly raised in his hand. Countless purple and black thunder and lightning gathered, condensed and compressed, and gradually turned into a purple thunder sword, and the surging thunder magic power emitted an indestructible wave. Blood secret skill, Thunder Sword, is one of the bloodline secret skills derived from the bloodline of the Lei Emperor possessed by Lei Xian, the Lei Emperor sword, which slashes evil and eliminates evil, and is indestructible. Lei Xian held the Lei Sword in his hand, smashed dozens of wind blades with a slash, and turned to face the violent Feng Zikan, with the Lei Sword in his hand without fear, slashed directly to the wind. Zikan. Feng Zikan is also true at all. Every sword in his hand is equivalent to a spirit-level martial arts, with a great power. Facing Lei Xian's slashing attack, he did not dodge or dodge, and swept away with a single sword. Bang! There was an explosion, and the grassy sword and the Thunder Emperor's sword violently collided, a shock wave erupted, and the thunder was scattered. Hey! Feng Zikan obviously felt that this collision was much stronger than Lei Xian's power just now, and he was able to even share his own. Is this a special bonus of the Thunder Emperor's sword? Feng Zikan slapped his tongue, feeling that this Lei De bloodline is just a plug. Little did he know that Lei Xian was also surprised at his power. With the Lei De sword bonus, he just barely held up Feng Zikan's sword and was unable to gain the upper hand. It seems that he still underestimated Feng Zikan's martial arts cultivation. Various thoughts flashed in the hearts of the two of them, but the movements in their hands did not stop, and the slashes collided with each other, and the fierce shock waves continued to sweep around along with the raging thunder. Above the ring, Feng Zikan and Lei Xian are like two warriors at this moment, abandoning magic and ninjutsu, pure physical strength and swordsmanship. From one end of the ring to the other end of the ring, the roar is endless, from time to time. Sword light or thunder light splashed out, cutting through the sky. This fierce confrontation makes people hard to believe that these are two magicians. Of course, Feng Zikan and Lei Xian are not pure magicians. Needless to say, Feng Zikan is unique in the Star Continent. The ninja system cannot be divided into regular magicians or warriors. Even Lei Xian at this time is not just a thunder magician. The Thunder Emperor's bloodline is opened, and Lei Xian has the power of the bloodline. The martial arts is no less than an orthodox martial master, and he is already a demon warrior with both demon and martial arts. Facing such a perverted Lei Xian who is so strong in magic and martial skills, it is no wonder that Ling Jian and Lang Ruobing have no chance of winning a single fight. Lei Xian is really fouling. Bang! There was another explosion, and the fierce confrontation Feng Zikan and Lei Xian finally separated again. Both of them panted slightly, their eyes were fiery, and they looked happy when they saw the hunt. After all, I still don't like close combat. Lei Xian recovered his breath and looked at Feng Zikan, with a wry smile in his eyes, and the power of your blood is probably very beneficial for close combat. Right. He has felt the uncomfortable feeling of seeing through his own attacks. Every time he attacks the opponent, it seems that he has seen through in advance, and he can always respond first. It seemed that the two of them had a tie just now, but it was actually the result of Lei Xian's all-out effort to maintain it. If he continues to fight, he will definitely lose. It is with this understanding that Lei Xian will decisively end the harmony. Chen competed in close combat and opened the distance. And Lei Xian also saw that the reason why Feng Zikan was so powerful in close combat was definitely related to the mysterious blood-red eyes. Feng Zikan smiled slightly, my eyes are called Sanguyu Shalunyan. If people do not speak secretly, they do have the effect of enhancing dynamic vision and insight. Lei Xian is clear, does Sanguyu write round eyes? It really is the power of bloodline that is excellent for close combat. Of course, Sanguyu Shalunyan cannot have only these abilities. Its strongest point is that it can replicate ninjutsu. The saying on the Star Continent is to be able to copy magic and martial skills. As long as the magic level does not exceed the forbidden spell, it can be copied. This is very abnormal. The powerful magic that others have learned hard, Feng Ziken can copy it and use it freely. To be honest, this is more like a plug-in. However, as I expected, the Thunder Emperor sword belongs to the bloodline secret technique and cannot be copied at all. Feng Ziken opened his blood-red eyes and looked at the Thunder Emperor sword in Lei Xian's hands, muttering in his heart www.readaloud.com. The copying ability of Sanguyu Shulunyan is also limited. For example, the ninjutsu of the blood succession boundary cannot be replicated. In the Star Continent, the bloodline power is like the blood succession boundary in Naruto. Lunyan can't replicate at all. Lei Xian didn't know this, but he also knew that Feng Ziken's bloodline power couldn't be as simple as enhancing dynamic vision and insight. There must be other abilities. Lei Xian looked at Feng Ziken, and suddenly smiled. Actually, if this competition is to get the approval of the three of us, you have already done it. I believe they will not have any objections. Indeed, with the strength Feng Ziken demonstrated just now, Ling Jian and the others have been completely convinced, and no one would object to him entering the God Realm training camp. Feng Ziken raised his eyebrows, and looked at Lei Xian non-committal. So what? Lei Xian seemed to be very satisfied with Feng Ziken's attitude, and said seriously, I can feel that you haven't really tried your best. You still have hidden cards that are not used, am I right? After listening to the audience, the expressions of the people in the audience were different. Old Chen couldn't help but think of the kaleidoscope-like eyes that Feng Ziken showed when facing the sword inscription left by the dean before entering the sky. The pupil technique above the three Guyu jade writing wheel shown by Ziken. And the enchanting Maizen Huansheng also thought of the wind forbidden curse that Feng Ziken used in the sanctuary training camp. And Ling Jian Lang Ruobing, these unseen people naturally can hardly imagine that at this time Feng Ziken still hides his whole cards. Feeling the different gazes of the people in the audience, Feng Ziken's face was slightly constricted, and he was silent for a moment, before he said leisurely, as a competition, I really did my best just now. Chapter 40, Win or Lose. As a competition, I really did my best just now. Listening to Feng Ziken's words like this, everyone understood the hidden meaning of this sentence. As a test, Feng Ziken has already used all his strength. Then, if it is not a test, it is life and death. Lei Xian nodded clearly. Is it just a test? I understand. After a moment of silence, the expressions on Lei Xian's face suddenly disappeared, and he looked at Feng Ziken blankly, and the faint words passed from his mouth, making everyone present stunned. Feng Ziken, I will not treat you as a student from now on, but as an enemy that must be defeated. If you are still holding a competitive attitude, then you must be careful next, because I will fight with you with the purpose of killing you. After saying this, Lei Xian ignored the surprised gazes of everyone present. Thunder snakes danced wildly in the purple-black eyes, the thunder rune on the center of his eyebrows burst out with dazzling brilliance, and a large amount of purple thunder and lightning radiated from him. Turning the space of 10 li in a radius into a thunder ball, the violent and powerful thunder magic wave spreads, exuding the power of palpitation. Obviously, Lei Xian's next attack is absolutely extraordinary. As he said just now, he really launched an attack with the purpose of killing Feng Ziken. Feng Ziken's face suddenly became serious. He could feel that Lei Xian was not lying, and with the unfolding of this amazing attack, he even felt an inexplicable aura from Lei Xian that he hadn't had before. That was killer. Hey, if you really want to force me to use my full strength, then I will satisfy you. Feng Ziken took a deep breath, his eyes sparkling, and said calmly. Then, Feng Ziken slowly stretched out his right hand, and the chakra surging in his body suddenly gathered towards the right hand, and in a flash, it condensed into a round of blue chakra light ball. It is the spiral pill. It's just that this time the spiral pill is a round bigger than before, almost the size of a grinding disc. But in the face of Lei Xian's unknown terrorist attack, even Daiyu Helix Maru might be difficult to resist, so... Feng Zikan's eyes flashed, and his right hand held the Daiyu spiral pill up high, and his left hand suddenly pressed it up. The invisible change of Feng Dun Chakra's nature was generated in his hand and merged into the spiral pill, instantly making the round and flawless Daiyu spiral pill produced. Amazing change! The spiral pill that looked like a big sun gradually turned into a shuriken with 4 sharp corners, and the incomparably sharp buzzing sound quietly spread, and then continued to expand, and then resounded through the sky. Wind escape spiral shuriken. Full power state. Hiss. The elders and students who saw Feng Zikan using such horrible magic for the first time took a breath of cold air. This horror and full of destructive aura, could it be forbidden curse? On the star continent, as long as it is related to the forbidden curse, it must be synonymous with terror. The advanced forbidden curse magic is powerful enough to destroy the world, even the weakest forbidden curse. What people under the sanctuary can resist is extremely terrifying. When everyone present wanted to say something horrified, it was the enchanting magic saint who was most surprised. Not long ago, she had seen Feng Zikan's wind-type forbidden curse magic once. When Feng Zikan was challenged by the genius Sikanjiu, who was ranked number 1 in the sanctuary training camp, because of impatient entanglement, he directly resorted to this forbidden spell and killed Sikanjiu in seconds. If you save Sikanjiu, maybe that genius who ranked first in the sanctuary training camp will receive a box lunch. Maizen Huansheng was surprised that she clearly felt that this type of forbidden curse Feng Zikan used at this time was more than twice as powerful as the one used during the test with Sikanjiu. The devastating breath filled the sky, and her face was solemn, and her eyes showed strange light. This kid, didn't the previous forbidden curse use all her strength? Watching Feng Zikan finally used the trump card at the bottom of the box, a smile flashed quietly on Lei Xian's expressionless face. This shocking pressure felt like a deadly threat. Very good. Chi, the purple thunder and lightning surrounded Lei Xian's body, making a terrifying thunder explosion. Lei Xian held the Lei Emperor's staff in his hand, pointing towards the sky as if summoning 10,000 thunder. The sky was full of thunder, and he shouted, as if the voice of Lei Di regrets people's heart. Blood secret skill, Lei Di is coming. There seemed to be an indescribable power shrouded in the underworld, and the countless purple thunder and lightning surrounded by Lei Xian suddenly rioted, rotated, and merged with each other, and gradually formed a purple thunder shadow nearly 10 meters high. Purple Raikage's body is composed of purple thunder and lightning released by Lei Xian. It is 10 meters high. The electric snake is constantly walking around on it, bursting out the sound of thunder and explosion, like a thunder emperor, king over the world. Appeared, Lei Xian's current strongest bloodline secret skill, Lei Di is coming. Ling Jian muttered while looking at the mighty purple thunder shadow on the stage. As the power of the sacred peak bloodline, the power of the Thunder Emperor's bloodline is undoubtedly not only surprisingly strong in the increase of the lightning magic, but also the bloodline secret skills it possesses are extremely terrifying. The Thunder Emperor's sword is just a relatively common bloodline secret technique of the Thunder Emperor's bloodline, which can be acquired after initial development, but at this time, the Thunder Emperor used by Lei Xian is different. It is also worthy of the entire bloodline secret technique of the Thunder Emperor's bloodline. Called the top bloodline secret technique, its power is definitely no less than the curse. And because this is the bloodline secret skill contained in Lei Xian's own bloodline power, it will not be as difficult to cast as the forbidden curse, and the cost is much smaller than the forbidden curse. For Lei Xian, it is more suitable than the forbidden curse. Looking at Feng Zikan holding a spiral shuriken, Lei Xian used the Lei Di to descend. The vice president of language and language in the audience smiled bitterly at each other. They did not expect that it was just a competition, and they would reach this point. Lei Xian's Lei Di's arrival power is extremely powerful. Not long ago, even in the face of the forbidden curse used by the sanctuary powerhouse, he perfectly blocked it, and eventually even defeated his opponent. I wonder if Feng Zikan can take it. Saint Jean Tianwu touched his chin and whispered. A gleam of divine light flashed in the muddy eyes of Vice President Shui Yi, and he slowly said, "That's not necessarily true. I see that the forbidden curse used by the Feng Ziazi is very powerful, and there is a hint of sharp aura that faintly reveals prison. I'm afraid it's not that easy to pick up." The seductive charm-heart illusory saint flashed a pair of beautiful eyes with approval. As the only person present who had directly faced this trick, she knew the power of the spiral shuriken very well. That amazing sharpness was indeed extraordinary. Anyway, this time, it's a real final duel. After this move, the outcome should be about to come out. The vice president of Yanwen stared at the two facing each other in the ring and said slowly. The rest of the people also nodded and agreed. Jian Wuji's face was still cold, except that there was a hot light flashing in the pair of sword eyes, and the divine sword behind it was also buzzing, and the sword intent could not be stopped. Coming out showed how uneasy the master of the sword was. "So, is this your true strength?" "It is indeed very strong. I am indeed not your opponent now, but please rest assured, my Jian Wuji will not let you surpass me for too long. I want to fight you." Not to mention the shock in the hearts of everyone in the audience, Feng Zikan looked at the tall purple thunder shadow, and felt a little weird in his heart. Why is it a bit like his own Suzuo? Is not that right? Feng Zikan's kaleidoscope of ultimate pupil technique Suzuo Nang almost summons a tall blood-red skeleton to cover himself, attacking, can exert a powerful force, defending, can form absolute defense, which can be called perfect ninjutsu. At this time, Lei Xian's use of the Thunder Emperor is also the same, except that the appearance has changed from blood-red to purple-black, and the skeleton of the skeleton has changed to a thunder cast. Lei Xian didn't know what Feng Zikan thought in his heart. He finally had a hint of relaxation after displaying the strongest trump card Lei Decame. This powerful force made Lei Xian even confident to defeat a sanctuary powerhouse. Taking a deep breath, thunder and lightning flashed in Lei Xian's eyes, his hands gently closed into a triangle shape. Above, the purple thunder shadow also followed Lei Xian's movements with his hands to form a triangle shape, and the endless thunder force continued to gather and merge. Finally compressed into one point, an astonishing wave of power spread along with the purple light and shadow, sweeping across the square. "Lidi broken magic light." Lei Xian's voice was as if it had been uploaded from 9 heavens. A purple-black thunder light that had been compressed to the extreme burst out suddenly, violently shooting towards Feng Zikan, where the air was split and shocked wherever the thunder light went. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. The power of horror is fully displayed, and it is frightening. Feng Zikan, who was locked in by this terrifying attack, flashed in his eyes, and the spiral shuriken he had prepared for a long time hurled out like a comet, carrying a white tail flame, slamming into Lei Xian without hesitation. The astonishing sharpness and destruction hidden in it no longer concealed it, and it burst out instantly, flooding the audience. The purple-black thunder light and the white shuriken are extremely fast. They met in the air in an instant and collided like a pinpoint to a wheat on, exploding all their power. Boom! The horrible explosion sound accompanied by a powerful shock wave like a wave, sweeping in all directions, shaking the audience watching the audience a few times, and subconsciously turned his body to his side, with his arms blocking his eyes. Watching that amazing collision on stage in disbelief. The explosion sounded for a long time, and the entire ring square seemed to have been cut off. The extremely hard floor tiles were also shattered. On the edge of the square, there was a faint golden barrier in a semicircular shape. The square, so that the explosion did not harm other areas. Sure enough, the automatic defense magic circle in the square was inspired. These two guys. Vice President Yan Wen sighed, shaking his head. The automatic defense magic array is the defensive magic array engraved on the squares of the Star Academy. As long as it detects that the intensity reaches the sanctuary level, it will automatically trigger to protect the safety of students. Obviously, the final collision between Feng Zikan and Lei Xian just now has reached the level of triggering the magic circle, which means that their attacks have reached the level of the sanctuary powerhouse. These two perverts. Ling Jian looked at each other coldly and silently, and involuntarily cursed inwardly. This time, I can finally tell the winner, right? Chapter 41, ended. The aftermath of this explosion lasted for a long time, before the golden protective magic circle gradually disappeared. Ling Jian they looked anxiously at the smoky ring square, and they had a long-lost emotion in their hearts. In this fierce competition, who can win the final victory? Deputy Dean Yanwen looked at the eager eyes of everyone, couldn't help but smile, stretched out his hand, and the surging magic power swept toward the ring square, blowing away a large amount of dust, revealing the two figures inside. I saw a mess in the field. The floor tiles made of extremely hard lapis lazuli on the square were also blasted into fragments by the explosion. The instigators of this explosion were Feng Zikan and Lei Xian. The situation was not so good at the time. Lei Xian's original tall and mighty purple thunder shadow disappeared early, his whole body was covered with blood, his clothes were torn, his image was extremely embarrassed, and the pair of purple thunder eyes turned into dark black, and there was no more purple thunder and lightning all over his body. It was a state of exiting Lady's bloodline. Looking at Feng Zikan again, his state at this time is not optimistic, his face is pale, with a trace of blood on the corner of his mouth, his whole body is the same as Lei Xian, there is no good place, only a pair of eyes are still shiny, piercing. Haha, happy, how long has it been, once again faced with this death-like pressure, really happy. Lei Xian spat out a mouthful of blood, not caring, but laughed. In the battle just now, he really felt the threat of death. Apart from the pressure he had felt when he took the initiative to challenge the sanctuary powerhouse last year, no one could put him such pressure, and this pressure but it is exactly what he needs to try to break through the sanctuary. Lei Xian could feel that through this battle, he had a better understanding of his own sanctuary, which strengthened his confidence. Sure enough, if he wanted to truly break through the sanctuary, he had to live and die fighting. On the other side, Feng Zikan took his breath slightly, stood up slowly, looked at Lei Xian and smiled, with each other, I haven't had such a happy fight for a long time. Indeed, this time the Battle of Fu Zikan is a real trump card. In addition to the kaleidoscope riding round eyes, the wind escape spiral shuriken is already the most powerful attacking ninjutsu he has mastered, and this cannot quickly defeat his opponent. This made Feng Zikan sigh in his heart, is this the strength of the top talents on this continent? I still can't underestimate it. As for why not open a kaleidoscope to write round eyes? To be honest, the kaleidoscope pupil technique is indeed strong, but it consumes the pupil power too fast. Every time the kaleidoscope pupil technique is released, Feng Zikan's eyes are burning like fire. Uedo and Amaterasu are fine, once the beard is turned on Zonengu is really terrible, with his current pupil power, he can't hold on for long, and even after using it too much, he will be in danger of blindness. So before exchanging the eternal kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes, Feng Zikan did not want to rely too much on the power of the kaleidoscope. And the kaleidoscope writing round eyes is not invincible, Lei Xian is not so easy to deal with, he is a magician, extremely powerful mental power, coupled with the increase in the Thunder Emperor's bloodline, I am afraid that it is not worse than the sanctuary strong. Although illusion moon reading is an almost unsolvable illusion in the Naruto world, apart from the fact that it also has the writing wheel that can be slightly resisted, no one is invincible, but under Feng Zikan's understanding, any ninjutsu illusion has the same one way to crack, that is carry it. Relying on your own mental power and willpower to resist, it is possible to crack, the opponent's mental power is much greater than yours, and your illusion will naturally have a much smaller effect on him. There is no invincible move in the world. The strength is the most important. Is like during the Fourth Ninja World War in Naruto, Banya forced dozens of ninja allied forces to stop with a single fire escape ninja. This is the gap in his own strength. Feng Zichen knew this very clearly, so he didn't use the kaleidoscope to right the wheel. Facing the state of Lei Xian's full combat power, he felt that even the monthly reading might not achieve the expected results, so he almost don't use it at all, and directly sacrifice the spiral shuriken in full power state. One move will determine the outcome. Looking at the two losers, Feng Zichen and Lei Xian, all the elders in the audience smashed their tongues, but they didn't expect such a situation to form in the end. This should be considered a tie. Chen Lao touched his long beard, and said in an uncertain tone. Well, it is indeed a draw. Neither of them has the strength to fight it down. Vice President Yan Wen nodded slightly. The rest of the spectators also took a long breath and calmed down. This fierce battle finally had a result. As for the result of this draw, neither Feng Zichen nor Lei Xian cared much. Originally, this competition was not for the purpose of deciding the victory or defeat. At the beginning, it was only to understand the strength of the new students. It's just that during the battle, Lei Xian keenly felt Feng Zichen's hidden strength, which aroused his desire to fight, which led to the straight escalation of this competition, which eventually evolved into the current situation. Feng Zichen was finally able to relax. As soon as he relaxed, he felt the sharp pain from his body. He couldn't help but grinned, and said to Lei Xian dissatisfied, "Hhhhh, it hurts me to death, I said you are so desperately. It makes me feel pain everywhere now." Lei Xian also showed a smile at this time, forced his body to slowly come to Feng Zichen, and said, "Otherwise, how can you force your true strength?" After finishing speaking, Lei Xian stretched out his right hand still with traces of blood, and handed it to Feng Zichen. "Welcome to join our God Realm training camp, Feng Zichen." Feng Zichen paused and looked at Lei Xian with a sincere smile on his face. Finally, he stopped complaining, smiled and held his right hand. "Please advise me a lot, Lei Xian." This harmonious scene caused everyone in the audience to nod their heads and applaud, and because Feng Zichen and Lei Xian were both seriously injured at this time, the originally planned teaching mode of bringing newcomers to the God's Domain training camp was naturally delayed. Feng Zichen and Lei Xian were both sent back to the Cultivation Tower for healing. By the way, Feng Zichen was brought back by Jian Wuji, the cold man of the iceberg, which made Feng Zichen another bit of thought. Even if the iceberg is to bring me back, I hope it will be held by another iceberg. I'm back. The expressions of everyone who heard these words became very subtle. Another iceberg beauty present flashed coldly, and the temperature in the field dropped by several percentage points, and a trace of chill radiated from this beautiful girl. Was so scared that Feng Zichen waved his hand quickly, signaled Jian Wuji to leave quickly, and one step later, with his current injury, "I am afraid that a tragedy will happen." Jian Wuji was also angrily and smirked, "This guy really deserves it, don't you forget to tease your sister at this time? How about just throw this stuff here?" A hint of this thought flashed in his heart. Jian Wuji looked at Feng Zichen with an unkind look in his eyes, and Feng Zichen's heart was hairy in his eyes. In the end, Jian Wuji still did not leave Feng Zichen to fend for himself, and carried him back to the Cultivation Tower. With the approval of Feng Zichen's master, Jian Wuji smoothly entered Feng Zichen's Cultivation Tower, and went straight to the second floor without looking at it. He put this on his back and said, "Your sword is too hard. Can I throw it away?" Feng Zichen, who said these words, was thrown into the treatment room. "Let me throw away my sword? It's not bad if I didn't throw you away." The Bingshan male sword Wuji, who was a generation of sword idiots, spit out a rare word, turned around and walked away quickly. In the treatment room, Feng Zichen was smashed by Jian Wuji, and complained constantly, "This iceberg man really doesn't know the severity at all. I feel like I must be injured now. Alas, I miss my sister Zai Xian. Ah, she must be able to take care of people with such a gentle soft sister paper, right?" This is what Feng Zichen wants to distract. Lin Zixuan is indeed a gentle personality, but it is true that the little princess of the Lin family should be able to take care of others? Stop teasing, others take care of her, okay? It took a long time for Feng Ziken to calm down. Yu reading www.yunsha.com started to heal his injuries under the healing magic circle arranged by the Academy. Among other things, this healing magic circle alone can tell how profound the magical attainments on this star continent are. From Feng Ziken's personal experience, this kind of healing speed is compared to the medical ninjutsu, which he has exchanged for. The effect of the surgery is better than that. You must know that the Palm Fairy in the Naruto world can be regarded as the top ninjutsu in the medical ninjutsu, and the healing speed is extremely impressive. Basically, some conventional knife burns can be cured in just a few minutes. But for Feng Ziken's injury at this time, even using palm immortality is a bit troublesome. Even if it can be treated, it will take a lot of trouble. On the other hand, the healing magic circle in this treatment room can help him recover more quickly. According to Feng Ziken's own estimation, he can fully heal after only 2 days of training. This speed is really unimaginable. But it's not surprising to think about it. After all, Tianxing Academy is the top academy in the mainland, and the various conditions and equipment can be called the top in the mainland, and the God's Domain training camp is the core class of the Tianxing Academy. It is not an exaggeration to say that the level of the healing magic circle used by Feng Ziken and the others is called the top level in the mainland. It is not surprising that there is such an effect. Feng Ziken, who wanted to understand, came to the right place secretly, feeling that this healing magic circle was automatically healing his wounds, so there was no need to worry about it. Feng Ziken simply ignored it. Groaned for a while, Feng Ziken closed his eyes, and opened his biggest golden finger in another world, the Hokage exchange system, in his mind for a long time. While it's okay, it's time to think about the future. Chapter 42, Ice Dun and the Psychic Beast. In the soul space, Feng Ziken opened the Hokage exchange system with ease, and suddenly a light curtain appeared in front of Feng Ziken like a projection. The 6 characters of the Naruto exchange system are inscribed directly above the light curtain. A little bit below is 7 different areas, namely, Ninjutsu area, Physical area, Illusion area, Ninjutsu area, Blood Relay area, Psychic area, and Miscellaneous area. At the bottom is the exchange point currently owned by Feng Ziken, with a total of 700,000 exchange points. Why is there another 700,000 redemption points? Feng Ziken scratched his head, a little puzzled. After a little thought, he remembered that when facing the peak level Heaven Tier Ape of Sanctuary, he completed the random release of the system. In addition to the Sacred Sword, there are 500,000 redemption points for the task's rewards, and yesterday, I took over the challenge of that dude Zhou Yang, and got another 100,000 redemption points, plus the kaleidoscope was exchanged in the Fallen Forest. The 100,000 left in Luoyang is indeed exactly 700,000 exchange points. 700,000 exchange points. Feng Ziken didn't expect to have so many exchange points so soon. 700,000 exchange points would be enough for Feng Ziken to redeem another Super S-grade ninjutsu. Fu Ziken has mastered a lot of various ninjutsu, such as C-level ninjutsu and B-level ninjutsu. There are also more than a dozen A-level ninjutsu. Generally, it is enough for battle, and Fu Ziken also has with the trump card of Sangui writing round eyes, you can secretly copy the magic martial arts of others. Level 9 magic is equivalent to the power of A-level ninjutsu, so he does not lack ordinary enemy means. Is the real trump card. In addition to the kaleidoscope writing round eyes in Feng Ziken's hand, only Fengden Spiral Shuriken and Leiden Reach can be used, and the rest cannot be counted. Actually, Bing Dian Shuejibian is also very strong, but I didn't take the time to develop it before. Feng Ziken thought to himself. Bing Dying Blood Succession Boundary. In the blood succession boundary arranged by the system, the rank is powerful, worth 200,000 exchange points, and it is the first blood succession boundary exchanged by Feng Ziken in the Fall of Forest. It's a bit funny to say that Feng Ziken didn't originally want to redeem Bing Dun. At that time, after a fierce battle with the first 8-level monsters, Feng Ziken, who had gained 100,000 exchange points, looked at the 200,000 exchange points he had. I plan to go to the Sweji district to see if I can exchange it for my long-awaited writing wheel. Here is an explanation. At that time, Feng Ziken's operating system was in touch-screen mode. Choosing this mode of operation can be regarded as an addiction to a smartphone. Who made Feng Ziken's past life on the earth not having this fate to play with smartphones? However, an event that happened afterwards caused Feng Ziken to slap himself, and saw that the exchange option for writing round eyes appeared on the screen. Feng Ziken only saw 100,000 exchange points, and he was immediately happy. He happily nodded towards the eye of the writing wheel. Who would have thought that with a shake of his hand at this time, he clicked the boundary of the ice escape on a grid above the eye of the writing wheel and completed the exchange directly. Listening to the system prompting that the exchange of Bing done was successful, Feng Ziken almost died of anger, and strongly requested the system to return the goods and money. How could the high-cold system control Feng Ziken's messiness? He just went silently and pretended to be dumb, leaving Feng Ziken messy in the wind. Since then, Feng Ziken has decisively changed to the mind operating system, resolutely preventing such tragedies from happening again, and vowed to kill him without touching the system screen. Also because of his uncomfortable heart, Feng Ziken did not have it after the exchange of Bing done. I value it too much, and I didn't bother to develop it, just relying on the ice escape proficiency benefits provided by the system. And this kind of Bing done naturally can't exert much power, and gradually degenerates into a poor fellow that Feng Ziken almost forgot in the corner. If Bing done could talk, he would probably have to cry to death. The owner of the stall would really have been for 8 lifetimes. In the Naruto world, Bing done originated from the Showa clan in the Land of Water, and has a good reputation in the world of ninja. Bing Dun's first appearance in the anime was in the scroll of the country of Nami, who was named Shui. The moonless youth, girl, is in control of the boundary of Bing Dun blood. As the protagonist's first enemy, the combination of Giron Dai Nazang and Mizuno Yuki White is also well known by countless Naruto fans. In this battle, Mizuki Shiro's ice escape blood succession boundary also showed extraordinary power, numbing the protagonist Naruto and the second male Sasuke's scalp. He hasn't suffered much injury yet, and his performance is extremely brilliant. And Shui Uiba himself is a person who doesn't like fighting. It can be imagined that he shouldn't seriously develop Bing Dun's power. Even so, he has mastered Bing Dun's combat power and has the power of a higher level. The level on the continent is also the wizard level. From this, it can be seen that Bing Dun is powerful. If you put it on the star continent, it is a proper power of the heavenly bloodline. Regardless of the fact that the Heavenly Star Academy's Divine Realm training camp is full of the power of the Saint rank bloodline. You don't think that the heavenly rank is nothing. Do you want to know where the Divine Realm training camp is? That's the top sacred place for cultivation in the mainland, which is aimed at cultivating the powerhouses of the gods and hasn't been able to recruit a student for a few years. It can't be treated with common sense. In the Star Continent, a student who possesses the power of the heavenly bloodline, apart from the 3 academies, will be trained in any academy wherever he goes, as if he is a lifeblood and treated as a trump card. It's true that the bloodline of the saint rank is too scarce. The God's Domain training camp was able to recruit 2 talents of the God Domain with the power of the saint rank bloodline at one time. Even the Vice President Chen Lao Yanwen thought it was too unbelievable, and even doubted it. Is a harbinger of some kind of change. Return to the topic. In general, if this Bing Dian Shui succeeds in the development of boundary well, it can definitely become another whole card of Feng Ziken. For the blessing of the drag system, I can now use Ice Dung initially, and I also master 2 secret techniques: Magic Mirror Ice Crystal and 1000 Kills Shui Xiang. These 2 secret techniques are not general in power, more than the ordinary A-level ninjutsu. It must be strong and weird, but it is not enough for the level of opponent I am facing now. Fu Ziken has now entered the God's Realm training camp. In the future, he will definitely fight with several other students, and even face those sanctuary instructors directly. the general A-level ninjutsu may not have much effect. It is more reliable to master the S-level ice escape secret technique as soon as possible. Feng Ziken sighed silently. S-level ninjutsu can barely match the forbidden curse, even if the sanctuary strongman has suffered a blow from the S-level ninjutsu. It is not optimistic. It can be called a quasi-forbidden curse. Like the infinite lightning prison used by Lei Xian before, its power far exceeds the 9th level of magic, but it has not reached the first level of the forbidden curse. It can only be regarded as a quasi-forbidden curse. There is also Sikanjiu, who ranked first in the sanctuary training camp. The fusion magic he used can also be regarded as a quasi-forbidden spell. If you want to master the S-level ice escape secret technique, you have to study and develop the ice escape blood succession boundary. There is no such secret technique exchange in the system. In other words, Feng Ziken must create it by himself. It is difficult to develop an S-level secret technique, such as Sasuke Uchiha in Naruto. After 3 years of cultivating with Oshimaru, he created a series of ninjutsu such as Chidoryu. It is A-level and B-level, and there is no S-level ninjutsu. It's simple and simple. Our protagonist, Naruto, developed Wind Dun Spiral Shuriken, a veritable Super S-level forbidden technique based on Helix Maru, an A-level ninjutsu. He actually only used it a few times. Tian's work fully shows that the development of forbidden techniques requires not only talent, but also inspiration and a little luck. Inspiration came. It is very possible to create an ice escape S-level secret technique with Fu Ziken's ninjutsu talent. Maybe I can go and see the various ice magics collected in the Star Academy. I should be able to get a lot of inspiration. Such a thought flashed in Feng Ziken's heart. Tianxing Academy is the top academy in the mainland, and all kinds of magic martial arts should have a storage capacity that other academies can't reach. With Feng Ziken's current status, it can be watched at will. Well, wait until the injury is healed, and then start the development of Bingdian Shuejibian. Feng Ziken made up his mind, not thinking about this issue for now, and turned to the Hokage exchange system. Ninjutsu Zone, Body Surgery Zone and Illusion Zone. Skip over first www.readaloud.com. Feng Ziken opened the Psychic Zone. Wind Eagle, Auxiliary Flight System, 100,000 Exchange Point. 8 Ninja Dog, Auxiliary Investigation System, 100,000 Exchange Point. Scythe Attack, Normal Combat System, 100,000 Exchange Point. Sancho Fish, Advanced Combat System, 500,000 Exchange Points. Ape Demon, Advanced Combat System, 500,000 Exchange Points. Menmo, Advanced Combat System, 500,000 Exchange Points. Feng Ziken looked at the psychic beasts full of screens, and was very interested. This included almost all the psychic beasts that appeared in Naruto, including combat type and auxiliary type, and various types. Speaking of speaking, I can also exchange for a psychic beast to play with now? I didn't think about this before in the Fallen Forest. It doesn't seem to be expensive now. Feng Ziken touched his chin, quite some seriously consider it. The psychic beasts in Naruto world can be regarded as a special feature. If you sign a contract with a powerful psychic beast when you are weak, it is still very useful at the critical moment. After all, there are some powerful psychic beasts, which are completely ineffective in battle. Phantom Class Powerhouse. Feng Ziken was a little puzzled. Why didn't you see the most famous psychic beasts? The mind flipped the screen, and suddenly a row of psychic beasts appeared in front of Feng Ziken, but this time the psychic beast was a bit different from the one above. Miamu Mountain One Vein Psychic Scroll. After signing a contract, a psychic beast belonging to the Miamu Mountain line, 5 million exchange points. Longdedong Psychic Scroll. After signing a contract, a psychic beast belonging to the Longdedong Psychic will have 5 million exchange points. Wetbone Forest One Vein Psychic Scroll. After signing a contract, a psychic beast belonging to the Wetbone Forest One line can be channeled. 5 million exchange points. Fuji-Chen. Chapter 43, Fairy Mode. Feng Zichen looked at the system that had suddenly become Krypton gold, and was silent for a long while, then silently withdrew the words just now, wiped his sweat, and spit out in his heart, "Why is it not too expensive? This is so expensive." "Okay. 5 million exchange points? Why don't you grab it? How come it suddenly became so expensive?" Feng Zichen questioned the system. 5 million redemption points, all the redemption points I have so far added up to just over 3 million points, right? Such a huge amount is enough for Feng Zichen to redeem the eternal kaleidoscope of writing round eyes. These 3 psychic scrolls are different from other psychic beasts in 3 ways. One is that Miyamu Mountain, Longdi Cave, and Wetbone Forest are the 3 holy places in the world of Naruto, and they all have magic techniques that other psychic beasts do not have. Inheritance. The second is that the psychic scrolls of the 3 holy places are not only capable of channeling a psychic beast. As long as the psychic scroll is signed, the host is qualified to channel all the psychic beasts of the 3 holy places. The quantity and quality are both beyond the average psychic beast. Finally, after the system has scanned and evaluated the level of monsters on the star continent, the strength of all the psychic beasts in the 3 holy places has been increased and strengthened. The specific strength will be known after the host exchanges. The rare opening of the cold system at this time gave Feng Zichen a detailed explanation, and also clearly divided 3 points to emphasize that these 3 holy psychic scrolls are absolutely worth the money. After listening to the explanation of the system, Feng Zichen was shocked. Inheritance of Xianchu? Strengthening? I rely on, every one of them is to the heart of my heart. As a senior Naruto fan, Feng Zichen naturally knows what immortality means. It is an official plug-in. With the help of the natural energy between heaven and earth and the perfect match of his own chakra, he forms the immortal chakra and enters the fairy mode. The strength of several times or even dozens of times, whether it is ninjutsu physique or illusion, can be greatly strengthened, once becoming the protagonist Naruto's killer. Fairy mode. Feng Zichen tweeted his face with envy, recalling the battle in Naruto in Hokage where Naruto learned the fairy mode against Liu Pain. Naruto, who was originally at the most ordinary shadow level, opened the fairy mode. He was able to beat the super shadow level Pain. This strength span is almost equivalent to the Magister defeating the peak power of the Sanctuary on the Star Continent. Nothing to say, the official plug-in is the bull. So, as long as I redeem the 3 Holy Land Psychic Scrolls, I can learn fairy mode with them. Feng Zichen asked with surprise. In the Naruto exchange system, there is actually a complete version of the fairy mode exchange. The exchange is like learning ninjutsu. You can directly get the fairy mode. You don't need to practice fortunately, but the only thing that makes Feng Zichen helpless is the fairy mode. A full 10 million exchange points are needed. Such a huge exchange point directly caused Feng Zichen to dispel this idea, and now that the psychic scrolls of the 3 holy sites still have such effects, Feng Zichen was immediately excited. Theoretically speaking, yes. The system calmly said a sentence that made Feng Zichen's heart happy. Sure enough, although this method requires you to learn and practice step by step, it can be done anyway. The 10 million exchange points can only be saved until the year of the monkey and the month of the horse. It is really by self-cultivation. Feng Zichen rubbing his hands, muttered to himself. It's just that even so, the psychic scrolls of the 3 holy places have 5 million exchange points. Feng Zichen scratched his head a little distressed, thinking about the 5 million and 10 million for himself now. Is there any difference? The same is astronomical. But the system just said that the psychic beasts of the 3 holy places have been upgraded to a certain degree in order to be able to match the level of the beasts on the Star Continent. I don't know if they can fight the holy beasts. In the world of Naruto, although the psychic beasts of the 3 holy grounds are extremely powerful, the top psychic beasts, such as Toad Wenta and 10,000 snakes, can only fight against the shadow-level powerhouses and face pen. Such a veritable super shadow-level powerhouse is of little use. In terms of the level of monsters on the Star Continent, it is at most the level of 9 level monsters. Although it is still a high-level monster, it can't help much for the current Fengziken, after all, even 6 or 7. Fengziken can also easily defeat the 9th level of Warcraft. With such strength, how can it be worth 5 million exchange points even if it can channel a group of people? Therefore, it is necessary to increase the strength, but I don't know how far the system will help them strengthen. After all, even the grass sword system can add 2 special attributes, making it a veritable artifact. So Fengziken didn't doubt the system's strengthening ability. So speaking of these 3 holy psychic scrolls, you can exchange them for a try. Looking at the 700,000 exchange points he has now, Fengziken sighed helplessly. Slowly collect the exchange points. After reading the 3 sacred psychic scrolls, Fengziken originally wanted to exit the psychic zone, but Yu Guanji saw that there was still a page under the 3 sacred psychic scrolls. Fengziken clicked it curiously. A string of question marks suddenly appeared on his head. What is this? I saw a list behind the 3 sacred psychic scrolls on the light curtain. There were also a few options arranged sporadically. Special Psychic Scroll 1, Under Seal, Unlock Conditions, Unknown. Special Psychic Scroll 2, Under Seal, Unlock Conditions, Unknown. It's strange, why are there 2 special psychic scrolls? They are still sealed? What kind of ghost is this? Fengziken scratched his head. Is there any hidden difficulty? The special psychic scroll has not been unlocked yet. And the system does not provide answers. The voice of the system came, making Fengziken even more puzzled. But since the omnipotent system is not solved, Fengziken can't think of a reason no matter how much he thinks, so he can only temporarily leave it behind. After, Fengziken went through the ninja area and miscellaneous area again. After looking at it for a long time, he didn't see anything worthy of his current purchase, so he simply exited the page of the Hokage exchange system. Training Tower, Treatment Room. Fengziken opened his eyes and stretched his waist, and found that his painful injuries all over his body had already healed a lot. www.readwound.com. The wounds on the skin surface had begun to heal. This healing magic circle is really useful. The effect is so good. I don't need my own effort. Hey, it seems that the healing time can be faster than I thought. Fengziken chuckled lightly and let go of my heart. Fengziken didn't go anywhere in the next time, so he stayed in the healing magic circle to heal his injuries and refine his chakra by the way. Because Fengziken vaguely remembers that in Hokage, it was said that the basic condition of the fairy mode is that the amount of chakra must be large. Otherwise it is difficult to succeed. Therefore, Fengziken will not lose a moment in the refinement of chakra. Fengziken knows that although his current chakra volume is quite large, it is compared with the chakra in Naruto in the fairy mode. It's still too far, let alone 9-tailed chakra. Time passed bit by bit during Fengziken's healing and training. It is difficult for people who are immersed in training to discover the passage of time. Many novels have a retreat for thousands of years. Fengziken, who practices chakra, is not so exaggerated. After all, chakra cultivation also consumes physical strength. Therefore, after practicing for 5 or 6 hours, Fengziken had to wake up from the hunger caused by the lack of a lot of physical strength. Other traversers practiced as they went back, the less they felt hungry, and in the end they even reached the realm of Bigu. They didn't need to eat at all. Why do I need to eat the more I practice? Fengziken stood up, shook his head and spit out, feeling the improvement of his body injury and the stronger chakra. After all, he smiled contentedly. It's better to stop, it's time to eat something. Chapter 44, Do Nothing. The God's Domain Training Camp is indeed the core class of the Star Academy. In addition to the various training facilities in the training camp, the best food in the entire academy is provided for free. After Fengziken finished his practice and healed his injuries, he walked off the training tower and went directly to the exclusive cafeteria of the God's Domain Training Camp. It is actually a canteen, but whether it is the luxurious decoration or the chef's craftsmanship, it has reached the top level of the mainland configuration. It is not an exaggeration to call it the Star Continental version of the Michelin restaurant. Feng Zichen was also here for the first time to eat, and he was shocked by the level of local tyrants at the Star Academy. The size and decoration of this restaurant could not be imagined by his limited appreciation level on Earth in his previous life. Since coming to the Star Continent, the best restaurant Feng Zichen has eaten is the Minjiu restaurant where he went to dinner with Lin Zichen and Ziai Xian 2 days ago, but at this time he looked at the canteen prepared by the Tianxing Academy for the God's Domain training camp. Feng Zichen felt that there was still a gap. Entering the restaurant, Feng Zichen looked left and right, suddenly lit up, and saw that there was already a person dining in the restaurant. It was Lei Xian who had fought fiercely with Feng Zichen in the morning. Lei Xian felt a little bit, and when he looked up, he suddenly smiled. "You came to dinner so late too." At the same time, he invited Feng Zichen to sit down. Feng Zichen is not polite, sitting next to Lei Xian and teasing, "Who told me to be seriously injured by someone? If I don't take care of it, I'm afraid I won't be able to get out." "You guy!" Lei Xian shook his head and turned to the chef and said, "Thank you for a meal like mine." "Okay, wait a minute." The chef's hearty voice came, followed by a series of knives. Lei Xian turned his head to look at Feng Zichen and said, "The ingredients used in the restaurants in our God's Domain training camp are the top-notch in the mainland, and most of them are rare and high-grade beast meat. These meat contains a lot of energy. The chef's cooking has the effect of increasing the speed of cultivation and speeding up the healing of injuries, and the deliciousness is also the top level in mainland China, but ordinary people can't eat it." Fu Zichen's eyes lit up. "Is there such a good effect? Then I have to taste it." Although all he had eaten during his 3 years in the Fallen Forest was monster meat, including high-grade monster meat, it was just too difficult for him to make delicious dishes with Feng Zichen's limited cooking skills. Feng Zichen, a foodie, can't wait. At this time, Lei Xian said suddenly, "By the way, since the timing is coincidental, I will also tell you about the teaching mechanism of our God's Domain training camp now, lest you don't know anything." Feng Zichen heard this and said nervously, "The teaching mechanism, won't it be very strict? For example, there are 9 classes a day, and there are more than a dozen paperwork assignments every day? Or is it only half a day off a week? I have to spend time in bed for self-study? Ah, if this is the case, I will go crazy." Seeing the collapsed expression on Feng Zichen's face, Lei Xian's face was strange, and couldn't help but wonder, "Where did you hear this?" Feng Zichen's eyes widened. "Difficult. Isn't it? Isn't that what happened on Earth in the previous life? The more elite the class is, the more severe it is for good grades, and the more homework is desperate." "Of course not." Lei Xian said grimly, "We are students of the God's Domain training camp, how can we teach in the same way as other students? It is estimated that the place where you lived before must be very remote. There is no good teaching. The conventional methods of God's Domain like ours can play very little role. It is not cultivated by a duck-filling education, in other words, yours. This kind of duck-filling education is very outdated, and now it is basically free education." Lei Xian was still there criticizing in a lengthy manner. Feng Zichen blinked at the edge of hearing. "Remote? Outdated? I really should let those people on Earth listen to the voices of people in another world." "Then what is our teaching method?" Feng Zichen interrupted Lei Xian's passionate speech and asked excitedly. Lei Xian glanced at Feng Zichen, and simply uttered 2 words, "Teach yourself." The air in the dining room suddenly quieted down, and Feng Zichen looked at Lei Xian as if he didn't plan to say anything, and said in disbelief, "Nothing. No, the main teaching mechanism in our God's Domain training camp is to learn 2 words by self." Lei Xian said with a normal face. "I rely on self-study? The legendary God's Domain training camp teaches the talents of God's Domain so that they, self-taught? Are you cheating?" Feng Zichen is about to jump up. "This is the core class known as the Star Academy. As long as more than 80% of them graduate successfully, can they become the top cultivating Holy Land in the continent of God's domain experts? Can the strong in God's realm be trained as long as they are taught by themselves? The people on this star continent were not fooled by the Star Academy, right? Looking at Feng Ziken's face full of acceptance, Lei Xian said helplessly, "Of course you can't rely on self-study. There must be guidance from the Academy. The Academy will provide us with the top training equipment, top nutritious meal service, and rare knowledge of the top magic and martial arts in various continents, most of which are rare books that are not available on the Star Continent. There will even be experts in the sanctuary coming to accompany you to train at any time. In short, both the hardware and the software are the best in the mainland." Lei Xian spoke unhurriedly, glanced at the quiet Feng Ziken, and said with a serious face, "You must know that the students who can be called the talents of the gods and enter the gods' domain training camp are by no means comparable to ordinary geniuses. The direction of progress is very different, and if the college unified the duck-filling teaching as you said, it will be difficult to discover the potential strength of each of them. Which one is called the talent of God's domain, who will be an idiot? They are all smart people who have ideas about their future path." Lei Xian did not blush at all, and continued, "What the Academy needs to do is to give you the most favorable conditions to help you realize your own ideas. And give you the necessary guidance at the most critical time, so as to prevent students from blindly learning by themselves. Go astray without knowing it." Feng Ziken tilted his head in doubt, and asked, "Guide?" Lei Xian nodded and said, "Yes, guidance. The first 5 days of a week in the academy are the time for students to study on their own. You can do whatever you want. You can achieve the best results. It doesn't matter, because the 6th Tian is guided by the teachers of the college sanctuary. Sanctuary instructors will uniformly check our self-study results for a week on this Saturday, and students who have set out their own path to avoid major mistakes. At the same time, they will provide professionalism for students who have not found their own direction of progress. Guidance, you read www.yuyuganshu.com, this is the guidance." Lei Xian finally finished this series of texts. He was dry in tongue. He couldn't help but drank a big cup of the college secret drink. He breathed a long breath and was exhausted. "If it were not for the vice president of the language, I would not kill me. Do this kind of work." After listening to the so-called teaching mechanism of the God's Domain training camp introduced by Lei Xian, Feng Ziken touched his chin. This free teaching mode is a little bit the same as the Taoist Lao Zi advocated by doing nothing on earth. Although the effect is not personally experienced, but it should make sense, right? After thinking about it for a while, Feng Ziken finally accepted such a wonderful teaching mechanism, and at this time Feng Ziken's nutrition package was also delivered, and the tangy fragrance successfully attracted his attention. "Wow, this set meal, I think it suits my appetite." Feng Ziken, who couldn't wait to start eating, really felt the superb cooking skills of the chefs of the Tianxing Academy. The ultimate delicacy accompanied by powerful energy instantly grabbed Feng Ziken's stomach and made Feng Ziken appetite. Gulped. After eating half of it, Feng Ziken suddenly remembered, looked towards Lei Xian and asked, "You just talked about the 5 days of our self-study and the Saturday guided by the instructors of the sanctuary. What are we doing on Sunday?" Lei Xian smiled mysteriously. "What do you think is the most envy of other students in our God's Domain training camp?" Feng Ziken stopped talking, thinking for a long time and didn't think of a reason, then asked suspiciously, "What?" Lei Xian shook his head helplessly, and said a word, causing Feng Ziken's eyes to shrink. "Of course, our God's Domain training camp can get the dean to personally explain the ways of God's Domain." Chapter 45, Star Sword God. In the restaurant, Feng Ziken listened to Lei Xian's words and couldn't help but straighten his face, and said suspiciously, "You mean?" Lei Xian nodded, and said with a slight admiration, "On Sunday, the Dean of our Star Academy personally came to teach us and guide the way of God's Domain." Feng Ziken put down the knife and fork in his hand, his eyes were erratic, and the Dean of the Star Academy, that was a real God's domain level superpower, has a strong deterrent power on the entire star continent, and can be called the pillar of the Star Academy. What kind of person is our Lord Dean? Feng Zikan hesitated and couldn't help asking. Lei Xian was silent for a moment, his eyes were long, and he seemed to be thinking about how to explain to Feng Zikan. After a long time, he spoke softly. Our Dean, how should I say, I was the one who stayed the longest in this session of the God's Realm training camp. The Dean has seen it many times, but every time he gave me an elusive feeling. His face looks like 20 years old, and 30 years old, and his overall temperament gives people a sense of emptiness. Master Dean has great prestige on the mainland, and his strength is unpredictable. Even among the strongest in God's domain, he can still be ranked in the forefront. The world calls him the Heavenly Star Sword God. His sword skills are superb and perfect. And in the Supreme God list revised by the mainland superpowers 10 years ago, our Dean is ranked 4th, and no one refuses or dares to refuse. It is definitely the strongest sign of our Star Academy. Lei Xian talked a lot, and in his tone he admired the Heavenly Star Sword God extremely, and Feng Zikan slapped his tongue. Is the Dean of the Star Academy turned out to be such a strong person? No wonder the Star Academy has attracted so many people to sign up. This is a real golden sign. Feng Zikan muttered in his heart, I just don't know who is stronger than the 6 Dao immortals in Hokage. The most powerful first in the world of Naruto is the ancestor of Chakra, Otsuki Kiyahime, followed by his eldest son, Otsuki Ui, who is what the world calls the 6 immortals. These 6-level horror existences all possess the power to destroy the entire Naruto world. Even the concept of death appears a bit vague to non-humans like them, and their strength is simply unimaginable. In front of the 6-level powerhouse, even the shadow level is no different from ordinary cannon fodder, and he is the real strongest person in the ninja world. Feng Zikan has never seen how powerful the God's Domain powerhouse on the Star Continent is, but for the 6th level, he has seen it in Naruto, and is extremely impressed. Therefore, Feng Zikan was still skeptical about whether the Heavenly Star Sword God could fight the 6th rank. But before I met a real person, all guesses were just imagination and could not be used as a reference. Feng Zikan, who had been thinking about it for a long time, finally shook his head and stopped thinking about it. You seem to be a little different from yesterday, right? Feng Zikan read the nutrition package, glanced at Lei Xian, who was obviously better, and asked vaguely. Lei Xian couldn't help but show an uncontrollable smile after hearing it. After fighting with you yesterday, I will finally take that step. What? You mean you are going to break through the sanctuary? Feng Zikan suddenly stopped the movement in his hand, surprised. Lei Xian smiled and said, It's not that fast, but I have found the right way. As long as I concentrate on retreating for a month, I believe I can break through. There is strong confidence in his words. It seems that the battle between Feng Zikan and him yesterday really gave him an opportunity to break through. It is no wonder that Lei Xian is so good to Feng Zikan today. Feng Zikan is depressed. Lei Xian actually wants to break through the realm of the sanctuary. This really gave him a lot of pressure. After all, Lei Xian, who had not broken through, had already let Feng Zikan use all his methods. If he broke through and became a true sanctuary powerhouse, wouldn't Feng Zikan have to fight? Can Lao Ming use a kaleidoscope to write round eyes to compare with him? Lei Xian looked at Feng Zikan, whose face was dark and sunny, and probably guessed what he was thinking in his heart, and he couldn't help showing a joking smile. Feng Zikan, when I leave the customs, I must compare again. Just break through, I still need a powerful person to help me consolidate my realm. After all, your strength is really strong. It is estimated that you should be able to carry it when I break through. The thunder who lives in me is coming, right? Feng Zikan looked at the first person in the training camp of the gods that had collapsed, gritted his teeth in his heart, but his mouth was unforgiving, deliberately said. Oh, if you want to compare it, let's see if my sharpening stone will break someone's tooth. Don't blame me for not reminding you, yesterday's move is not my strongest. Oh. Listening to Feng Ziken's words, Lei Xian smiled disapprovingly. Yesterday's forbidden curse is not your strongest? Are you saying that you still have the cards to use under the fierce battle of life and death yesterday? Do you think I will believe it? A series of rhetorical questions showed Lei Xian's unbelief. Just kidding, it is enough to hide the whole card once. Can he hide it a second time? The trump card is Chinese cabbage. Feng Ziken was not angry about this. He just smiled mysteriously and ate up his last bite of delicious beast meat. Then he got up quickly and said slowly, "Is it true that you don't believe me no matter how much I said? You go and ask Chen Lao, and ask him if my eyes really only have this degree." After saying this, Feng Ziken didn't care about Lei Xian's suspicious eyes, and went out with a big smile. "Xiao Yanger, fight with me, you may still be living in a dream." In the restaurant, Lei Xian heard Feng Ziken's last words, and there was indeed a wave in his heart. Does this guy really have a whole card? No, I have to ask Mr. Chen what is going on. Not to mention that Lei Xian hurriedly left the restaurant to really ask Chen Lao to ask for clarity, only that Feng Ziken quickly left the restaurant after Lei Xian disgusted, and headed to his cultivation tower. Well, that's how it is said. Is it possible that a month later Lei Xian broke through the sanctuary to find me to fight, and I really want to sacrifice my kaleidoscope to right round eyes? I feel depressed if I think about it. Feng Ziken cried and sighed. I don't know if I can break through the super shadow level for a month. I guess the chance is not great. It seems that I can only step up my practice. The development of Bing Dun Shueji boundary must also be put on the agenda as soon as possible, as well as the acquisition of exchange points. After all, the most powerful thing for me is to rely on exchange points. If you can get rich overnight and accumulate 5 million exchange points, it would be perfect. Not to mention the 3 holy psychic scrolls that I fancy before, I can say that my kaleidoscope writing wheel can be upgraded again and become the eternal kaleidoscope. The eternal kaleidoscope writing wheel I can not only greatly improve the pupil power www.readaloud.com, but also solve the danger of blindness caused by excessive use of the kaleidoscope writing wheel and can use the kaleidoscope pupil technique as much as you want. Even the ultimate pupil Shusu Zonengu can also reach full body, and the improvement in strength is definitely not a little bit. Even if he faces the peak level sanctuary demon ape Fu Ziken, he can easily break it. Then he will care about his strength at most. Lei Xian, who reached the middle of the sanctuary. Feng Ziken can't help but get excited when he thinks of the excitement, but unfortunately, all of this has to be based on the premise that he can get 5 million exchange points. 5 million, thinking of this season of Feng Ziken, he suddenly returned to reality from fantasy, and sighed, it is impossible to think about it. Feng Ziken, who returned to the training tower, threw away those unrealistic fantasies, and plunged into the treatment room again, turning on the healing magic circle to recover his injuries. After all, only when the body is fully recovered can he fully improve himself. Very well, Lei Xian, you succeeded in inspiring my cultivating heart. I don't believe it anymore. With my talent and conditions, I can make you surpass. Feng Ziken was 10,000 unhappy, immediately put on a training pose, and began his chakra refinement journey. At this time, the effect of the nutrition package that Feng Ziken ate just now appeared. With Feng Ziken's practice, the high-intensity energy absorbed in his body gradually came into play, allowing Feng Ziken to refine the speed of chakra. Suddenly it was much faster. Feng Ziken, who was practicing, clearly felt this change. After a little thought, he also understood that it was the effect of the Academy nutrition package, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. At this rate, even if you can't break through the super shadow level 1 month later, you can reach the peak of the shadow level. Chakra has increased significantly. It is a good start. Chapter 46, Vientian Hall. Early morning, the training tower. Feng Zichen suddenly opened his eyes, and a gleam of light flashed across the clear eyes. Feng Zichen, who had practiced for a whole night, did not feel tired, but was refreshed. Especially after one night of treatment, the injuries in his body had healed 7 or 8, basically no longer hindering Feng Zichen's normal cultivation. Walked out of the treatment room, Feng Zichen came to the window, facing a ray of sunlight projected from outside, raised his head, took a deep breath, showing a comfortable expression. What a beautiful day, it would be perfect if there was a beautiful woman to seize the eye. Feng Zichen, who had just finished speaking, suddenly felt an icy line of sight coming from him, and he shivered when he was freezing. On another icy cultivation tower not far away, the beautiful girl with a delicate face like a jade is like a holy snow lotus standing on the top of the iceberg, proudly isolated, exuding years of cold. Is the only super beautiful student in the God's Domain training camp cold and cold. At this time, Lang Ruobing's star-like bright eyes were looking at Feng Zichen, who had just finished saying something that shouldn't be said. The cold air was like a fairy mist in her eyes, and Feng Zichen, who was looking straight, leaked half of her heart. Shoot! Not good. Feng Zichen, who had reacted, secretly said that he was not good. I didn't expect this iceberg girl's cultivation tower to be so close to her. Perhaps Meng Lang's words just now were all heard by her, right? Various thoughts flashed in his heart quickly. Feng Zichen's expression on his face remained unchanged, and he calmly raised his hand and waved to Lang Ruobing, saying hello. Hi. Lang Ruobing's beautiful eyes moved slightly, as if he heard Feng Zichen's voice. Yu hand lifted slightly, and then in Feng Zichen's enthusiastic expression, he closed the window abruptly, leaving only Feng Zichen holding his hand waving. Messy in the wind. Feng Zichen looked at the closed window, turned to look at his raised right hand, and shook it unconsciously. At this moment, he felt that there must be a magical crow flying over his head, and he made a mocking voice, "Fool, fool, fool. It's over. The opening favorability level has fallen to a negative number, and the next days may be difficult." Feng Zichen's original good mood suddenly fell to the bottom. It took a while before Feng Zichen came over, glanced at the cultivation tower that exudes an astonishing coldness, shrugged helplessly, and went downstairs. There is no need to go to class today, it is the time for the students to study on their own. Feng Zichen just took this opportunity to prepare to train his own ice escape and blood succession to the limit, and see if he can find a little bit of S-level secret art. But before training, Feng Zichen still wants to go to the Vientiane Hall of the Academy. Wangxiang Temple is a collection of countless magic scrolls, martial arts classics, and magical secrets in the Star Academy. It is located not far from the God's Domain training camp. All formal students of the Star Academy can enter to watch and learn. As the palace with the largest collection of mystery and secret arts in the Star Academy, Feng Zichen wanted to see if he could find some special ice magic or martial arts, even if it was different from his own chakra system, it should be able to bring him some help. Because there is a complete map of Tianxing Academy in the training tower, Feng Zichen didn't go the wrong way relying on the map, and it didn't take long to find the Wangxiang Temple smoothly. The Wangxiang Temple is outside the God's Domain training camp, so there are more students around. The students cross the path in 2s and 3s and enter the Wangxiang Temple. Feng Zichen felt the atmosphere of people coming and going, and sighed in his heart that this is the popularity that an academy should have. After all, the God's Domain training camp was set up to cultivate the people of God's Domain. Apart from Lei Xian and the others, only Saint's Domain tutors and a small number of logistics staff, Feng Zichen stayed for a few days but did not feel the atmosphere of the college. The Wangxiang Hall is extremely grand and magnificent. The whole is divided into 4 floors. The first floor stores various biographies of the Star Continent, detailed explanations of the power distribution, and a large number of middle and low-level magic martial arts scrolls. As long as the students of the Tianxing Academy can watch it at will, and unlimited. The second layer is different. The second layer stores advanced magic scrolls, martial arts, magic secrets, etc. Non-ordinary students can watch it, and only senior students can enter to watch and learn. On the third layer, except for the students of the Sanctuary Training Camp and the God's Domain Training Camp, other students are not allowed to enter the watch, because the third layer stores all the precious materials such as the 9-level magic illusion scroll, the heavenly martial arts and the secrets. The students of the cultivator are not at the level of the magister, so they can't learn it for nothing. As for the fourth floor, even the talented students of the Sanctuary Training Camp are not eligible to enter. Only the talents of the Sanctuary Training Camp and the Sanctuary instructors of the Academy can enter and browse at will. There are many out-of-print magic martial arts, some special forbidden arts, etc. In addition to this, there is also the ultimate secret forbidden curse. Yes, there is a forbidden curse in the mysterious fourth floor of the Vientiane Hall in the eyes of countless students of the Star Academy. Even more than 2 or 3 entrance curse. As far as this fourth floor, the importance of the Vientiane Hall can definitely be ranked in the top 3 in the Star Academy. Such an important Vientiane Hall is naturally also the key protection object of the Academy. According to Feng Zikan, heard from Lei Xian, the master of the Vientiane Hall, guarding the Vientiane Hall is a peak-level powerhouse in the sanctuary who is not weaker than the deputy dean of the Academy. Guarding the Vientiane Hall in the year, never going out, is also the hidden card of the Star Academy. Feng Zikan, as a trainee of God's Domain Training Camp, naturally goes wherever he wants to go on the 4th floor of the Vientiane Hall, without any restrictions. But Feng Zikan didn't rush to the 4th floor, but went to the 1st floor to take a look. The 1st floor is the floor where the largest number of low and middle level magic martial arts, as well as detailed information on various strange events on the mainland, is stored. The area is huge, and the rows of scroll classics can hardly be seen at a glance. Feng Zikan is like an ordinary student, walking slowly on the 1st floor of the Wangxiang Hall, looking curiously at the almost vast collections of the Tianxing Academy. Those who come here are all students from the lower grades of the Academy, who have no cultivation level. Most of them are in the realm of great magicians and great warriors. It's also fortunate that Feng Zikan has just joined the God's Domain Training Camp for a few days, and the Academy has not carried out a big publicity, so no one knows this God's Domain talent, otherwise it will be replaced by Lei Xian Lang Ruobing and their prestigious talents. It caused the great commotion. After all, the God's Domain Training Camp of the Star Academy has always been the place where the students dream of www.readaloud.com, and Lei Xian and the others are almost like national idols, and they are very popular. Especially cold, in terms of appearance, this beautiful girl with refined temperament is definitely the top in the mainland. In terms of cultivation base, the name of her genius at only 17 years old has spread throughout the mainland and is called Goddess of Ice, is the talent of God's realm. In terms of background, Ruobing is one of the 5 major sects of the mainland, but she is an extremely noble saint in the Ice Palace. The popularity of such a perfect goddess-level girl in the Star Academy can be imagined. She is definitely the dream goddess of the whole academy. Once Lang Ruobing shows up in the Wangxiang Temple, I am afraid that everyone will be restless, but now it is Feng Zikan, a little-known newcomer from the divine region who has come to the Wangxiang Temple. Naturally there is no such special treatment. Fortunately, Feng Zikan is not the kind of person who likes to be pushy. No one recognizes him. He is happy and leisurely, and immediately comes to a bookshelf area labeled Detailed Basic Information of Mainland China in a relaxed mood. He praised the various classics neatly arranged on the shelves. Detailed explanation of the topographic map of mainland China, basic introduction of mainland countries, detailed explanation of the 3 major chambers of commerce in mainland China, overview of the 3 major colleges in mainland China. As marked on the bookshelf, the classics here are all detailed explanations of various basic materials on this star continent, which is very helpful for some students from small cities to understand the situation in the mainland. It just so happens that Feng Zikan is a completely foreign visitor, and he only knows the most basic information about this continent. The specific situation is still not very clear. This first-level information has helped him a lot. So when Feng Zichen saw this eye bright, he immediately became interested, picked up a detailed explanation of the basic geographical map of the whole continent and read it. Chapter 47, Continental Situation. After the ancient catastrophe, the star continent has reproduced for hundreds of thousands of years. The geographical distribution of various parts of the continent is very different from that of the ancient times. After decades of cooperation, the continent's major superpowers have finally explored and investigated. The various geographical distribution patterns of the star continent were cleared, compiled into a book, and named Detailed Explanation of the Basic Geographical Map of the Continent, which is the origin of this book. Opening the detailed explanation of the basic geographical map of the continent, Feng Zichen first saw the above passage. Feng Zichen frowned, and then read it. The star continent is vast and endless. Even the fastest flying sanctuary beasts, the rainbow bird, will take several years to traverse the entire star continent. This is just the time that the rainbow bird theoretically keeps flying. The 4 poles of the star continent are the coast of the East China Sea, the wasteland of the western regions, the extreme cold northern region, and the forests of the southern borders. These 4 poles are all inaccessible and dangerous in the environment, and the concentration of magic elements and fighting energy is almost imperceptible. It can be called the place of death in the star continent. On the periphery of the 4 poles is the endless sea. The vast and endless ocean surrounds the entire star continent, which can be called endless. The mainland of the star continent is the core of heaven and earth, and the law is shrouded in the land, with strong magic elements and fighting spirit, which is very suitable for cultivation. 4 poles, endless sea. Quietly jot down in his heart, and Feng Zichen slowly browsed. This detailed explanation of the basic geographical map of the continent indeed introduced the various areas on the star continent in detail, making Feng Zichen nod his head from time to time, remembering these in the future. When you go out to explore the mainland, you won't have to hug the Buddha. Wangxiang Hall has a huge flow of people, especially the first floor. There are no restrictions so that all students can watch it at will, and it attracts many lower-grade students. But even so, most of the students who come here still come to find magical martial arts suitable for their practice. Very few of them stay in the basic data area of the mainland like Feng Zichen. After all, those are just the most basic data of the mainland. And the people who will read these materials are all soil buns from remote small cities, who don't understand the world, so at present, only Feng Zichen is standing in the bookcase area of the mainland's basic information detailed description. It looks extremely conspicuous. Some of the students who came and went around looked at Feng Zichen with a sneer, as if they were mocking him for being a bun. Hey, look at that silly look. You can still see it in the first level data area. I am afraid it is a junior student recruited by the college a few days ago. I just don't know which ravine came from. Among so many students, there will always be a few so-called geniuses with high self-esteem, who look down upon others with arrogant personality, but at this time there are a few such geniuses who looked at Feng Zichen and laughed without shy. Feng Zichen moved his ears, and seemed to be aware of it. He glanced at the few arrogant students who were idle and nothing to do, and then continued to look at the classics in his hand. The level of these students is too low to arouse Feng Zichen's cheek. Those few students may also be the influential figures in their class. At this time, seeing Feng Zichen, the soil bun in their eyes, looked at them with caring and mentally handicapped eyes, and couldn't help being a little bit ashamed and angry. However, the Wangxiang temple clearly stipulated that no conflicts were allowed, otherwise they would all be punished, so they did not dare to do anything directly to Feng Zichen, immediately glanced bitterly at Feng Zichen who was still reading, and sneered back. Go to the door. As for what they want to do next is self-evident. Feng Zichen was amused in his heart, shook his head and sighed, brain, it's really not a pity to die. Ignoring the flies immediately, Feng Zichen put the book Detailed Explanation of the Basic Geographical Map of Continent in his hands back on the shelf, glanced over these classics, and finally fixed it on a book. Basic Introduction to Mainland Power. This book is worth reading. Feng Zikan took out the book with great interest, and he still needs to understand some basic forces on the star continent. The star continent has a long history, and magic and fighting spirit prevail in the world. For countless years, countless powerful men have been born. The power of the mainland is ups and downs, and the dynasty is cumbersome. In order to allow the world to more intuitively understand the power situation on the star continent, a special compilation this book is revised every 10 years and re-edited every 100 years, to provide you with a reference. The Three Empires Chapter. The three empires that control most of the star continent are huge forces that have been established for thousands of years or even tens of thousands of years. They are the Phallic Empire, where magic prevails in the north, and the warriors in the southwest. The Star Empire and the Magic Feather Empire in the southeast, that specializes in illusion arts. The Phallic Empire has the largest land area and relatively stronger influence. It was established 10,000 years ago. The contemporary Emperor Phallic XIV is a prodigious talent. He was already the peak magician of the sanctuary at a young age, and the realm of God can be expected. The Phallic Empire has a very strong foundation, and there are 2 strong gods on the bright side. There are even more than 20 strong Sens. Megatron Continent. The Xingyu Empire was founded for 8,000 years, and the emperors of the past are all warriors, and the army is the best in the mainland. The contemporary Xingyu the Great is the new superpower in the gods, and he is famous for a while. There is one other person in the gods' domain announced by the Star Empire, besides the Emperor Xingyu, and there are as many as a dozen of the sanctuary experts. Their strength is amazing. The Phantom Feather Empire has risen the latest among the 3 empires, and the founding of the country is only 3,000 years old, but its strength is absolutely powerful. The contemporary Phantom Feather Empress is the strongest among the 3 emperors, ranking 6th on the Supreme God list. After reading the 3 empires, a ray of light flashed in Feng Zikan's eyes, and he sighed in surprise. The strength of these 3 empires is really strong. It is worthy of being the empires that can rule the entire star continent. They all have the power of God's domain, and I am afraid there are more than 1 or 2. After all, these are passed on the market to shock. Yes, the real trump cards should be hidden by them. It is enough to be desperate just to be the strong on the bright side. Not to mention the super strong in the gods, but the strong in the sanctuary. There are dozens of them in each empire, which is simply shocking. After sighing for a while, Feng Zikan continued to look at the book in his hand. Now he is more interested in this basic introduction to the power of the mainland. I wonder what other superpowers on the star continent can be called the top? The 3 major colleges, Phallic Academy of Magic, Star Academy, and Magic Feather Academy, are collectively called the 3 major colleges on the mainland. They are the top universities on the star continent, with strong strength and the strongest teaching qualifications in the mainland. Phallic Magic Academy, located in the imperial city of Phallic, is affiliated to the Phallic Empire. It specializes in cultivating various top magic geniuses. The level of magic teaching is the best in the mainland. The Star Academy is located in the city of Order of the Star Empire. It supports the Star Empire externally. There are no teachings in the academy. The magic martial arts and even the illusionist have good results. The God Domain training camp of the Star Academy is even more famous. The Magic Feather Academy was founded by the first Magic Feather Empress. It belongs directly to the female emperor. Based on the national conditions of the Magic Feather Empire, she specializes in the cultivation of illusionists, and its level of illusion skills is one of the best in the mainland. As the highest goal of all the universities in the mainland, the 3 major colleges also have strong strength. The 3 deans are all famous and far-reaching gods on the star continent. There are no less than 10 sanctuary instructors in the academy, and they are among all the major forces on the star continent. You can also be in the forefront. 5 sects. Chapter 5 of the many sects on the star continent are powerful and can be called the top power in the mainland. They are the Pagoda of the Magic, the Heavenly Illusion Sect, the Valley of the Soul, the Ice Palace, and the Palace of the Stars. These 5 sects all have powerful strengths that other sects can't match. There are not a few sanctuary powerhouses, and they are also the overlord of the Megatron on the Star Continent. Superfamily Chapter. In addition to the Imperial Academy and Zongmen, there are also 6 superfamilies on the Star Continent. The 6 superfamilies have a long heritage, the longest can be compared with the existence of the Xingyu Empire. The worst has 1,000 years of history. And each of the 6 super aristocratic families has inherited the incomparable power of the bloodline of the sacred product, which is endless from generation to generation, and the strength is unfathomable. It is suspected that there is a hidden ancestor of the gods. The 6 superfamilies are the Dragon family of the Felice Empire, the Lin family and Lei family of the Star Empire, the Moon family, the Dongfang family and the Night family of the Magic Feather Empire. In addition to the top forces in the mainland, there is an assassination organization that is active in the dark, killing the temple. The strength of the 3 major chambers of commerce in the mainland is also unfathomable. In addition to human forces, the strongest on the continent of Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com belongs to the monsters. The second of the 4 great Jedi on the Star Continent, the Fallen Forest and the Forest of Yellow Springs, are the super strongholds of the monsters. Countless high-level beasts, their core fierce land is entrenched with hundreds of 10th-level sacred beasts, and several gods are forbidden. There is a dragon island in the Endless Sea, and the Sky Overlord lives on the island the Dragon Clan. The number of Dragon Clan is small, only 1 or 200, but all of them are strong. Except for a few young dragons, the adult dragons are almost all saints. At the domain level, there are even a lot of real dragons at the realm of the gods. And the Dragon Clan treats the same clan the most to protect the shortcomings, and the faults must be reported. It can be called the most incurable existence in the mainland. The above-mentioned forces are basically the top superpowers on the Star Continent in this era, and each one is enough to deter the entire continent and be extremely powerful. In addition, there are many great forces on the Star Continent, which should not be underestimated, such as the Saint Martial Sect and the Sword Sect. There are powerful sanctuary inside the door, and ordinary people will never dare to provoke. In recent years, the newly emerging mercenary organizations on the mainland also have strong presences. For example, the Blood Killer Mercenary Group, the Firecaster Mercenary Group, the Fantasy Mercenary Group, etc., have more than one sanctuary combat power. Is active on the Star Continent, has an amazing record, is famous. In short, the stars of the Star Continent are shining, 100 flowers bloom, and countless forces are ups and downs. It cannot be covered by this book. Anyone with lofty ideals who has the idea of making a fortune in the world should consider more. Fuji Chen. Chapter 48, Blue Cur. After reading the entire basic introduction to mainland power, Feng Zikan was speechless for a long time, and his heart was very shocked. 3 empires, 3 academies, 5 sects, 6 superfamilies, 3 major chambers of commerce and the Killing Temple, there are so many superpowers on the Star Continent. Although the words in the book are unclear, Feng Zikan still found a shocking fact between the lines. Those who can be ranked as the superpower of the Star Continent, I am afraid that there are strong gods in the dark, otherwise they are not eligible to be called the superpower of the continent. This is terrible. How many gods-level superpowers are there on this Star Continent? This amount far exceeds Feng Zikan's previous imagination. Before I thought that the top powerhouses who reached the sanctuary level could cross the continent and look down on one side, now it seems ridiculous. Feng Zikan laughed at himself. Judging from the records in this basic introduction to the power of the mainland, anyone who has a sanctuary-level power can be called a big power, and only one who has a sanctuary-level power can become the top superpower in the mainland. Feng Zikan's current combat power in the early and mid stages of the sanctuary is undoubtedly a copy of the hell-level difficulty for a novice to break into the world without fear of all forces on the mainland. Hey! Feng Zikan took a deep breath, but there was no fear in his clear eyes, and a smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. However, this is also not bad. Such a wonderful world is worth exploring. Go and conquer. Otherwise, what's the point of passing the game all at once? Feng Zichen once again strengthened his confidence to become stronger, and gently put the book in his hand back to its original position, no longer prepared to stay here, turned around and left the basic information area, looking for the ice he needed now. Department of Magic Martial Arts. Low-level Fire Magic Area, Low-level Wind Magic Area, Basic Martial Arts Area, Low-level Illusion Area. Feng Zichen found a lot of magic and martial arts areas, but did not find ice magic. After shopping around for most of the time, Feng Zichen was shocked to find that there was really no ice magic in this first layer. Weird thing, isn't there any low-level ice magic? This first level can't be found. Just when Feng Zichen scratched his head and couldn't understand why, a timid voice came from behind him. The first floor of Vientiane Palace has no ice magic. Okay? When Feng Zichen heard about his reputation, he saw a petite, weak-looking girl standing behind him at some point. She looked at herself timidly with her clear and agile eyes, and looked at her in a panic. He lowered his head in a panic, like a scared little rabbit. Yes. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to overhear you. Feng Zichen looked at the girl who was obviously too timid and wanted to laugh inexplicably. I haven't said anything yet, why are you so nervous? The petite girl waved her hand in a panic when she heard the words, flushing her face. No. No, I just. Looking at the girl who said more and more clearly, seeing the girl who was about to shed tears, Feng Zichen quickly closed up and laughed, and said warmly, it's okay, it's not necessary to say, I probably know what is going on. After all, she heard her doubts and plucked up the courage to help herself. It would be too inhuman to make her cry. So why is there no ice magic on the first floor of the Vientiane Hall? Fuji-chan immediately changed the subject, so that the girl finally no longer at a loss, replied quietly. Because the ice attribute is not one of the conventional 9 magic attributes, it is a rare variant magic attribute, so the various magics of the ice system are more rarity, and seem to be placed on the second layer. The girl who calmed down her nervousness finally said a lot of words normally, which also let Feng Zichen understand why there is no ice magic in the first layer. Is this? Feng Zichen touched his chin and muttered to himself. It's not clear about the magic attribute Feng Zichen. The magic on the star continent is divided into 9 regular series, namely the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, and the 4 attributes of wind, thunder, light, and dark. In addition, there are extremely rare spatial attributes, because it is too rare to be included in the regular 9 series. The ice attribute is actually a rare mutation attribute of the water attribute and wind attribute magic, and it is relatively rare. On the star continent, in addition to the ice attribute, there are also other mutation attributes, such as the sand attribute derived from the terroir attribute, the yan attribute derived from the fire-earth attribute. These magicians who have awakened the mutant attributes are generally very likely to have the power of the bloodline at the same time. In Feng Zichen's view, it is almost exactly the same as the birth of the bloodline in the world of Naruto. The principle of the generation of the blood succession boundary in Hokage is the fusion of 2 chakras with different attributes. For example, the fusion of fire and soil produces fusion, the fusion of feng shui produces ice escape, and the fusion of minds is lanyun. And although Feng Zichen, the power of the bloodline on the star continent, is unclear about his body, he clearly feels that it has a lot of similarities with the blood succession boundary. Feng Zichen, who couldn't help but unfolded his imagination in his mind, didn't realize that the girl in front of him was secretly looking at him. A trace of doubt flashed in his cute eyes. This person is so strange, he just stopped moving somehow, is he thinking about things? Lan Kaer felt that she was so strange today. She was usually afraid of talking to outsiders. She just saw this person rushing to find the impossible ice magic on the first floor, and she would take the initiative to talk to him. It seems that there is an inexplicable aura in him that is attracting him, which really subverts his usual character setting. Lan Keir didn't know at this time, she and Feng Ziken did have some unusual connections. Feng Ziken, who had been thinking about a lot of things in a mess, finally reacted. He actually left this girl who helped her to answer her doubts aside? Looking at the small face in front of him, there was clearly a cute girl who didn't know whether to go or not to go. He was ashamed and quickly smiled at the girl. Sorry, I'm lost, thank you for your answer, classmate, can you tell me your name? Lan Keir still looked timid. Hearing Feng Ziken's apology, she waved her hand quickly, and a soft and waxy voice came from her small mouth, which looked very pleasant. My name is Lan Keir. Students in Class 9. There are 10 classes in the lower grades, each of which has nearly 100 students. They are divided into classes from high to low based on their talent for cultivation. Lan Keir is a Class 9 student. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com is naturally in Tianxing. Among all the students in the academy, the talents are poor. It's no wonder that a hint of inferiority flashed across her pretty face when she said it. Feng Ziken looked in his eyes, but didn't say anything bad, just touched her head like encouragement, and smiled friendly. Is Lan Keir? A nice name. My name is Feng Ziken. I will invite you in the future. Take care. Lan Keir was flushed by Feng Ziken's sudden touch of his head, and his voice suddenly rose by several decibels. Yes, yes. The charming little cheek is covered with alluring blushes, and Lan Keir's petite and exquisite figure is very cute. Feng Ziken's heart moved, his eyes softened, he patted Lan Keir's head again, and said, Okay, thank you this time, I'm going to find ice magic, next time I will go to Juban asks you to play. After finishing talking, Feng Ziken slightly reluctantly removed his hand, glanced at the cute girl who was still in a state of brain crash, smiled and turned and walked towards the second staircase. Lan Keir only felt his head dizzy, and it took a while to recover, but found that Feng Ziken had left him and went to the entrance of the second staircase. Lan Keir looked anxious, and hurriedly shouted, Wait, there are only senior students who can enter, hey. Before he finished speaking, Lan Keir saw Feng Ziken didn't know what badge he had shown. And the guard who had stopped him immediately led him upstairs in shock and respect. Lan Keir had a dull and cute face, and it took a long time to react, and there was a complex look on Qiao's face with hindsight, so, he is not a junior student. Fuji Chen? Why did you have a slight sense of intimacy when you first saw him? Very strange. Chapter 49, Ice Magic. On the first floor of the Wangxiang Hall, not to mention Lan Keir's complexion, several students who had mocked Feng Ziken before were also dumbfounded. Before, they laughed at Feng Ziken for not getting the results they wanted, and were despised by Feng Ziken with caring and mentally retarded eyes. They were very angry. Due to the rules of the Vientiane Temple, they did not attack on the spot. He retreated to the door, planning to block the door, and waited for Feng Ziken to come out before teaching him how to be a man. Who would have thought that the soil buns in their eyes would go directly to the second floor of the Wangxiang Hall at this time, and the guards would personally lead them up. Different from the cute Lan Keir, their old fritters are very clear about the caretaker's indifference. Even the senior students must not make the guards who are above the top look down and go out in person. What is the identity is ready to come out. Sanctuary Training Camp, the talent of Sanctuary. These few words appeared in the minds of those students, and they immediately felt that the whole person was not good. My God, we were going to block the door of a Sanctuary Training Camp student? Did I take the wrong medicine? It's not that they didn't think that Feng Ziken was not a Sanctuary Training Camp student, but a more core Sanctuary Training Camp student. The main reason was that Feng Ziken just joined the God's Domain Training Camp and not many people knew about it. People who didn't know him could not be Feng Ziken at all, so they could only think that Feng Ziken was a student of the Sanctuary Training Camp. A few students, look at me and I will look at you. They looked at each other speechlessly, and sweat suddenly appeared on their foreheads. Fortunately, I can't do anything in the Vientiane Hall. Otherwise, it's hard to say whether I can stand here in good condition. Ahem, this. I suddenly remembered that the door of my dormitory didn't close properly. I have to go back. A student wiped his sweat, his eyes trembled and said a word, then immediately, regardless of the other people, just run away. The remaining few students looked at their companions who were running faster than anyone else, their brains suddenly opened up, shouting, "Go and go together," and all ran away. Just kidding, taking advantage of that guy to go to the second floor will not be able to get out for a while. When will he not run at this time? The second floor of the Wangxiang Hall. After the guards retreat respectfully, Feng Zikan walked around at will, observing the layout of the second floor. The second floor is obviously a little smaller than the first floor. The overall environment is quiet and the flow of people is much less than the unrestricted first floor. This second level is specially prepared for the senior students in the academy, so the magic scrolls and illusion secrets here are basically level 7 and 8, and there are a few special secrets. Of course, there are spirit-level martial arts. After all, the Xingyu Empire is the most popular empire of warriors on the mainland. The Tianxing Academy was established in the Xingyu Empire and naturally recruited a lot of talented warriors. Therefore, the martial arts classics here are even more expensive than the magic scrolls. Some more. Feng Zikan looked at the spirit-level martial arts here casually, feeling quite interesting. Spirit-level elementary martial arts, the 8-pole split-wave sword, the cultivation level can be learned to reach the realm of the great martial artist, and the sea can be broken through the waves when the peak is achieved. Spirit-level pinnacle martial arts, crazy magic stick technique, which can be learned when the cultivation base reaches the peak of Wuzong. It is not recommended for students with weak willpower to learn. A series of powerful martial arts are displayed on the bookshelf, and Feng Zikan keeps nodding his head. It is indeed the Star Empire where martial arts prevail. The quality and quantity of this martial arts are very unusual. But these are of little use to me. Now the first task is to find ice magic. Feng Zikan shook his head, put down the spirit-level martial arts in his hand, and began to search for the target of his trip. Finally, in a corner, Feng Zikan discovered ice magic. Ice magic mystery summary, finally found. Feng Zikan smiled and looked at the ice magic that neatly filled the 3 large bookshelves. He couldn't help but praised, the Tianxing Academy really has a deep foundation, and even the rare ice magic has so much storage. Fujichen lightly stroked the entire row of magic scrolls, picked up a scroll and looked at it. Ice blowing snow, 7-level magic, ice magician can learn, condensing ice magic into ice wind and snow, blowing forward, has a certain lethality and control effect. Great Frost Arrow, 7-level magic, the advanced version of 5-level magic Frost Arrow, condenses a huge ice arrow to attack the enemy, with powerful lethality. Ice Ceiling, an 8th level of magic, releases a terrifying cold air to impact the surroundings, freezing everything. Group controlling magic, sorcerers can learn. The Ice Shield, 8 levels of magic, guides the ice magic power to be densely arranged around itself, condensing an extremely strong ice crystal shield to resist all external damage. Frost Arrow Rain, 8 levels of magic, condenses countless frost arrows to form an arrow rain, attacking a large number of enemies, with great lethality. The wizard can learn at the peak. Numerous ice magics are all-encompassing. There are strong offensive magics, defensive magics, single-person lethal magics, and group attack magics. There are not a few ice magics of the control system, and Feng Zikan is looking straight ahead. Yu Liang. Ice magic is indeed known as the most elegant and changeable magic in combat. Whether it is attack, defense, or control assistance, it has a unique and powerful role. My previous understanding of ice is still too superficial. Feng Zikan's ice descent blood succession boundary is equivalent to the ice magic on the star continent, able to manipulate the ice freely to achieve the enemy's effect. However, Feng Ziken hadn't studied it too seriously before, only using it as a means of combat, but now it seems that his thinking is too narrow. It seems that the use of magic in the star continent has reached its peak. The various unique magic applications have made Feng Ziken stunned. For example, the volume of ice magic currently seen in Feng Ziken's hand mind cooling the ice element is quickly concentrated to the brain, so as to calm the brain and speed up the casting speed. After using this skill, it can make your thinking become clear and run at a high speed. It can temporarily help you stabilize your mood and speed up your thinking, and greatly increase the speed of magic release. This is the unique skill of ice magicians. Ice magic can still be used like this. Feng Ziken is really eye-opening. After 3 years of fighting in the Fallen Forest, Feng Ziken's combat experience is already very rich, and his vision is extraordinary. Understand the amazing effect that this seemingly humble 7-level auxiliary magic can play in battle. It's a good thing to know how good it is to be able to keep a calm brain for a moment in battle, not www.readaloud.com to be precise. No matter what time it is, keeping calm is of great benefit. Feng Ziken's eyes glowed, and he decided his 2-day training goal almost in an instant. Learn the Bing Dun version of mind cooling. There is no doubt that this magic for Feng Ziken is not only able to speed up the development of S-level secret arts, but also can play a great role in all aspects. Of course, Feng Ziken can't let it go. It is indeed the right choice to come to the Wangxiang Temple. I didn't expect to have such a big harvest so soon. Feng Ziken felt a burst of joy in his heart, and it really wouldn't make much progress if he stood still. Learn more and think more. Expand your horizons, and divergent thinking is the best way to improve. Maybe someone else's inadvertent thought can be inspired by you, and you can embark on another broad road. The ancients don't deceive me. Feng Ziken held this magic scroll mind cooling, excited in his heart, looking at the ice magic mystery full of the 3 large bookshelves. His eyes were full of fiery, confident. With the countless predecessors in the Wangxiang Temple for the ice system, I believe that it will not be too difficult to create an S-level ice escape secret technique that suits me. Furthermore, Feng Ziken also discovered that this second layer of ice magic only contained 7 and 8 levels, and the stronger ice magic was not discovered. I want to be stored in the 3rd or even the 4th floor, right? No hurry, anyway. There is this token that represents the identity of the trainees of the God's Domain training camp. You can go and see it at any time. Now let's observe the ice magic here first. Do it again. Feng Ziken put his other thoughts aside for the time being, and focused on watching the ice magic in front of him. He also had a lot of thoughts on the use of ice escape and blood succession boundary, just like an undercurrent hidden under the ice, just waiting for the opportunity. It will gush out as soon as it arrives. Chapter 50, Jianwuji and number 039, S counterattack. Unexpectedly got the amazing harvest of mind cooling, Feng Ziken's enthusiasm became more and more abundant. Looking at the rows of ice magics, Feng Ziken walked away in no hurry, slowly browsing these various ice magics, absorbing the knowledge of ice crazily and filling himself. Even though most of the magic does not have much effect on Feng Ziken, who makes the Tianxing Academy rich. Collected hundreds of thousands of ice magic, even if only 1/10 can touch Feng Ziken, that is a great harvest. Ice armor, big ice shield, big ice wall, these are purely defensive spells, and they are not very helpful for me to create mysteries. You can skip it. Fuji Chen wants to create a quasi-forbidden curse-level ice escape secret technique that can hurt the strong in the sanctuary. It will definitely be an offensive secret technique. These pure defensive magics don't need to be considered, just skip it. Feng Ziken mainly looks at various attack-type ice magic, and there are some auxiliary functions of ice magic. Some of their whimsical ideas can help Feng Ziken develop the ice escape. The touch of ice, 7-level magic, condenses the ice magic power in the palm of the hand, freezes everything you touch, and even the flames can freeze to the subtleties. The cold ice prison, 8-level magic, guides a large amount of ice magic power to form a prison, trapping the enemy, making it impossible to make any movements. The disadvantage is that you can also not make any movements. Feng Zichen raised his brows and looked at the volume of ice prison, and muttered in his heart, this seems to be a bit like the technique of water escape and water prison. Dungeon art is an earlier water ninjutsu in Naruto. It first appeared in the Nami country when the ghost was not cut again. It trapped the well-known copy of the ninja Kakashi, unable to move. This cold ice prison is simply the technique of ice-water prisons. Feng Zichen silently watched the entire scroll content and said to himself, maybe I can use this to develop my ice prison technique. If it can be released remotely, it would be better. Feng Zichen secretly planned. Hokage's dungeon technique has a shortcoming, that is, it can only be maintained by the palm of the hand, and cannot leave the dungeon. Once the hand leaves the dungeon, the enemies trapped in the dungeon will be quickly released. So this is a controlled ninjutsu that can only be released at a short distance, and it has more limitations. If it can be improved, it will become a secret technique released at a distance, and its practicality should be greatly improved. Wrote down this good idea in his heart, and Feng Zichen didn't get too entangled in it, so he put down the scroll and kept watching. Time passed by little by little. Feng Zichen looked through the ice magic here intoxicated, feeling that he had entered a new world of ice, all kinds of ice magic that he had never thought of before. The wonderful applications were unfolded before his eyes one by one, which made Feng Zichen's understanding of Bing Dun rise several levels. He has a feeling that with this accumulation of knowledge, he only needs to go back and use it for a while, and his power of ice escape and blood inheritance is estimated to be raised to an extremely impressive level. Feng Zichen, who had this premonition faintly, walked step by step in the collection area of the ice magic mystery, choosing the ice magic to enlighten him. The magic classification in this area is detailed. The 7th-level ice magic is placed on a large bookshelf, the 8th level is placed on another large bookshelf, and the 3rd bookshelf contains some more special ice magic. 7th level. The following are all in one place. The offensive magic and the defense magic are placed separately, which is extremely orderly, which also brings great convenience to Feng Zichen's reading journey. Fu Zichen picked up the ice-based magic of the attack support class, his eyes were shining, and it was a whole day at a glance. From morning to evening, Feng Zichen did not step out of the ice magic area on the 2nd floor of the Wangxiang Temple. It can be said to be absorbing the profound meaning of ice like a demon. Under this selfless attitude, Feng Zichen's ice escape, the accumulation of blood succession boundary is deeper, and the confidence in the heart is more abundant. After watching for a long time, Feng Zichen took a sigh of relief, rubbed a slightly sore eyes, stretched his waist by the way, and noticed that the magic lights had been quietly lit in the Wangxiang Hall, which would be a little dim. The space was as bright as daylight, and Feng Zichen only realized with hindsight that he had been watching it for almost a whole day. Is it so late? Although I haven't read them all yet, let's come here first. Fu Zichen put the magic scroll in his hand back to its original position, looked around, thought about it, and picked up a scroll of magic. It was the mind cooling. Bring this volume of magic. Although it is different from my Bing Dun blood succession boundary, it should be able to help me become Bing Dun mind cooling. Feng Zichen took the magic scroll and hurriedly left the 2nd floor of the Wangxiang Temple. The black-clothed and masked High Cold Watcher had not left yet. Seeing Feng Zichen coming down, he bowed respectfully and his eyes cast aside. Feng Zichen blatantly brought out the scroll of the 2nd layer in his hand, and the guards just didn't see it. Just kidding, although there are rules in the Wangxiang Temple that do not allow students to take out the magic books, they can only watch and learn on the spot, but it also depends on who it is. Feng Zichen is the talent of the gods in the gods training camp, and most of them in theory the rules are invalid for them, and the guards will naturally not stop them uninterestingly. Casting a satisfied look at the guard, Feng Zichen came to the 1st floor refreshedly, and looked around, but didn't see the cute figure he wanted to see. Feng Zichen took it back with regret. The gaze is right. Who will spend the whole day like him? Even the ridiculous students have disappeared, so let them run fast. otherwise let them become my guinea pigs who escape the bounds of blood. Feng Zikan left the Wangxiang temple, did not see the few students blocking his door, and couldn't help laughing. No words all the way, Feng Zikan hurried back to the God Realm training camp, but instead of running back to the cultivation tower to practice, he went to the restaurant to eat first. After all, he hadn't eaten anything for a day, so he didn't want it if he was hungry. Once again stepped into this luxurious canteen, Feng Zikan still couldn't help but want to complain, this level of luxury is almost nouveau richer than the nouveau riche. This time Feng Zikan did not see Lei Xian in the dining room, but ran into Jian Wuji. Jian Wuxi sits at the table, slowly eating the high nutrition and high energy meal provided by the academy, still carrying his never-away divine sword behind his back, looking like a cold iceberg. Yu Guang caught a glimpse of Feng Zikan coming to the restaurant. Jian Wuji's eyebrows jumped violently, and the depression he had experienced not long ago was still vivid, and he suddenly had an ominous premonition in his heart. Feng Zikan saw Jian Wuji, his eyes lit up, and he sat on the opposite side of Jian Wuji without seeing it. He grabbed a sip of the drink in front of Jian Wuji and slurped it. I said, "Aren't you afraid that I've drank this? Start so quickly." Jian Wuji sighed, and said with a hint of helplessness. After drinking this academy's special energy drink in one sip, Feng Zikan yelled, "Cool! The drink produced by the academy is awesome." Immediately looked at Jian Wuji and smiled, "It's okay, I won't despise you." "But I despise you." Jian Wuji frantically complained in his heart with black lines, and Feng Zikan refreshed his cognition again. Jian Wuji, who calmed down, looked at Feng Zikan, who was still smiling, and sighed in his heart. He made up his mind to eat and leave as soon as possible, and stay with him again sooner or later he would collapse. After Feng Zikan ordered a meal to the chef, he saw Jian Wuji keeping the cold mail fan, but the movements on his hand and mouth were several times faster, and he couldn't help wondering, "Why are you eating so fast? Go back. Practice." Ming Ming is now the one he needs most to rush back to practice Bing Dun blood succession boundary. Okay, how can this guy eat faster than him? Jian Wuji didn't answer Feng Zikan's words, and continued to eat. Feng Zikan didn't care, but leaned closer. He leaned in front of Jian Wuji and said mysteriously, "Hey, do you know that the academy has a Pantheon Hall? There is a collection of all the magic scroll martial arts books of the Star Academy for countless years. Don't you go and check it out? Maybe there are martial arts that suit you well." Jian Wuji's face trembled, and he didn't speak. Feng Zikan remained unwilling to give up, and continued to bewildered. There are still many mainland material books there, which record many mainland secrets, such as the top superpower of the Star Continent. Are you not interested? Anyway, reply. Jian Wuji listened to Feng Zikan's buzzing in his ear www.readaloud.com and finally couldn't help it. He raised his head and said calmly, "You are talking about the 3 major empires, 5 major sects, and 6 super families. Power? Excuse me. My clan has 10 times more detailed information than you can see. I have to memorize all of it before I am allowed to come out to experience. In addition, my clan also has a martial arts tower that has been passed down for thousands of years, and records thousands of martial arts, which is not worse than the collection of the Star Academy. Finally, the bloodline secret skills derived from my own sword bloodline are more suitable for me than any martial skills, so I don't need to learn other messy martial skills. To sum up, the mysterious Vientiane temple for you is useless to me today, and it's just a waste of time to go. Hear my answer, are you satisfied?" Jian Wuji said a lot of things uncharacteristically, and finally he glanced at Feng Zikan with a weird look. This look is not unfamiliar to Feng Zikan. How does it look like when he saw those funny students not long ago? Eyes. Damn, I'm despised? Feng Zikan finally understood, and he was shocked. I didn't expect that Jian Wuji, the iceberg man, would not speak. It would be so sharp when he spoke? The most important thing is, I can't refute it. There is nothing wrong with what people say. Feng Zikan is depressed. What is this development? How do you feel that Jian Wuji is a young master? After listening to Jian Wuji's sharp words with a hint of a local tyrant, Feng Zikan was very depressed to find that because of the fact that he usually called himself a young master, now he found that Jian Wuji was the real local tyrant. Didn't you hear what someone said? There are so many martial skills in the human family, no worse than the Tianxing Academy, which is the 3 major colleges in mainland China. How did Feng Zikan, a lonely family, refute this? Chapter 51, Mental Power Training. God Training Camp, Luxury Restaurant. Fu Zikan, who was hit by a series of unbearable combination punches that Jian Wuji had been unable to bear, opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say, so he didn't say anything. You local tyrant, you are a real young master, right? Feng Zikan gritted his teeth in his heart, watching Jian Wuji with a trace of excitement on his face, like seeing the nasty face of a nouveau riche. The beauty in Jian Wuji's heart, finally fought back fiercely in front of Feng Zikan. Looking at his gloomy look, Jian Wuji only felt comfortable all over, a word, and I turned it over haha. When Feng Zikan was extremely depressed, the set meal he ordered finally came. With a knife and fork in his hand, Feng Zikan looked at this high-energy set meal with all colors and flavors, turning his grief and anger into appetite, and ate a lot. When he got up, the fierce-looking Jian Wuji was unnatural for a while, especially when Feng Zikan glanced at Jian Wuji and took a big bite. The Jian Wuji who looked straight at him was terrified. How come this guy is eating me? Jian Wuji muttered in his heart, becoming more uncomfortable, and hurriedly resolved his own dinner. Jian Wuji gave a light cough and said I'm full. Quickly left the restaurant without composure. Feng Zikan looked at Jian Wuji's rather embarrassed figure, and he laughed. I told you to pretend to be in front of me, how do you pretend now? In a good mood, Feng Zikan quickly devoted his mind to the delicious and high-energy set meal in front of him, making it even more enjoyable. Not bad, but the second time I ate it still gave me a sense of surprise. The chef's craftsmanship is really nothing to say. After eating these specially processed and refined meat of beasts, Feng Zikan was in tears. What he ate before in the fallen forest was nothing compared to this, not to mention, I just thought of it as tears. After eating up the whole set meal contentedly, Feng Zikan hiccuped and left the restaurant, heading for his training tower. The packages in this academy contain extremely high energy, and have excellent auxiliary effects for the students' cultivation. For example, the 2 martial artists of Jian Wuji Lingjian can help them temper their internal fighting energy more quickly and efficiently, and improve their cultivation. This is similar to Feng Zikan. Even magicians such as Lei Xian and Lang Ruobing can strengthen the body and improve the physical fitness. Like the chakra practiced by Feng Zikan, the stronger your physical strength and the more abundant your mental power, the higher the speed and quality of your chakra refinement. And the high-energy nutrition package of the academy is undoubtedly a good thing that can enhance the body's strength. Back to the cultivation tower, the sky was completely dark. Feng Zikan looked at the brightly lit ice-blue cultivation tower on the opposite side, remembering the embarrassing opposite in the morning, and grinned, not knowing what the iceberg goddess was doing right now. What? Shook his head and waved away the daydreams in his mind. Feng Zikan did not go to the second-floor training ground for the first time to practice ice escape, but came to the third-floor training place. After all, I just finished eating a large nutrition package, and there is a lot of energy stored in my body. When do I not practice at this time? Sitting on the training futon prepared by the academy, his body and mind were ethereal. Feng Zikan closed his eyes and began to refine the chakra. Time passed bit by bit. Feng Zikan quietly refined and digested the high energy contained in the body, and the total amount of chakra also increased slightly. This speed was compared with that of himself in the fallen forest. Cultivation is much faster again. For a long time, Feng Zikan opened his eyes and temporarily ended this practice. At this time, most of the energy in his body had been completely absorbed and turned into chakra flowing in his body, which made Feng Zichen fall into contemplation again. Chakra is the magical power produced by the perfect fusion of the physical power contained in the 130 trillion cells in the human body and the spiritual power hidden in the brain. With the resources provided by the Academy, my current physical power has been greatly improved, but compared to my mental strength has not improved much. In Naruto, it is not clearly pointed out that ninjas have special methods to exercise their spiritual power, but some secret families with strong spiritual power, such as Konoha's mountain clan, their spiritual power is obviously much stronger than others. Is like the patriarch of the mountain clan, Yamanaka Kiki, his strength may only reach the 9th level, but his spiritual power is almost unmatched except for the 6th level in human existence. After all, in the last 4th Ninja World War, as the captain of the liaison unit of the Ninja Joint Army Command, Yamanaka was able to monitor the entire battlefield with the help of some tools, and directly convey combat instructions in the minds of tens of thousands of people. This spiritual force simply appalling. I want to say that their mountain people don't have any special methods to exercise their spiritual strength, and they don't believe in killing Feng Zichen. Therefore, Feng Zichen also exchanged the mountain clan's essence and mystic arts in the system in order to improve his spiritual power to exercise his spiritual power. It was really helpful in the early stage. With the help of the secret technique of the mountain clan, Feng Zichen could improve his chakras so quickly, and his mental strength was greatly improved. However, the mountain clan is only a special secret technique family in Hokage, and their secret skills are not complete. They are relatively rough. After all, the entire mountain clan dates back to the Warring States period for only 100 years, and they want to improve without restriction. Spiritual power is definitely impossible. When the chakra volume broke through the shadow level boundary, Feng Zichen felt a faint restriction. The subtle mystery skills of the mountain clan obviously improved the shadow level powerhouses much less. Although there is still an increase, the magnitude is already very small. Originally, Feng Zichen insisted on cultivating with the attitude of improving as much as he could improve. However, after returning from the Wangxiang temple today, Feng Zichen, who had learned a lot of magic knowledge in his mind, had another idea. This is not the world of Naruto that has not studied spiritual power deeply. The years of existence of the Star Continent are enough to leave the world of Naruto for several streets, and the magic research here has reached the peak of the peak. Presumably the cultivation of spiritual power should be better, complete and more systematic. After all, magicians need to communicate the magic elements between heaven and earth. They must be more proficient in spiritual power than martial artists, not to mention that there are magicians who specialize in spiritual power in this world. Feng Zichen does not worry about whether he can obtain the spiritual power training method of the Star Continent. After all, the identity of the trainees of the God's Domain training camp is so easy to use in the Star Academy. What he is worried about is whether he can practice the spiritual power cultivation method of this different world. Feng Zichen is a bit unsure. Although he is considered by the system to be the most talented person for practicing chakra, what about the cultivation method in a different world? Can I still practice successfully? Ding Special Mission is now released, Mental Power Training Method. Task background: the host finally realized his spiritual weakness, the system is very pleased, and this welfare task is released. Quest content: only the host can learn the spiritual power training method of the Star Continent within 3 days, no level limit. Task reward: according to the level and speed of the spiritual power training method of the host society, the corresponding reward will be given. Come on, boy, this is a rare benefit. Mission penalty: as the host of the system's thousands of choices, how can I break the sand under such a simple task? Isn't it ashamed? Isn't it embarrassing? I can't deduct 700,000 exchange points too much, right? Fuji-chen. What's the situation? This system, which had been diving for a while, suddenly jumped out and released a so-called welfare mission, which directly fainted Feng Zikan. I learned the spiritual power cultivation method of the star continent in 3 days, but if I can't learn it, I have to deduct all of my wealth? It's too much. Feng Zikan looked at the final task punishment and couldn't help but angrily said. However, the high cold system dived again after the mission was released, and ignored Feng Zikan's protests, but if Feng Zikan really did not complete the mission, it is estimated that it would be happy to accept all of Feng Zikan's wealth. Feng Zikan is certain about this. But some vocabulary in the content of this mission is quite intriguing. Feng Zikan, who protested ineffectiveness, revisited the mission, and suddenly found some problems. Welfare task, simple. Is this the system thinking that it is really easy to learn the spiritual power training method with my talent, or does it simply feel that it must have such talent as its host? This is a question. Feng Zikan whispered in his heart, Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com, but the release of this task makes Feng Zikan feel a little bit bottomed. After all, the system will not release impossible tasks. It seems that I still have to go to the Vientiane Hall from tomorrow, but I don't know what level of spiritual power training is. Feng Zikan did not ignore the sentence. The task reward is determined by the level and speed of the spiritual power training method learned by the host. It is obvious that the spiritual power training method on the star continent is also divided into various levels. The higher the level of learning. The greater the difficulty, the greater the effect of the same estimation, and the more generous the system will reward itself. If it is really simple for me, it would be great. Not only can I get rewards from the system, but my mental strength will increase in the future, and the speed of refining chakra can be even faster. It is estimated that it will be promoted to the Super League in a month. Movie level is expected. Feng Zikan thought with a little excitement in his heart. Until now he still remembers what Lei Xian said to him before, and was unconvinced in his heart. Now he finally saw the hope of surpassing Lei Xian in pure cultivation. However, it is tomorrow's task to cultivate the spiritual power cultivation method. Tonight, let's convert the ice magic knowledge in your mind into your own ice escape secret technique as soon as possible. The calmed down Feng Zikan did not forget the goal he had set before. Bing Dun blood succession boundary still needs to be developed, but because of the task time limit, the order has been adjusted. I feel that my ability to understand Binjayun has reached a critical point after a whole day of learning. I guess I should be able to make a breakthrough tonight, but I don't know how far I can develop it in one night. Chapter 52, Develop Bing Dun. Second floor of Training Tower, Training Ground. Feng Zikan's eyes closed slightly, and a faint wisp of chill radiated from his body. He put his hands on his chest and abruptly sealed, Bing Dun the thousands of ice. The slender and sharp ice needles condensed in the air and violently shot towards a special wall in front. I saw the countless ice needles shot on the wall, they were silently absorbed by this wall, and then there was a dripping sound on the wall. Spell type, Ice, Power Strength, 300, Final Evaluation, Level 7 Magic. Feng Zikan touched his chin, muttering to himself, is this trick only 300 strength? A bit weak. But I didn't expect that there would be such an evaluation wall that can accurately measure the power of spells in the training tower prepared by the Star Academy for us. It is really unexpected. Feng Zikan looked at this seemingly ordinary wall in front of him, and was surprised. Evaluation wall is one of the most important auxiliary tools in the training field. Its function is to accurately evaluate the power and intensity of the magic or martial arts exercised by the students and to make a rating. Generally speaking, the strength of 7th level magic or mysterious martial skills is between 100 and 500, the strength of 8th level magic or spiritual martial skills is between 500 and 1000, the strength of 9 level magic or heavenly martial skills is between 1000 and 5000, the level strength is at least 10,000 or more. And the S-level ice escape secret technique that Feng Zikan wants to create, that is, the quasi-forbidden curse on the star continent, has an intensity between the 9th level of magic and the forbidden curse, in the range of 5000 to 10,000. The evaluation wall in the FANFIC Cultivation Tower is considered to be relatively advanced. The magic martial arts below level 7 are only roughly divided into 1 to 100. The most important thing is to evaluate the advanced magic martial arts. Even if it is a forbidden spell, it can withstand and be combined. Given an evaluation, it's just that forbidden spells that exceed the void-breaking level are too powerful to bear. Such a meticulous and accurate evaluation wall really made FANFIC very interested. After reading some brief introductions in the training tower, FANFIC enthusiastically began to evaluate the secret technique of ice escape he now mastered. The first one is Ice Kimoto. This is a simple ninjutsu after FANFIC obtained the ice escape blood and followed the limit, but the result was only 300 strength. Come again. FANFIC's eyes were firm, and the ice in his body followed the limit to launch with all his strength. This time he was ready to perform a big move. Secret technique 1000 killing water Xiang. With the formation of FANFIC's seal, a circle of ice blossoms suddenly bloomed under his feet, bursting to form ice fragments similar to the previous one, but several times more numerous, under FANFIC's control down like an ice storm, mixed with ice thorns shining with a cold light, bombarded the evaluation wall. Dididai, spell type, ice type, power strength, 2450, final evaluation, level 9 magic. FANFIC looked at the data displayed on the evaluation wall, and only then showed a smile. This ice escape secret technique, 1000 killing water Xiang, is currently the strongest secret technique he has mastered, and the intensity of 2450 has reached his expectations. However, as long as the quasi-forbidden spells have a power level of 5000 or more, the top ones can even approach the limit of 10,000 forbidden spells. I am still far from it. FANFIC looked at the evaluation wall, and he also had a bottom in his heart. With the countless ice secrets recorded in the Wangxiang Temple during the day, he was confident. I haven't added these ice magic knowledge and understanding to my ice dun blood succession boundary yet. After understanding this ice type, my ice dung power strength should be raised to a higher level. FANFIC calmed down and carefully studied his own ice escape and blood succession boundary, combined with the large number of ice system secrets that he watched during the day. Suddenly countless inspirations came out of his mind. The hands unconsciously condensed a trace of ice, and FANFIC's eyes were slightly hollow, and there seemed to be countless insights. This is the countless knowledge learned during the day at work, guiding FANFIC to quickly understand and master Bing Dun. A little bit of time passed, and the color of the ice in FANFIC's eyes became more and more intense. Finally, he raised his right hand, and the ice quickly assembled, continued to condense, merge, and even compress. In the end, a dark blue, fist-sized hockey puck was formed, from which an astonishing chill was released, which made people shiver. FANFIC's eyes gradually returned. Looking at the dark blue hockey puck in his hand, he faintly felt a very violent fluctuation, his expression was solemn, and he suddenly threw it towards the evaluation wall. When the seemingly inconspicuous dark blue hockey puck touched the evaluation wall, a halo suddenly emanated, and an astonishing energy wave swept away. As a big explosion was about to occur, a white light flashed across the evaluation wall. Swallowed the entire hockey puck, and then there was a muffled sound, which was quite anticlimactic. Dididai, spell type, ice type, power intensity, 3100, final evaluation, level 9 magic. The strength of 3100. FANFIC was stunned. He didn't expect that the secret technique he had created could have such a powerful power. In one fell swoop, he surpassed his previous strongest 1000 killing Shui Xiang and became his strongest now. Ice escape secret technique. The effect of this technique should be that the extremely condensed and compressed ice escapes through the chakras mixing and guidance, disrupting the internal proton arrangement and distribution, thereby triggering an energy imbalance, and finally generating a shocking explosion. FANFIC touched his chin and meditated. This secret technique is powerful, unexpected, and does not require hard work. I feel that there is still a lot of potential to be tapped. If you work hard to study and study, it is likely to reach the level of quasi-forbidden curse. Feng Zichen, who had thought through this layer, was very excited. He didn't expect to have such a big gain on the first night of the development of Bingdian Shuiji boundary, which is really exciting. Hey, I didn't expect that my talent in creating secret art is so high, I really am a genius. Feng Zichen thought happily. In fact, Feng Zichen created this secret technique this time with a lot of luck. If he hadn't watched and learned a lot of the mystery of the ice system during the day, he had a sufficient understanding of ice, and his mastery of Bingdun had been greatly improved. It is difficult to create such a secret technique. What name should I give to my secret technique? Feng Zichen tilted his head and pondered. It must not be perfunctory to create a powerful secret technique for the first time, so be careful. I have it, let's call it Ice Explosion. Feng Zichen, who is confident of his naming ability, flashed his eyes, as if thinking of something. He slapped his thigh and said in a final word. Feng Zichen could feel that if the dark blue ice hockey puck was not blocked by the evaluation wall, the power of the complete explosion should be enough to severely inflict a Magister rank opponent. This is just the secret technique of the startup. After I perfect it thoroughly, I am afraid that even Lei Xian will have to evade it. Feng Zichen thought of the scene of Lei Xian jumping west and east that he would directly explode with the improved ice explosion technique in his mind. He couldn't help the smile at the corner of his mouth, and at the same time he strengthened his determination to practice strengthening ice explosion technique. In addition to the power that needs to be improved, the expression of ice explosion is also a bit ugly. Feng Zichen condensed and compressed again www.readaloud.com displayed ice explosion, looking at the dark blue hockey puck in his hand. What? See how unsatisfied? Too ugly. Do I throw a ball at someone like this when I fight? It's too low, right? It's more than a negative number all of a sudden. Feng Zichen's face is bitter, the picture is too beautiful, he dare not imagine. Sure enough, I still need to improve. Feng Zichen's eyes were firm. In order to improve his fighting style, improvement is imperative. Feng Zichen's thoughts moved, and Bing Dongxiu unfolded after the limit. The dark blue hockey puck in his hand began to tremble gradually under the control of Feng Zichen. At this time, the round appearance seemed to be cut by an invisible blade. The icy flowers fell, and the spherical surface gradually had a few sharp arcs. Feng Zichen faint beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, and his brows were slightly frowned. A feeling of difficulty came from his hands. He was almost unable to grasp the ice burst technique in his hand. It seems that it is not a simple matter to change its shape. With my Binjiun control at this time, it is not enough to turn it into what I want. Feng Zichen, who feels more and more struggling, has a clear understanding in his heart. It seems that changing different forms will also help increase the power of ice burst. Feng Zichen, who was holding on to his death, gasped slightly. The original spherical ice burst technique in his hand had become completely unrecognizable at this time. With all kinds of angular arcs bulging, it was impossible to see what shape Feng Zichen wanted to change. No, I can't control it anymore. Feng Zichen continued to snap the ice blast technique unwillingly, but it caused a strong dissatisfaction with the ice blast technique. Finally, the compressed ice blast technique was almost ready out of Feng Zichen's control. There was a shocking explosion. At the critical moment, Feng Zichen decisively threw it to the evaluation wall. Did it die? Chapter 53, Vientian Hall. Did it die? Spell type, Ice type, Power intensity, 3400, Final evaluation, Level 9 Magic. Facing the irregular shape ice burst technique thrown by Feng Zichen, the evaluation wall swallowed it as always, without any waves, and at the same time gave an evaluation result that surprised Feng Zichen. The power intensity has increased by 300 points. Sure enough, I was right. Compressed into different shapes can affect the ultimate power of the ice burst technique. Feng Ziken looked at the 3400 power evaluation, if anything said thoughtfully. The increase in the power of ice blasting is generally related to the strength and quantity of the ice escape chakra injected by Feng Ziken. At the same time, the higher the degree of compression, the greater the power. At this time, Feng Ziken discovered another condition, that is, the shape change of the ice burst technique. Through the experiment just now, Feng Ziken estimated that different shape changes can cause the corresponding changes in the internal structure of the ice burst technique, thereby increasing its power. This provides a good direction for my ice blasting technique to advance. Feng Ziken smiled with joy, so as long as he continuously improved his ice escape control power, cultivated its shape changes, and gradually joined more ice escape chakras, then the ice burst technique can continuously increase its power, and the purpose of creating an S-level secret technique by yourself is not far away. After thinking about this, Feng Ziken felt a little agitated, and immediately began to continuously train his own control of Bing Dun Shui and boundary. The training method is also very simple. Feng Ziken constantly uses Bing Dun to build various complex graphics. The more subtle the more it will test Feng Ziken's Bing Dun control. Simple forms such as ice needles and ice arrows are not challenging for Feng Ziken, so Feng Ziken began to use ice escape to create ice sculptures. Without the help of any tools, he purely uses ice escape blood to engrave the boundaries. Kind of Warcraft and even characters. This kind of ice sculpture is a test of skill and control, and many of the subtleties require a strong control of the ice dodge, so this method has a great effect on Feng Ziken's rapid improvement of his own ice dodge control. Help. Feng Ziken condensed a piece of ice in his hand, and then controlled the piece of ice to continuously modify and shape, and finally worked hard to carve it into a creature that looked a little like a rabbit, but this ice rabbit, the ears are several times longer than ordinary rabbits on the earth, almost hanging down on the ground. It is the 4th level beast long-eared rabbit. It's just that the long-eared rabbit ice sculpture made by Feng Ziken Bing Xiejia in front of me is just a bit like in shape, there are no specific noses and eyes, and it looks very rough. Fuji Chen frowned and looked at the ice sculpture that he had worked so hard to make. He was obviously very dissatisfied. This level is still far away. Go on, I don't believe it anymore, I can't figure out a rabbit one night. Feng Ziken was quite unbelief, and immediately started a new round of rabbit ice sculpture. The long night passed unknowingly in Feng Ziken's crazy carving of long-eared rabbits. After a night of struggle, Feng Ziken finally carved a long-eared rabbit ice sculpture that was perfect in all aspects. Looking at this ice sculpture, which is basically the same as the long-eared rabbit he saw in the fallen forest, Feng Ziken is finally satisfied. The hard work pays off. Conscious that his ability to control Bing Dun has been greatly improved, Feng Ziken once again began to evaluate his own ice explosion technique with great interest. Ice Dunxiu continued to run at full power after the limit. Feng Ziken focused completely on his right hand, and saw the ice blue luster in the palm of his hand gradually released. The ice explosion technique that was originally just a ball of ice finally did. It changed its appearance. Ice burst in Feng Ziken's hands showed the shape of a flower, but it was vaguely indistinct. Obviously, Feng Ziken's current control power could not be vivid. Can I just barely do this step? Feng Ziken frowned slightly, the difficulty was a bit beyond his expectation. In fact, it is very difficult and normal. You must know that Feng Ziken is not simply changing its shape. At the same time, he has to try his best to maintain the stability of the ice explosion technique. After all, the ice explosion technique that has been compressed and condensed is extremely violent. Yes, on this basis, to drastically change its shape without causing a reaction from the ice burst technique, one can imagine how difficult it is. Dididai, spell type, ice type, power strength, 3860, final evaluation, level 9 magic. The data of the ice blast technique appeared on the evaluation wall. Feng Ziken raised his brows, and the power intensity increased by 400 to 500 points, and the training effect was remarkable. Don't look at the increase in intensity by more than 400. In fact, this data is harder to increase as you go back. For example, the strength of a general 9th level magic power is about 1 to 2000, and all those above 3000 are all. The 9th level of peak magic is not available to ordinary magisters. From this we can also see how strong the quasi-forbidden curse is. The power of more than 5000 is several times stronger than that of 3000. According to Feng Ziken's own estimation, this final gap of more than 1200 may be worth it. It takes a long time to get up. Well, it seems that this step can only be done in a short time. Can I still have a special mission on my head? If the mission fails, it is really a heavy loss. Feng Ziken sighed and looked at the light faintly coming in from the window. He knew that the night had passed, the dawn had arrived, and the timing of his mission began now. After finishing the ice escape training for the night, Feng Ziken walked out of the training tower without stopping after a simple wash. First, he went to the restaurant to eat a hearty breakfast, filled his 5 internal organs temple, and then ran contentedly to the Vientiane Hall. Different from the first visit yesterday, this time Feng Ziken is already clear, and he came with the purpose of cultivating the spiritual power cultivation method on this star continent. So Feng Ziken didn't hang out on the first floor like before, but went to the second floor under the enviable eyes of many junior students, and then kept walking straight to the 4th floor. Since he decided to practice the spiritual power cultivation method, Feng Ziken naturally did not want to waste time on those low-level cultivation methods. Instead, he went directly to the 4th floor of the highest level of the Wangxiang Hall and was ready to choose a top-level cultivation method. In this regard, although Feng Ziken usually seems to be heartless, he still has his arrogance at critical times. If I want to practice, I must practice the strongest. Feng Ziken's eyes flashed with firm gaze. He still didn't believe it. With his talent, would he be stumped by this setback? The guard on the 4th floor is a top-level tutor in the upper grades of the academy. I was shocked to see the God's Domain training camp token that Feng Ziken took out. Why have I never seen this God's Domain talent? Could it be a new recruit recently? He doesn't doubt that Feng Ziken is a fake. After all, the identity token of the God's Domain training camp is not so easy to imitate. www.readaloud.com This classmate, because you are the first time you came to this Wangxiang temple. The 4th floor, so some registration steps are required as required. The instructor said to Feng Ziken in a gentle manner, and Feng Ziken also understood, after all, he is not as well known to everyone as Lei Xian and others, and some measures are normal. Feng Ziken successfully completed the identity registration using the God's Domain training camp identity token as taught by his instructor, and obtained the right to enter the 4th floor at any time. Then he could not wait to enter the mysterious 4th floor among the students of the Star Academy. The area of the 4th floor of the Wangxiang Hall is much smaller than the 1st floor. The white jade-shaped walls and floors make this place very fantasy. Feng Ziken glanced at it, and the entire space had a panoramic view, and there was no one. The 9 large bookshelves were placed in the center in the form of 9 palaces, which is a bit shabby compared to the vast classics on the 1st and 2nd floors, but the 4th in quality. The layer casually took out a volume of profound truth, and it could make some big forces on the mainland jealous. Because the 4th floor of the Vientiane Hall contains either forbidden curses or out-of-print secret techniques, which are extremely precious. Fuji Chen was also very curious about the 4th floor that was blown to the sky, and immediately walked up, and began to browse these precious classics and secrets. The first bookshelf that Feng Ziken saw stunned him severely. Secret Vault, Illusory Profound Meaning, Forbidden Curse Zone. Feng Ziken looked at the sign posted on the bookshelf, then looked at the dozens of scrolls neatly arranged in the bookshelf, and fell silent. These are all forbidden spells? There are dozens of forbidden spells in the illusion system alone. Adding up the magic forbidden curse on other bookshelves and the holy martial skills equivalent to the forbidden curse, doesn't the Tianxing Academy have hundreds of forbidden curses in its collection? Is this a big joke? Chapter 54, The Strongest Illusion in Ancient Times. At this time, Feng Zichen only felt that there were 10,000 grass and mud horses running by, and the shock in his heart was beyond words. Is this still known as the strongest and most terrifying forbidden curse on the Star Continent? How do I feel that the curse on the 4th floor of the Vientiane Hall is like a Chinese cabbage? Too cheating. Feng Zichen couldn't believe it, all these would be forbidden curses. Quickly stepping forward and scrolling through it, it took a long time for Feng Zichen to breathe a sigh of relief and put down the scroll in his hand. Sure enough, I said that it's impossible for all of them to be forbidden curses. It turns out that this so-called illusion and forbidden curses also contains quasi-forbidden curses. Under Feng Zichen's unwillingly careful inspection, he found the problem, and part of the quasi-forbidden curse of the illusion system was also contained in this forbidden curse area. Feng Zichen counted it carefully, and found that this bookshelf was divided into 6 layers, and each layer contained 10 scrolls. Only the top 10 scrolls recorded genuine forbidden curse level super illusions, and the remaining 50 they are all illusions of quasi-forbidden curse level. Hey, although they are not all forbidden curse level illusions, but 10 forbidden curse illusions are also very scary storage. Feng Zichen's eyes were indescribable. Among the big forces on the Star Continent, 2 or 3 forbidden spells are enough to make them laugh crazy. How can it be like the Sky Star Academy that there are 10 forbidden spells of the illusion spell alone? Even the 5 major sects and the 6 super families who are also the mainland superpowers are probably not comparable to the forbidden storage of the 3 major colleges. After all, the 3 major academies are different in nature from other superpowers. One academy needs to teach countless talented students. It is conceivable that the forbidden art secrets collected over the long years. Feng Zichen was clear in his heart, his gaze swept across the rows of forbidden curses and quasi-forbidden curses a little bit fiery, he couldn't help taking a roll from the top curse, and whispered softly. Just let me see the forbidden spell illusion on this Star Continent. Slowly opened this forbidden curse level super illusion, looking at the first line that came into view, Feng Zichen was stunned, this forbidden illusion was actually what he had personally experienced before. Forbidden Curse, Sun Luo Hell, Remnant, the top illusion created by a generation of ghosts in the ancient times. Sen Luo Illusion God, which has 6 levels and 18 turns, turns into 1 level every 3, before the first level at the 3rd turn, there is almost a forbidden curse, the 2nd level of ordinary forbidden curses, the 3rd level of imaginary breaking level forbidden curses, the 4th level of star meteor level forbidden curses, the 5th level of extinction level forbidden curses, and the 6th level is rumored the supreme power beyond the forbidden spell. Shocked the entire ancient period, recognized as the strongest illusion. However, after a long period of erosion, the strongest illusion in the ancient times, Sun Luo Hell, has also been almost lost, with only a few scroll records. My Star Academy spent thousands of years, unremitting pursuit, and finally collected the complete first 3 realms with a total of 9 turns. The method of cultivation is specially stored on the 4th floor of the Vientiane Hall for the trainees and tutors to learn from. I rely on. Feng Zichen was taken aback after reading it. Isn't this the forbidden technique that the guard of the Dude Boy used in the battlefield a few days ago when he compared with himself? Feng Zichen originally thought it was a special forbidden technique, but now it seems to be the strongest illusion technique in the ancient times. No wonder that illusion is so powerful, it forced me to open a kaleidoscope to write round eyes to break it. It turned out to be the first turn of the foundation of the strongest illusion of the ancients. Feng Zichen raised his eyebrows and nodded clearly. At that time, even he was almost at a loss for the illusion, and ordinary writing wheels couldn't break the mystery, and he was extremely powerful. Estimate that the Zhou family also collected some scrolls of the strongest illusion in the ancient times, and obtained some cultivation methods. The Zhou family is also one of the 3 so-called families in the City of Order. There are sanctuary ancestors in the clan, and the foundation of Sun Luo Hell is still widely spread on the mainland in the first 3 ranks of the first stage. It is not difficult to get it at a cost, but the difficulty is that they still have someone who can practice it. This Sun Luo Hell was notoriously difficult in ancient times. Although the basic first stage is relatively easy in comparison, it is not something that ordinary characters can practice. The talent of that guardian illusion is okay. Feng Zikan understood the situation of Sun Luo Hell and couldn't help but be surprised. The academy is worthy of being one of the mainland's superpowers. It was able to collect a full 3 level 9 ranks forbidden spell, which seems to have cost a lot of money. Is also very interested in Feng Zikan, the strongest illusion technique in the ancient times, after all. He had personally experienced its power not long ago. The first turn, Flame Hell, to build a space completely condensed by flames to envelope the enemy, which can burn the enemy's soul from the spiritual level, and at the same time, it also blinds the 5 senses and affects reality. The second turn, Tian Shui Hell. The third turn, Zhengjin Hell. Round 4, Shenmu Hell. Rank 9th, Nether Hell. The cultivator can build a nether hell by using phantom crystals. Everything in the nether hell is fully controlled by the caster, pulling the enemy's spiritual power into the nether hell, destroying its spiritual power and eliminating it. Enemy. Feng Zikan opened his eyes, closed the scroll, and let out a long sigh. His expression still has a hint of shock. The strongest illusion in ancient times, Shen Luo Hell, did not disappoint Feng Zikan. The sophistication of the entire illusion made him stunned. It's the strongest illusion. Every turn is actually building a world. The first turn is the world of flames, the second turn is the world of water, and the third turn is the world of gold. Wood, earth, wind, thunder, light, and darkness in turn. That is to say, the first 3 realms of the 9 ranks forest forbidden art collected by the Tianxing Academy exactly corresponds to the world of 9 elements of magic on the star continent. That ancient ghost, Sen Luo Illusion God, is indeed a weird genius. He could even think of using the most basic and important 9 system magic elements of this star continent to build the world of illusion. Fuji-chan admires it very much, and in his opinion, this forbidden technique Sun Luo Hell and his own kaleidoscope writer's illusion and moon reading are the same. The illusion of monthly reading is to construct a world of monthly reading in the eyes of the kaleidoscope writing wheel. No matter time, space, quality, or dimension in the world is controlled by the operator, the enemy's spirit can be forced during the operation. Sexually pulls into the world of monthly reading, causing powerful mental damage to it. Obviously, moon reading and Sun Luo Hell are both constructing world-like illusions. From the point of view of intensity, there is no specific pros and cons. However, Feng Zikan is very confident. As long as his kaleidoscope writing wheel is promoted to an eternal kaleidoscope, the pupil power has been greatly improved, so my own illusion monthly reading will never be worse than this incomplete Sun Luo Hell. After all, Uedo was once known as the strongest illusion in the Naruto world. Feng Zikan murmured, touching his eyes. Although the name of the strongest illusion in Naruto has been used many times, some people say that other gods are the strongest illusion, some people say that the ultimate illusion is the strongest illusion, but in Feng Zikan's view, the strongest names are only relative, there is no absolute strongest illusion, only the strongest person. After thinking a lot in his heart, Feng Zikan put down the scroll, looked at the illusion spell forbidden area, sighed, and sighed again at the level of local tyrants in Xiaoshengxing Academy, then turned and walked towards another bookshelf. Secret Hidden, Magic and Forbidden Zone. The placement of the illusion forbidden area was exactly the same as before, so that the corners of Feng Zikan's mouth moved, and he looked at the bookshelf next to him. Secret Treasure, Martial Arts Holy Step Zone. Sure enough. Although he had expected it in his heart, Feng Zikan couldn't help but sigh from the bottom of his heart when seeing so many forbidden curses placed here. Tianxing Academy is really a tyrant. 10 illusions, 10 magic, 10 martial arts, a total of 30 forbidden spells are placed on the 4th floor of the Vientiane Hall. Almost blinding Feng Zikan's writing wheel. I think it is the 3 major academies. It's hard to say whether other superpowers can have half of the forbidden spells here. Chapter 55, God-Level Practice. Once again side the strength of the Tianxing Academy's background, Feng Zikan finally left the Forbidden Curse area and began to search for the goal of his trip, the spiritual power cultivation method. Feng Zikan didn't look for long before he found the spiritual power training method in the corner. To his surprise, the spiritual power training method collected by the Tianxing Academy actually had as many as a bookshelf. Secret Collection, Top-Level Spiritual Power Training Method. Feng Zikan looked at this spiritual power training method that seemed no less than the Forbidden Curse area. Does this top-level spiritual power training method also have so much stock? I saw that the bookshelf belonging to the spiritual power training method clearly displayed the upper, middle, and lower 30 volumes of the training method. You must know that the top-level training methods that can be included on the 4th floor of the Vientiane Hall, there are actually 3 more. In 10 volumes, Feng Zikan is a bit phobia of choice. Fuji Chen picked up the scroll that introduced the specific data and looked at it carefully. After all, this is the key to his mission and whether he can quickly reach the super shadow level next. There are many spiritual power training methods on the Star Continent, which are divided into 6 levels according to the training effect and difficulty: low, intermediate, high, heaven, holy, and God. The 4th floor of the Vientiane Hall of my Sky Star Academy contains a total of 20 heaven-level cultivation methods, 7 holy-level cultivation methods, and 3 top-level God-level cultivation methods. For students to learn and understand. Looking at this introduction scroll, Feng Zikan also knows the preciousness of the top-level spiritual power training method. The holy level training method can help the practitioner's spiritual power to reach the peak of the sanctuary. After breaking through the God's level, there will be another spiritual power. The explosive growth is generally the highest cultivation method that some major forces on the mainland can master. However, the holy level cultivation method is useless for those above the holy domain, that is, the God-level powerhouse, while the top God-level cultivation method can enable the God-level superpower to continue to improve their spiritual power. Therefore, the God-level cultivation method is extremely precious and rare in the entire Star Continent. Are there actually 3 God-level cultivation methods? Feng Zikan has a certain degree of resistance to the local tyrants of the Tianxing Academy, so this time he is not too gaff, just raised his eyebrows. Then which should he choose? How about level training? What? You say holy cultivation method? A joke, since there is the top God level cultivation method, who would even look at the holy level cultivation method? Feng Zikan had decided to cultivate the strongest, so he naturally focused his attention on the 3 God level cultivation methods, reached out and took a scroll, and Feng Zikan opened the scroll a little nervously. Starry Meditation Technique, God-Level Cultivation Method. There are 129,600 black stars in the night sky of the Star Continent. All things are born and die, but the stars are immortal. They will last forever. This cultivation method is based on the ancient times when foreigners watched thousands of ink. The stars have some insights. The God-Level Cultivation Method created in 10 years, imitating the ink star in the Sea of Spirit, and revolving around the sky to condense the spiritual power. The effect is amazing. After reading this volume of Starry Sky Meditation, Feng Zikan was once again amazed. There are 129,600 ink-colored stars? He has also heard of this, like normal stars, which are inconspicuous during the day and can only be seen at night, but this ink star is unique. It emits ink color brilliance as a whole, which is clearly visible during the day, but it is less visible at night. Conspicuous. Feng Zikan was also shocked when he first saw this so-called mo-seeing. There is such a mysterious star in this world? It's a different world, and it won't be seen on Earth for thousands of years. This starry sky meditation technique actually uses 129,600 ink stars as the objects of meditation. This pattern is really big. Feng Zikan secretly praised it as a God-level cultivation method, which is really different from those heaven-level holy-level cultivation methods. The first step in getting started with this starry sky meditation technique is to feel the stars with the secret method, draw the power of the ink star into the body, and temper the mental power. Feng Zikan touched his chin in thought. I wonder if this secret method is difficult to practice. Look at the other two God-level cultivation techniques. Feng Zikan muttered for a while, put down the starry sky meditation technique, and then picked up another volume of the God-level cultivation technique. Ancient Tianhe Meditation, God-level cultivation method. In ancient times, there was a Tianhe between the heavens and the earth, connected to the starry sky, and down to the netherworld. The world does not know its length or its source, so it is honored as Tianhe. The water of Tianhe possesses the spiritual power. After somehow, the Tianhe disappeared and disappeared. The world sighed. From time to time, some strange people created this cultivation method with great perseverance and wisdom. They can simulate the Tianhe baptism. It has an 8-point magic effect, so it is classified as a God-level cultivation method. Spread in the world. Ancient Tianhe? This Feng Zikan hadn't really heard of it, and he couldn't help being surprised. This star continent had a long history that was unimaginable, and many magical things were born. How amazing is the effect of the ancient Tianhe water on mental power! Even this God-level cultivation method only has its 8th effect. Feng Zikan was keenly aware of this problem, and couldn't help feeling that being rated as a God-level cultivation method has already explained the effect of this Tianhe meditation technique, and the result is only 8 points of the effect of the ancient Tianhe. This Tianhe water is also too magical. Right? This ancient Tianhe meditation technique seems to be easier to practice than the starry sky meditation technique, but I don't know how much difference the effect is. Feng Zikan wondered. After thinking about it, I still feel that this ancient Tianhe meditation technique is a bit unreliable. Although the ancient Tianhe records are indeed incredible, magnificent, but I dare not say this meditation technique created by the Tianhe. Feng Zikan didn't question the ancient Tianhe. After all, the description of this little language had already made him dumbfounded. The sky is connected to the stars, and the next to the netherworld. This is incredible. It is worthy of the name of Tianhe. Well, this ancient Tianhe meditation technique is to be determined first, and there is the last God-level cultivation method. After reading it, I am making a decision. Feng Zikan looked at the last God-level cultivation method. The idea of the great moment of destruction, God-level spiritual power cultivation method. It is said that when the world first opened, there was a great millstone of demise. It is magnificent and mysterious. It is impossible to guess. One rotation of the millstone is the cycle of birth and death of the world. Its power is indescribable. The idea of this view is to visualize the world-destroying millstone in one's own spirit sea, treat the spirit sea as a world, operate the world-destroying millstone, and use its power to hone the spiritual power. Special note, because this cultivation method visualizes the world-destroying millstone, every moment the millstone rotates, it is accompanied by the horrible pain of mental tearing. If the millstone runs for a full week, it will completely grind the mental power, break and stand. The extreme soul pain may even cause irreversible schizophrenia. Although it has a quick miraculous effect, it is extremely dangerous and people who are not very strong will not be allowed to practice. The shocking color in Feng Zikan's eyes from the last God-level cultivation method has lasted for a long time, and the world is destroyed? One revolution is the cycle of birth and death of the world? This pattern is a bit too big. Is it actually visualizing something that goes against the sky? Are you sure that visualizing the great mopen in your mind will not kill yourself? Feng Zikan frowned, feeling unbelievable. Although the mental power of the human body is invisible, it can contain everything, but it also has its limit. Obviously, things like the world-destroying Great Mopen have exceeded the limit of mental power. But since the college put it here, it is estimated that there is no problem. Feng Zikan immediately thought, reading www.yuyugonshu.com couldn't help but let go of it a little. This entry to the idea of the great destruction of the world is the easiest of the 3 God-level cultivation methods. Just follow the steps in the scroll and visualize the great destruction of the world in your mind. But it is also the most difficult. Every time you visualize the great millstone, your mental power will be torn apart, and the extreme pain is enough to make ordinary people collapse. But its effect is really hard to give up. Feng Zikan looked at the magical effect described in the scroll, a little jealous. The idea of destroying the world has the most significant effect on the improvement of mental power. If you can continue to run a cycle in 7 days, your mental power can be doubled. And the greater the improvement is. This makes Feng Zikan a little hesitant. To be honest, the idea of the great grinding of the world is simple to get started, and the results are quick. Without the extreme pain of spiritual tearing, it would be perfect. Unfortunately, there is no real perfection in the world. Good thing. The Starry Sky meditation technique is based on 129,600 ink stars, condensing thousands of stars in the spirit sea. The effect is outstanding and painless, but it will give the soul a sense of ecstasy. The disadvantage is the results are slow, and it is difficult to get started. The ancient Tianhe meditation technique simulates the spiritual power of the ancient Tianhe water baptism. The effect is excellent and it is not difficult to get started. The results are generally okay, but there is not much advantage in all aspects. Thinking about the great grinding of the world, visualize the great grinding wheel of the world between the world and the earth, to hone the mental power, the quickest effect, the best effect, and the easiest to get started. Unfortunately, it is too painful to practice, and there is a danger of becoming a fool. Fujichen pondered these 3 God-level cultivation methods, and couldn't help but fall into a difficult choice phobia. Which God-level cultivation method should I choose? Headache. Chapter 56, Thoughts on Destroying the World. Starry Sky Meditation, Ancient Tianhe Meditation, the idea of destroying the world. 3 God-level spiritual power cultivation methods that the world can't ask for are placed in front of Feng Zikan, which makes him fall into a rare choice phobia. This is really the trouble of happiness. Feng Zikan's face was full of choices. After thinking about it hard for a long time, under the threat of the system task, Feng Zikan finally became cruel, took one from the top 3 God-level cultivation methods, turned his head and left. Hurried to the entrance of the stairs. The instructor of the college guard saw Feng Zikan, smiled gently, and asked, "Has classmate Feng selected the spiritual power cultivation method to practice?" When I registered before, Feng Zikan told him that he wanted to choose a mental power training method, so the instructor saw that Feng Zikan came out so soon and he had some guesses. Fujichen nodded, and handed over the scroll he was holding. "This is it. Please register for me." The 4th floor of the Wangxiang Temple is, after all, the center of the Star Academy. There are a large number of forbidden spells and secrets, which are extremely precious. Therefore, even if the students of the God's Domain training camp want to take the scrolls out, they must register. The instructor took the scroll selected by Feng Zikan, looked down, and was surprised in his heart. "This is..." Suddenly raising his head, the instructor said to Feng Zikan with a slight dignified expression, "Student Feng, are you sure you want to choose this cultivation method? This God-level cultivation method does have magical effects, but it is too dangerous. In fact, Xin Kong meditation the technique and the ancient Tianhe meditation technique are no worse than it." That's right, what Feng Zikan chose was the most effective and at the same time the most dangerous of the 3 God-level training methods, the idea of destruction of the world. Among the 3 God-level cultivation methods, only this idea of the great grinding of the world has the fastest effect, which can greatly increase Feng Zikan's mental power in a short time, and it can be more efficient and fast with the rapid increase in physical strength. Refining the chakras, making it possible to break through the super shadow level within 1 month. Moreover, it is the easiest to get started with the idea of the great moment of destruction. It only takes 2 or 3 days for people with strong mental power to visualize the complete great moment of destruction in their minds, and Feng Ziken must learn a mental power within 3 days due to system tasks. Cultivation methods, Starry Sky meditation and ancient Tianhe meditation are more difficult to get started. It is estimated that it is unlikely that you want to successfully get started within the mission time limit. Thinking about going, only this thought of the great grinding of the world can satisfy all the conditions of Feng Ziken, but for the mental tearing pain that is said to be enough to cause the collapse of ordinary people, Feng Ziken also feels a little hairy in his heart. Can it survive? You have to try? What kind of God's domain talent is not even dare to try? And once you succeed, you can gain a lot. Not only can you get the system's most advanced task reward, but your mental power can also be greatly improved. This idea of the great grinding of the world is the most effective of the 3 God-level cultivation methods. With such an idea, Feng Ziken resolutely chose this idea of the great grinding of the world, but the instructor felt a little dangerous, and persuaded, "Student Feng, or you should change it. It is not necessary in your identity. Take such a big risk." However, since the decision has been made, Feng Ziken will not change easily, and the instructor has no choice. He can only advise and cannot make decisions for him. After all, seriously speaking, the students of the God's Domain training camp have a higher status than his top instructor. The tutor can only register him. By the way, you take these medicines. After the instructor registered, he took out 2 rows of colorful medicines from the space ring on the index finger of his right hand and handed them to Feng Ziken. Feng Ziken took 2 rows of 10 potions, and asked in surprise, "This is?" The instructor laughed and said, "This is a psychopharmaceutical carefully refined by the Academy to complement the training of the idea of destruction of the world. The 3 blue pharmacies are called concentrating medicaments, which have the effect of concentrating and calming. The world-destroying millstone is condensed in the sea of spirit, for the purpose of getting started, and these 7 red potions are nourishing potions, which have the magical effect of nourishing the spirit and nourishing the soul. They are used after visualizing the world-destroying millstone." Feng Ziken looked at the 10 crystal-clear potions in this hand in amazement. Is this the potion on the star continent? Mental type should be quite rare, right? The concentration potion is used at the beginning. Take one before practicing every day. It is estimated that you have also completed the initial condensing of the world-destroying large grinding disc. The refreshing potion is used in the formal training after the entry, 1 a day. 7 The support is enough to complete 1 week of cultivation, and you can come to the Wangxiang temple to find me again when you use it. The instructor patiently explained to Feng Ziken that Feng Ziken listened very carefully. This should be an auxiliary method prepared by the Academy for the idea of cultivating the great moment of destruction. "Okay, I see, thank you mentor." Feng Ziken understood the purpose of the potion, nodded to the mentor and left. After all, he still has a task time limit to rush, so he can't waste time. The instructor watched Feng Ziken hurriedly leave with the idea of the great moment of destruction, and couldn't help being a little worried. The idea of great moment of destruction is not so easy to practice. I hope he can practice smoothly. Is he the newly recruited God Domain training camp student Feng Ziken? A deep voice came from the side, shocking the instructor's heart, turned to look, and suddenly bowed respectfully, "Hall Master." I saw the man dressed in black, with a solemn face and a burly figure. There was a divine light in his eyes, revealing an astonishing spirit of deterrence. It was the master of the Vientiane Temple who guarded the Vientiane Temple. Wangxiang Hall Master waved his hand, looked at the direction where Feng Ziken was leaving, sighed, looked inexplicably, and muttered, "Is it the idea of destroying the world? This is a bit interesting." As the guardian of the Vientiane Temple, the master of the Vientiane Temple is very aware of the differences between these 3 God-level cultivation methods. Regardless of the fact that they are both God-level cultivation methods, the idea of the great moment of the world is really the top one among them. Yes, the starry sky meditation technique is good, the ancient Tianhe meditation technique is a bit far behind it. If it weren't for the idea of the great grinding of the world, it would be accompanied by great pain when practicing, and it might even cause irreversible damage to the spirit. With its magical effects, it would have caused the madness of the entire continent. As one of the very few members of the Sky Star Academy who successfully cultivated the idea of a great grinding of the world, the owner of the Vientiane Palace knows its magical effect and the extreme pain. I don't know how far this academy's newly promoted to God's domain can practice. The Hall Master of Wangxiang doesn't doubt that Feng Zikan can successfully cultivate. After all, he is a talent of God's domain. It should be possible to get started. In the pain of tearing that even he was in awe of 3 points, the talent of God's domain that the academy had placed high hopes could no longer hold on. Feng Zikan, who left the Wangxiang temple, did not know that the mysterious and powerful Wangxiang temple master of the Tianxing Academy had appeared after he left. At this time, he was rushing back to the cultivation tower to try to practice this volume of God-level cultivation. Law. The eager Feng Zikan returned to the training tower before long, and quickly walked up to the 3rd floor of the training room. Feng Zikan sat on the meticulous futon prepared by the academy, and his excitement suddenly calmed down. Feng Zikan raised his hand and lit the censer on the side, and the smoke slowly drifted in the training room. After taking a sip, he felt that his spirit was faintly cheering. Obviously, this censer was also an auxiliary tool prepared by the college for the students to practice. The meditation futon soothes the nerves. The Star Academy really spares no effort to train the students of the God's Domain training camp. Feng Zikan calmed down. Under the 2 great treasures of auxiliary cultivation, his whole spirit felt clear several times, and his thinking jumped faster than usual. He suddenly said with emotion, "At least millions of gold coins for these 2 treasures of cultivation at the Violet Chamber of Commerce auction?" Shook his head and threw away the distracting thoughts in his mind. Feng Zikan took a deep breath, his eyes firm, and slowly opened the scroll in his hand. God-level cultivation method, the cultivation mystery of the idea of annihilating the world, gradually revealed to Feng Zikan. So, the first step is to condense an image of the world-destroying millstone in your mind. Feng Zikan muttered to himself while looking at the description on the scroll. Only by condensing an image of the world-destroying millstone in the sea of spirit, can you begin to hone and improve your spiritual power with the help of cultivation method www.readaloud.com. This condensed method is also detailed and can be understood at a glance. Feng Zikan carefully read the condensing method described on the scroll, and silently deduced it for a long time, and then took out the blue potion that the tutor had just handed him, the concentration potion. Looking at this azure medicine like the sky, Feng Zikan did not hesitate. He raised his head and drank it dry, wiped his mouth, and muttered a little weirdly, "How does this smell a bit like Izadi's root?" With such a weird thought passing through his mind, Feng Zikan immediately felt the terrifying effect of this concentration potion. A refreshing breath exploded in Feng Zikan's mind, causing Feng Zikan's entire soul to be shaken, and he immediately felt the incomparable spiritual strength, as if an army had a soul. This feeling made Feng Zikan couldn't help but yelled, "Cool!" With the aid of such a powerful medicament, Feng Zikan's confidence in the idea of gradual extinction of the world became more confident, and he immediately closed his eyes, and the condensed method he had just written down appeared in his mind, and he began to extinct the world. The first condensed grinding wheel. In the sea of spirit, the powerful mental power whizzed by like a storm. Feng Zikan's mind moved, and the mental power in the sea of spirit suddenly stood still as if he had pressed the pause button. This feeling is so relaxing. Feng Zikan was surprised to find that this time the control was several times easier than before, and immediately knew that this was the magical effect of the concentration medicine. Okay. With the aid of this concentration potion, it seems that the idea of the great grinding of the world can be cultivated faster than I thought. Feng Zikan was full of confidence. The surging mental power in his mind gradually calmed down with his will, and he began to condense the world-destroying grinding disc according to the condensing method recorded in the cultivation method. Chapter 57, Getting Started. In the Sea of Spirit, Feng Zikan is like the creator, controlling the surging spiritual power, and begins to condense the world-destroying grinding wheel according to the condensing method recorded by the practitioners. Because Feng Zikan's mental power is inherently strong, and with the assistance of concentration potions, coupled with the help of meditation futon and soothing fragrance, the condensing work of the extinction millstone went smoothly. With the accumulation of Feng Zikan's mental power, a huge fuzzy shadow gradually appeared in his mind, and he could faintly see that it was a huge grinding disc. Feng Zikan's efforts to control the mental power made the vague black shadow gradually become clear, revealing an extremely magnificent and terrifying grinding disc. The grinding disc hovered in Feng Zikan's mind, and there was an inexplicable aura faintly, which made Feng Zikan's mental power a little shocked. Is this the legendary millstone of extinction? Feng Zikan muttered to himself, feeling the ancient breath that surpassed the sky and the earth. Now, there is only one phantom in the great mopan condensed by Feng Zikan. It is only the most advanced level of condensing, and it is far from the requirements of entry. However, even so, the great mopan has its own extraordinary aura, shocking everything. This idea of the great grinding of the world is really easy to get started. Although I did prepare a little enough, it was really unexpected to me that I succeeded in a while. Feng Zikan cannot help but sigh when he maintains the great millstone of extinguish the world, but now it is only initially condensed and stabilized. Such a millstone is simply not enough to hone mental power, and then Feng Zikan needs to continue to use mental power to do it. Polishing works. Preliminarily condensing and forming, the next water milling time will be simple. Feng Zikan breathed a sigh of relief. This condensing method also said, as long as the first step is stepped out, the next step is to continue to polish with mental strength. It's not too big, it just takes more time. There are still 2.5 days left, it's too late. Feng Zikan calculated in his heart, and clenched a fist in excitement. 3 days to learn the God-level cultivation method, this task will definitely get the highest level reward, right? In the following time, Feng Zikan didn't go anywhere, so he stayed in the cultivation tower to practice the idea of the world-destroying mill, and to concentrate on the millstone built in her mind. God's Domain Training Camp, Elder District. The Deputy Dean of Yanwen was discussing with the elders in the conference room how to teach Feng Zikan and Jian Wuji, the 2 new talents of God's domain. I have already told you about the situation of both of them, how? Do you have any ideas? Deputy Dean Yanwen slowly said. Under the seat of, the 3 sacred instructors were silent. Chen Lao played with his proud white beard calmly, and none of the elders present at the scene even spoke. Deputy Dean Shuyi looked at the crowd and couldn't help but smiled. What? Don't you have any ideas? The lower grade director, Feng Fashion Lang Chen, smiled bitterly, and said helplessly, where do we have any ideas? Feng Zikan won't say anything. He already has such strength at a young age, and he seems to be very good about his future path. Clearly, we don't need to worry about it. Maizen Huansheng nodded in agreement. At the same time, his small mouth opened slightly, and a seductive voice uttered, which made people itch. As for Jian Wuji, I did not expect this young man to have such an amazing background. Just now, the vice president of Yanwen had clearly explained Jian Wuji's identity to everyone, and immediately surprised all the 3 Saint Ruins instructors present. The Sword God clan, who has been silent for thousands of years, has also sent a peerless Tianjiao into the world to practice, and then thinks of the amazing talents that have frequently appeared on the mainland in recent years. The 3 sacred instructors can't help but feel cold. Is it really going to happen something big? Zhan Tianwushan still has a bold and loud voice, and said, since he is a member of the Sword God clan, with the power of the peak bloodline of the Sword God, there is no doubt about Jian Wuji's growth path. As long as the bloodline of the Sword God is developed and stepped into the holy domain is not difficult for him. Old Chen finally put down his white beard and joined the discussion. Well, at this stage Jian Wuji is only weak in his cultivation. As long as he reaches the peak of the Sword Sovereign, relying on the various means of the sword god's blood, it is estimated that fear of the general sanctuary powerhouse. After all, Jian Wuji is only 17 years old, and his cultivation has only reached the early stage of Wuzun. Compared with Ling Jian, they still have a lot of room for improvement. Deputy Dean Yanwen opened his mouth, just about to say something. Suddenly, a message stone in his arms lit up, and a short voice was passed into the Deputy Dean Yanwen's ears, which immediately stunned him. What kind of cultivation are the elders? Naturally, I felt the unrest in the vice president of Yanwen, and immediately closed his mouth, and looked at the vice president of Yanwen with confusion. The vice president of Yanwen shook his head, looked at the puzzled elders, and slowly said, "The master of the Vientian Hall sent me a text message saying that Feng Zikan had just selected a god level on the 4th floor of the Vientian Hall. Spiritual power training method." The elders understood. Lang Chen Fashion smiled indifferently. It is estimated that Feng Zikan's original spiritual power cultivation method is too low, and now it is wise to change to the top god level cultivation method. The other elders nodded in agreement. Only Mr. Chen looked at the slightly serious face of the Vice President Yan Wen, and was startled in his heart. He hurriedly asked, which god-level cultivation method did he choose? Deputy Dean Yan Wen looked at the crowd and slowly said, the idea of annihilating the world. The three major sanctuary instructors were silent for a while, wiping the sweat from their heads one after another. Is it actually the idea of annihilating the world? Old Chen's expression changed. He was clearly aware of the difficulty of the idea of annihilating the world. Did Feng Ziazi choose this? What a courage! Mizan Huanchen's alluring red lips opened, and Ye was shocked. That's the idea of extinction of the world. Although the introduction says that getting started is the easiest, but it's the hardest to truly practice. After all, the pain of mental tearing appeared directly in the soul, and it was not comparable to ordinary physical pain. A strange color flashed in the muddy eyes of Vice President Shui Yi, and he sighed. It seems that Feng Zikan is also ambitious. The idea of destroying the world is really painful, but the effect is also the strongest. As long as you can bear the pain of mental tearing, your mental power can increase rapidly. Deputy Dean Yanwen nodded, and then he was a little worried. I don't know if Feng Zikan can stick to it. There is no one in the God's Domain training camp who has the idea of cultivating the world to destroy the world. Indeed, there are not many people in the God's Domain training camp. Lei Xian has his own opportunity, so he doesn't need to change his cultivation. Ruobing coldly chose the starry sky meditation technique, and he had no idea about the idea of the world-destroying wheel. Quite fancy this idea of the great grinding of the world, but after a few days of cultivating, he decisively gave up and said that this cultivation method was not in line with my Tao. Therefore, there are indeed no learners in the God's Domain training camp who have the idea of destroying the world. It depends on whether Feng Zikan can surprise us. 2 days passed in a blink of an eye. Feng Zikan did not go to practice Binjiun for these 2 days, nor did he leave the training tower, except for the necessary refinement of chakra every day. It was to cultivate the idea of the great grinding of the world. After 2 days of unremitting efforts by Feng Zikan, the great millstone in his mind was finally polished and turned into a real great millstone. Feng Zikan only felt that as soon as the condensing of the great extinguishing mill was completed, he suddenly felt as if a boulder was crushed in his spirit, and the heavy feeling made Feng Zikan decide whether he had carried a mountain on his back. In his mind, Feng Zikan couldn't help but feel a burst of joy when he looked at the world-destroying mill that he had spent 2.5 days and nearly 3 days in front of him. This dying world millstone is exactly the same as the dying world millstone drawn in the scroll. It seems to be a success. Feng Zikan whispered, this thought of exterminating the world is considered a beginner, right? Just when Feng Zikan felt a little unsure, the system appeared in his mind on time, dispelling his doubts. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully getting started with the God-level cultivation method and the great grinding view idea, and formally learned a spiritual power cultivation method within 3 days. It is gratifying and congratulatory. and now special rewards are released. After testing, the host learned the most advanced God-level training method within 3 days. The task was completed at the highest level, and 600,000 exchange points were awarded for encouragement. Listening to the sound of the system, Feng Zikan smiled with satisfaction. Is there a 600,000 exchange point? The reward for this task is really rich. Could it be that I only have 100,000 redemption points for my low-level cultivation method? The intermediate level is 200,000, and so on. The God-level cultivation method is 600,000 redeem points. Feng Zikan's heart is full of guesses. www.readaloud.com. So, this task is really not easy. With these 600,000 exchange points, plus the previous 700,000, I seem to have more than 1 million exchange points. In this case, I was one step closer to my goal of redeeming the 3 holy psychic scrolls. But now I'm still here to feel how difficult it is for them to be so jealous of the idea of annihilating the world. Feng Zikan, who was happy for a while, finally calmed down. Looking at the world-destroying grinding wheel that he had worked so hard to condense, he couldn't help but eager to try. Once again, I opened the scroll of thoughts on the great grinding of the world. Feng Zikan carefully looked at the specific steps of formal cultivation after getting started, and nodded frequently. The steps were quite simple. Feng Zikan remembered it all at once and closed his eyes immediately. And began to follow the words written on the scroll, and started to run the idea of destroying the world. With the help of the condensed virtual world-destroying grinding disk, he regards his own spirit sea as a world, and turning the world-destroying grinding disk a little bit to grind the spiritual power and refine. Feng Zikan's heart moved, and the tepid millstone in his mind suddenly turned a little bit, revealing its amazing ability, and terrifying pain. As the world extinction grinding wheel turned a little bit, an unspeakable pain gradually emerged in Feng Zikan's soul, and the pain of spiritual tearing straight into the soul suddenly made preparations early. Feng Zikan still roared in pain. Why is it so painful? It's so much different from, and what I expected. Feng Zikan only felt a blank in his mind, and a terrifying pain swept over him and hit him directly. Blinded. The pain of mental tearing is so unforgettable. Chapter 58, Break the Limit. Pain, the pain that deepened into the soul began to spread in Feng Zikan's mind with the formal operation of the idea of the great momentum, and more and more intense. Feng Zikan couldn't think that this so-called mental tearing pain was several times stronger than he had originally expected. After only a few minutes of cultivating, Feng Zikan could barely bear the idea of extinguishing the world, and then quit the state of visualization. Ho! Feng Zikan leaned on the ground with both hands, sweating profusely, and made a low gasp in his mouth, with a trace of fear in his eyes. This is the so-called, is the pain of mental tearing? It is really terrifying. After a while of rest, Feng Zikan finally eased up, recalling what was almost like tearing his entire soul. The pain was severe, and Feng Zikan still had a trace of fear. In the 3 years of the Fallen Forest, Feng Zikan was not without a deadly battle when he was weak. On the contrary, he often fought battles and suffered countless serious injuries. He believed that his ability to withstand pain was not bad, but unexpectedly, this mental pain is 10 times more terrifying than the physical one. This feeling is almost the same as the soul pain caused by the awakening of the system when I first got the Hokage exchange system 3 years ago. Feng Zikan now calmed down and suddenly remembered it, but the pain at that time was just a moment, but the idea of cultivating the world to destroy the world is always painful. It's no wonder that when I chose the idea of annihilating the world, the top mentor would dissuade me in every way. It turns out that the pain of mental tearing can be so abnormal. Feng Zikan estimated that there are not many people in the entire college who can practice the idea of destroying the world to great success, right? Even the strong of the sanctuary can't bear this pain. Oh, as expected, there is no perfect thing in the world. Getting started is simple and has magical effects. If you still cultivate well, wouldn't it be against the sky? Feng Zichen felt the faint increase in mental power in his mind, and couldn't help being surprised, and then helpless. The great millstone of destroying the world is like a corona, with a total of 24 scales. Turning all of the 24 scales means 1 week, and the mental power can be greatly increased several times. And the few minutes that Feng Zichen had just practiced did not finish even a tenth of a moment, and his mental strength has also increased a little. This kind of improvement that can be felt personally makes Feng Zichen infinitely surprised. This effect is really amazing. The idea of cultivating this world-destroying concept can definitely increase my mental power several times in a month. By then, it will no longer be a dream to be promoted to the super shadow level. Feng Zichen was both excited and a little helpless. If he wanted to cultivate the idea of extinction, he had to endure the pain of extreme spiritual tearing. This really made Feng Zichen entangled. If possible, Feng Zichen really doesn't want to practice this god-level cultivation method anymore, and the pain is that anyone who has experienced it will never want to come again. However, the astonishing magical effect of the idea of destroying the world made Feng Zichen very reluctant, so after a difficult decision for a long time, Feng Zichen still sat on the meditation futon again, with a look of death like home. He began to practice spiritual power that made him love and hate again. Come on, as long as I don't hurt me to death, I must stick to the end. Feng Zichen gritted his teeth, and then closed his eyes, and the thought of destroying the world revolved. The world-extinguishing grinding wheel rotates slowly and firmly, pulverizing, tempering, and then sublimating Feng Zichen's mental power bit by bit, and what follows is that terrifying pain of spiritual tearing. Feng Zichen let out a painful roar again, clutching the futon under the seat with both hands tightly. The green tendons are raised, almost like tearing it apart. Fortunately, the meditation futon is a rare treasure of cultivation, the material is special, not so easily destroyed. In the sea of spirit, the huge and magnificent grinding disc slowly grinds, and the terrifying force of tearing grinds all of Feng Zichen's spiritual power. Feng Zichen is struggling to support under this pain, and he cannot transfer it. One's own attention, after all, the practice of contemplating thinking is to visualize the great millstone of annihilation in your mind. This makes Feng Zichen more and more difficult. After all, the wholehearted visualization of the great mopan is almost equivalent to doubling the pain. However, Feng Zichen is not all painful. After his mental power has been tempered by the great moment of destruction, both quality and quantity have undergone earth-shaking changes. Feeling the transformation of his spiritual power, Feng Zichen feels it. The pain at this time is worth it. Come on, I don't believe it, the mere, mental tearing, pain, will Feng Zichen not be able to bear it. Feng Zichen fully visualized the great mopan of destruction, while suffering the terrifying pain, gritted his teeth and roared. As long as I can, become stronger, even if it is the pain of the soul, I will surpass it for you to see. The constant tearing pain of the spirit tortured Feng Zichen. But it also aroused the arrogance in his heart and madness. The roar in Fu Zichen's mouth became more and more terrifying, with a distorted face, like a beast that got out of its cage. If not every cultivation tower was equipped with a soundproof magic array, I am afraid the entire God's Domain training camp could spread. Come on! I'm Feng Zichen, I won't succumb. Feng Zichen stared at the world destruction mill, his amazing willpower seemed to be roaring and roaring. The world extinguishing wheel will not stop because of Feng Zichen's roar, and it still rotates tepidly. The arrogance and stubbornness in Feng Zichen's heart have also been fully aroused, and the time of cultivation has exceeded that of the cultivation method. The maximum time limit for beginner students is still non-stop. Come on, let's see if I surpassed you or you crushed me. Feng Zichen insisted almost paranoidly, letting the tearing pain of that terrifying spirit swept through. He resisted with tenacious willpower, no step back. A little bit of time has passed, and the great moment of extinguishing the world has already rotated 3 full scales. According to the notes on the scroll of the idea of great moment of extinguishing the world, it is best for beginners to keep 1 scale a day, but at this time Fanfiction it has improved 3 times, and it hasn't stopped. Unknowingly the sky was already bright, Fanfiction's practice lasted all night. In the Spirit Sea, the world-destroying millstone is still spinning, Fanfiction is clenching his teeth at this time, letting terrifying pain surge to him like a tide. Fanfiction also said nothing, his eyes surging with amazing willpower, as if silently fighting against the pain. Even if you can tear my mental power, you can never make me surrender a little bit. With such astonishing willpower insisted by Fanfiction, the depths of his soul are also quietly changing. An inexplicable breath is constantly fermenting and brewing in Fanfiction's willpower roar, and finally, blooming. Fanfiction only felt that there was a soft puff in his mind, and the mental strength of his tense all night seemed to have broken through a certain limit, and a rare sense of relief spread throughout the entire soul. Even the torment of Fanfiction's tearing pain of dying and alive also seemed to be much lighter. Hey? This is... Fanfiction looked at all this in astonishment, felt the change in his soul and the pain that seemed to be relieved, and couldn't help but stunned. What's the situation? Fanfiction can feel that his mental power has not increased, and his soul does not look any different, but he just feels spiritually relaxed, as if he has been sublimated. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden special achievement task Breaking the Limit, Soul, Special Task Rewards. The hidden task is completed, rewards 500,000 redemption points. The achievement task is completed, rewards 500,000 redemption points. I hope you can continue to work. Complete the hidden achievement mission. Break the limit. Also rewarded 1,000,000 redemption points. Fanfiction was shocked by the sudden system prompt. It turns out that I just broke through the soul limit, no wonder there is a wonderful feeling of sublimation of will. Fanfiction suddenly realized, but also overjoyed, I didn't expect that there would be such a rich reward for breaking the limit, a full 1,000,000 exchange points. Remind the host that there is not a huge reward for breaking the limit, but for completing hidden tasks and achievement tasks. And only the first breakthrough of the limit is listed as a hidden task and achievement task. Reading www.yuyugonshu.com. After breaking the limit again will not be counted as a task. I was overjoyed in Fanfiction's heart, and felt that when he found a way to make a fortune, the system explained it in a timely manner, dispelling Fanfiction's idea of making a fortune by breaking the limit. Fanfiction, who heard the system pour cold water, was not angry or disappointed. After all, he also knew how difficult it is to break through the limit. It is not practical to expect to break through the limit to make a fortune. But Fanfiction extracted another information from the system's words. Hidden missions, accomplish missions? What is this? Hidden missions, as the name suggests, are special missions that will not be released publicly. Only after the host completes the mission requirements will they be prompted and rewarded. They are ultra-rare missions. Achievement tasks are similar to hidden tasks. Only when the host has achieved a major achievement, will the task rewards be automatically released. They are both super rare tasks. Fanfiction listened to the system's concise and clear explanation, thinking about it. This hidden mission and achievement mission look different from the missions that are usually released. They are passive missions. Like usual tasks, there are clear task requirements, and you can take the initiative to complete them. Hidden tasks are different from achievement tasks, and it is much more difficult to complete. Lee understands the difference between various tasks. Fanfiction is also muttering, it seems that this system also has many functions that have not been discovered before. However, he got 1,000,000 exchange points for nothing, and he was a step closer to his goal of 5,000,000. Fanfiction was still very happy. In addition to the previous 1.3 million exchange points, I now have 2.3 million exchange points. I got rich overnight. Chapter 59, Trial Task. In the Training Tower. Breaking through the soul limit, Fanfiction, who accidentally completed the so-called hidden achievement task, was very happy. Originally thought that 5 million exchange points was an astronomical figure, but now it seems that it is still possible to get together in a short time. Feng Ziken, who had calmed down, finally remembered the world-destroying millstone that had stopped working in the Spirit Sea, and couldn't help but smile. I broke the limit just now. I was a little excited after hearing the system prompt, but for a moment I forgot to visualize the world-destroying millstone, but now I can try any changes. Once again, the thought of the great grinding view of the world destroyed, the grinding disc in my mind grinds up again, the horrible tearing force smashed Feng Ziken's mental power, and accompanied by the mental tears that made Feng Ziken unhappy before. The pain of cracking. Hey, this pain, how does it seem to have alleviated a lot? Feng Ziken suddenly noticed the changes after breaking through the limit, and he felt that terrifying pain was at least reduced by more than half. If the intensity of the previous mental tearing pain was 10, then the pain that it brings to Feng Ziken now is only 5. Feng Ziken knew in his heart that it was not that the thought of the great grinding of the world had alleviated the pain, but that after breaking through the limit, his willpower and the limit of his soul to withstand the pain had increased a lot. For this terrifying spirit, the pain of tearing has been able to adapt and surpass it. Comparatively speaking, this is my biggest gain. Feng Ziken couldn't help but surpass this pain, which means that Feng Ziken can practice the great mill of destroying the world. I've watched my thoughts, and I have had a first-hand experience of how great this god-level cultivation method can improve mental power. In the previous night's practice, the world extinguishing wheel had already rotated 4 scales, completing 1/6 of a week, and what brought Feng Ziken was nearly half of his spiritual power. What an amazing effect this is! Feng Ziken believes that as long as he has completed 1 week of cultivation, his spiritual power can definitely surpass Lei Xian as a magician, and can be compared with the power of the sanctuary. Sure enough, the more you give, the more you get. It's really the right choice to choose this idea of the great grinding of the world to practice. Feng Ziken sighed with emotion, forgetting that he was when the soul did not break through the limit before. How to be abused to death. By the way, I almost forgot about this. Feng Ziken suddenly thought of something, and took out a fuchsia potion from the space backpack, which was a potion for restoring the mind. I heard from the instructor that this potion for nourishing spirits was taken after the cultivation, and the effect is to nourish the spirit and repair the soul. Feng Ziken looked at this purple-red potion and drank it in 1 sip. He suddenly felt a warm current heading towards his brain. After being baptized by a warm current, Feng Ziken's spirit was gradually refreshed. Replaced by Shuang, the weak mental power has also become full, and this amazing effect can't help but shock Feng Ziken. It seems that the level of potions on this star continent is very high, and potions with this effect can also be developed. And just as Feng Ziken finished drinking the nourishing potion and sighed in his heart, he suddenly felt a little strange in his chest. He reached out his hand and took out a badge-style token, which was the identity token of the God's Domain training camp. At this time, the God's Domain token was faintly glowing, and a message was transmitted into Feng Ziken's brain. It turned out that the vice president of the language was calling all the students to the battle square. This thing can still communicate. Feng Ziken can be regarded as having gained insights, and there are so many strange technologies in other worlds. Now that the vice president of Yanwen convened, Feng Ziken naturally couldn't practice anymore. He immediately got up and stretched his waist greatly. After the powerful nourishment effect of the nourishing potion, he cultivated the idea of extinguishing the world overnight. Fatigue seems to have never been before refreshed. After leaving the training tower, Feng Ziken didn't see Jian Wuji or Lei Xian. I think they should have gathered in the battle square, right? Thinking of this, Feng Ziken did not dare to neglect, and hurried to the battle square. It is worth mentioning that the so-called battle square was the square where Feng Ziken and Lei Xian fought fiercely a few days ago. It didn't take long before Feng Ziken came to the battle square again, and saw that Lang Ruobing Jian Wuji and Ling Jian were already waiting in the battle square, so Vice Dean Wen had also been there for a long time. I'm sorry, I've been cultivating for a long time. Fortunately, I'm not the last. Feng Zikan couldn't help but smile when he saw everyone waiting for a long time, because he found that Lei Xian hadn't arrived yet. Jian Wuji looked at Feng Zikan in silence. He wanted to say nothing. Cold Ruobing's beautiful eyes flickered, and there was a slight quirk in his eyes towards Feng Zikan, let alone Ling Jian. He was always passionate. One laughed. Oh? Are you sure you are not the last? Feng Zikan listened to Ling Jian's teasing, and couldn't help scratching his head, looked around again, and said, "Isn't there the fellow Lei Xian?" The vice president of the language on the side couldn't stand it anymore. He coughed, and slowly said, "Because Lei Xian was at the critical time of the breakthrough, the old man did not notify him." The air in the field suddenly quieted down. Feng Zikan's face was a little embarrassed. So he was the last one? In the silent condemnation of the three Jian Wuji, Feng Zikan decisively turned away from the topic. Cough cough, so what? Is there anything going on with Yan Lao calling us this time? I can cultivate my energy. Jian Wuji gave Feng Zikan a scornful look, and at the same time turned their attention to the deputy director of the language, which made Feng Zikan's heart relieved. The vice president of Yanwen didn't fight anything. He looked at Feng Zikan and others and said, "I'm calling you here this time because there is a trial task to be given to you." Trial task? Feng Zikan and Jian Wuji, the two newcomers to the God's Domain training camp, immediately looked at the vice president of Yanwen in confusion. Lang Ruobing and Ling Jian are accustomed to them. After all, they have performed many trial tasks. The trial mission is an assessment of our students at the Star Academy. The junior and senior students are once a year, and the sanctuary training camp is usually once every 6 months, but it is not fixed for your God's Domain training camp. The deputy dean of Yanwen explained that after all, the trainees of God's Domain training camp are not ordinary students. Almost all of them are talents of God's Domain who are close to the realm of the Holy Land. In addition to the usual retreat practice, it is necessary to go out for actual combat. You can't create a strong God's Domain in Academy cultivation. Therefore, the Academy will also pay close attention to various developments on the mainland, and will issue trial missions to the God's Domain training camp whenever there is an opportunity. Except for things that really can't go away, like Lei Xian in a state of breakthrough retreat, you don't need to accept it. In addition, everyone else must perform trial tasks. This is also a good exercise opportunity for the trainees of God's Domain training camp, so in general, the trial tasks of the God's Domain training camp are irregular, like Feng Ziai Chen Jian Wuji, and they just broke through the Tianxing Road and joined God's Domain a week ago. At the time of the training camp, the three of them were performing the trial mission outside and did not return. Now, it is obvious that another trial mission has been released. Feng Zikan heard the explanation from the vice president of Yanwen, and suddenly realized, but also a little excited, so we can go out to play. A black line appeared on the face of the vice president of Yanwen. Play? Haha. Jian Wuji Lang Ruobing also felt speechless at Feng Zikan's fresh brain circuits, but Ling Jian, who had the same personality, brightened up, and his gaze towards Feng Zikan was full of like-minded praise. Feng Zikan also came back to his senses, smiled awkwardly, and the vice president of Yanwen was also very helpless. No matter how you play, you can complete the task. Ling Jian also smiled and asked, "Old Yan, what is the content of this trial mission? It will not be as boring as last time." The high cold goddess Lang Ruobing, who has not spoken, also looked at the vice president of Yanwen, apparently also dissatisfied with the last mission. The vice president of Yanwen gave a weird smile and said, "Don't worry, you will never be bored this time." I don't know why, seeing the worrisome smile of the vice president of Yanwen. Feng Zikan and the others fought a cold war together, only feeling a little fuzzy in their hearts. A few days ago, the law enforcers stationed in the Red Maple Adventure Town not far from the Fallen Forest came to the news, saying that the core of the Fallen Forest has changed. Some monsters in the sanctuary came to the periphery to hunt humans and launched the Beast Tide, with the intention of hitting the Red Maple Adventure Town. The vice president of Yanwen began to talk about the background of this trial mission. Feng Zikan's heart moved when he heard it. Red Maple Adventure Town? Isn't this the place I just stayed a while ago? The Beast Tide hits the Red Maple Adventure Town. www.readaloud.com. Fortunately, it was stopped by the law enforcement team stationed there by my Star Academy, and notified the Academy in time. The Academy sent a sanctuary instructor to solve the sanctuary beasts, but unexpectedly one of the Holy Domain Kings who led to the core of the fallen forest, the Sky Ripper, was almost killed. Following the explanation from the vice president of Yanwen, Jian Wuji, and their faces became serious. After all, they only possessed near-sacred combat power, and they still had to play a 12-point spirit towards the real sanctuary powerhouse. Then the devil is going crazy, and we dare to kill the sanctuary instructor of our Star Academy. If the law enforcement team leader arrived in time and saved the sanctuary instructor, I am afraid that our Star Academy will have to one less sanctuary-level instructor. Deputy Dean Yanwen was also a little angry when he said that. A cold light flashed in his eyes, with a trace of murderous aura. Ling Jian and the others were also nervous. In addition to the 3 director-level sanctuary instructors Leng Chen Fashion, Zhan Tian Wushan, and Maizhen Huansheng, Tianxing Academy now has 4 sanctuary instructors. The top combat power almost lost one not long ago? It was possible to force the law enforcement team captain to take action. The strength of the Sky Ripper is really terrifying. Ling Jian murmured. After all, the law enforcement team captain of the Sky Star Academy is a powerhouse at the peak of the sanctuary, and is in the same position as the 2 deputy deans. Same level. The vice president of Yanwen nodded, and at the same time said with a little doubt, the Demon Slayer is one of the sanctuary kings